Chapter 1. Wu Mumming awoke from a cold. In the blink of an eye, he was jolted awake, having just moments before been engulfed in the blaze of an explosion within the laboratory. As is customary for protagonists in tales of new beginnings, he found himself awakening in an orphanage. Yet, his circumstances were decidedly more dire. He had come to in the storeroom of the orphanage. Aside from the muddy floor and the dust swirling in the air, he was accompanied only by a moldy wooden barrel and a mop festooned with black fungus. Wu Mumming, feeling somewhat stiff, attempted to move his fingers, only to be met with an excruciating pain that radiated from the depths of his soul, as if he had been ground in a meat grinder. The sensation made him shudder involuntarily, while the stale, dusty air rushed into his lungs. He coughed and gasped for breath, relishing the warmth gradually returning to his body. Amidst his rapid breathing and violent coughs, fragmented memories surged forth like shards in his mind. Once a promising young man of the 21st century, Wu Mumming had met an unfortunate fate while burning the midnight oil on an experiment, coincidentally caught in the explosion of the laboratory above. Though he did not perish in the blast, the explosion collapsed the floors above him, and a ton of supercooled freezer came crashing down. He died instantly. There was no pain. His demise was astonishingly serene. And then he awoke in this storeroom. Interestingly, this body also bore the name Wu Mumming, with the English moniker Tierra Wu, sharing the same birth date of June 28, 1980, identical parents, and similar features. However, the singular distinction lay in the fact that this Wu Mumming's parents had immigrated to England during the wave of immigration in the 1980s, clutching onto their unrealistic foreign dreams. A week after their arrival, they were tragically gunned down in a dark alley beside a theater. A grim fate, indeed. Consequently, Tierra was sent directly to an orphan welfare institution, where she succumbed to hypothermia just an hour prior. Discrimination against the Chinese during the 1980s was still quite severe. Such prejudice manifested itself in various facets of life. Schools, workplaces, government agencies, restaurants, and, of course, orphanages were no exceptions. At times, the discrimination among children was even more vicious and overt. Among a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed orphans, there stood only one with black hair and dark eyes. Who else would they bully but her? From minor grievances such as having food and toys snatched away, to being picked on, shoved, and beaten, it escalated to the point where she was doused with cold water and locked away in the storeroom as a cruel prank. In a state of frail health, Tierra will ultimately perish from the night's chill. After lying on the ground for a moment, she slowly sat up, her right hand gently resting on her left wrist as she silently counted to 60. My heartbeat appears normal. In her previous life, Tierra had studied biology and medicine in university. Though not a pure medical student, she possessed knowledge of some basic medical techniques. Upon checking her pulse, Tierra noticed a ring on the fourth finger of her left hand that seemed incongruous with her current identity. What is this? The storeroom lacked windows, the door was tightly shut, and it was already past the time for lights out, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Tierra had no choice but to feel around with her right hand. The ring felt as though it were fashioned from some kind of carved bone. It was larger than her fourth finger, uneven and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to form a chaotic tapestry across its surface. In the darkness, one's other senses are heightened. After groping for a while, Tierra was finally able to discern these patterns, which appear to be grotesquely distorted English words. Familiarlius Gallon. Tierra attempted to pronounce the words based on the spacing and phonetics. As the final syllable escaped her lips, she suddenly vanished from the storeroom, as if erased by an eraser. In the next moment, her surroundings brightened, and she found herself in a dimly lit library. Ugh! Despite her empty stomach, she could not suppress a retch, feeling as if she had just endured 5 continuous hours on a roller coaster. Tierra lay feebly on the ground, resembling a lifeless creature, and after the sensation subsided slightly, she turned over, facing upwards. What she beheld was a vast ceiling far above her, beneath which lay meticulously arranged stone walls, tapering inwards with each level. Even on the ground floor where Tierra found herself, the space was nearly 500 square meters in size. It was a structure shaped like an inverted pyramid, roughly estimated to contain over 1,000 levels, each scarcely taller than a human. Each layer was hollowed out, chaotically crammed with an array of books and scrolls. After regaining a modicum of strength, Tierra sat up, only then noticing a simple wooden table beside her, laden with rolls of parchment and a peculiar lamp constructed from strange stones. Slowly, she crawled toward the wooden table and plopped herself onto the chair before it. The parchment was haphazardly stacked, some even torn and crumpled into balls. Tierra casually picked up a sheet of parchment filled with a dense scrawl of twisted writing that resembled English yet was distinctly different. Staring at it for a while, she felt a dizziness wash over her. However, when her fingers brushed against the text, a chilling surge of information flooded into her mind. In all the universes, among all living beings, save for those spawned by the Supreme Mother Goddess, no creature can rival. Tierra hastily withdrew her hand, alarmed. Then she reached for another parchment. Manrique fruit struck down by a thunderstorm, peel dry, crush, take 2 spoons. Tierra scrutinized the twisted lettering. She was certain she did not recognize these writings, yet when her fingers touched them, the knowledge they represented automatically surged into her consciousness. After perusing several sheets of parchment, a foreboding suspicion began to take shape within her mind, and with a heavy heart, she approached the nearest stone alcove. Tierra carefully traced her fingers along the spines of the books, one by one, as titles imbued with a sense of blasphemy and malevolence flooded into her mind. The largest and thickest tome was the Book of the Dead. The thinner one resembled an ordinary textbook in unnamed ritual book. A tall, slender volume bound in an unknown hardcover was the Lalai text. A thin, ancient text stitched like a Chinese classic was the Xuanquan 7 chapters. Suddenly, that ancient text flew off the shelf, landing before Tierra, its pages fluttering open as if stirred by an invisible wind. At that moment, Tierra had never found Chinese characters so terrifying and repulsive. She recognized every character, and upon making contact with the 2 pages of Chinese text, a wave of horror surged through her, as if some incomprehensible knowledge was being forcibly shoved into her soul, filling her mind with chaotic murmurs, screams, and ungraspable images. Goosebumps erupted all over her body, swelling into translucent, viscous blisters. Suddenly, everything vanished, plunging back into tranquility. The aberrations dissipated. The maddening whispers and screams ceased. The incomprehensible images faded away. The scene in the library shifted as if a clumsy editor had abruptly cut to another shot. Tierra remained poised with her finger still touching the spine of the book, now pointing at the Lalai text preceding the Xuanquan 7 chapters. She stood frozen for several seconds, as though seared by a hot iron, before retracting her finger from the shelf and swiftly distancing herself from it. Returning to her seat at the table, her gaze vacant as she slumped against the stone steps. She recalled everything with crystal clarity. The sudden emergence of the Xuanquan 7 chapters, the frenzied murmurs, the incomprehensible images, and the terrifying transformations within her body. In an instant, everything reverted to mere seconds prior, before her finger had made contact with the Xuanquan 7 chapters. Tierra gasped for air, raising her left hand to wipe away the cold sweat. "My hand," she remarked, observing that where her left pinky had been, there remained only pure white bone. Though the joints could still bend at her will, it was evident that her narrow escape had come at a considerable price. Gui, Tierra exhaled deeply. The very scenario she had dreaded had indeed come to pass. She had truly traversed realms. Moreover, she had crossed into the world of Cthulhu. Just moments ago, she had felt a twinge of confusion regarding terms like Supreme Mother Goddess, God of Dreams, and Mad Twins while reading those sheets of parchment. Now, she was certain of it. This is indeed perilous. Tierra couldn't help but let out a wry smile. I had initially thought that I would encounter a city-dwelling warrior or a titan of the business world upon my arrival. But to my astonishment, I found myself within a realm shaped by the Cthulhu mythos, leaving me no choice but to proceed with utmost caution. At this juncture, Taila paused momentarily. It seemed as though a fragment of knowledge had suddenly manifested within his mind. It was a skill of the purest form. As if he had rehearsed this ability countless times, it flowed effortlessly from him, ready to be summoned at will. Taila extended his finger toward the void above. A slender, black filament, resembling hair, sprouted from the crevice of his fingernail, elongating steadily. Once it reached a length of 10 centimeters, it abruptly emerged from his nail, floating gently onto the wooden table. With the descent of this delicate strand, Taila felt a profound lightness enveloping him, as the disorientation and discomfort from his previous injuries vanished without a trace. Apart from the lingering hunger in his belly, his physical condition could now be deemed entirely robust. Yet, as the black filament fell away, although the mental haze dissipated, a sense of lethargy lingered. This skill was known as the Curse Worm. In tandem, he acquired another ability called Communion with the Starseed Lord. The Cursed Worm enables one to condense injuries, ailments, and curses from oneself or others into a worm-like entity, possessing a semblance of life. This entity is best implanted within another living being within a span of 24 hours. Otherwise, it will revert to its original host. However, this cursed worm cannot alleviate corporeal hunger, fatigue, or mental lethargy. In essence, the cursed worm can only transfer excess afflictions or decayed remnants from the self. The other ability, Communion with the Starseed Lord, allows one to project their soul into a designated starry expanse through certain rituals, thereby bestowing upon them extraordinary magical prowess. Of course, such actions often equate to a self-sacrifice to the unknown malevolences lurking within the cosmos. In the world of Cthulhu, greater power invariably invites greater peril. Communion with the Starseed Lord can elevate one to godhood in an instant, yet it can just as easily lead to an untimely demise. Had it not been for the enigmatic force he had encountered, Taila could have easily transformed into a mere mass of cells, brimming with power yet devoid of self. Determined to cease his aimless exploration, Taila redirected his focus to the scrolls of parchment before him. The tomes within the caverns were exceedingly perilous, while these parchments might also contain forbidden knowledge. Statistically speaking, the risk of fatality from reading the scrolls was far less than that of directly perusing those books. Yet, he could not afford to remain uninformed, for ignorance bore the greater threat of unwittingly transgressing taboos. Moreover, through his recent random readings, he surmised that these scrolls likely represented the research logs of the library's former proprietor. However, to ensure his safety, Taila refrained from reading them in their entirety, opting instead to peruse only the introductory and concluding sections of each parchment. He would only delve into the middle passages after confirming the absence of any potential danger. This precaution significantly slowed his reading pace. Some scrolls he dismissed after merely glancing at the opening, not due to potential hazards, but because their beginnings clearly indicated they were experimental records. As a science student, he possessed the discernment to recognize that he was not in a rush to examine the previous owner's experimental notes. Rather, he needed to ascertain the nature of this place and its associated taboos, lest he inadvertently provoke disaster. After approximately 4 or 5 hours had elapsed, Taila had thoroughly read 7 scrolls and had gleaned a comprehensive understanding of the situation. The former owner of this library was named Merlin. Indeed, the very same Merlin, renowned as the greatest wizard of England in legend. Yet this library was not constructed by Merlin like him. Merlin was an outsider, a mere rural boy who, during his youth, fell into a valley while tending sheep. As the saying goes, those who survive great calamities are destined for greater fortunes, and beneath the cliff, secrets awaited discovery. In his quest for an escape, Merlin stumbled upon this inverted pyramid structure. He entered the library from its apex, thus marking the birth of a legendary sorcerer. This ring was crafted by Merlin after he achieved greatness. It serves as a portal ring. At the age of over 600, Merlin relocated this inverted pyramid library, situated within a valley in England, to a planet resembling Earth, thousands of light years away, and forged this portal ring. By merely possessing the ring and reciting the incantation concealed within its inscriptions, one could traverse to this library. According to Merlin's later investigations, he believed the architects of this library to be the illustrious race known as the Great Ones, who constructed one of the earliest libraries on Earth to house perilous knowledge derived from cosmic entities. Most of the books within this collection originate from the illustrious race of the Great Ys, with only a scant few deriving from Merlin's personal collection. For instance, nestled within the third level of the stone cave lie several slabs of Halbier's stone, alongside a complete set of beautifully bound magical textbooks that he had once transported directly during the nascent days of printing. However, it is important to note that these tomes were merely objects of Merlin's personal collection. Given his profound mastery of magic at the time, he had no need to peruse such rudimentary works. This entire set remained pristine, untouched by Merlin's hands, meticulously arranged in the stone alcove directly facing the wooden table. Gathering layers of dust, the library itself was meticulously hewn from a singular type of black stone, painstakingly excavated piece by piece. While the stone's hardness was relatively modest, it possessed the extraordinary ability to shield the interior from the prying eyes of most outer gods. Save for the ancient rulers, as long as no proactive contact was established, the outer gods could exert no influence over any living being within the stone's confines. This is precisely why the Great Ys chose to construct this repository of nearly all the perilous knowledge in the cosmos within this stone. According to Merlin's records, this stone belonged to another indigenous race on Earth at that time, an advanced life form resembling upright crabs. Once the Great Ys discovered the stone's remarkable properties, both races collaborated to establish this library. However, due to the indigenous inhabitants lacking the extensive knowledge of the Great Ys, the collaborative museum was endowed with 3 magical blessings by the Great Ys. The first, known as knowledge, allows every visiting sentient being to confront knowledge directly through the written word. The second, termed time, grants each visitor an opportunity to evade madness equivalent to the number of fingers on one hand. The third, referred to as sanctity, arises from the stone's inherent sublimation, preventing any tainted mind from entering the library. These 3 magnificent magical blessings have endured the ravages of countless ages without fading. The rationale behind this design lay in the fact that the race embodied by the Great Ys possessed 7 fingers, while their allies, the upright crab-like beings, had pincers that amounted to 2 fingers. Their mortal enemies, the flying worms, possessed not a single finger. Nevertheless, even with these precautions, the influence of the indescribable beings could not be entirely mitigated. Some existences reside outside the 4th dimension, far exceeding the limits of human comprehension. According to Merlin's conjecture, these 2 magical blessings were possibly utilized by the Great Ys to surmount challenges in their research. Whenever a particular inquiry reached an impasse, the Great Ys would orchestrate a ritual outside the library to connect with some grand entity in the universe, most often the avatar of Yog-Sothoth. Known as Tavalet-Yumel, this outer god, embodying the benevolent aspect of Yog-Sothoth, sat upon the massive stone pedestal behind the first great silver key door of the ultimate abyss of the cosmos, willingly bestowing boundless knowledge upon any beings capable of traversing the silver key door, provided they could endure the weight of that knowledge. When the researchers of the Great Ys were driven mad by the avatar of the All-in-One and subsequently reversed time, their souls invariably retained an abundance of knowledge that they could assimilate, similar to how when Tierra encountered the outer god corresponding to the 7 chapters of the Xuankuan scripture, 2 magical imprints were left within her soul. This blessing, named time, could restore beings from madness, except in direct confrontation with Azathoth and the Great Old Ones, or when recklessly engaging with other outer gods of similar caliber, but in the eyes of the scholarly elite of the Great Ys. This ability was intended for further exploration of the world's truths, rather than merely a means of survival against the Old Ones. Unfortunately, Tierra squandered one such opportunity that in contrast, Merlin's recklessness far surpassed Tierra's. Unlike her, who hailed from a modern society, attended university, and was well-versed in the Cthulhu mythos, he recklessly lost 3 fingers from the outset. By the time he comprehended the implications of it all, it was far too late. This ultimately led to Merlin, the renowned archmage, suffering from profound mental corruption due to the outer gods in his later years, to the degree that he appeared to transform into an entirely different entity, one that was mad, cruel, and utterly incomprehensible. In the last lucid moment that he identified as Merlin, he inscribed the contents upon the parchment now held by Tierra, the sage not of this time and space. A traveler from another world, I prophesy your arrival. I strive to maintain my clarity and pen the following words. Do not squander your 5 opportunities. Do not attempt to contact the Great Ys. At least not before you are on the same dimensional plane as they. You may choose to seek the Supreme Mother Goddess. If possible, please find me. I have placed my coordinates on the 3 shelf of the 4th level. But do not attempt to reach it lightly before attaining divine dimensionality. If I should contact you proactively, take refuge within the library. I cannot enter. Upon reading this passage, Thyla silently clasped her hands together. Hoping for the best, if anything were amiss, do not reach out. Thyla then perused several more pieces of parchment, this time not merely skimming the beginnings, but reading in its entirety, since Merlin had foretold his arrival. It seemed unlikely that he would leave misleading information in his notes. Given his state of mind when entering the library, at least in this regard, she felt reassured to delve into the texts. It must be said that the notes of a grand sorcerer offered substantial guidance to a novice like her, particularly since Merlin himself had risen from a humble, illiterate farm boy to a legendary archmage. From the initial steps of channeling one's magical energy to the very essence of magic itself, the notes were comprehensive. Thyla focused on the parchment in her hands. Ujadili, Ul, Osalia, as she silently recited the incantation in her mind. Her hands gently released the parchment. The parchment seemed to pause momentarily in midair before drifting downward. This was the levitation spell recorded in Merlin's diary, the simplest and most suitable for beginners to channel their own magical energy. Although Thyla had previously successfully cast the cursed worm, that was an instinct imprinted on her soul by the outer gods. The power of the cursed worm stemmed from her mental strength before she learned to channel her own magical energy. Hence, she required a straightforward spell to evoke her innate magical power. Ujadili, Ul, Osalia. This time, Thyla spoke the words aloud. The parchment in her hands seemed to exhibit an upward tendency, yet when she reached out, it still fell to the ground. Ujadili, Ul, Osalia. After approximately 40 to 50 attempts, the parchment in Thyla's hands finally trembled and floated precariously in midair. However, mere seconds later, it plummeted swiftly to the ground. Thyla felt a chill run through his body, as if utterly exhausted, and collapsed onto the chair. Having successfully channeled his own magical energy, Thyla chose not to linger in the library any longer. He briefly rummaged through the drawer of the wooden table and retrieved a slightly heavy stone cone. Following the instructions in Merlin's notes, he recited the incantation inscribed on his ring in reverse, transporting himself back to the cramped storage room of the orphanage. Now, Thyla, who had successfully harnessed his magical powers and even established contact with an outer deity, felt significantly better than when he first arrived. Upon his return, he experienced merely a wave of dizziness, devoid of any nausea or discomfort. Thyla was locked in the storage room around 9:30 in the evening. During the time when the nun had completed her evening rounds and the orphans were engaged in their nightly prayers, a group of mischievous children had pulled him from the warmth of his bed, doused him with cold water, and confined him to the storage room. He had no idea how long he had been there before regaining consciousness, but through the narrow gap of the door, he could discern a pale, bluish light seeping in, indicating it was likely around 4 or 5 in the morning. Just as the sun began to rise, Thyla grasped the stone cone and struck it forcefully against the lock of the storage room door. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Bang! With just 3 blows, he shattered a hole through the decaying, dilapidated wooden door. Thyla crept stealthily out of the storage room. The time was now 4:26. The storage room was located at the bottom of the stairs on the 1st floor of the orphanage. A slight turn would lead him to the reception hall, where an old clock hung on the wall. At this hour, both the nun and the orphans remained deeply ensconced in their dreams, providing him with the perfect opportunity to escape. Indeed, to leave. Although the orphanage provided sustenance and shelter, it also represented a form of bondage. He could not practice magic freely. An untrained apprentice wielding magic without guidance was prone to losing control. The consequences could be as minor as damaging furniture or as severe as igniting an uncontrollable inferno, an utter disaster for an already impoverished orphanage, potentially leaving countless children homeless. Despite Thyla's lack of fondness for the orphanage, he could not justify endangering the lives of hundreds of orphans for his own desire to practice magic. Yet, relinquishing magic was equally impossible, having lived as an ordinary person for over 20 years in his past life. How could he abandon the extraordinary power within his grasp, no matter how perilous and insane the path might be? Furthermore, he was just an orphan now, unlike in his previous life, where he had 2 parents and a modestly comfortable life. In this unfamiliar capitalist land, even with the knowledge from his past life, Attending a community college would be the pinnacle of his academic pursuits. He had no confidence in amassing the exorbitant tuition fees required for a public university. As the saying goes, one must break free from comfort to pursue the truths of the universe. After all, he had that library located on an alien planet, at least for the short term. He need not worry about accommodation after leaving the orphanage. Moreover, that library was not solely filled with books. It contained numerous items and instruments that Merlin had brought from the outside world. For instance, the nondescript, gray stone cone he had just used to breach the storage room door was a divine stone retrieved by Merlin from the Celtic holy site of Avalon. Essential for the Celts to ascend to druidhood and inscribe the symbols of nature upon themselves to achieve the transcendence of shapeshifting. Tierra also found a blood-red gemstone, the result of Merlin's failed attempt at creating the Philosopher's Stone. There was a staff, taller than a man, also from Avalon, a branch from the sacred Celtic tree, which had served as Merlin's early wand but was seldom used after he became a grand sorcerer, aside from certain special rituals. Along with various other odds and ends, Tierra resolved to sort through them at a later time. In addition to these magical items, he discovered 3 leather bags in the third drawer of the wooden table, filled with an assortment of coins, gold, silver, and copper, ranging from Merlin's era, the 11th and 12th centuries, to the period when printing became popular in Europe. These were all antiques and could fetch a decent sum at a pawn shop, providing him with sufficient financial support for a while. Upon returning to his room, Tierra gently pushed open the door and observed his roommates peacefully asleep. He stealthily entered, quietly gathering his clothes, pamphlets, bedding, and the orphanage's ration notebook, fountain pen, and ink, transporting them in batches to the alien library for safekeeping until he found a stable place in this world. He then tossed a cursed worm onto one of his sleeping roommates who had bullied him before, and stealthily looted his roommate's meager savings. Although the orphanage was poor, the mischievous children somehow managed to procure a little money from the donation box. Though Tierra was still young in this world, he was quite observant, and thus had discovered where his roommates stashed their pilfered funds. He uncovered a total of 40 pounds hidden beneath drawers, under children's insoles, and within the crevices of books, sufficient to sustain him for a while. After all, Tierra dared not stay long in the library. While the consciousness of outer deities typically could not penetrate the peculiar stones comprising the library, the sacred magic of those stones was not infallible. According to Merlin's records, a person's spiritual energy is most active while they sleep, making them exceedingly susceptible to external influences. That it was entirely possible that he could unwittingly establish a connection with an outer deity through an ancient tome. Having packed his belongings without disturbing anyone, Tierra made his way to the kitchen to grab some bread and milk, resolutely pushing through the orphanage's main door. From this day forth, I shall become a wandering mage. Tierra chuckled at the absurdity of his situation, glancing back at the orphanage and the rusted sign above the entrance reading Wool's Orphanage in the soft glow of dawn. In that moment, he felt an impulse to run back. He understood that what lay ahead was a life of hardship that even adults would find unbearable, though he possessed a mature soul and an arsenal of methods to earn money drawn from a future filled with possibilities. He was merely a 6-year-old child, which severely limited his options. Sighing, Tierra turned away and walked towards the bus station heading to the city center. Though the orphanage was impoverished, the adjacent church still had a donation box. Tierra struck it with the black stone, once, twice, thrice, then borrowed some money from within. Guided by the remnants of his memories in this world, he recalled that a pawn shop was located near the theater where his parents had been shot. Right in the city center. Without money, nothing is feasible. First, I must exchange some coins for a decent meal before contemplating my future. Having nearly endured an entire night without rest, Tierra now felt utterly fatigued both mentally and physically. In dire need of replenishing his energy. In May of 1991, a mottled owl soared through the skies of London, clutching a letter in its beak. Simultaneously, in a dilapidated attic in the old town of London, an 11-year-old Chinese boy was diligently taking notes with a serious expression. The boy's left hand, clad in a black glove, gently pressed down on the aged, yellowed parchment, while his other hand rapidly sketched intricate geometric figures on a blank sheet of parchment. After approximately 30 minutes, the Chinese boy completed his final stroke, leaned back in his chair, and took a swig from a bottle of light blue liquid placed on the edge of the table. The boy, or rather Tierra, nearly retched from the acrid taste of the blue liquid, but thankfully managed to cover his mouth in time and forced himself to swallow. The instant the blue liquid coursed through him, Tierra felt as though he had been transported back to the night of the laboratory explosion, the weighty ultra-low temperature freezer plummeting down, casting a vast shadow over him, and the brief 4 seconds before death seemed to stretch into eternity. The dull pain of the freezer colliding with him, the agony of his skull being crushed inch by inch torturing him, it was unclear how long it took, but Tyilo awoke from the hellish torment. Drenched in cold sweat, yet his spirit was invigorated, as if he had just emerged from a long and restful slumber. The thought of having to endure this again filled him with despair. Tierra let out a sigh, propping up the chair that had been kicked over when he drank the potion, and proceeded to take a hot shower in the bathroom downstairs. The potion he had just consumed was called the Rise Potion. One of the research achievements documented in Merlin's diary.it was designed to enhance mental fortitude, and its residual properties could construct a temporary spiritual barrier for the user, lasting approximately a month. This barrier effectively reduced the likelihood of accidental encounters with forbidden spells or mental confrontations with past dominators during learning. However, the side effects were quite pronounced. Within 10 minutes to half an hour after ingestion, the user would be compelled to relive their most harrowing experiences. For Tierra, this meant the memory of being crushed by a refrigerator during an explosion, though he had felt nothing at the time. This trauma was recorded by his subconscious and erupted in the illusions induced by the Rise Potion. After his shower, Tierra lay languidly on his bed, preparing to rest a while before embarking on the study of another spell. He had only one day each week to study magic without any external influences, so he needed to make the most of his time. It had been 5 years since he left the orphanage. And although he possessed a fortune in ancient coins, Tierra prudently exchanged only a few for enough money to sustain himself for the next month or two, planning to seek employment thereafter. However, it was not easy for a 6-year-old child to find work. He faced outright rejections or was approached by unscrupulous individuals intent on selling him into some underground establishment, having been out of work for so long. Tierra had to resort to petty thievery like many other street children in London. Fortunately, circumstances soon changed when, during one of his thefts, he was apprehended by a Chinese woman who spoke no English. Upon discovering that Tierra's command of English far surpassed that of her husband, this kind-hearted, portly woman offered him a job at a restaurant as a cashier. The position included room and board, with a work schedule of 6 days on and 1 day off, earning £20 a month. His duties mainly involved sitting at the register and translating for customers, with the occasional assistance in the kitchen during busy times. The attic he resided in was originally owned by a friend of hers, who had returned to her homeland and entrusted the space to her. Since it was vacant, it was a perfect arrangement for Tierra to settle there. Most of Tierra's earnings were saved, and he spent little on brewing the Rise Potion. After all, this library was not merely a library, it was situated on a planet with an ecological environment akin to that of Earth, where Merlin had cultivated several acres of herb fields around the library's entrance. Although Merlin had departed nearly 5 to 6 centuries ago, most herbs thrived wildly in the area due to its favorable climate. Tierra easily gathered most of the materials needed to brew the Rise Potion from a magical herb compendium he found on the 3rd shelf, with the remaining few sourced from a traditional Chinese medicine shop in Chinatown. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Tierra was about to rise and study another spell, he heard a series of taps against the glass. Moments later, he beheld a mottled owl perched at his skylight, clutching a letter in its beak, and pecking thrice on the glass. Knock, knock, knocked out. A sudden thought crossed Tierra's mind, and in his excitement, he tumbled off the bed and hurriedly grabbed a rod to open the skylight. The mottled owl flew in, depositing the letter onto Tierra's desk before settling on the back of a chair to preen its feathers. Tierra picked up the thin envelope, which bore a white background and a red seal. The back was inscribed with his name and address in emerald green ink, while the front displayed a wax seal featuring a shield emblem with a capital H surrounded by a lion, a serpent, an eagle, and a badger. Tierra, filled with anticipation, laid the envelope flat and carefully used a paper cutter to slice away the wax seal. Lifting it off in one piece, he extracted the letter, still redolent with the pungent scent of ink, and read each word with meticulous attention. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Wu, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1 SD. We eagerly await your owl's response by July 31 SD. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniforms for first-year students. 1. 3 plain black work robes. 2.1 plain black pointed hat for daytime. Wear 3.1 pair of protective gloves, made of dragon hide or similar material. 4.1 winter cloak. black, with silver fastenings. Please note, all students' clothing must bear a name tag. Textbooks. All students are required to procure the following books: Standard Spells, Level 1, by Miranda Goshawk, A History of Magic, by Bathilda Bagshot, Magical Theory, by Adalbert Waffling, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Emmerich Switch, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, by Philida Spore, Potions and Potion Making, by Arsenius Jigger, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, by Newt Scamander, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection, by Quentin Trimble, Other Equipment, a wand, a large cauldron, pewter, standard size 2, a set of glass or crystal phials, a telescope, a brass scale. Students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Please be advised that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. It is real. It is real. Tierra was momentarily dazed as he gently ruffled the feathers of the owl perched on his desk, eliciting an annoyed flap from the creature. However, Tierra's daze was fleeting. He quickly retrieved a blank sheet of paper and began to write, "Dear Professor Dumbledore, I am truly honored to be accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." After composing that line, Tierra paused and continued, "However, I have no one around me who has studied magic, and though I yearn for it, I have never been in contact with it. Thus, I am unsure how to prepare the items on the list or how to reach Hogwarts. If it is possible, if it would not be too much trouble, could a member of the staff who happens to be in London or passing through kindly guide me into the wondrous world of wizards? Sincerely, Tierra." Tierra folded the letter and entrusted it to the owl. Yet, the owl did not open its beak, but flapped its wings and emitted a sound, staring at Tierra with an oddly human-like expression. "Oh, right, you must be hungry after flying over," Tierra realized as he watched the owl's movements. "Fortunately, I have a delicious treat for you." With that, Tierra dashed downstairs to fetch a plump, slightly injured gray rat he had caught while practicing the levitation charm in the attic. Now that the efficacy of the rise potion was confirmed, he no longer needed the test subject and decided to offer it to the weary messenger as a snack. The rat squealed frantically in Tierra's grasp, but no amount of wriggling could allow it to bite him. Tierra presented the rat to the owl. The owl glanced at the large rodent, and then back at Tierra. It pecked his hand lightly before snatching the letter and flying away without a backward glance. "The owl doesn't like eating rats," Tierra pondered, bewildered as he watched the owl's retreating figure. "Perhaps it prefers them cooked." After bidding farewell to the owl, Tierra reclined back onto her bed, aware that she found herself in the world of Harry Potter. And having discovered an alternative, safer path to magic, she felt less urgency towards the perilous and thorny road of Merlin. With a teacher to guide her, why should she toil alone, risking injury with every misstep? Tierra clasped her hands behind her head and began to let her imagination wander. She pondered whether Hogwarts truly resembled the portrayal in the films, and which house she might be sorted into. If it were Gryffindor, would she encounter the famed Harry Potter? Harry. How curious that the year was 1991, precisely the year Harry Potter was set to commence his studies. If this really was the world of Harry Potter, she was destined to meet him. First year contending for the Philosopher's Stone against Voldemort. Second year battling the Basilisk. Third year, a close call, with the seemingly dangerous Sirius Black turning out to be a good soul. Then in the fourth year, Voldemort's full resurrection. Fifth year saw the return of the Death Eaters. Sixth year, the open eradication of Muggleborns began. Muggleborns. Tierra was certain her parents, whether in this life or a past one, were non-magical. This assured her that she was the epitome of a Muggleborn, pure as can be. The realization struck her, and she swiftly leapt from her bed, taking her place once more at her desk. She had to study. This knowledge was imperative. Tierra picked up her quill again, inscribing and sketching on another blank piece of parchment, continuing to construct the second layer of her spiritual barrier. This was a form of magic devised by Merlin in his later years, designed to thwart the incursions of outer gods. It utilized the momentary enhancement of mental fortitude provided by the Rise potion to imprint the magical configuration into the mental dimension. This mental barrier comprised 7 layers. Tierra had already completed the analysis of the first layer before consuming the Rise potion. The first to third layers gradually deepened the connection between her mental and spiritual dimensions, enhancing her control over her magical power. The fourth to sixth layers amplified her spiritual dimension, thereby increasing her magical capacity. The seventh layer required the assistance of an ancient entity to facilitate a qualitative transformation between her mental and spiritual dimensions. As for the construction of magical models, according to Merlin's notes and the principles outlined in the Book of the Dead's Dark Arts section, the essence of magic is dimensionality. The physical three-dimensionality pertains to spatial orientation, while the magical three-dimensionality encompasses the material, spiritual, and mental dimensions. The material dimension refers to traditional physics: length, width, height, and spatial direction. The spiritual dimension is the source of a wizard's magical power, akin to what Hogwarts refers to as magical talent, as well as the spiritual roots of cultivators. The mental dimension embodies the essence of thought in all sentient beings. Wizards are three-dimensional beings existing concurrently in the material, spiritual, and mental dimensions. These three dimensions, material, spiritual, and mental, are interconnected and mutually influential. Wizards typically require wands and incantations to wield magic. The wand is a product of the fusion between the material and spiritual dimensions, aiding wizards in stabilizing their magic and facilitating the release of spiritual energy. An incantation is a simplified form of a spell model. Every existing form of magic has evolved from ancient ritualistic magic. Ritual magic employs various actions in the material dimension, such as jumping, stacking stones, lighting bonfires, or even blood sacrifices, to construct spell models within the physical realm, thereby invoking the power of the spiritual dimension. These rituals have been progressively simplified over time, leading to the present day where most magic can be wielded merely by reciting an incantation and using a wand to channel the spiritual dimension. Of course, neither incantations nor wands are strictly necessary. As long as a wizard can accurately construct a magical model in the mental dimension, they can cast spells without uttering a word, while other wizards may opt for lengthy, complex ancient languages like Nivern. Merlin chose a simpler method grounded in mathematics. Merlin lived rationally for over 7 centuries on Earth, from the early 11th century to the late 18th century. During this extensive lifespan, he encountered a genius named Newton. From that point onward, Merlin transformed all magical configurations into multivariable calculus. Fortunately, Tierra had been a science student in her previous life and, having studied advanced mathematics for her graduate entrance exam, retained enough knowledge to manage. Moreover, due to the limitations of Merlin's ancient mindset, the magical configurations he provided were fundamentally basic calculus models, augmented with a few simplified ancient incantations, making her current studies relatively manageable. Over the past few years, Tierra had not solely focused on constructing the first layer of her mental barrier. While delving into Merlin's notes, she had also endeavored to create several minor magical spell models, such as the Lumos spell, the Incendio spell, the Reparo spell, and, of course, the levitation charm which she used to guide her magical energy. In the process of developing these minor spells, Tierra deepened her understanding of the entire theory of magical dimensionality. Although she had Merlin's notes, many descriptions left her bewildered due to the constraints of his era. The library, despite its vast collection of books, intimidated her, and she had thus far only ventured to read the Book of the Dead's Dark Arts section and the general treatise on alchemy. According to the descriptions within the Dark Arts section of the Book of the Dead, the dimensionality of a being is not entirely immutable, that two-dimensional beings can evolve into three-dimensional beings, and three-dimensional beings can ascend to four-dimensional beings by achieving coordinates within the divine dimension. Muggles, as described by wizards, are two-dimensional beings existing solely within the material and mental dimensions, lacking the spiritual dimension that serves as the source of magical power and influences both realms. Thus, Muggles cannot wield magic, nor can they perceive magical entities like Dementors that exist exclusively within the spiritual and mental dimensions. However, Dementors, through their mental dimensional properties, can extract the souls of Muggles. For a Muggle to attain magical power is a simple endeavor. They merely need to construct a magical configuration within both the material and mental dimensions, resonate with some mysterious entity in the spiritual dimension, and subsequently connect mentally to gain access to the spiritual dimension. This mysterious entity could be a formidable demon, an ancient deity, a transcendent wizard, or even a mad outer god. Naturally, such mental connections are exceedingly perilous. Powerful demons may seize the opportunity to inhabit one's body. Ancient gods and wizards might turn one into a puppet, and the outer gods. Tierra had already experienced this, as her left pinky finger still felt strangely hollow. She even suspected she might truly be a Muggle, having acquired her spiritual dimension solely through her mental connection with the enigmatic figure behind the 7 chapters of the Xianjun. After all, she had never received an admission letter from any magic academy in her past life, and her memories in this life bore no signs of extraordinary events, such as a surge of magical power. 2 days later, Tierra received a reply, this time from a gray-feathered owl that swooped in, dropped the letter, and flew away. Dear Mr. Wu, we are delighted to have received your reply, and we sincerely welcome you to join us. We believe you will have an unforgettable and joyous 7 years at Hogwarts. Regarding the situation you mentioned, we have made arrangements. Our beloved keeper of keys and grounds, Rubius Hagrid, will arrive at your residence in the Old Town attic on the evening of July 31st or the early morning of August 1st to escort you to the wondrous world of wizards. At that time, you may even be accompanied by a young wizard of your age. Sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry P.S. Mr. Hagrid is a tall gentleman with a kind heart and a furry demeanor. Please do not be afraid, and may you enjoy each other's company. Hagrid, could the young wizard accompanying him be Harry Potter? Indeed, it should be so. On July 31, 1991, as Harry Potter celebrates his 11th birthday, Hagrid will present him with a cake, while also delivering a fitting reprimand to his cousin Dudley, who has incessantly tormented Harry. Subsequently, Hagrid will escort Harry to the Leaky Cauldron in London, entering diagonally through the pub's back wall to procure magical supplies in Diagon Alley. While also retrieving the Philosopher's Stone stored in Gringotts, the Philosopher's Stone reminds Tierra of the incomplete version left by Merlin in the library. She wonders if there might be any significant differences between the two. However, with 2 months remaining, preparations for the upcoming 4th year must be thorough. Although the past 3 years have been relatively safe, nothing is ever guaranteed. The 2nd year poses the greatest threat, namely, the basilisk. The mirror, the rooster, and the sulfuric bomb. If possible, acquiring incendiary bombs, sulfur bombs, and smoke bombs would be even more advantageous. Tierra silently contemplates that Voldemort in the 1st year is manageable, as long as she avoids aimlessly wandering with the main characters. She faces minimal danger. However, the basilisk presents a different scenario. It indiscriminately slaughters Muggleborns. While the original narrative saw no casualties, it does not imply that she would be as fortunate as those characters. Grateful to Merlin, Tierra sincerely expresses her thanks. On the day she received her acceptance letter to Hogwarts, Tierra returned to the library and meticulously transcribed the contents from the Hephaestus tablets collected by Merlin. Given that it was inscribed on clay tablets, the information was limited, detailing only the methods for learning Parseltongue, the cultivation techniques for basilisks, and some rudimentary spells and curses conceived during Hephaestus's experiments. One half of a tablet, due to breakage and severe wear, remained indecipherable to Tierra, and Merlin's notes contained no record of this portion, merely indicating it pertained to some grand magical ritual. Learning Parseltongue necessitates not only a certain level of magical skill and linguistic talent, but also the use of specific potions. The magical expertise and linguistic capability are self-evident, especially after being bestowed with the knowledge blessing of the Great Is. Once exposed to any written text, she can synchronize her reading of the language. The pronunciation of Parseltongue itself is based on a variant of Ancient Greek. After having touched the Hephaestus tablets, Tierra has learned Ancient Greek, albeit not to a proficient level. Nevertheless, it suffices for studying Parseltongue. The remaining requirement is a potion known as Hydravenom. As the name suggests, it is indeed a poison, yet not lethal. It is a byproduct of Hydra's research into blood curses, merely transforming the user into a humanoid beast for 24 hours. However, when taken alongside the bile of a magical creature called the Scorpius, this potion will render the user mute for several months. After that period, through adequate study and practice, they can begin to grasp Parseltongue. Most of the herbal ingredients for Hydravenom can be found in Merlin's garden, as confirmed by her recent exploration of the pyramid. Even the missing desert thornflower, fairy wings, ghost-faced swan pupa, the skin of the African tree snake, and critical components such as the silver shell of the feathered serpent should be available at a typical apothecary. Tierra has already perused Merlin's long dusty, deluxe printed version of magical textbooks, and after reading the Hephaestus tablets, she revisited them, discovering several of these ingredients among the familiar potion recipes, such as the Living Death Potion, Polyjuice Potion, and Animagus Potion, suggesting they are not particularly rare. The sole concern remains the Scorpius bile, which, according to the 1645 edition of the Fantastic Beasts Compendium, has been hunted to near extinction due to its remarkable and potent antidotal properties. It remains uncertain whether any still survive after all these years. It would be ideal to master Parseltongue. If not, Tierra would have to consider the items she previously listed. The sulfuric bomb and the mirror rooster are self-explanatory. Smoke bombs can obscure the basilisk's vision, allowing for an opportunity to escape. Based on the film's portrayal, the basilisk's sense of smell appears rather poor. As long as its line of sight is obstructed, the chances of fleeing increase significantly. Incendiary bombs can generate intense heat almost instantaneously. According to the Hephaestus tablets, the basilisk, aside from fearing attacks, was also afraid of fire during its youth. However, as it matures, its sensitivity to flames diminishes. Tierra speculates this may be due to the thickening of the basilisk scales, which impedes ordinary flames from affecting its nervous system. Nevertheless, incendiary bombs differ. Thermite can reach temperatures of 3,000 degrees Celsius instantaneously, sufficient to melt steel, let alone the flesh of a basilisk. While its magical nature may prevent fatality, it can still hinder the creature, granting Tierra precious moments to escape. Creating thermite incendiary bombs is not overly complicated. Tierra has even experimented with it a few times, not for the purpose of harming others, but to ignite aluminum powder and iron oxide in her laboratory to educate local high school and middle school students about chemistry experiments. Iron oxide, aluminum powder, along with magnesium strips for ignition, can be placed in a glass bottle. However, controlling the ignition timing of the magnesium strips proves challenging, necessitating the combination with a basic sulfur bomb made from a mixture of sulfur, saltpeter, and carbon powder. With a wet towel soaked in a flammable agent serving as the fuse, tie one together, and upon encountering a basilisk, ignite and throw it, producing enough heat to melt metal. Although Tierra has now become a wizard in her own right, especially with the curse worm spell, she possesses a considerable degree of self-defense compared to her peers. Yet, having been a science student in her previous life, she still instinctively resorts to scientific reasoning when confronted with issues. In other words, when facing unknown dangers, Tierra only feels secure when wielding the power of technology. This mindset has been cultivated over decades and cannot be easily overturned by merely grasping a few spells in a short span. 2 months pass swiftly. In anticipation of the thrilling Hogwarts experience that lies ahead, Tierra resigns from her position as a front desk receptionist at a Chinese restaurant. When it comes to explaining her departure to the kind couple who aided her during her most trying times, Tierra finds it difficult to articulate her reasons, so she opts for honesty instead. However, the explanation proves somewhat cumbersome. Even after showing the couple her Hogwarts acceptance letter and demonstrating her abilities with levitation, lumos, and incendio spells, the benevolent Chinese matron and her earnest husband remain apprehensive, insisting on accompanying Tierra to meet Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds. On July 31, Tierra resolutely declines, as Hagrid is a half-giant, towering nearly 3 meters tall and covered in hair like a great brown bear. The couple was nearly frightened into a heart attack when Tierra showcased her levitation and incendio spells. And it was only her curse worm ability that saved them. Should Hagrid, with his childlike demeanor, act out of line, Tierra would have to rescue them once more. Although Tierra has refused the couple's suggestion, she is nonetheless warmed by their concern. She understands their feelings. The unfortunate couple lost their child early on, and over the years, they have come to regard Tierra as their own. Had she not maintained a respectful yet distant demeanor, they might have formally requested to adopt her. However, in Tierra's heart, her parents remain alive in another parallel world that a series of urgent, heavy knocks echoes from the ground floor of the small building. Peering out from the attic window, Tierra spots a furry giant accompanied by a slender young boy. "Hello, is anyone there? I am Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. May I ask if Tierra Wu is at home?" "Please hold on." Tierra calls down from the attic, then swiftly descends the stairs. "Hello, you must be Tierra Wu, am I correct? I am Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and this young wizard here is Harry Potter, your classmate." The furry Hagrid booms, shifting slightly to reveal the boy trailing behind him. "Hello, Hagrid." "Hello, Harry." Tierra stepped forward to embrace Hagrid, and then Harry. Although Hagrid was the keeper of the grounds, he bore no unpleasant odor. Rather, he possessed a delightful scent reminiscent of leather, fresh grass, and gasoline. In contrast, Harry carried the faint aroma of licorice, cake, and a hint of sweat. He seemed somewhat unaccustomed to such embraces, momentarily stiffening at Tierra's touch. Yet he mechanically returned the hug. Sensing Harry's discomfort, Tierra silently released him and scrutinized Harry closely. Harry appeared strikingly similar to Daniel Radcliffe from the films, though he was even thinner and slightly shorter. Clad in a long-sleeved shirt and canvas trousers that were already worn and torn, his hair a chaotic mess resembling weeds, and the glasses perched on his nose were somewhat askew, as if they had frequently endured impacts. "Hello, Tierra. I should have taken you to Diagon Alley to shop, but it's rather late now. Would it be possible for us to stay the night? I don't require a bed, just a sufficiently large space would suffice." "I sincerely apologize for the delay. I had intended to take you to Diagon Alley this afternoon, but Harry's uncle moved to a small island, which proved exceedingly difficult to locate, hence the lateness. Harry explained, no problem at all. Tierra responded cheerfully. Having anticipated this situation that in both the films and the novels, Hagrid invariably whisked Harry away in the dead of night, and Diagon Alley was only accessible during the day. So Hagrid and Harry would undoubtedly find a way to spend the night outside. Ordinarily, they would have passed the night on the Disley sofa or in a room at the Leaky Cauldron. But with Tierra unexpectedly needing to be accommodated, it was highly likely that Hagrid would request lodging. In the minds of most wizards, a muggle home devoid of inhabitants equated to a free inn. After Tierra agreed, Hagrid led Harry into Tierra's quaint little house, where Harry still felt a bit shy, but Hagrid regarded the place as his own home, with a flourish of his pink umbrella. He ignited the fireplace on the ground floor and laid his damp leather coat on the floor before it. I can sleep here. Could you find a bed for Harry? Poor little Harry has been sleeping on a sofa in that dreadful Dursley household for several days now. Of course, Tierra replied, taking Harry's hand. You can sleep with me. My bed is upstairs, and it's quite spacious. But won't that be inconvenient for you? Harry said awkwardly. Having always lived in the shadow of his cousin Dudley and never experiencing such close contact with anyone besides enduring bullying, he had never received any kindness from his peers. This newfound kindness made Harry feel both awkward and warm. My bed is quite large, Tierra continued, exuding warmth. You need not worry about inconveniencing me. I grew up in an orphanage. My parents were murdered by villains, and the children there always bullied me. I am truly delighted to meet a friend like you. We are friends, aren't we? I am too, Harry nearly shouted, the initial awkwardness and unfamiliarity dissipating in an instant. Before this boy, who shared such similar experiences, Harry felt a resonant emotional connection. Had Harry been in Tierra's shoes, he would have understood that this feeling was called empathy and friendship. In unfamiliar environments, individuals tend to gravitate towards those with similar experiences, as shared histories serve to break the ice of initial awkwardness. This empathy and friendship holds little sway in adult social situations, where even in the absence of common ground, awkward small talk can still be mustered. However, this empathy is exceedingly effective among children. This was a small technique Tierra had learned during his time as a trainee teacher, and while caring for relatives' children, shared experiences foster empathy, bridging the gap between adults and children. At present, Harry was a boy in desperate need of affection. Indeed, one might say he was a rather neglected wealthy child, though it might be somewhat embarrassing to admit, Tierra was genuinely short on funds, as he required financial support for future endeavors involving potions and other magical supplies. Merlin above, at this moment, he encountered the lonely, pitiable, and helpless young heir of the Potter family. Ding. Tierra seemed to hear the sound of galleons brushing against one another ringing in his ears. Hey, Tierra, are you asleep? Harry, snuggled under the covers, gently tapped Tierra, who lay beside him. No. What is it, Harry? Tierra replied softly. You keep tossing and turning beside me. How could I possibly sleep? Tierra thought to himself. No, it's nothing. I just can't sleep. I hope I'm not bothering you. No, it's fine, Harry. I can't sleep either. Tierra responded. It's simply unbelievable, like a dream. I never imagined that magic truly existed in this world. Along with a magical school, Harry marveled. Hee, just like a dream. Even after waking up for a long time, it still feels so moving, Tierra teased, but Harry did not comprehend the advanced jest. By the way, Harry, you don't need to whisper so quietly. Hagrid is downstairs, and we are in the attic. You can speak as loudly as you wish. You won't disturb Hagrid, okay? Harry's voice rose considerably. Yet it remained soft, akin to a kitten's mew. Years of living under someone else's roof had ingrained habits that were not easily altered, despite having distanced himself from the cupboard at his aunt and uncle's house. Until he beheld the heaps of galleons and Gringotts, he was still that boy who resided in a cupboard. Before Tierra, who shared similar experiences, Harry quickly opened his heart and poured out everything he had just learned from Hagrid about the magical world and his parents, as well as the tragic life he had endured over the past decade at the Dursleys. Though Tierra had already gleaned this information from the Harry Potter series of books and films, he still feigned interest and engagement. There is quite a bit to purchase from the acceptance letter, Tierra remarked. Yes, Hagrid will take us shopping tomorrow morning. I can hardly wait, Harry exclaimed excitedly. Harry, do you have any money? Money? I don't have any, Harry replied, his face falling instantly. Uncle Vernon would never give me money to attend a magical school. Don't worry, Harry. With that, Tierra leaped from the bed, reaching into the third drawer of his desk in the dark and retrieving an old leather pouch. Placing it before Harry in the moonlight streaming through the skylight. "What is this?" Harry asked, shaking it and hearing the metallic clinks within. "Money," Tierra said, opening the pouch and spilling out a stack of neatly arranged notes sorted by denomination. Alongside several glimmering gold coins, Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never seen so much money in his life, whether in the thick stack of notes or the slightly tarnished yet radiant coins. "Tierra, yes, Harry, this is the money I saved from working after I ran away from the orphanage at 6, Tierra explained. The pouch contained approximately 1,100 pounds, comprised of a thick bundle of notes and denominations of 10, 20, and 50 pounds, amassed from his years working in restaurants and performing magic on the streets. These funds were initially intended for his plane ticket when he turned 12 and was old enough to fly solo. If this world were a parallel universe to the one he had traversed, he still had numerous relatives back home and even a property, even if he returned to live off the generosity of others. It would be preferable to wandering alone in a foreign land. However, a letter of acceptance from Hogwarts had presented him with an alternative choice. "Let us hope this money covers our tuition," Tierra stated. "Wait, Tierra, our tuition?" Harry asked, somewhat astonished. "Yes, Harry, our tuition. If you lack funds, I can help cover your expenses. I have saved a bit from my years of working. It's much better than your situation. If it's insufficient, I'll have to sell these few gold coins," Tierra said, a sorrowful expression crossing his face as he added, "These gold coins are the only relics my parents left me. Oh no, Tierra, I can't accept this money." Harry quickly protested. "No, Harry, we are friends, aren't we?" Tierra asserted. Friends should help each other. However, Tierra thought to herself, "This is simply too much. I cannot repay it. No, you can repay it." Tierra silently reassured herself. "I do not wish for you to repay it," Tierra declared. "Ever since my childhood, I have longed for a true friend, ever since I left the orphanage." With that, Tierra recounted her tragic past once more, embellishing it with dramatic flair. Losing her parents at a tender age, enduring bullying in the orphanage, and ultimately escaping to the streets where she often faced hunger, even competing with stray dogs for scraps, until she encountered a kind-hearted Chinese woman. Of course, much of this narrative was fabricated. When Tierra fled the orphanage at the tender age of 6, her mature mindset allowed her to navigate the small community of street children with ease. The struggles of hunger and scavenging from wild dogs were entirely absent from her reality. In truth, Tierra had already formed a loosely organized group of street children in London, assisting local gangs and nefarious organizations with message delivery and the transport of contraband, occasionally engaging in planned scams or theft. Driven by necessity, during the initial 2 months of joblessness, Tierra was stripped of the scholarly edges of her former self. This moral compromise was the sole hardship of her life as a vagrant. However, this suffering stemmed only from psychological torment and self-reproach rather than material deprivation. Those months of wandering fostered a plethora of dark thoughts within her. Children might wallow in the sorrow of past experiences, but adults must learn to leverage the sympathy of others for personal gain. Although Tierra ultimately refused to accept the pounds and gold coins offered by Harry, her open-hearted assistance was enough to leave him profoundly moved. Reduced to tears in the solitude of his bed, clearly overwhelmed with emotion, this stirred a faint pang of guilt within Tierra. She did not genuinely wish to help Harry, even though he was the protagonist of her beloved series of films and novels in her past life. She could not offer her assistance unreservedly. What Tierra sought was Harry's support, not merely financial, but also his connections and renown. In her previous life, she had learned from fantasy novels that wealth, companions, knowledge, and territory were essential. The same principle applied to learning magic. "Children, rise and shine. We have much to purchase today." Hagrid's boisterous voice echoed through the thick floorboards from the cupboard on the ground floor, reaching Tierra and Harry's ears. Harry, still groggy from sleep, sat up, perhaps due to the excitement of entering the magical world or the joy of having found such a good friend in Tierra, had tossed and turned until 2 or 3 in the morning. Thus, when awakened by Hagrid's penetrating call, he felt a sense of unreality, as if everything that had transpired the previous day had been a dream in which his parents were not the failures he had always perceived, but rather heroes battling against dark forces in the wizarding realm. Their friends had appeared on his 11th birthday, bringing him not only his very first sweet birthday cake, but also leading him away from the Dursleys' home to his first true friend. "God, if this is a dream, please do not let me wake up," Harry silently prayed as he opened his eyes. The morning sunlight streamed through the attic window, illuminating a boy with black hair and eyes, who was seated at the old wooden table scribbling away. Sensing Harry's gaze, Tierra looked up from a pile of mathematical equations. Awake, are we? Tierra flashed a smile at Harry, revealing her sharp little canines, reminiscent of a small fox Harry had seen at the zoo on Dudley's birthday, who had smiled at him with a playful, endearing grin. Hurry, get dressed, and wash up, Tierra urged. Today we are going to Diagon Alley. It was only after Tierra tossed some clothes to Harry that he realized the garments in his hands were not the tattered and dusty ones he had arrived in, but rather a clean set he had never seen before. I woke up early today, with nothing to do, so I decided to wash your clothes, Tierra said cheerfully. Yours aren't dry yet, so we're mine for now. Both Tierra and Harry were 11 years old. But due to her work in the Chinese restaurant, Tierra was well fed, and under the special care of the owner, she even had a slight surplus of nutrition. Consequently, Tierra stood a half-head taller than Harry and was somewhat sturdier. Harry had no trouble donning her clothes that he pressed the clean, fragrant garments to his skin and quickly dressed. Today was a significant day for Harry. Given the choice, he certainly did not wish to enter the magical world clad in a tattered outfit. Dressed and ready, Harry and Tierra were escorted to the Leaky Cauldron by Hagrid. It was a grimy, cramped bar, nestled between a vast bookstore and a record shop, merely 2 streets away from Tierra's attic. Had Hagrid not pointed it out, no one would have noticed such a shabby establishment. In fact, Tierra had passed by its entrance numerous times, as her route from the restaurant to her attic took her down that street. Each time, she only observed the bookstore and record shop, completely overlooking the dilapidated bar between them. It was a place easily missed. Hagrid winked at Tierra, revealing that first-time visitors, both young wizards and muggles, could not see the Leaky Cauldron unless guided by someone. Before Harry and Tierra could exchange words, Hagrid had already ushered them inside. A well-known establishment in both the wizarding world and Tierra's previous life. It was far darker and dirtier than portrayed in the films. Tierra thought even a mediocre restaurant in a third-tier Chinese city would surpass it in cleanliness. Inside the Leaky Cauldron, a few elderly women sat in the corner sipping sherry, one of whom was puffing on a long pipe. A small man wearing a top hat was engaged in conversation with a balding, walnut-like bartender. Upon their entrance, the chattering abruptly ceased. It seemed everyone recognized Hagrid, smiling, waving, and whistling at him. The usual, Hagrid? Inquired a hunchbacked man behind the counter, polishing a glass. Oh no, Tom, I'd love a drink, but I'm on business for Hogwarts, Hagrid replied, clapping the bar owner on the shoulder with his enormous hand, nearly toppling him. You know I never drink while on the job. That's why Dumbledore trusts me, Hagrid proclaimed proudly. My goodness. The bartender shifted his focus to the 2 boys trailing behind Hagrid. Upon noticing Harry's striking green eyes and the lightning-shaped scar hidden beneath his tousled hair, he let out a screech akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Oh, Merlin above. Could this be? The Leaky Cauldron fell into a hush. Oh dear, the bartender, realizing his faux pas, quickly whispered, Harry Potter? Oh, Merlin's beard. It is such an honor. He rushed out from behind the bar, grasping Harry's hand with tears in his eyes. Welcome back, Mr. Potter, welcome back. Harry was at a loss for words, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. The elderly woman with the long pipe continued to puff away, seemingly oblivious to the fact that her pipe had gone out. Hagrid began to chuckle heartily, and the sounds of chairs toppling over filled the air as wizards of all ages, men, women, and an array of peculiar folk, surrounded Harry. Had Tierra not been tugging at Hagrid's coat sleeve, he would have likely been swept away by the crowd. Harry had never witnessed such a scene before, and as he regained his senses, he found himself shaking hands with patrons of the Leaky Cauldron one by one. I am cordially, Mr. Potter. It is unbelievable to finally meet you. What an honor, Mr. Potter, what an honor. I have longed to shake your hand. My heart is racing. So pleased to meet you, Mr. Potter. Words cannot express my joy. I am Digger. I have encountered you before, when Diggory was overly excited and his hat fell off, Harry exclaimed, and on another occasion in a shop. You bowed to me. He actually remembers. Diggory shouted to everyone present. Did you hear that? He, Harry Potter, remembers me. Thus, Harry shook hands repeatedly, cordially. The first wizard to shake hands with Harry continually rushed over to request another handshake. A pale young man approached, appearing extremely tense, one of his eyes twitching. Professor Quirrell. Hagrid nodded slightly, as if in greeting. Harry, Tierra. Allow me to introduce you to Professor Quirrell. Your instructor. P.P. Potter, Professor Quirrell stammered, grasping Harry's hand. It is a pleasure beyond words to meet you. Tierra, standing beside Hagrid, noticed that Professor Quirrell was wearing a pair of black gloves while shaking Harry's hand. At that moment, a strange thought flickered through Tiara's mind. If Professor Quirrell were to remove his gloves and shake hands with Harry now, would the first book of Harry Potter conclude prematurely? What type of magic do you teach, Professor Quirrell? BBB Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Quirrell replied ambiguously, as though he deemed it better not to elaborate. You won't need to learn that, will you, Mr. Potter? Quirrell suddenly erupted into a nervous, maniacal laugh. You're about to go by what you need, right? Conveniently. I also need to purchase a book about VV vampires. However, the others would not allow Professor Quirrell to converse endlessly with Harry. It took Harry approximately 10 minutes to extricate himself from their clutches. Amidst the incessant chatter, Hagrid raised his voice to call out to Harry, "It's time to go. We have much to buy. Come on, Harry, don't keep Tiara waiting." After Cordelie shook Harry's hand one last time, Hagrid led him through the bar, arriving at a small courtyard enclosed by walls. Here, there was nothing but a trash bin and some weeds. I apologize, Harry. Tiara, I intended to bring you to the Leaky Cauldron for breakfast. Their mashed potato sandwiches are simply exquisite. Even Hogwarts house elves cannot compare. Hagrid grinned at Harry and Tiara, but now we must settle for a quick bite in Diagon Alley. The delicious roasted sausages haven't sold out yet. As Hagrid spoke, he pulled out a pink umbrella. Hagrid counted the bricks beside the trash bin, whispering, "Remember, Harry, Tiara, if you wish to enter Diagon Alley in the future, take your wands, count up 3 bricks, then 2 across. All right, step back, Harry and Tiara. When did you move to the back?" Hagrid gently tapped the wall 3 times with the umbrella's head. The brick he tapped began to tremble and shift, revealing a small hole that widened, until before them appeared a broad archway wide enough for Hagrid to pass through, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch endlessly. "Welcome," Hagrid said. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." With that, Hagrid proceeded down the archway. And as Tiara and Harry followed, the wall behind them returned to its solid state. Harry was astonished by the wall's magical transformation, while Tiara stood there, entranced, although she had encountered this place countless times in movies, books, dreams, and imagination. Being in Diagon Alley in reality stripped her of all composure. The dazzling sunlight illuminated a stack of pots outside the nearest shop. Above the pots hung a sign depicting a brass, tin-plated and silver-plated cauldron, complete with models that stirred automatically and could be folded. A plump woman stood outside a potion shop, shaking her head in anger, saying, "Dragon liver, 17 sickles an ounce. They've gone mad. Absolutely mad." Merlin's beard. Those scoundrels in the apothecary must have been driven insane by their own potions. A low, soft whimper emanated from a dark shop, with a sign out front reading, "Elop's Owl Emporium, Grey Owls, Screech Owls, Barn Owls, Tawny Owls, Snowy Owls." Several boys around Harry and Tiara's age pressed their noses against the window, gazing at broomsticks displayed inside. "Look," Harry heard one boy exclaim, "that's the new model, the Nimbus 2000. The fastest yet." At another corner of the street stood a shop selling robes, its sign featuring a golden pair of scissors cutting through a shimmering pink fabric, with Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions written in gold. There were shops selling telescopes and all sorts of peculiar silverware Harry had never seen before. Another window was filled with baskets of bat spleens and eel eyeballs, piled high with spell books, quills, rolls of parchment, potion bottles, and globes. "Come on, lads, you'll have plenty of time to look later. We must make haste. You have a great deal to purchase," Hagrid said proudly, patting Harry and Tiara on the shoulders. "But Hagrid, I have no money to at the mention of shopping." Harry was abruptly reminded of his lack of funds, jolting him back to reality. Aunt Petunia had said she wouldn't spend a penny on his education. "Ha ha ha, Harry, you don't honestly think your parents left you nothing, do you?" Hagrid chuckled. "But you said they didn't even leave a house. Wizards don't keep money at home." "We have a special bank." Hagrid interrupted Harry. "This is our first stop, Gringotts. That we need to retrieve the money your parents left for you, along with a student loan for those in need. A student loan?" Tiara could hardly fathom that there was something for her here as well. Indeed, the goblins of Gringotts may be greedy, but fortunately, they have not lost their reason and understand their responsibilities as part of the wizarding community. Hagrid's tone turned acerbic at the mention of goblins, as if this half-giant harbored a deep disdain for the money-hungry creatures of Gringotts. Approved by Hogwarts, loans issued by Gringotts provide 100 galleons annually for students unable to pay tuition. Interest-free, but they require those who accept their assistance to repay the loan within 5 years or work for them for 5 years. After a moment's thought, Hagrid added. In addition, they offer currency exchange services for Muggle-born children, where 5 Muggle pounds can be exchanged for 1 galleon, up to a maximum of 100 galleons. Tiara, if you have any Muggle currency, I suggest you exchange a bit for extra galleons. The Honeyduck's licorice wands on the Hogwarts Express are quite good. You should buy some to try. Suddenly, Hagrid halted in front of a peculiar candy shop, staring at the fire-roasted sausages at the entrance like a child. "Oh, Merlin's beard," Hagrid exclaimed. "This is fantastic. The fire-roasted sausages haven't sold out yet. Harry, Tiara, you must try some." With that, Hagrid hurried into the candy shop, and when he returned, he held 3 sausages and a bag of dark candies. As Hagrid handed the sausages to Harry and Tiara, they seemed to see the pile of dark candies writhing inside the transparent plastic bag. "Oh, this." Hagrid noticed Harry appeared startled and chuckled, explaining, "These are lemon cockroach balls. The favorite treat of Professor Dumbledore. He only loves the lemon cockroach balls from this shop, and always has me bring him back a bag whenever I come to Diagon Alley. Don't be fooled by their appearance. They're made entirely from lemon juice, honey syrup, and licorice. Would you like to try one? I doubt Professor Dumbledore would mind if a few of his snacks went missing." Harry quickly shook his head. Tiara, initially inclined to decline, ultimately made the opposite choice. Point 1. "Thank you." Tiara carefully took the dark cockroach ball from Hagrid's thick fingers, unwrapping the outer paper cautiously and placing the pale yellow candy, resembling a juvenile cockroach, into her mouth. Tiara could distinctly feel the once lively cockroach ball becoming quiet the moment it touched her tongue, transforming into a sweet, slightly tangy flavor that flowed down her throat. "Delicious." Tiara smiled softly. Despite her words, Harry remained devoid of any inclination to attempt. He merely munched quietly on a dragon sausage, his gaze wandering hungrily over the myriad of enchanting wares in Diagon Alley. "Wishing for 8 pairs of eyes. We have arrived," Hagrid announced. They stood before a towering white edifice, elevated above the surrounding shops. The building boasted a gleaming bronze door, beside which stood a figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform. Indeed, that was a goblin. As they approached the figure along the white stone steps, Hagrid calmly whispered, "This goblin is about a head shorter than Harry, possessing a dark, intelligent visage and pointed beard." Harry noted the remarkable length of his hands and feet. Upon entering, the goblin bowed in greeting. Before them appeared a second door, silver in hue, inscribed with the following words, "Enter, stranger, but beware of the fate that greed may bring. To take without effort will invite the harshest of penalties. Thus, if you seek to pilfer wealth that never belonged to you, thief, heed this warning. What you summon may not be fortune, but retribution. I would say, if you intend to rob a bank, you must be mad." Hagrid remarked. Yet, Harry had indeed attempted a heist in his 7th year. Tierra thought quietly to herself. The 2 goblins bowed once more, leading them into a grand marble hall. Approximately 100 goblins sat upon high stools behind a long counter, some weighing coins on brass scales, others inspecting gems through magnifying glasses, while hastily recording entries in large ledgers. The hall was filled with countless doors leading to various destinations, with many goblins directing visitors through these portals. Hagrid and Harry made their way to the counter. "Good morning," Hagrid greeted a lounging goblin. "We wish to withdraw some funds from Harry Potter's vault, as well as Tierra Wu's student loan. Your key and proof from Hogwarts." The goblin replied with a hint of arrogance. Yes, I remember bringing them. Where did I put them?" Hagrid rummaged through the deep pocket of his leather coat, extracting everything within and inadvertently scattering a handful of moldy dog biscuits across the goblin's ledger. The goblin wrinkled his nose. Harry observed the goblin on the right weighing a pile of rubies the size of glowing coals. "Aha! Found it!" Hagrid exclaimed, finally producing a small key and a slip of parchment to hand over to the goblin. "Should be no problem." The goblin meticulously read the letter, then scrutinized the key. "I also have a letter from Professor Dumbledore," Hagrid stated gravely after gathering the scattered items back into his coat. He produced another letter from the pocket of his leather jacket, saying, "It concerns the matter of Vault 713. Although Hagrid spoke in hushed tones, Tierra keenly caught the words and discreetly squeezed the object in her coat pocket. The goblin examined the letter carefully. "Very well," he said, returning the letter to Hagrid, then counting out 100 galleons, placing the heavy sum into a deep brown leather bag before writing a line with a quill on the letter Hagrid had first presented. He then handed the bag of 100 galleons and the letter to Tierra. Upon receiving the bag and letter, Tierra noticed the 7 columns of Hogwarts review comments regarding her student loan on the parchment. The column representing her first year had just been crossed out by the same goblin, replaced with 100 galleons. You may return to claim student loans 6 more times, the goblin informed her. If you possess Muggle currency, we can also exchange it for galleons, but you may only exchange 100 galleons each year. Well then, dear goblin, please assist me in exchanging 100 galleons, Tierra replied, extracting 500 pounds from her leather bag. There is a 1% service fee, the goblin's sharp voice stated. Reluctantly, Tierra produced another 5-pound note for the goblin. Only after accepting the 5 pounds did the goblin hand her 100 galleons. Well then, your business here is concluded that I will find someone to escort you to these 2 underground vaults. Ragnock was another goblin. Hagrid, Harry, and Tierra followed Ragnock as he led them through one of the doors. Exiting the grand hall. What is that child doing here? Ragnock glared at Tierra with piercing eyes. You may wait here. I wish to accompany you to witness the vaults of the Wizarding Bank. May I? Tierra stammered, clearly startled by Ragnock. She was aware that once Harry spoke, the goblin's opposition would be futile, but he is with us. Do you have any objections, Ragnock? Hagrid interjected, positioning himself protectively between Ragnock and Tierra. Adding with sarcasm, this is a Hogwarts student. You wouldn't be frightened by such a student attempting to rob your bank, would you? Harry nodded in agreement, seeing that both Hagrid and Harry were insistent. Ragnock remained silent and continued to lead the trio deeper into Gringotts. Ragnock and Tierra were strangers, and there was no personal vendetta. The goblin's instinctive disdain was simply directed at anyone seeking to snatch coins from their grasp. It was their nature, akin to that of greedy spiders. What exactly is that thing in Vault 713? Harry inquired. I cannot divulge that information, Hagrid replied enigmatically. It is classified. It pertains to Hogwarts. Dumbledore entrusted me with this. It is my duty, and I cannot disclose it to you. Ragnock opened the door for them. Harry expected to find more marble, but was taken aback. Before him lay a narrow stone corridor, illuminated by burning torches. The corridor sloped steeply downward, revealing a small railway below. Ragnock whistled, and a small cart hurtled toward them along the tracks. They climbed aboard, though Hagrid struggled considerably to fit his significantly larger frame into the cramped minecart. And then they were off. Initially, they sped through a labyrinthine passageway. Harry attempted to memorize the route. Left turn, right turn, right turn, left turn, a fork in the middle, then right turn, left turn. He could scarcely keep track. The clattering cart seemed almost sentient, navigating the path without Ragnock's guidance. The frigid air whipped past, causing even Harry, with his glasses, to feel a sting. For Tierra, it was even worse, as she tightly clung to Hagrid's sturdy arm. As if riding a roller coaster in a previous life, with this time's safety measures decidedly lacking. After a series of twists and turns, they finally came to a halt, just as the minecart came to a stop. Tierra nearly lost her stomach but managed to suppress the urge, her face paling as she followed Ragnock to an iron door. Ragnock unlocked the door, and a thick cloud of green smoke billowed forth. Once the smoke dissipated, Harry gasped. Inside lay heaps of gold coins, silver bars, and mountains of bronze nuts. All of this is yours, Hagrid exclaimed with a smile. All of it belongs to Harry. Truly enviable, Tierra remarked, her eyes wide with awe. Harry felt the same. Hagrid and Tierra assisted Harry in filling bags with galleons. Harry even contemplated gifting some to Tierra on the spot, but she promptly declined. Now, let us proceed to Vault 713. But could you possibly slow the cart down a bit? Hagrid requested of Ragnock. They helped Harry load 3 large bags of galleons, sickles, and nuts, more than enough for 3 terms. The cart only goes 1 speed. Ragnock replied. As they descended deeper, the pace quickened, and the chilling air became even more biting, the wind lashing against Tierra's face like a knife. The minecart clattered as they approached a ravine. Harry leaned out to glimpse what lay within the dark chasm, but Hagrid snorted and seized Harry by the collar, pulling him back. Soon, they arrived at the platform for Vault 713. There was no keyhole on the door to Vault 713. Step back. With solemnity, La Huang proclaimed, yet even before he spoke, Tierra, Harry, and Hagrid had already taken a step back. La Huang extended a long finger and gently tapped on the door, which gradually began to vanish, as if an eraser were gliding over a sketch. Were it anyone else but the goblins of Gringotts, they would be drawn into the door, ensnared and unable to escape. La Huang inquired, how often do you conduct inspections? Perhaps once every decade, he replied with a mischievous grin. Within this highly secure underground vault, it was undoubtedly a repository for extraordinary items. The door slowly creaked open. Tierra glimpsed a small, dirty package wrapped in brown paper lying on the ground. The Philosopher's Stone. Taila felt as if time had momentarily halted, his gaze fixated on the brown parcel until Hagrid picked it up and tucked it away in the pocket of his leather coat, close to his heart. Only then did Taila divert his attention. Let us go back to that wretched vehicle. Please refrain from speaking to me on the way back. It's best if I keep my mouth shut, Hagrid stated. After another wild ride in the cart, they finally stood on the sun-drenched street outside Gringotts. Harry, burdened with a bag full of money, felt utterly bewildered. Let us first get you fitted for your uniform, Hagrid said, gesturing towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Harry, Taila, I think I'll pop into the Leaky Cauldron for a refreshing drink. I trust you won't mind. That cart ride was simply dreadful, leaving me quite dizzy. Hagrid's face indeed appeared rather pale, prompting Harry and Taila to enter Madame Malkin's robe shop together. With Taila's company, Harry found himself feeling less anxious. The short and stout Madame Malkin measured Harry. He felt less stiff. Soon, it was Taila's turn for measurement. Just as they finished, Hagrid returned, cradling 2 paper bowls filled with chocolate, raspberry, and crushed nut ice cream balls. Let us eat on the go, Hagrid said cheerily, leading Taila and Harry to purchase quills and ink, then to a bookstore named Flourish and Blots for their textbooks, and finally to the cauldron shop for a tin cauldron, a high-quality scale, and a collapsible brass telescope. They visited an apothecary that emitted a pungent odor reminiscent of rotten eggs and decaying cabbage. Yet the shop was fascinating, with barrels of sticky substances lining the floor, jars of herbs, hay roots, and vividly colored powders adorning the walls, while bundles of feathers, strings of fangs, and claws from various creatures hung from the ceiling. As Hagrid purchased a standard dosage of various powders from the clerk behind the counter, Harry examined a horn made from a unicorn horn, each priced at 21 galleons, alongside a scoop of beetle eyes for 5 nuts. Taila was pleasantly surprised to find scorpion venom and silver scales of a feathered serpent in the apothecary, as well as desert thorn flowers, fairy wings, swan pupa, and strips of African tree snake skin. However, both the African tree snake skin and the swan pupa were regulated substances requiring registration with a wand. The scorpion venom and silver scales were still quite costly, approximately 2 galleons per ounce. Taila estimated that concocting a potion of Hydra would require around 5 to 6 ounces. Factoring in a 3-fold increase for failure probability brought the total to about 72 galleons, which would deplete over half of the galleons he had exchanged from pounds. To avoid raising suspicion, Taila refrained from purchasing any ingredients beyond those required in his acceptance letter. After all, the Leaky Cauldron was just 2 streets away, and he thought he could return any time. As they exited the apothecary, Taila suddenly crouched down, clutching his abdomen, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Taila, what's wrong? Harry exclaimed, taken aback. Even Hagrid seemed momentarily at a loss. I have a stomach ache, Taila gritted through his teeth. Perhaps it's from that cart ride. It's an old ailment of mine. If I engage in vigorous activity after eating, I end up with stomach pain. Taila's complexion had turned alarmingly pale, as if someone had dealt him a punch to the gut. Hagrid, I'm terribly sorry, but could you hold me? Just for a moment. I'll be fine soon. Oh, Merlin above. Come here, you poor thing, Hagrid said, cradling Taila in his arms as if he were a small cat, gently patting his back. Harry, how about this? Do you see that sign at the corner? That's Ollivander's wand shop. You go there to select your wand, and I'll take Taila to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. It's quite close, just at the Leaky Cauldron in London. We'll be back shortly. If you finish selecting your wand first, wait for us in the lobby of the Leaky Cauldron. I'll have a word with Tom. I'm sure he'd be delighted to offer you a few cups of pumpkin juice. All right, Hagrid, but Taila, he won't be in any danger, will he? Harry asked anxiously. No, he'll be fine. Harry, Taila won't come to any harm. The doctors at St. Mungo's are the best in all of Britain. And Taila will surely be all right. It's nothing serious. Look at me, towering over everyone. And I felt unwell after that Gringotts cart ride too. Taila is likely experiencing the same. I mean, a few potions from St. Mungo's will surely remedy it, Hagrid reassured himself. After scooping Taila up, he stumbled towards the Leaky Cauldron. Along the way, Hagrid's massive frame collided with numerous pedestrians and wizards, but he paid little mind, for he could feel Taila's limbs growing increasingly cold, akin to the snowflakes of Christmas. When Taila seemed to seek warmth by slipping his hands into Hagrid's coat, Hagrid instinctively wrapped the coat around him, tightly enveloping Taila's cold hands and feet. After explaining the situation to Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, Hagrid burst through the door with Tierra cradled in his arms like a bear. Witnessing Hagrid's distress stirred a pang of guilt within Tierra, who lay in Hagrid's embrace. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries was established in London by Mungo Bonham in the late 16th or early 17th century. It stands as perhaps the only major comprehensive magical hospital in the wizarding world, marked by the emblem of a bone crossed with a wand. The entrance to the hospital is not exposed to public view. Hidden behind the red brick wall of an old department store, much like Platform 9, Hagrid approached an ugly doll in the window and explained his purpose. The grotesque doll waved its hand, and Hagrid stepped forward, passing through the glass window into a vast hall. "Hello, how may I assist you?" greeted a plump blonde witch at the reception desk. "Oh, my poor little darling. What has happened to you?" The blonde witch quickly noticed Tierra curled up in Hagrid's arms. She reached out to touch Tierra's forehead, which felt alarmingly hot, and squeezed his wrist. "I'm not quite sure what occurred. I took him shopping," and suddenly Tierra clutched his stomach, then was seized by excruciating pain. Hagrid stammered, "Oh, right. We rode the Gringotts cart and ate some cockroach clusters and dragon sausages. Quickly, take him to Dr. Muggle's office on the 3rd floor," the plump witch instructed after casting a spell to interrupt Hagrid. "It's the plague, doe. Merlin's beard," Hagrid exclaimed as he strode forward. "Poor child, how could you have contracted the plague?" Hagrid's long strides quickly carried him up the stairs to the 3rd floor, arriving at Dr. Muggle's office door. Dr. Muggle was a middle-aged man with graying hair. The receptionist had evidently used some means to inform him. For as soon as Hagrid entered cradling Tierra, Dr. Muggle immediately retrieved 2 potion vials from a high shelf. "Fortunately, we frequently treat wizards bitten by rats. Give him 1 vial to drink and 1 for yourself." Dr. Muggle instructed. "After he awakens, let him wait in the corridor for half an hour. If all is well, you may leave. Shall I charge this to Hogwarts?" "Thank you, Doctor." Hagrid tucked his bottle into his pocket, assisted Tierra to his feet, and opened a vial filled with a pale red potion. With a soft splash, the slightly sweet elixir was poured into Tierra's mouth. Although Tierra was gravely ill, the effects of the Halley's potion had enhanced his mental faculties, allowing him to remain quite lucid. Thus the crimson liquid was easily consumed. Observing Tierra's complexion brighten considerably after taking the potion, Hagrid let out a gentle sigh of relief and carefully placed Tierra on the soft, comfortable couch outside the examination room, draping his leather coat over him. Noticing Tierra's improved condition, Hagrid seated himself on a nearby sofa and opened the vial of potion given to him by Dr. Meligeo. Tierra, still in slumber, let out a soft murmur and shifted slightly, tugging at Hagrid's coat. A dirty paper bag tumbled from Hagrid's coat pocket, rolling a few times on the ground. "Merlin's beard," Hagrid exclaimed, startled, swiftly snatching the filthy parcel up in his large hand. Casting a cautious glance around, he noted that no one seemed to be paying attention, and after a quiet sigh of relief, he tucked the brown paper bag into the pocket of his shirt. Tierra's recovery was swifter than anticipated. Within 10 minutes, his fever subsided, and his complexion returned to normal. However, Hagrid did not rush to leave. Instead, he adhered to the doctor's advice and waited a full half-hour, allowing Dr. Meligeo to conduct another examination to confirm Tierra's stability before they exited St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. "I am terribly sorry, Hagrid," Tierra said, filled with remorse upon waking, as if he had committed some heinous act. "I truly am very sorry. No need for apologies, young Tierra," Hagrid chuckled warmly. "You are a student of Hogwarts, and ensuring the safety of every student is my duty as the keeper of keys and grounds." Hagrid puffed out his chest, proud of his role. "Just a matter of a drink or 2, he added, hoping our little Harry hasn't been kept waiting too long. With that, Hagrid quickened his pace, prompting Tierra to half-walk, half-run to keep up with him. Thus, as Hagrid strode ahead, he failed to notice that while they crossed a square teeming with white doves, Tierra casually tossed a black worm, as thin as a strand of yarn, to the ground where a pigeon was foraging. The dove perceived it as a mere offering, yet upon consuming the black worm, it suddenly convulsed, its body quickly stiffening as it succumbed to death. Harry sat amidst a group of adults, glancing anxiously towards the entrance of the leaky cauldron. After purchasing his wand at Ollivanders, Harry had meandered through Diagon Alley for a while longer, buying a few sweets that appeared less peculiar at the candy shop before returning to the leaky cauldron as instructed by Hagrid. As Harry had anticipated, the moment he stepped into the bar, all eyes were drawn to him. Had it not been for Hagrid's prior warning to the bar owner, Tom, Harry would have likely found himself besieged by well-wishers once again. Even so, several wizards clustered around Harry, their gazes fixed upon him. making him feel as though he were a delectable morsel on display. Among them, Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts, stood out the most, giving Harry the peculiar impression that he might be devoured at any moment. Yet, whenever Harry met his gaze, Quirrell merely offered a timid smile, tinged with an air of benevolence. "Oh my goodness, Hagrid," Tila exclaimed, peering intently at the entrance of the leaky cauldron, the instant he spotted Hagrid's towering silhouette. He leapt from the high stool at the bar, dashing towards Hagrid. "I'm fine now," Tila said apologetically. "Sorry for making you wait so long and for all the running back and forth." "Oh, Tila, I told you. There's no need for apologies," Hagrid replied. "But what happened? How did you contract the plague?" "I suppose it was from being bitten by a rat while I was taking out the trash the other day." Tila explained. "I didn't think much of it at the time. I never imagined I would catch the plague. A child from humble beginnings, uneducated, could understandably be unaware of the risks," Tila thought to himself. "Well then," Hagrid rubbed his hands together, chuckling heartily, "this afternoon, you'll first visit Ollivander's wand shop, and once you've chosen your wand, we'll head over to Elop's Owl Emporium to get you 2 little ones an owl. You see, owls adore feasting on rats." However, Hagrid then pulled out his pocket watch and checked the time. "We should eat first. You both must be hungry after not having much breakfast." Harry and Tila patted their flat bellies. "We'll have a roast chicken, a pot of green peas, and some roasted lamb." Hagrid pointed at the menu with his robust fingers. "Then I'll have a butterbeer, and for these 2 young gentlemen, 2 pumpkin juices. Oh yes, and don't forget your tuna mashed potatoes and a seaweed soup. Also, a pumpkin pasty and some lemon-fried cod. In the blink of an eye, Hagrid had ordered 5 or 6 dishes, all at his own expense. Hagrid's half-giant stature made it seem perfectly reasonable for him to order such a quantity. However, when the server brought out the food, Tila and Harry realized their assumptions were gravely mistaken. Perhaps due to the abundance of food in the magical world, the lamb was served in a gigantic iron pot measuring 30 by 30, with 10 beef ribs, each as thick as Harry's arm, the roast chicken larger than a turkey, and the fried pig's trotter as large as Hagrid's head, while the tuna mashed potatoes piled high in the center of the table like a small mountain. Even with Hagrid's colossal frame, Harry and Tila doubted he could finish it all. Yet, they clearly underestimated him. As Harry and Tila neared the end of their meal, Hagrid began to gnaw on the pig's trotter and roast chicken with both hands. It was evident that Hagrid had dined in the leaky cauldron in such a manner numerous times before, as the passing wizards, the server, and the bar owner appeared entirely unfazed by the spectacle. "Come on, Harry, Tila. I apologize for keeping you waiting," Hagrid said, tossing a 5-galleon note onto the table. Compared to the Muggle world, food in the magical realm was far more accessible, resulting in relatively lower prices. "Let us go. I want to buy you both a birthday gift." Tila, your birthday was over a month ago, but it's never too late to celebrate." With that, Hagrid eagerly led Tila and Harry into the dimly lit Elop's Owl Emporium. "Owls, toads, bats, and lizards. Take your pick of pets. I'm well acquainted with the owner. He can give me the best prices." Hagrid puffed out his chest with pride. "Hagrid, you've arrived." The owner of Elop's, a gentle yet boisterous woman, spotted Hagrid through the flapping wings and gem-like, glimmering eyes of the owls. Her gaze then shifted to Harry, who trailed behind Hagrid. "I heard that old drunkard, Aberforth, say you were bringing Harry Potter here to purchase his school supplies. And I can only assume this is the young man." The owner of Elop's was a kind-hearted woman with a robust voice, who half ran, half walked past Hagrid to shake Harry's hand vigorously. "This young gentleman here is Tila Wu." Tila introduced himself. "Welcome." The owner also shook Tila's hand firmly, leaving a white mark on his palm after releasing it. Tila discreetly rubbed his sore right hand. Having felt the strength of the woman's grip, he noticed Harry doing the same. "You must be a Muggle-born wizard, am I right?" the owner said with a cheerful smile. "For otherwise, your parents would surely be standing behind you." Rather than allowing Hagrid, that animal-loving madman, to escort you 2 young children to select pets come now, Hagrid grumbled impatiently. "Haha. All right, Hagrid, I know you wouldn't cause a ruckus in front of young Harry." With that, the owner erupted into a fit of laughter. "You 2 little ones can choose any pet you like. Consider it a gift from me to celebrate our dear little Harry finally stepping into the magical world. Go on, don't be shy." Hagrid's large hand gently propelled Tierra and Harry forward, thrusting them into the Owl Emporium, a chaotic haven filled with bird droppings, dust, and the cacophony of avian calls. Among the owls was Clark, a genuine barn owl, and Hedwig, a purebred snowy owl whose lineage traced back to Leningrad, Soviet Union. Though sadly her parents had passed away the previous year, As they strolled through the shop, Tierra and Harry listened to Mrs. Delia regale them with detailed accounts of the owls in her care. After introducing the owls, Mrs. Delia ushered Harry and Tierra through 3 additional inconspicuous doors, each leading to a room enhanced by the concealment charm. The first chamber was a rainforest habitat suitable for toads, pythons, lizards, chameleons, toucans, and whip spiders. Tierra appeared utterly delighted, while Harry felt somewhat uneasy under the curious gazes of the creatures peering from behind broad leaves. Reminiscent of the snake he had inadvertently released during Dudley's birthday. Did that snake, too, endure such scrutinizing stares at the zoo? The second room, a cave meant for bats and mice, was shrouded in near darkness, prompting Harry to select a pet from the owl room instead. Just like in the original story, he chose the pure white Hedwig. Tierra followed Mrs. Delia into the second room, while a fearful Harry and the towering Hagrid remained outside. You seem quite interested in the breeding of magical creatures, Mrs. Delia remarked, observing Tierra crouched on the floor, conducting simple reaction tests with a mouse. Thankfully, due to the lingering shadows of the pandemic, Tierra refrained from touching the bats. After a brief dalliance with the mouse, she accompanied Mrs. Delia into the final chamber. "This one will do," she said, pointing to a raven perched on a wooden stand among common creatures like chickens, geese, and ducks. "Excellent choice," Mrs. Delia praised, emitting a sharp call that caught the attention of all the ravens. But only the one Tierra had selected took flight, landing gracefully on Mrs. Delia's arm. Subsequently, she spoke to the raven in that same piercing tone, and it fluttered to perch atop Tierra's head. "It's yours now. Give it a name." Mrs. Delia smiled. "Raven," Tierra exclaimed. "Let us call him Raven, a raven named Raven." "Very clever, young one," Mrs. Delia chuckled. "Ravens do not require cages. They are far more attached to humans than owls and, I dare say, more intelligent." "Thank you, Mrs. Delia," Tierra replied, raising her arm as Raven smartly settled upon it. The raven, still in its juvenile stage, measured only 20 centimeters, adorned with a hint of brown fluff, resembling an ordinary crow. Thus, lifting Raven was not overly taxing for Tierra. "Welcome back, Mr. Hagrid, Mr. Harry, and a young wizard I do not yet know." Ollivander's head poked out from a narrow passage between shelves. After exiting the Owl Emporium, Hagrid, Harry, and Tierra made their way directly to Ollivander's wand shop. Though Harry had already acquired his wand, he was eager to witness the enchanting process once more, curious to see which wand Tierra would choose. He silently hoped it would feature a phoenix feather core, as he found the idea of a wand with a core belonging to the Dark Lord quite unsettling. "But Mr. Wu, please step forward," Ollivander instructed, retrieving a tape measure inscribed with silver markings from his pocket. "That I prefer to use my right hand," Tierra replied obediently. "Raise your arm." "Yes, good," Ollivander said as he unfurled the tape, measuring from shoulder to fingertip, from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally, the circumference of her head. As he measured, he recited his familiar refrain. "Every Ollivander wand possesses extraordinary magical material, which is its essence. Mr. Wu, we craft our wands from unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Each wand is unique, for no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are identical. Of course, should you wield a wand that rightfully belongs to another wizard, you shall not achieve optimal results." When measuring the distance between her nostrils, Tierra noticed the tape measure operating autonomously. Ollivander had already turned away, busy selecting various long boxes from the shelves. To be frank, Tierra found the significance of this measurement perplexing. According to the alchemical section of the Book of the Dead, a wizard was inherently a three-dimensional magical being, and the best wand was the wizard's own body. If one were to have a wand, it merely needed to be derived from a living three-dimensional magical creature. Thus, a wizard's arm bone, a basilisk's horn, or a phoenix's feather would suffice. Nonetheless, she dared not voice her thoughts or inquiries. "Very well," Ollivander declared, retracting the tape and tucking it into his pocket. "Now, Mr. Wu, try this one." Walnut. Dragon heartstring, 12 inches long. It is a sensitive and suspicious wand, but undeniably powerful. "Give it a wave." As Tierra grasped the wand, a wave of exhilaration coursed through her, akin to the relief of releasing a long-held urge. The magic within her surged forth, and with a swift motion, she sent a towering pillar of fire shooting from the tip of the wand. It was poised to strike the wand rack across the room when Ollivander, quick as lightning, drew his wand and with a gentle flick, extinguished the flames, transforming them into a flurry of red sparkles. "Quite impressive," Ollivander remarked, though he appeared slightly perplexed as he took the wand from Tierra's grasp, scrutinizing her intently before returning it to its box. Leaving it open on the counter, he then retrieved another wand and handed it to Tierra. With a delicate flick, Tierra cast the Lumos charm, summoning a blinding, pure white orb of light at the tip of her wand. Alarmed, she hastily retracted her magic. Remarkable, absolutely remarkable. Ollivander leaned in closer, nearly touching Tierra's face, his murky eyes scrutinizing her as if he wished to see through her very being. I have never encountered a young wizard with such innate magical prowess. After allowing Tierra to test 5 more wands, each responding as effortlessly as the last, Ollivander observed her in silence. Harry and Hagrid exchanged glances, uncertain of what had transpired, while Tierra felt an unsettling scrutiny from Ollivander. Finally, he spoke. Every wand chooses its wizard, Mr. Wu. Each selection is unique. The first wand I offered you, Walnut and Dragon Heartstring, 12 inches long, is more inclined towards an ordinary yet ambitious wizard. It is a quintessential warrior's wand, and I believed it would suit you well. However, when you cast magic with it, I did not hear its voice. When it returned to my hand, its response was rather ambiguous, neither approval nor disapproval. This is quite rare. I then provided you with a wand of Purple Heart and Ukrainian Ironbelly's brain string, 11 inches. Specifically designed for aurors, it favors wizards who thrive on combat and possess a strong sense of justice. The outcome remains unchanged. This resolute wand is akin to the previous one, neither endorsing nor opposing. The third wand, crafted from elm and adorned with unicorn hair, measures 13 inches. It is the most obstinate and haughty of all in our shop, willing only to be wielded by witches of noble lineage. Yet, its response is equally ambiguous. Although the subsequent wands I present to you each possess distinct characteristics, without exception, their answers remain elusive. I believe your magical essence is exceptional, a kind of potent uniqueness. Ollivander remarked, though I cannot fathom why. It is evident that your magic is so extraordinary that it can wield any wand. Therefore, Mr. Wu, please enlighten me on the type of wand you desire, since wands cannot choose their wizards. It falls upon the wizard to select the wand. Ollivander inquired of Tierra with a hint of melancholy, as if disheartened by his own profound knowledge of wand lore yielding no success. I am making this far too difficult for myself. Faced with thousands, if not tens of thousands, of wands, Tierra felt utterly at a loss. You have one of those wands that no one can wield. But legend has it that should a wizard succeed, it will emit a blinding white light that illuminates all of England. Accompanied by 9 silver spectral beasts swirling around their master, Tierra asked with a glimmer of anticipation. What you speak of is the sword in the stone, Ollivander replied, expressionless. If you're interested, you might try to pull it when you return to school. It lies submerged in the Black Lake behind your school. The sword in the stone is in the Black Lake, Tierra exclaimed in astonishment. No, you must not go, Hagrid interjected sternly. The Black Lake is off limits for students in their 4th year or below. You are not permitted to approach without a teacher or at least 2 adult seniors as escorts. However, since you mentioned wands that no one can wield, Ollivander turned and ventured deep into the shelves. Rummaging through a pile of boxes that were nearly decayed, he unearthed a slender box, crafted from dark brown wood. After gently brushing away the dust from its surface, Ollivander carefully placed the box upon the counter. This is a replica of a legendary artifact, he stated, crafted by my uncle. It is the finest imitation among all the replicas. Tragically, shortly after its creation, my uncle met with misfortune, and countless wizards have since come to my family, offering substantial sums for this wand. Yet none have been able to perform even the simplest levitation charm with it. As Ollivander spoke, he slowly opened the box. 15 inches, elder, with the tail hair of a nightmare. Ultimately, Tierra chose the very first one he had tested, 12 inches of walnut, with a dragon heartstring cord. It cost him 8 galleons and 5 sickles. He did not even bother to test the replica of the old wand. At this stage, Tierra felt no pressing danger that necessitated the use of brute force. With caution, prudence, and by steering clear of the trio that incurred point deductions, he could easily survive until 7th year. Thus, the replica of the Deathly Hallow held little significance for him. He grasped the wand. It would be preferable if nothing occurred, for should any unusual manifestation arise, it would certainly inscribe the words "I have a problem" across his forehead. For Tierra, the paramount concern was to remain inconspicuous, blending in as an ordinary student upon enrollment. After all, Tierra was unaware of how much those at the apex of this world, the wizards, knew about Merlin. The outer gods, or the great lineage of his to say nothing of others, this world at least boasted the strongest wizard, Dumbledore, who could see through time, and an alchemical master, Nicholas Flamel, who had lived for over 6 centuries. Tierra found it hard to believe that they were utterly ignorant of matters concerning the outer gods. At least, to his knowledge, Nicholas had encountered Merlin, although this was not explicitly stated in Merlin's diary, which merely mentioned meeting a talented young wizard during his travels. Merlin was the first wizard to successfully create the Philosopher's Stone, and for centuries thereafter, only Nicholas achieved the same feat. Moreover, the timeline of Merlin's departure coincided with Nicholas's active years, allowing for a reasonable assumption that Nicholas was indeed the young wizard mentioned by Merlin. Faced with such powerful and enigmatic wizards, Tierra dared not exhibit ostentation, particularly given the existence of prophecies in this realm, where even Merlin could foresee his arrival. Other wizards might possess similar abilities, although Dumbledore might not take action if he learned that Tierra harbored an entire library. How could Tierra entrust his life and safety to another? Even if the Dumbledore from the books were selfless and benevolent, this was not mere paranoia on Tierra's part. Rather, as a normal individual, he instinctively feared those unfamiliar, unknown, and more powerful than himself, especially given that he had already transgressed against them. This fear and unease intensified. Had he known that selecting a wand would entail such tribulations, Tierra would have adamantly refused to allow Hagrid and Harry to accompany him. He was convinced that upon Hagrid's return to Hogwarts tonight, Dumbledore would learn of not only the boy who lived, Harry Potter, but also of a peculiar young wizard with an innate magical quirk. "This is your ticket to Hogwarts," Hagrid said, producing 2 letters from his pocket. "September 1 St. from the Crossroads Station. The details are within, but remember to board by 11 in the morning." Due to the time spent selecting a pet and a wand, coupled with Harry's reluctance to return to the Dursleys so soon, Hagrid decided to treat them to dinner at the Leaky Cauldron before escorting them home. Before their meal, Hagrid led Harry and Tierra to explore the candy shop and toy store, where they encountered the haughty Draco Malfoy. Draco possessed a rather charming appearance, with a cherubic face and platinum hair styled like an adult. Regardless of Draco's character, he genuinely loved learning, sneaking off to the bookstore while his father was preoccupied in Nocturne Alley. Such a studious and endearing boy, if only he were not so loquacious. The moment he opened his mouth, it was clear he was a true brat. Both Tierra and Harry were dressed modestly. Though neat, their clothing bore signs of wear, and its style appeared a half-century out of date compared to wizarding fashion, reflecting the outdated aesthetic of muggles. In Draco's words, it was a ludicrously poor taste. As for Hagrid, he resembled a half-giant returning from a rendezvous with a troll, and one wondered where he had learned such a wealth of banter at such a young age. However, this was merely a minor interlude, leaving Harry feeling slightly discontented, just slightly. What truly dampened Harry's spirits was the impending separation from Tierra at the station. The incident with Draco Malfoy inadvertently tightened the bond of friendship between Harry and Tierra. The friendship of children is indeed wondrous in its complexity. This culminated in an unwillingness to part ways. "See you in a month," Harry exclaimed, kneeling in his seat on the train back to the Dursleys. His nose pressed against the glass eye in the blink of an eye. Hagrid and Tierra shrank into 2 distant specks, ultimately vanishing from view. After seeing Harry onto the train, Hagrid escorted Tierra back to his small attic in the old town before hastily returning to Hogwarts on Dumbledore's urgent errand. "I hope the fake Philosopher's Stone can remain concealed," Tierra silently prayed. Once Hagrid departed, Tierra resumed the life of an ordinary child, packing his belongings, bathing, and sleeping. To guard against potential spies, Tierra ensured that he did not vanish from his bed until an hour after he had gone to sleep, suddenly appearing in a library tens of thousands of light years away from Earth. Upon arriving at the library, Tierra retrieved from a pocket he had sewn into his underwear a translucent, irregular gemstone of a deep crimson hue. The Philosopher's Stone, the genuine article, capable of creating the elixir of life. As Hagrid and Harry stood before him, a swift plan took shape in Tila's mind. He would exploit the half-finished Philosopher's Stone left by Merlin in the library, substituting it for the genuine Philosopher's Stone temporarily stored in Hagrid's coat pocket. This was the moment when the Philosopher's Stone was closest and most easily attainable, although Tila's primary objective was to remain hidden. This did not mean he would forsake the monumental advantage within his grasp. Securing the Philosopher's Stone, even if he chose to flee immediately without attending Hogwarts, would render all efforts worthwhile. After all, it was the elixir of immortality. Few could resist the allure of eternal life. Though the Philosopher's Stone manifested in an irregular gem-like form, the process of its creation involved a series of stringent, nearly obsessive mathematical calculations and chemical reactions, resulting in stones with generally similar angularities. From the fourth stage of its refinement, the color shifted to a deep crimson, reminiscent of blood. Thus, unless employed in concocting the elixir of life or inspected by Nicholas Flamel himself, even Dumbledore would likely be deceived. Having confirmed this, Tila set about orchestrating his plan with the resources at his disposal. As his magical abilities steadily advanced, his control over the curse worm acquired from the cosmos deepened as well. Initially, the curse could only manifest in the form of a hair strand, but through years of practice and observations of nematodes from his past life, Tila had learned to allow the curse to exist externally in the form of a worm. With no return time, this signified a true mastery of the curse worm magic. However, to ensure its continued survival outside his body, Tila needed to periodically inject it with new curses. This was also one of Tila's self-preservation tactics. He had not idled during these years, but had roamed various clinics and homeless shelters in his spare time, gathering 5 HIV worms, 2 plague worms, 5 lung cancer worms, 3 liver cancer worms, and 3 brain tumor worms. He was intrigued by the notion that if Peter Pettigrew resurrected Voldemort with a hand harboring cancer, tumors, plague, and AIDS, what kind of being would emerge? His plan was straightforward: to find an opportunity to approach Hagrid and swap the magical stone. The months of wandering immediately after leaving the orphanage had honed Tila's skills in theft and lockpicking. He was confident that if he could slip his hand into Hagrid's leathern pocket, he could unobtrusively execute the swap of the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid, being a kind-hearted half-giant with a strong sense of justice and no suspicion towards others, presented an exploitable vulnerability. Tila would inoculate himself with the plague worm, knowing that Hagrid would not ignore his suffering. Given Hagrid's towering stature, he would undoubtedly carry Tila to seek medical assistance, even if Tila did not mention it. Indeed, Hagrid unhesitatingly scooped him up and made a beeline for St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Tila, feeling the chill in his limbs, instinctively sought warmth, providing him with the perfect excuse to slip his hand into Hagrid's coat. The journey from Diagon Alley to St. Mungo's took Hagrid 20 minutes, ample time for Tila to execute the swap of the Philosopher's Stone multiple times over. By the time they arrived at St. Mungo's, the genuine Philosopher's Stone was safely tucked away in Tila's self-sewn inner pocket. The only dilemma remained the impossibility of perfectly restoring the package containing the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, when Hagrid draped his coat over Tila, Tila deliberately pushed the fake package hidden within Hagrid's clothing outward, intending to use the fall of the stone to mask the subtle differences in the packaging. After all, the original wrapping was not particularly secure. It was entirely logical for the paper and twine to shift slightly after rolling on the ground. To obscure his fingerprints, Tila had coated 9 of his fingers with solid glue that very morning, a technique he had gleaned from the adventures of Conan. He had found the method amusing at the time and filed it away in his memory. Never anticipating its application in another world, he then intentionally delayed the selection of a pet to afford Hagrid more time in the bustling, dimly lit owl shop. Thus, even if Dumbledore discovered the swap, he would likely suspect other wizards had exploited the owl shop's environment for theft rather than suspecting a plague-ridden, ailing first-year wizard. The plan was nearly flawless, save for the unforeseen anomaly regarding his wand selection. Tila was uncertain how significant this anomaly would appear in Dumbledore's eyes and whether it might link him to the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. Now, Tila could only await the outcome. After placing the Philosopher's Stone in the library, he planned not to return before the start of term. Over the next month, he aimed to present himself as a typical first-year student, in hopes of evading any scrutiny from Dumbledore. Regarding the theft of the Philosopher's Stone, Tila felt no remorse, save for towards Hagrid. After all, the Philosopher's Stone was destined for destruction a year after its arrival at Hogwarts. It was better to seize it for personal use. He believed this would not impact the unfolding narrative adversely. Should any negative consequences arise, Tila would promptly gather his belongings and depart. He still had relatives in his homeland, and even if he had to spend his last penny on a plane ticket, it would be worth it. With a bit of luck, he could easily earn back what he had lost. Tila understood his position clearly. In the magical realm, he was a powerless, insignificant figure, his only reliance being his knowledge of future events and that library. Should any significant, unforeseen changes arise in the trajectory of events, he would not hesitate to turn and leave. While the allure of studying magic was enticing, it paled in comparison to the value of his life. Voldemort and his Death Eaters were a band of lunatics, and he could easily find himself in their line of fire. Tila concealed the Philosopher's Stone within a black obsidian box in the drawer of a wooden table in the library, originally intended for Merlin's half-finished creation. Without lingering a moment longer, He recited the incantation and returned to his bed. Raven was settled on the first floor, ensuring that all that transpired went unnoticed. The following morning, Tila awoke, refreshed himself, and after breakfast, akin to a child newly liberated into the magical world, he embraced his spellbook, herbology book, and potions book, beginning his studies. Although he was confident in his abilities compared to his peers, he lacked formal trainings, making this month an opportunity to preview the curriculum and prepare for future foundational learning. The month flew by. In stark contrast to Harry's unpleasant experiences, Tila's time was fulfilling. He occasionally ventured out to perform magic tricks, earning a bit of pocket money. His youthful appearance endeared him to Londoners, who were generally generous, providing enough for his sustenance over the month. The rest of his time was devoted to training Raven and immersing himself in the first-year magic curriculum. Tila's concerns proved unfounded. His month was exceedingly tranquil, and he remained oblivious as to whether Dumbledore had discovered the swap or simply chose to overlook it. A month later, Tila and Harry met as previously arranged at King's Cross Station at 10 past 10. Harry arrived slightly early, having traveled to London with the Dursleys, leaving him unable to control the timing. Tila, do you know where platform 9 3/4 is? Harry repeatedly glanced at his ticket, having scoured the entire station, yet still unable to locate the elusive platform. I don't know, Tila replied indifferently, occasionally checking the time and scanning the crowd, seemingly searching for the red-haired Weasley family. But we can wait here, Tila suggested. Today is the start of term. Surely there will be other wizard children heading to platform 9 3/4. We can follow them. As soon as Tierra's words fell, a throng hurried past them from behind. At that moment, a high-pitched, urgent voice simultaneously reached the ears of Tierra and Harry. Muggle. Both Tierra and Harry felt a surge of joy and turned around to see a stout, short woman with a mane of curly golden hair, exuding strength, striding forward while conversing with a boy with flaming red hair trailing behind her. The four boys with fiery locks included one who appeared to be of a similar age to Harry and Tierra, sporting a round, chubby face, while the other three pushed suitcases similar to Harry's, atop which rested a birdcage containing an owl. Harry and Tierra exchanged glances and promptly pushed their cart towards what seemed to be a family of wizards. All right, which platform is it? The mother of the children inquired. Point 9. A little girl with red hair squealed, tugging at her mother's hand. Mommy, I want to go too. You're still too young, Ginny. Now, don't speak, the mother replied. Percy, you lead the way. The eldest boy appeared to be heading towards the space between platforms 9 and 10. Harry watched him intently, hardly daring to blink for fear of missing something. However, just as the boy reached the junction of platforms 9 and 10, a sudden throng of travelers surged in front of Harry, and when the last large canvas backpack was moved aside, the boy had vanished. Fred, it's your turn, the plump woman said. I'm not Fred, I'm George. The boy replied. Honestly, you say you're our mother, yet how can you not recognize me as George? I'm sorry, George, dear. Just a bit of fun. I am indeed Fred, the child declared before striding forward, while his twin brother urged him to hurry up. Presumably, he took his advice, for in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. But how did he manage that? At that moment, the third brother, the youngest-looking round-faced wizard, also stepped forward towards the ticket barrier. Excuse me, ma'am. Tierra stepped forward to address the stout woman. Are you heading to platform 9 3/4? Harry and I are going to Hogwarts for the first time, and we don't know how to get there. Oh, darling, the plump woman replied. Don't worry, my little Ron is a first year too. She gestured towards her last and youngest son, who was tall and skinny, but bore a round, pudgy face that made him appear clumsy, adorned with freckles, large hands, and big feet. But, how do we go? Harry asked. How to go, you say? Mrs. Weasley said, understandingly, and Harry and Tierra nodded eagerly. Don't fret, she continued. Just walk straight towards the ticket barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop, don't be afraid. Just run at the pillar. It's crucial. If you're feeling nervous, just sprint. Well, Ron, you go first and set an example for these two lovely little ones. With that, Mrs. Weasley patted Ron's back. Oh, all right, Ron said, pushing forward and breaking into a run, fixating intently on the ticket barrier ahead, quickening his pace as he went, while Tierra and Harry closely followed the back of Ron's head. Suddenly, Ron vanished before the stone pillar, and shortly thereafter, Harry and Tierra followed suit. Through a brief darkness, Tierra found herself on a bustling, chaotic platform. A deep red steam engine stood beside the platform, filled with travelers, and the sign on the train read, Hogwarts Express. 11 o'clock. Tierra turned to see that the place where the ticket barrier had been now transformed into a wrought iron archway, marked with Platform 9. The thick smoke from the steam engine swirled above the chattering crowd, while various cats weaved through the legs of the people. Amidst the buzzing conversations and the clattering of heavy luggage, owls screeched piercingly, calling to one another to prevent Raven from causing mischief. Tierra had to purchase a small cage to contain him. Otherwise, in such a chaotic scene, the mischievous Raven would likely fly off to cause trouble. Yet even with the cage, Raven pecked at the lock repeatedly, seemingly urging Tierra to let him out, for he relished such disarray. Seizing the opportunity to snatch shiny trinkets from the pockets of wizards, the front carriages were already filled with students, some leaning out of windows to converse with their families, while others were playfully tussling in their seats. Harry pushed his cart along the platform, searching for an empty seat that as they passed. A round-faced boy exclaimed, "Grandma, I've lost my toad again." Oh, Neville, sighed an elderly woman, exasperated. "Need a hand?" called out the Weasley twins, whom they had encountered earlier. Clearly waiting for their younger brother who was just starting school. After helping their brother with his luggage onto the train, they turned their attention to assist Harry and Tierra. "Thank you," Harry said, feeling a bit bashful. "Hey, Fred, lend a hand." With the help of the Weasley twins, Harry finally managed to push his suitcase into a corner of the compartment. They then turned to assist Tierra. Tierra had only a small suitcase containing some essential clothing and stationery. "Your suitcase is quite light," George remarked. "I live in London." Tierra replied. "My books were sent to the school via Owl Post just yesterday, so they should arrive by the time we get there." Having attended university herself, she certainly wouldn't drag such heavy books to school. After all, the cost of sending a book was quite reasonable, just 6 nuts, and sending all her books along with her potion cauldron had only cost her less than 5 galleons. It could be said that it was no wonder capitalism thrived, even exploiting owls. She watched several owls wobbling and clutching her books as they flew toward Hogwarts. She couldn't help but recall this notion. "Very clever," Fred and George remarked. "So clever," Ron nearly shouted, lamenting why he had not thought of this method. Tierra, Harry, and Ron found an empty compartment in the first-year carriage, while the Weasley twins took advantage of the time before the train departed to tease their younger brother. "Hey, clever little one, what's your name?" The Weasley twins seemed particularly interested in Tierra. In contrast to Harry's awkwardness in such a crowded setting, Tierra's demeanor was remarkably poised, making it easier for her to endear herself to the other children. "I am Tierra Wu, both my parents are muggles, and this is Harry Potter." "Harry Potter," Ron squealed in a voice just entering puberty. Do you have that?" he stammered, glancing nervously at Harry's forehead. "Yes," Harry replied, generously lifting his damp hair. "Oh, my bloody hell, it really is Harry Potter." Initially, the twins, who were once brimming with interest in Tila, promptly abandoned her to bombard Harry with questions. This exuberant demeanor rendered Harry somewhat uncomfortable. Yet it also stirred a flicker of joy within him, a joy derived from being the center of attention. Tila, feeling neglected, paid them no mind. Instead, she withdrew a book titled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them from the compartment of her suitcase. In her past life as a biological dog, Tila had always been fascinated by the diverse and whimsical magical creatures of the wizarding world. After all, the fragmented moments on the train were not conducive to effective studying. It was far more enjoyable to peruse a leisurely read. Simultaneously, Tila began to grasp the sentiments that Ron experienced during the 4th and 7th installments. The affections and aversions of children are often expressed candidly and without disguise. When one finds themselves in the presence of someone excessively powerful and radiant, even the closest of friends may harbor feelings of jealousy, leading to rifts. Fortunately, Tila was an adult. She was acutely aware of her desires and truly did not care for the trivial joys shared among children. Perhaps due to the Weasley brothers' overwhelming excitement, it was not until Mrs. Weasley shouted thrice from outside the window that the 3 mischievous boys finally leaned out to catch a glimpse. "Hey, Mom, guess what? Can you guess who I just met on the train? You know, that dark-haired boy standing next to us at the station? Do you know who he is?" "Who?" "It's Harry Potter." Harry, overhearing the voice of a little girl, shyly recoiled towards Tila, hoping to avoid detection for eavesdropping. He was still somewhat unaccustomed to Mrs. Weasley's overly enthusiastic demeanor, subconsciously gravitating towards Tila, who provided him with a sense of security. "Mom, can I get on the train and see him?" "Please, Mom, you've already seen him, Ginny. That poor child isn't an animal in a zoo for you to gawk at. Is he really?" "Harry, Fred, George, how do you know?" "We asked him. We saw his scar. It's really there." Like a lightning bolt, though, that poor child. Mrs. Weasley's eyes brimmed with affection, and no wonder he's dressed so lightly. And who is that other boy? The other dark-haired child. His name is Tila Wu. He comes from a muggle family. You boys must look out for Harry and that muggle child at school. They are entering a strange environment and must be terrified. Just look at how polite and sensible they were when asking for directions. Especially you, George. You must not bully them or use your pranks to torment them. That if I find out, I swear you will never see those silly props hidden under your bed again. We won't. Mom, you can rest assured. But, Mom, do you think he remembers what the Dark Lord looks like? Their mother, Mrs. Weasley, suddenly grew solemn. You must not ask him, Fred. Absolutely not. Do you want him to remember that dreadful incident on his first day at school? All right. No need to get angry. Mum. We want to ask. A whistle sounded. No mischief at school. As the train began to move, the Weasley brothers drifted further away from their mother, compelling her to raise her voice. Her commanding tone drawing the attention of a circle of wizards nearby. The train gradually accelerated. Harry observed the children's mother waving, while their little sister, both laughing and crying, ran alongside the train until its speed left her far behind. Still waving energetically, Harry continued to watch the mother and daughter until the train rounded a bend, obscuring their view. Houses flashed by outside the window. Harry felt an exhilarating thrill. He was uncertain about what lay ahead, but it was certainly preferable to the past that had been left behind. The sliding door of the compartment opened, and the youngest of the fiery-haired children entered. May I sit here? He inquired cautiously, pointing to the empty seat opposite Harry, as everywhere else was occupied. Certainly, please do. Ron settled down, feeling somewhat shy in the presence of the legendary Harry Potter, especially now that two of the prankster twins were absent. He shot a glance at Harry, then at Tila, who was engrossed in her book, and quickly turned his gaze to the window, pretending not to notice Harry. Harry noticed a conspicuous smudge on Ron's nose, reminiscent of a mixture of wall dust and dried cheese, which seemed particularly glaring in contrast to Tila's perpetually neat appearance. Harry felt an urge to help him wipe it away. Hey, Ron. After bidding farewell to their mother and little sister, the Weasley twins found their way to Ron's compartment. Listen, we want to wander to the middle carriage. We heard Jordan got a huge bag of spiders. Oh, Ron mumbled, gripping the hem of his shirt tightly. Appearing rather anxious, Harry and Tila, one of the twins, exclaimed, We haven't introduced ourselves yet. I'm Fred, P.S. George, and this is our little brother, Ron Weasley. See you later. With that, the Weasley twins dashed off down the train aisle. Goodbye, Harry and Ron politely replied, while Tila sighed as she watched the twins depart. Tragedy, she mused inwardly, is the act of destroying something beautiful for the sake of observation. Tila then gently closed Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Hello, I'm Tila Wu, she said, extending her hand towards Ron. From now on, we'll be classmates. I'm Ronald Weasley. You can call me Ron. Ron also extended his hand. Do you remember what the Dark Lord looks like? After Tila broke the awkward silence, Ron finally mustered the courage to ask his most pressing question. I don't remember, Harry replied. If he did, he wouldn't have only discovered he was a wizard at the age of 11. Not at all, Ron asked eagerly. Well, I only recall a lot of green light. I don't remember anything else. Oh, Ron stared at Harry's forehead for a long moment before suddenly realizing that this might be quite impolite. Quickly turning to gaze out the window. Is your whole family comprised of wizards? Once Harry discerned their mutual curiosity, he initiated a conversation. Oh, yes, I suppose so. Ron replied. I think my mom has a distant cousin who is an accountant. But we never talk about him, an accountant. Tila keenly seized upon this detail, a reflexive instinct born from her past life as a biological dog. So, a relative on your mother's side, Ison, a wizard? Tila inquired. Well, it seems that way. That's what they say. Ron scratched his head. Is that accountant relative a wizard on both sides of the family? Or is one a wizard and the other a muggle? What about the grandparents on that side? Are they also wizards? Or is there muggle blood? And what about the grandparents on the other side? What is the situation there? To be honest, I'm not quite sure. He is a very distant relative, and we hardly ever communicate, Ron replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Tila's probing questions. He silently labeled her as peculiar in his mind. Really? Tila appeared slightly disheartened. What a pity. To be candid, Tila harbored an immense curiosity regarding the emergence of squibs, although Merlin's notes and the Book of the Dead elucidated the origins of magic through a tripartite theory encompassing material, Spiritual and mental dimensions, the existence of squibs, and the inexplicable birth of a wizard from a muggle devoid of any wizarding lineage piqued Taila's keen interest in genetic phenomena. Taila speculated that the occurrence of squibs could likely be attributed to a phenomenon of genetic masking. According to Taila's understanding of J.K. Rowling's supplementary lore pertaining to Harry Potter, there were merely over 8,000 wizards throughout England, coupled with the unwavering adherence to the pure blood theory by some wizards, rendering intermarriage among wizards quite commonplace. Furthermore, drawing from Neville's experience, where he exhibited no discernible magical talent until a mishap involving his uncle led to a sudden manifestation of magic, it suggested that magical aptitude, or the coordinates of the spiritual dimension, could indeed be governed by genetics, with environmental influences significantly affecting the expression of these genes, indicating a strong possibility of quantitative trait loci at play. From a genetic perspective, consanguinity could lead to an increase in homozygous or identical genes, facilitating the accumulation of quantitative traits, much like the selective breeding of hybrid rice that often necessitates several generations of self-pollination. This accumulation of quantitative genes could ultimately result in the overexpression of a specific quantitative gene, thereby masking or suppressing the expression of its alleles. This might elucidate the emergence of squibs, as squibs are also three-dimensional beings capable of perceiving spiritual entities like dementors. If one were to assume that possessing coordinates in the spiritual dimension results from gene expression, then a plausible explanation for squibs would be the overexpression of the gene responsible for spiritual dimension coordinates, which in turn completely obscures the expression of the allele that enables the use of magic. Taila nodded silently, acknowledging that all of this remained mere conjecture in the absence of empirical evidence. If Ron's distant relative had parents who were both pure-blood wizards, and there existed no historical record of intermarriage with muggles, it could serve as compelling support for her hypothesis. Yet, ultimate validation would necessitate rigorous experimentation to substantiate this theory. Regrettably, she found herself brimming with ideas, yet lacking the requisite experimental facilities and personnel. Otherwise, should such an experiment come to fruition, it could very well represent a Nobel Prize-worthy discovery, unveiling another potential branch of human evolution. Suddenly, Taila realized that the wizarding world presented a grand subject of study, extending far beyond genetic research to encompass the physical and chemical principles of magic, transfiguration, the biological tenets of animagy, and further still, the exploration of wizarding psychology, societal structures, and the financial systems of Gringotts, all of which could inspire a multitude of humanities scholars to seek substantial funding for their inquiries. Perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from overly ambitious research for the time being. Despite finding herself immersed in the magical realm of Harry Potter, this seemingly simple and orderly world of magic on Earth comprised only a minuscule fraction of the entire chaotic universe. The vast majority of cosmic laws beyond Earth were wild and tumultuous, which could render the knowledge corresponding to these universal principles dangerously maddening. Nonetheless, this was not a deterrent for Taila. Technology remains the primary productive force, a timeless truth. The state of wizards in this world was a testament to this notion. The prolonged stagnation and insular nature of magical research had led these once revered wizards, who had forged countless illustrious legends, to gradually devolve from the gods and legends of ancient times to pitiful creatures now confined to the outskirts of society. So, you must have learned a great deal of magic, Harry inquired curiously, noticing Taila lost in thought, prompting him to break the silence. This Weasley family must be the magical lineage that the pale-faced boy had mentioned during their encounter at Flourish and Blots. I heard you later lived with muggles, Ron remarked. What are they like? Dad says muggles are a delightful and amusing bunch. Terrible, Taila replied. Not all of them are, of course. Some are quite nice, but my uncle, aunt, and cousin are simply dreadful. I wish I had a few wizard brothers. 5, Ron added, for reasons unknown. Appearing somewhat disheartened, I am the sixth in my family to attend Hogwarts. You could say I ought to look up to them. Bill and Charlie have already graduated. Bill is the president of the student council, and Charlie is the captain of the Quidditch team. Now Percy has become a prefect, and despite Fred and George's mischievous antics, their grades are exceptional. Everyone thinks they're quite entertaining, and they hope I can be like them. But if I can do it, it won't be anything extraordinary, for they achieved it before me. If you have 5 brothers, you'll never get to use anything nude. I wear Bill's old robes, use Charlie's old wand, and have Percy's discarded rat. Taila instantly assessed Ron's demeanor as indicative of an inferiority complex. For although he appeared lost in thought, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. In truth, The Weasley family served as an exemplary subject for the study of family psychology, from Charlie, Bill, Percy, George, and Fred to Ron. All male siblings with similar parental backgrounds and environments. Yet their personalities diverged drastically. Charlie and Bill seemed to embody the gentle older brother archetype. Percy was driven by ambition. Fred and George showcased creativity and curiosity, excelling in research and development, whereas Ron, though intelligent, seldom held his own opinions, characterized by an inferiority complex and a tendency to please others, possibly stemming from being the youngest and receiving less attention. Regrettably, Taila's expertise did not lie in psychology. She had merely taken a few elective courses related to the subject during university, most of which she had dozed through. Otherwise, she could have authored a paper for a core journal solely based on her observations of the Weasley family. As Ron spoke, he reached into his inner jacket pocket to retrieve a plump gray rat, which was fast asleep. This is Scabbers. He is utterly useless and sleeps all day. After Percy became a prefect, Dad gifted him an owl, but they couldn't afford one for me. So Percy gave me the rat. Ron's ears flushed red. He seemed to feel he was talking too much, and thus turned his gaze back out the window. Upon seeing Ron produce Scabbers, Taila's eyes lit up. How could I have forgotten the charming little Peter Pettigrew? When an animagus transforms, does their DNA entirely change to that of the animal, or do they merely assume the animal's appearance while retaining their human DNA? If Peter Pettigrew, in his rat form, exchanged ancestral chromosomes with other female rats, would there be reproductive isolation? Would the resulting offspring be rat pups, human infants, or perhaps a grotesque hybrid of both? What would the offspring's DNA resemble? Would they exhibit entirely human traits, entirely rat traits, or a combination of both? Could new traits emerge from this? All of this holds immense value. Taila's gaze upon the sleeping Peter Pettigrew, nestled on Ron's lap, grew increasingly fervent. Even in slumber, Scabbers seemed to sense Taila's intense curiosity and thirst for knowledge, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "May I touch your rat?" Taila eagerly asked Ron. "I'm not fond of birds." "I've always wanted a pet rat." "Of course," Ron replied, bemused by anyone wanting to touch his rather plump and bald rat, yet graciously handed Scabbers to Taila. Upon waking, Scabbers found himself in the grip of an unfamiliar child. "Just a little wizard," he mused, gradually relaxing his body and allowing Taila to administer a comforting massage. Maintaining his rat form for an extended period had influenced Scabbers' cognition, although his previous memories and personality remained intact. Over time, his behavior increasingly mirrored that of a genuine rat. Thus, when Taila presented a yellow bean-sized, somewhat sweet morsel to his mouth, he swallowed it without hesitation. However, what appeared to be a small candy possessed a distinctly fishy aroma. Normally, a rat would relish such a scent, yet Scabbers was nearly jolted upright by its pungency. "What is this?" Upon witnessing Tierra feeding her mouse, Ron felt an irresistible urge to inquire further. "A potion," Tierra casually replied, "a concoction invented by muggles that extends a mouse's lifespan." "Really?" Ron asked, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Indeed," Tierra affirmed, adding confidently, "I can guarantee that this mouse will live to see the 7th book." Just as Peter attempted to leap up, Tierra effortlessly pressed him back down. The original formula for this potion originated from a curse created by Hagrid to tame fierce venomous snakes. By combining his own blood with incantations and administering it to serpents. Even the most ferocious python could be rendered as docile as a kitten. Hagrid did not bestow a name upon this potion, hence Tierra referred to it as the Hagrid pill. Building upon the Hagrid pill, Merlin incorporated snake bone flower, root of sungrass, and mercury, allowing this potion to have a broad effect on other magical creatures. This was also a crucial element in the legends of Merlin's ability to tame fire dragons. Almost all dragons possess a fundamentally irritable and restless disposition. Even the most intelligent Swiss short-nosed dragon cannot be tamed like a common house pet. Only through the application of overwhelming force can these savage beings be instilled with a significant psychological trauma, rendering them manageable. Before long, Peter the house elf ceased his struggles on Tierra's lap, appearing to doze off peacefully. "Tierra," Ron exclaimed, noticing the lethargic Peter resting on her legs. "Does your muggle potion truly work?" he asked. For the mouse had been with them for a decade. Though Ron often expressed disdain for the pet, he harbored a profound affection for it, considering it a friend second only to family. "Rest assured, it certainly will," Tierra replied, though she herself was uncertain. "If anything goes awry, I'll compensate you with an owl." "Well, that's reassuring," Ron said, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, even secretly hoping for a mishap with Peter. To Ron's mixed delight and disappointment, Peter was unharmed. After a brief rest on Tierra's lap, he sprang up with renewed vigor, affectionately nuzzling her palm. At that moment, Peter's mind was in disarray. On one hand, he recognized himself as Peter the house elf, a shameful traitor and servant of the Dark Lord. On the other hand, he found the little wizard before him to be extraordinarily magnificent, compelling him to submit willingly. As if he were the most powerful sorcerer in existence, deserving of reverence, Peter was not a steadfast individual. After a brief internal conflict, he succumbed to this new sensation, revering Tierra as the most formidable and irresistible wizard. Unable to resist the urge to rub his head against her palm like a true mouse. "All right, return to your master," Tierra instructed, recognizing that Peter had been influenced. Reluctantly, Peter returned to Ron's embrace, unable to defy Tierra's command. "I'll go wash my hands," Tierra announced as she stood up. While necessary for the experiment, having a middle-aged balding man rubbing against her was somewhat unpleasant for her. After vigorously scrubbing her hands and arms with soap 5 times, Harry and Ron had engaged in conversation for quite a while. It seemed that without Tierra's interruptions, the two had grown considerably more familiar with one another. Noticing that Ron's subsequent dialogue lacked any interesting content, Tierra quietly resumed her reading of the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Around 12:30, a loud clattering sound echoed down the corridor as a smiling woman with dimples pushed open the compartment door. "Darling, would you like to buy some snacks from the trolley?" Having eaten nothing that morning, Harry sprang up immediately, while Ron's ears turned crimson as he mumbled that he had brought a sandwich. As in the original story, Harry, who had rarely indulged in snacks, pulled out a handful of silver sickles, purchasing one of each snack from the trolley. Ron stared wide-eyed as Harry brought the assortment of treats back into the compartment, his expression torn between wanting to eat and hesitating to move. Upon returning to their train compartment, Harry invited Tierra and Ron to join him for a bite. Tierra produced a metal lunchbox from her bag, brimming with rice, bamboo shoots with meat, shrimp and egg, and garlic-flavored lettuce. She placed the lunchbox on the train's table and, drawing her wand, lightly tapped it. A soft red flame flickered from the tip of her wand and quickly vanished. In no time, a rich aroma wafted from the lunchbox. "You can use magic," Harry exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Yes, just a bit," Tierra nodded. "I practiced a little during the month of summer vacation and managed to learn it." The spell Tierra was using was the heating charm, which she had learned from the recently purchased book Standard Spells. Beginner. Unlike the fire-making spell, the heating charm does not produce open flames, but can elevate the temperature of the object it touches to the desired warmth. Of course, this primarily depends on the wizard's control. Some wizards, lacking precision, might inadvertently cause a fire. If the notorious blunderer Seamus were to attempt it, that lunch would likely turn into a bomb. Ron then pulled out a corned beef sandwich made by his mother to share with Tierra and Harry. The trio enjoyed their lunch immensely, with Harry and Ron praising Tierra's meal. However, the two boys still preferred to substitute their lunch with sweets. Consequently, by the end, Harry and Ron had filled their bellies with an abundance of candy, while Tierra had only nibbled on a few Birdie Bots, every flavor beans, and a chocolate frog. Tierra had long outgrown the age of indulging in sweets, preferring a more balanced diet. However, this peculiarity struck Ron and Harry as rather odd. What child doesn't enjoy sweets? At that moment, a knock came at their compartment door, just as Tierra finished cleaning the lunchbox with a cleaning charm. A chubby little face peeked in. "Excuse me," the somewhat bumbling boy said, nearly on the verge of tears. "Have you seen my toad? It's about this big." He gestured with his hand, indicating the size. Both Harry and Ron shook their heads in unison. Neville's expression instantly fell, and tears began to well up in his eyes. "I've lost it again. It always tries to escape from me," Neville cried. "It will come back." Harry reassured him. "I don't understand why he's so anxious." Ron remarked after Neville left, "If I had a toad as a pet, I'd be eager to get rid of it." Harry nodded in agreement. Withholding further comment, Peter, growing restless on Ron's lap, seemed intent on darting toward Tierra. But under her formidable gaze, he obediently remained seated. "Hey, Tierra, your muggle potion really works," Ron exclaimed. "I've never seen Peter so lively." With that, Ron yanked a rather tattered wand from his suitcase. The wand had several spots where the wood had chipped away, revealing silvery flecks beneath. "This is the one my brother Charlie left for me. It's a bit old, but I hope it works." "Hey, do you want to see me turn him yellow?" Ron said excitedly, confident that Peter's newfound energy meant he wouldn't have to worry about the spell backfiring and harming him. Just as Tierra and Harry nodded in agreement, the compartment door was abruptly flung open, and the boy who had lost his toad returned, this time accompanied by a little girl. The girl had a face full of freckles, tousled hair, and a pair of not-so-prominent large front teeth. Both of them were clad in their Hogwarts robes. Upon seeing the girl, Tierra felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness, she's not black, Tierra thought, noting that although the girl bore a strong resemblance to Emma Watson, she was undoubtedly of pure Caucasian descent. Tierra had feared he had stumbled into some peculiar stage play world. Thankfully, judging by the appearances of the group, it appeared to be a storyline he recognized. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville lost one, he announced. She spoke with an air of arrogance and disdain, but we had already informed him that we had not seen anything, Ron remarked, yet the young girl paid him no heed. Her gaze fixed upon the wand in his hand. Oh, are you casting a spell? Then let us behold your magic, she declared, pulling Neville down beside her. Ron appeared taken aback, somewhat at a loss. Well then. Ron cleared his throat and aimed his wand at Scabbers. Daisy, Sweet Cream, and Sunshine, turn this foolish fat rat yellow. A beam of yellow light shot forth from his wand, yet nothing occurred. Are you certain that was indeed a spell? The young girl inquired. It doesn't seem impressive at all that I have practiced several simple spells at home, merely for training, and they all worked. No one in my family understands magic, so I was utterly astonished when I received my acceptance letter. But also immensely thrilled, for, as far as I know, this is the finest magical school. She began to prattle on. Oh my, are you reading? What book are you engrossed in? Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The girl, noticing Tierra quietly reading, slipped beside her and glanced at the cover. Oh my, I've never seen it. I mean, before coming to school, I read through all the textbooks and even memorized them. This book must not be on the list of required readings. Of course, I believe the textbooks alone sufficed. By the way, I am Hermione Granger. May I ask your names? Ron Weasley, Tiara Witch, Harry Potter. Yes, it truly you, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening. I know all about your exploits. Of course, mainly because I purchased several extra reference books, A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century, all of which mention you. Hermione paused, casting a glance at Tiara, who remained unresponsive, prompting Hermione to add, these books are indeed invaluable, providing me with profound insights into the magical realm. Did you mention me? Harry suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Somewhat uncomfortable with the abrupt transition from a mere humble turnip to a dazzling golden rose under public scrutiny. Goodness, how could you not know? If it were me, I would certainly find a way to gather every book that mentions me. Hermione said in astonishment. Do you two know which house you will be sorted into? I have inquired everywhere. I hope to be placed in Gryffindor, as it is said to be the best. I heard that Dumbledore himself graduated from there, though I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad either. You will be sorted into Gryffindor, Tiara suddenly interjected. What? Hermione responded, slightly bewildered. Why? Because you were the cleverest witch. Destined for the finest house. Wearied by Hermione's incessant chatter, Tiara felt compelled to offer a compliment. Dealing with such an arrogant bookworm required a delicate balance. One must flatter her, but not excessively, to keep her from being bothersome. Oh, thank you, thank you. Hermione blushed, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks, for no one had ever been so forthright in praising her, especially not a stranger. We should really find Neville's toad. You three ought to change quickly. We shall be arriving shortly. Hermione, not allowing Tiara a moment to respond, seized Neville and turned to leave. Thank you, Tiara said politely, regardless of whether Hermione heard her. It no matter which house I end up in. I certainly hope it's not with her, Ron muttered, tossing his wand back into the trunk. No, you will find it impossible to resist her, Tiara silently thought. Standing up, she donned the oversized house robe she had retrieved from her travel bag. To save money, Tiara had purchased a robe based on her 14-year-old self, ensuring she would not need to buy a new one for several years, thus saving a considerable sum. After all, in the magical world, mending and alterations are quite convenient. Why is your robe so large? Harry inquired, perplexed. So I won't need to buy a new one until after my 3rd year, Tiara explained, tying her robe with a rope and clips. Although it appeared somewhat bulky, it was not dissimilar to the robes worn by Harry and Ron. Which houses did your two brothers belong to? Harry asked while changing into his robe. Gryffindor, Ron responded. Seeming somewhat glum again. Mum and Dad were in that house too. I wonder what they would say if I were sorted elsewhere. I don't think Ravenclaw is particularly bad, but please, just don't let me end up in Slytherin. Isn't that the house where you-know-who was? Tiara suddenly realized she should not speak that name. Yes, Ron confirmed, adjusting his robe and flopping onto the soft seat of the train. Almost all dark wizards come from Slytherin. He added, Look, I think Scabbers' whiskers are turning lighter, Harry remarked, attempting to divert Ron's attention from the house discussion. Now that your brothers have graduated, what are they doing? Harry was curious about what wizards pursued after school, and whether he would need to return to the Dursleys. Charlie is studying dragons in Romania, and Bill is working for Gringotts in Africa. Ron replied, by the way, have you heard about the Gringotts incident? It was all over the Daily Prophet, though I suppose you wouldn't have seen it. Living among muggles, someone attempted to rob the heavily fortified underground vaults. Harry's eyes widened. Really? What happened next? I mean, did they manage to steal anything? Nothing at all. That's what made it such big news. They weren't caught. My dad said that evidently only the most powerful dark wizards could evade Gringotts' pursuit. However, they didn't take anything, which is rather curious. Of course, whenever such incidents occur, everyone is on edge, fearing that you know who is somehow behind it. When did this happen? Tiara inquired. I can't recall clearly. I think it was July 31 SD. Yes, July 31 SD. I remember now. My mother was yelling at George and Fred for throwing dung bombs into the pigpen. July 31 SD. Harry exclaimed, glancing at Tiara, who was also looking at him. What is it? Is there something wrong with July 31 SD? Ron asked, confused by their reactions. July 31st is Harry's birthday. That day, Hagrid took me and Harry shopping in Diagon Alley. To retrieve Harry's inheritance from his parents at Gringotts, it seemed like Hagrid was also retrieving something rather important, Tiara explained. What was it? Ron asked curiously. I don't know. Harry shook his head. We didn't see. So, Gringotts was attacked right after Hagrid retrieved that item. Could it be related to that item? Well, I'm not sure, Harry said. I can't really say if it's a coincidence. Let us hope it is a coincidence. Tiara mused silently, wondering if the assailants had targeted Gringotts for the very item Hagrid had taken, and whether they might attempt to ambush Hagrid on his way back to Hogwarts, considering he was such a conspicuous target. Criminal psychology reveals that offenders often engage in discussions regarding the case or return to the scene of the crime. Aside from a few driven by deviant desires, the majority do so to ascertain the progress of the investigation. Upon hearing Taila's words, Harry immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Just as he contemplated posing another question, the door to their compartment was flung open for the third time. 3 boys entered. 2 portly figures stood like sentinels flanking a pale-faced boy in the center. Harry instantly recognized the boy as the same one he had encountered with Taila at the Leaky Cauldron. The boy regarded Harry with a keen interest far greater than he had displayed in Diagon Alley. However, upon noticing Ron and Taila, a glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes. Is it true? He inquired, mimicking the adults. Everyone on the train is talking, saying Harry Potter is in this compartment. So, that must be you. Right? Yes, Harry replied, casting a glance at the other 2 boys, who were both short and stout, possessing particularly unattractive features, one on each side of the pale boy. Oh, this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle, the pale boy said. Noticing Harry's gaze. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron stifled a cough to suppress a laugh, but Taila lacked such restraint, letting out a soft chuckle. Do you find my name amusing? Malfoy glared at Taila. No, I merely recalled something delightful. Taila replied earnestly, though a smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth. And who might you be? Malfoy asked, then suddenly remembered. Oh, I recall now. The little lackey trailing behind Harry in Diagon Alley. Following this, Malfoy derisively added, Ah, yes, the poor-looking mudblood. The moment Draco uttered that term, Ron's mouth fell agape. Clearly bewildered by the venomous language emanating from a boy of his age, his face flushed crimson with indignation. Though Taila was an oddity to him, she was nonetheless a friend of his and Harry's. How could Malfoy so brazenly insult her? Yet, before Ron could muster a retort, a hefty tome collided with Malfoy's face. Wielded by none other than Taila. Malfoy's lackeys erupted in laughter at the term mudblood, entirely unprepared for such an event. Meanwhile, Harry sat there in a daze, having grown up in the Muggle world. Utterly oblivious to the implications of the word mudblood, but instinctively sensing that it was not a term of endearment, Taila moved with extraordinary swiftness. His adult soul, coupled with the enhanced mental acuity from the Felix potion, granted him remarkable reflexes. He first slapped Malfoy's chubby, pale face with the hefty fantastic beasts and where to find them. Then, before anyone could react, he raised the book high and brought it down sharply upon Malfoy's crown. The weight of the tome, along with Taila's strength, greater than that of an ordinary child due to years of labor, caused Malfoy to stagger, ultimately dropping to his knees. Crabbe and Goyle finally realized what had transpired and stepped forward. Unfortunately for them, Taila was quicker. After incapacitating Malfoy, he swung the book again, delivering a resounding slap to each of Malfoy's companions. "You! How dare you strike me?" Malfoy exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment and fury as he rose, brandishing his wand. Alas, the reflexes of a child paled in comparison to those of an adult. Tierra swiftly struck Malfoy's hand with the book once more, causing him to drop his wand. Tierra then hoisted Fantastic Beasts above his head, brandishing it menacingly as he advanced. Goyle, Crabbe, and Malfoy were taken aback by Tierra's fierce demeanor. Malfoy scrambled away, tumbling over Goyle and Crabbe in his haste, the three of them scurrying out of the compartment like three bedraggled rats. "You'll pay for this," Malfoy shouted as he regained his footing, seething with rage. "When we reach Hogwarts, I will make you regret this." Perhaps alerted by the commotion, Malfoy and his companions stormed off in a huff. "What just happened?" a haughty young witch in the corridor inquired, witnessing Malfoy's disheveled state. "Tierra, you are absolutely wicked," Ron exclaimed, addressing Tierra. "Malfoy came to provoke us, and we sent him packing." As he spoke, Ron puffed out his chest, as if he had played a significant role in the altercation. "Sent packing?" Hermione nearly shrieked. "Aren't you worried about violating school rules? Will he report you? Could you be expelled?" Hermione's voice was laced with apprehension. "I've read Hogwarts rules. Young wizards are forbidden from using magic against one another, and if discovered, the consequences could be dire." "Not likely," Tierra calmly interjected, raising the book in his hand. "Knowledge is power." Then Ron animatedly recounted the encounter with Malfoy to Hermione. Although Tierra's unconventional use of the book caused Hermione to frown, the tale of Malfoy's humiliation ultimately elicited a laugh from her. "Have you encountered Malfoy before?" Ron inquired. "Indeed," Harry replied, recounting their experience at the Leaky Cauldron. "I've heard of their family," Ron exclaimed, excitement bubbling in his voice as he finally found a topic he was knowledgeable about. "My dad. He works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Mentioned that the Malfoy family originally provided magical services to Muggle kings, which is why they were granted the Malfoy estate. It's common knowledge among wizards." Ron then lowered his voice conspiratorially. "But over a decade ago, during Voldemort's rise, they were among his first followers. Yet after his downfall, they were the first to return and claim they had been bewitched by the Imperius curse. But my dad, and I don't buy it." Ron spoke with the gravitas of a seasoned adult. "Oh, do you need something?" He suddenly remembered Hermione's presence. "I merely came to ensure you had donned your robes," Hermione replied in a motherly tone, her expression turning serious. "But I didn't expect you to stir up such trouble." "Especially you," she said, glaring at Tierra. "Fighting is bad. Just ignore people like that. You're not to engage in brawls." "Understood," Tierra responded, letting out a weary sigh after Hermione departed, rubbing his temples in fatigue. "I'm exhausted. All these children are pretending to be adults while I'm the only true adult masquerading as a child." As the train gradually slowed, Harry and Ron stood anxiously, while Tierra remained seated on the plush sofa. Yet, the tension in his clenched fist betrayed his calm facade. "In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your belongings on the train. We shall transport them to the school." A voice echoed through the carriage, belonging to the house elves of Hogwarts. Harry's stomach churned with anxiety, and he noticed the pallor of Ron's freckled face. They hastily stuffed the remaining sweets into their pockets and joined the throng of students surging towards the exit. The train continued to decelerate until it finally came to a halt. Young wizards jostled one another, eagerly rushing to the door, disembarking onto a dimly lit platform. The chill of the night sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Then, a lantern swung above the students, and Harry heard a familiar voice calling. "First-year students, first years, over here." "Oh, Harry, Tierra, you've finally arrived. Come this way, quickly. Are you all well?" Towering above the group of diminutive wizards, Hagrid resembled a crane among a flock of chickens, undeniably conspicuous, with his bearded visage beaming towards Tierra and Harry. Hagrid's radiant smile offered no clues to his thoughts. Tierra wished for a hint of seriousness or melancholy in his expression. She squeezed in beside Hagrid and enveloped him in a hearty embrace, leaving him momentarily startled, his smile widening even further. Shaking her head, Tierra joined the other young wizards as they stumbled and slid along a steep, narrow path descending into the darkness, flanked by dense woods on either side. The path was shrouded in shadows, with only the occasional sniffle breaking the silence. They moved like the nefarious dark wizards of medieval legends, guided by a leader through the pitch-black forest trail towards the mysterious castle at its heart. "Turn this corner, and you shall behold Hogwarts for the first time," Hagrid called out. Suddenly, the narrow path opened up to reveal a vast, inky lake on the opposite shore. A majestic castle loomed atop a steep hill. its towers piercing the night sky, with windows twinkling like diamonds in the darkness. Hogwarts, Tierra whispered, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. "No more than 4 in each boat," Hagrid announced, gesturing to a line of small boats moored at the water's edge. Harry, Ron, and Tierra climbed into one, while Hermione followed suit, leaving Neville to board the adjacent vessel. "Are we all aboard?" Hagrid shouted, as he boarded a boat of his own. "Excellent. Then let us embark." The fleet of boats glided across the mirror-like surface of the lake. Enveloped in silence as they gazed up at the towering castle. As they approached the cliff upon which it sat, the castle seemed to loom overhead. "Duck!" Hagrid bellowed as the first boats neared the precipice. All heads lowered as their vessels passed beneath a curtain of ivy that cloaked the cliff face, leading them into a hidden, open entrance. Navigating a dark tunnel, they seemed to descend into the castle's depths, eventually arriving at a subterranean dock, from which they climbed onto a path of gravel and smooth pebbles. "Hey, is this your toad?" Hagrid inquired, pointing at an empty boat. "Oh, thank Merlin," Neville exclaimed, eagerly accepting the toad from Hagrid's hands. Following Hagrid, they wound their way along a twisting path to a massive wooden door. Raising his enormous hand, Hagrid knocked 3 times upon it. The door creaked open to reveal a stately elderly witch clad in a flowing emerald robe, her hair meticulously arranged, and a strong nose. "First-year students, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here. You may go enjoy the feast," McGonagall replied with a nod. She swung the door wide, revealing a space so vast it could have housed 10 Gringotts. The ceiling soaring almost out of sight, and the stone walls adorned with flickering torches, more grand than anything Tierra had ever glimpsed in the films of her past life. Tierra followed closely behind Harry, her body trembling with uncontainable excitement, fingers whitening as she gripped them tightly, desperately suppressing a smile that threatened to break free. She recalled her first visit to the wizarding world at Universal Studios. Surrounded by others in fits of laughter, yet now found herself among a throng of anxious young wizards. "Tierra, don't be nervous," Ron gently patted her shoulder. "My brothers said the sorting ceremony wouldn't be too difficult. They wouldn't send us packing, would they?" he whispered, assuming her jitters stemmed from anxiety. "Well, thank you, Ron," Tierra replied, taking a deep breath to steady herself. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced. "The feast is about to commence. But before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first determine which house you shall belong to. Sorting is a significant ceremony, for your house will be your home during your time at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with fellow housemates, reside in the house dormitories, and spend leisure hours in the common room. A community is akin to family, and comrades are akin to siblings, for some reason. Tierra suddenly recalled those words. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts its own illustrious history and has nurtured exceptional witches and wizards. During your tenure at Hogwarts, your remarkable achievements will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest total will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of which house you are sorted into, you will bring honor to it. Soon, you shall become Gryffindors. In just a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire school. I advise you to tidy yourselves up and appear presentable while you wait. After all, this is a momentous occasion. Her gaze flitted over Neville's cloak and the smudge on Ron's nose before settling on Tierra's meticulous hairstyle and attire. Nodding in silent approval, Harry nervously smoothed down his hair. "Once everything is ready over there, I shall come for you," Professor McGonagall instructed. "Until then, please maintain silence." As soon as McGonagall departed, Harry exhaled deeply. Following her exit, translucent, grayish ghosts began to drift through the walls, floors, and windows, startling some muggle-born and timid wizarding students into shrieks. However, the more jovial and friendly spirits soon assuaged their fears. Yet, when the young wizards inquired about the sorting ceremony, the apparitions transformed into serious and intimidating figures. "The Gryffindor sorting ceremony involves battling a fire-breathing dragon," announced a knightly ghost. "If you win, you may join Gryffindor. If you lose, you'll be relegated to another house, such as Slytherin." The ghost cast a glance at a nearby elegant, tall gentlemanly spectre. "Rubbish," the latter retorted vehemently. "Gryffindor is a second-rate house. Slytherin is the true bastion of magical education." Thus, chaos erupted among the ghosts, each hurling insults at the other, nearly escalating into a brawl. This cacophony continued until Professor McGonagall reappeared, at which point the ghosts dispersed, gliding through the walls to vanish. "Now, form a single line," McGonagall commanded. "Follow me." Ron took the lead, followed by Harry, with Tierra trailing closely behind. And a boy with chestnut hair, slightly shorter than Tierra, bringing up the rear. They ascended the staircase, traversed the entrance hall, and arrived in a dining chamber of unparalleled opulence. The ceiling mirrored a starry night sky, with countless candles floating like jellyfish beneath it. Apart from the first-year students, all other students were seated at 4 long tables, adorned with gleaming gold plates and goblets. At the head of the hall stood a long table reserved for the faculty, where Hagrid also Saturday Professor McGonagall guided the first-year students to face the assembled upperclassmen, with the faculty positioned behind them. The flickering candlelight cast hundreds of pale faces that watched them like ghostly lanterns, mingling with the ethereal spirits that shimmered among the students. Here, enchantments had been cast to replicate the appearance of the outer sky. Tierra recalled reading in a segment of Hogwarts storied history. Hermione had seemingly appeared by Tierra's side without her noticing, whispering to her with an unmistakable tone of pride. Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool before the first-year students, atop which she set a tattered, patched-up pointed wizard hat. The hat's greasy surface gleamed with an oily sheen, its wrinkles resembling the creased visage of an elderly person. The hat began to stir. A wide seam split open along its brim, resembling a mouth, and it commenced to sing. You may find me lacking in beauty, but do not judge by appearances. If you can find a hat more exquisite than I shall devour myself. You may polish your top hats to a glossy sheen, and make your high-crowned silk hat smooth and crisp. Yet I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, surpassing your hats in excellence. Any thoughts concealed within your minds shall not escape my keen perception. Don me, and I shall reveal to you the house to which you belong. Perhaps you are suited for Gryffindor, where courage lies buried deep within. Their boldness, spirit, and generosity elevate Gryffindor above all. Or you may belong to Hufflepuff, where individuals are honest and loyal. The students of Hufflepuff are steadfast and sincere, unafraid of arduous toil. If you possess a sharp intellect, perhaps Ravenclaw awaits you, where the wise and learned gather. Or perhaps Slytherin, where you may forge true friendships, though treacherous souls may go to any lengths to achieve their ends. Come, wear me. Fear not. Do not panic. In my grasp, despite my lack of hands, you shall be entirely safe, for I am a thinking hat. After the hat concluded its song, the audience erupted in thunderous applause, and the hat bowed to each of the 4 tables before becoming still. At this moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. When I call a name, that individual shall don the hat and take a seat for sorting, she declared. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden pigtails, obediently took her place, her eyes, brows, and nose resembling those of Madame Rosmerta from the 3 Broomsticks. Tierra mused. Hufflepuff, the hat bellowed. The table on the right erupted in applause, welcoming Hannah to their midst. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff, Terry Boot, Ravenclaw, Tierra Wu, McGonagall intoned. Tierra gracefully took her seat. Before the hat descended upon her head, she forced her mind to focus on a singular thought. Gryffindor. Gryffindor, 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 Gryffindor. Having recently consumed a vial of Felix Felicis, the potion's lingering effects were still potent, yet not so overwhelming as to reveal any anomalies to the sorting hat, at least not her memories. It would be acceptable if it merely glimpsed her theft of the Philosopher's Stone or the existence of another world's library. However, should it uncover the memories connected to her link with the enigmatic 7 chapters of secrets, the hat might very well mutate on the spot. The sorting hat fell silent for a rare few seconds. Intriguing, very intriguing, it remarked. Tierra felt her most profound and fervent desires being unearthed, but fortunately, with her adult self-control and the barriers of her intellect, the hat did not perceive too much, just pure thoughts, devoid of any memories. This was a testament to Tierra's formidable mental prowess, allowing her to sense the hat's scrutiny. First and foremost, an insatiable thirst for knowledge. You are a remarkably curious young witch. Your eagerness for learning surpasses even some adult wizards I have encountered. You would thrive in Ravenclaw. Gryffindor, 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 Tierra continued to chant in her mind. The intellectual fervor ignited within her swiftly subdued, but soon after, a greedy thought surged from the depths of her consciousness. Thankfully, Tierra was prepared and managed to suppress it quickly. You possess ambition as well, a desire for fame. It seems Slytherin might suit you too. The hat continued. Yet it is evident that you do not wish for either of these houses, but rather seek to join Gryffindor, it slowly articulated. However, you are not particularly suited for Gryffindor, the hat teased. You are a born serpent or a natural raven, but certainly not a lion, nor do you possess the qualities required for the honeypot. Can you tell me, before the sorting hat could finish, Tierra silently drew a slender knitting needle from her robe and gently poked the hat. Oh, all right. I concede you are indeed a Gryffindor. You were the first to threaten an old hat during the sorting ceremony. Very well then, the hat proclaimed. Gryffindor. The long table erupted in enthusiastic applause, with the Weasley twins' cheers ringing the loudest. Clearly, they deemed Tierra one of their own mischievous ilk. Who else would dare to poke a hat with a knitting needle? As Tierra descended from the stool, she greeted Hagrid at the staff table with a nod, casting a glance at the other teachers' reactions. Some were engaged in conversation, while others quietly indulged in their meals. Hagrid returned her greeting with a smile, while Dumbledore focused intently on slicing a piece of steak before him. Upon reaching the Gryffindor table, Tierra was met with a warm welcome. These spirited young lions were thoroughly intrigued by her audacity to brandish a knitting needle at the sorting hat during the ceremony. How did you come up with that? Poking the hat with a knitting needle. It's absolutely brilliant, George exclaimed, sitting to Tierra's left. That's truly genius, Fred added, seated to her right. Tierra settled in. The Weasley twins made space, pulling her into their midst. I heard you had a run-in with Malfoy on the train. That's so cool. Our dad often says the Malfoy family are a bunch of cowards. Pathetic and sniveling. Are you really Muggle-born? How did you come by a knitting needle? Is the Muggle world fun? I've heard Muggles have wizards too. Is that true? The moment Tierra sat down, a barrage of questions from the twins bombarded her like cannon fire, catching her completely off guard. Fortunately, soon after, Harry was sorted into Gryffindor as well, and the twins pulled him into their little circle, leaving only their brother Ron on the outside. Yet Ron seemed unfazed, happily gnawing on a chicken leg, his elbows occasionally bumping against Hermione sitting beside him. Aren't you going to try this cream? The Hogwarts cream is truly delectable, George remarked, observing Tierra as she only nibbled on some steak, chicken leg, and vegetable salad before quietly munching on fruit. No, this cream is too sweet, Tierra replied, having only cut the bread portion of the cake, leaving the cream untouched. As a creature of biology, Tierra remained mindful of her diet. Indulging in high-sugar, high-calorie foods occasionally was acceptable, but if consumed regularly, she was certain it would not be long before she found herself with a spare tire. After all, she knew her own constitution well. In her previous life, she had broken her leg while climbing a tree to catch sparrows in middle school, forcing her to stay home for 3 months. Her parents, worried for her, overindulged her with rich foods, resulting in her gaining 2 layers of a spare tire and an enlarged stomach. It wasn't until university, when she joined her roommates in exercising and swimming, that her figure gradually returned to its former state. The weight loss journey was a painful one, and Tierra had no desire to endure it again. It was far better to start anew with strict self-discipline. Moreover, consuming too much British food could lead to hair loss. No, too much sugar gives me diarrhea, Tierra casually offered this excuse, knowing she could not elaborate on hypertension, hyperlipidemia, or hyperglycemia to these young witches and wizards. Excessive consumption of sweets is detrimental to one's health, Hermione interjected suddenly. Overindulging in sweets can lead to fatty liver and diabetes, that we ought to consume a greater quantity of vegetables and fruits, as they are vital sources of our vitamins, the little witch declared with a serious demeanor. Then, in a manner reminiscent of an adult, she imitated Tierra by taking a bite of the salad devoid of dressing. However, Hermione was not Tierra. She was unaccustomed to eating raw vegetables without dressing, finding the dry and tough texture akin to chewing on paper. After the little witch struggled to swallow, she began to cut her steak on the plate. Fatty liver, diabetes, vitamins. George and Fred listened in confusion, pondering what those terms meant. Muggle diseases, Tierra explained, adding hastily to prevent the Weasley twins from probing further. Wizards can't contract them. Before taking a seat, he had requested a vegetable salad and a fruit salad without dressing from a house elf hidden away somewhere. Though the elf found the young wizard's request peculiar, it complied promptly. Soon, a bowl of vegetables and fruits without dressing appeared on the table. Upon hearing that wizards were immune to such ailments, the Weasley twins lost interest and shifted their inquiries to other aspects of the Muggle world. They asked about rubber ducks, Muggle cars, and the everyday lives of Muggles, among other topics. Occasionally, Hermione and Harry interjected a comment or two, but for the most part, they allowed Tierra to ramble on, weaving fantastical tales. For instance, she claimed that the rubber duck was a tribute to a hero who perished in a bathroom, named Dagon, who was assassinated while resisting the tyrannical rule of a Muggle dictator. As per Muggle customs, one must enter the bathroom with a rubber duck and shout Dagon, or that Muggle cars could be captured in the wild. And when a car neared the end of its life, it might have 5 tires instead of 4. Muggles would stack the tires together, allowing young cars to hatch anew from the pile. Needing training before they could be sold, the Weasley twins listened with wide-eyed wonder, reminiscent of Tiella's initial fascination with Hogwarts, as if Muggles inhabited another enchanting realm. Only Hermione and Harry suppressed their laughter. Trembling with suppressed mirth. Oh dear, Harry suddenly exclaimed, clutching his forehead, as a fiery pain surged through his lightning-shaped scar. What's wrong? Tiella, seated beside him, was the first to notice his discomfort, feigning ignorance. The others turned their gazes towards Harry. No, it's nothing, Harry replied, feeling the searing pain dissipate as swiftly as it had come. Who was the teacher speaking with Professor Quirrell? Harry inquired of Percy, who sat across from him. He had noticed that the teacher with the hooked nose and greasy black hair had been watching him with an unsettling gaze. Oh, you already know Professor Quirrell. It's not surprising that he's so nervous. That's Professor Snape. He teaches potions, but he is reluctant to teach this subject, as everyone knows he covets Professor Quirrell's position. Snape is quite adept in the dark arts. Harry scrutinized Snape for a moment, but the latter did not return his gaze. Soon, as the young witches and wizards had nearly finished their meals, the remnants of the feast were cleared away, vanishing as abruptly as they had appeared. After the last plate disappeared, Professor Dumbledore stood up solemnly, tapping his glass to regain the room's attention, which fell into a hush. Now that everyone is satisfied and well-fed, I wish to address a few matters. First-year students, take heed. The woods on campus are strictly off-limits to students. Some of our older classmates should remember this as well. Dumbledore's bright gaze particularly swept towards the Weasley twins. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone that magic should not be practiced in the corridors during breaks. Dumbledore cast another glance toward the Weasley twins. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must inform you all that those who wish to avoid unexpected accidents and a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the 4th floor. To the right, Harry burst into laughter, though he was among the few who did. Tiella shot him a quizzical look. What are you laughing at? He is talking about you. That he can't be serious, can he? Harry whispered to Percy, feeling slightly out of place. Impossible. Percy frowned at Dumbledore. Strangely enough, he usually provides reasons for places we are prohibited from visiting, such as the woods being home to many dangerous beasts. Which is common knowledge. I believe he should at least clarify this to our head boy. Now, before everyone retires for the night, let us sing the school song together, Dumbledore proclaimed loudly. Harry noticed that the smiles of the other teachers seemed to freeze. Even Hagrid was no exception. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a long, golden ribbon that danced through the air above the dining table, forming lines of text as it coiled like a serpent. Choose your favorite tune, Dumbledore instructed. Ready, sing. And thus, the entire assembly of students and faculty burst into song. Hogwarts, 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 teach us something. Whether we are balding old men or children with scraped knees, our minds can embrace some intriguing knowledge. For now, our minds are empty, filled with air, dead flies, and trivial matters. Impart upon us some valuable knowledge. Restore to us that which we have forgotten. You need only do your utmost. The rest we shall take upon ourselves. And we shall strive to learn until we turn to dust. The song concluded in a disjointed fashion. The Weasley twins, seated beside Tiella, continued to sing along to the funereal melody. Dumbledore used his wand to conduct the last few measures for them. And when they finished, his applause was the loudest. Music, he exclaimed, that is far more enchanting than anything we accomplish here. Now, it is time for bed. Off to your dormitories. Tiella followed Percy and the other first-year Gryffindor witches and wizards out of the dining hall. Ascending the ever-moving marble staircase. I'm sure I'll get lost, Tiella remarked. This place is much larger than it appeared in the movies, and the intricate movements of the staircases make this castle feel like a shifting labyrinth. Indeed, there are far too many staircases, and they keep moving. Harry agreed from behind her, yawning as he spoke that he felt utterly exhausted, having been filled with new friendships and the fatigue of the sorting ceremony. Percy led them through corridors adorned with whispering portraits, navigating layers of draperies until they reached a dimly lit hallway at the corridor's end. A bundle of wands floated in midair, and Percy was but a step away from the others, causing them all to topple toward him. It's Peeves, Percy said, somewhat disdainfully to the first-year students, a ghost who delights in pranks. He raised his voice. Peeves, show yourself. The response was a loud, screeching sound akin to a balloon deflating. Are you asking me to fetch the Bloody Baron? Suddenly, a plump, ball-like poltergeist appeared, with a pair of wicked black eyes and a wide grin, floating cross-legged in the air, clutching the bundle of wands tightly. He cackled. Looks like we've got a pesky first year here. How delightful. He lunged towards Tierra and the others, startling the first few rows of young witches and wizards that go away. Peeves, or I'll tell the bloody baron. This isn't a joke, Percy shouted. Peeves stuck out his tongue and vanished. The wands fell directly onto Neville's head, and they heard him soar away, clanking past the suits of armor. You should be wary of Peeves, Percy advised, leading everyone onward. Only the bloody baron and Professor Dumbledore can rein him in. He doesn't even listen to us prefects. Here we are. At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a very plump woman dressed in layers of pink court gown. Password? She inquired. Dragon Dung. Percy responded. The painting swayed and moved aside, revealing a circular hole in the wall. After they all passed through the wall's opening, they discovered they had arrived in the Gryffindor common room. It was a cozy, circular chamber, centered around a fireplace that was yet to be lit, with fan-shaped arrangements of plush armchairs surrounding it. Percy guided the young witches through one door leading to their dormitory, and then took the boys through another. Ascending a spiral staircase, it became evident that they were situated within a tower. A minute later, Tierra and Harry finally located their beds, 5 grand canopied beds draped with deep red velvet curtains. The luxurious beds encircled a central hearth. Apart from Tierra, Harry, and Ron, the dormitory also housed Neville Longbottom, the sword master of Gryffindor, and the explosive genius, Seamus Finnegan. Their trunks and pets had already been delivered, including the boxes filled with books that Tierra had sent ahead. All quietly resting beside his bed, the 5 young wizards, exhausted, even Tierra, had little desire for conversation, each donning their pajamas and collapsing into slumber. Only Tierra retrieved his toothpaste and toothbrush from his bag. Making his way to the dormitory bathroom to brush his teeth and quickly wipe his face with a towel. No matter how weary one might be, maintaining cleanliness was essential. Tierra mused with a hint of regret that a bath was out of the question for today. Although he had long since mastered the cleaning charm, he still relished the pleasure of soaking in a bath. Yet today, he couldn't even muster the energy to cast the cleaning charm, for he was utterly spent, not solely from hours of train travel. A significant portion of his energy had been devoted to resisting the probing of the sorting hat, and he had also expended some of his magical power to sustain the cursed worms he had conjured. Otherwise, should his magic wane, they would seek the nearest living being to parasitize. Despite having studied magic for over 5 years since the age of 6, and having thoroughly perused all that Merlin's notes contained, Tierra humbly acknowledged that in terms of profound magical knowledge, he was not inferior to any young wizard at the school. However, due to a lack of foundational knowledge and limitations in magical power, his practical application of magic remained at a novice level. Consequently, the Merlin pill he had administered to Peter Pettigrew had gradually lost its potency. This pill was essentially a curse, although modified by Merlin to control magical creatures. The effectiveness of this control depended upon the caster's own magical strength. Given Tierra's current level of magic, controlling it from the train to this point was commendable, had it been Ron or Neville. The Merlin pill might have only lasted an hour. Tierra pondered that it would be wise to use such a pill sparingly. He wondered whether overuse might lead to resistance. After brushing his teeth, Tierra fell onto his bed and drifted off to sleep, not even bidding Harry goodnight. That a wizard's magical power, aside from relying on potions, could only be replenished through rest, namely, sleep. Harry also succumbed to slumber swiftly, and before long, the dormitory was filled only with the sound of even breathing. Years of established biological rhythms took their toll, and Tierra awoke at 6 in the morning, after lying in bed with his eyes open until 6:10 to fully awaken. He sprang up, washed up, and after feeding Raven a bit of birdseed and worms, opened the cage to let it roam freely. Raven called softly and flew out of the dormitory window. Tierra was not concerned about Raven flying away or getting lost. As his pet, Raven was the first magical creature to consume the Merlin pill. Thus, it possessed a dependency on Tierra akin to that of a young bird towards its mother. Furthermore, crows were inherently intelligent, and letting it fly might enable Raven to grasp the layout of the castle even faster than Tierra could. Hogwarts was vastly different from the castle he had seen in movies during his previous life. At least more than double the size of the Harry Potter section he had visited at Universal Studios, with a subtly altered decor style. After finishing his dental hygiene, Tierra exited the Gryffindor dormitory and began to wander about. Of course, he had no intention of heading to the third-floor corridor. The true Philosopher's Stone was already in his possession. Instead, he aimed to familiarize himself with Hogwarts in advance that a robust mental fortitude seemed to correlate with an enhanced ability to restore magical power. Therefore, despite feeling exhausted yesterday, with his magic nearly depleted, after a night's rest, Tierra felt rejuvenated and full of energy. The interplay between the material, spiritual, and mental dimensions was well documented in Merlin's notes. Growth in the material dimension, which encompassed a young wizard's normal physical development, would stimulate growth in the spiritual dimension, and an increase in magical power. A strong mental dimension would, in turn, accelerate the growth and recovery of the spiritual dimension. But its manifestation in the material dimension was merely an enhancement of sensory acuity and reflexes, far less pronounced than its impact on the spiritual dimension. Typically, the three dimensions of a young wizard were quite fragile. But Tierra was evidently not within the realm of ordinary young wizards. Having originally been an adult, his soul's strength was naturally beyond that of an average young wizard, and upon his arrival in this world, he had integrated a portion of Tierra's residual soul. This fusion endowed Tierra with a mental dimension stronger than that of most adult wizards. Consequently, his spiritual dimension was also more stable than that of a typical young wizard. This stability resulted in an accelerated recovery rate and growth of his magical power, an enhanced physical response speed, a slight increase in strength, and a substantial reduction in required sleep duration. In his previous life, he would have wished for 10 hours of sleep and still felt insufficiently rested, rising only after 10 each day. Now, he felt invigorated at 6 in the morning and could even take a stroll around Hogwarts. This formidable mental strength also allowed Tierra to consume the Hecate potion at this stage without fearing that his mental dimension would shatter under its influence, rendering him mad or foolish. After all, this was a potion devised by Merlin to resist the influence of external deities, and he had never considered what might happen to young wizards who had yet to enroll should they consume it. However, since it was a potion, dosage equated to toxicity, Tierra began his experiments with a concentration of 10 to the power of -7, gradually increasing the concentration. He determined that the most suitable strength for him at present was 10 to the power of -2, which meant a dilution of 100 times. Once the effects of the potion diminished and it ceased to produce illusions, Tierra increased the concentration incrementally. Ultimately, the finalized concentration was 6, allowing him to create illusions without risking overwhelming effects that could lead to shock. First-year classes commenced at 9 in the morning, so Tierra was not in a hurry. After leaving the Gryffindor common room, he first consulted a painting on the wall for directions, then proceeded downward until he reached the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Unfortunately, it was still too early, and the place was deserted. Tierra continued downward, arriving at the dungeons of Hogwarts. He passed by the potions classroom, the Slytherin common room, and Snape's office before reaching the entrance to the Hogwarts kitchen. There, house elves, just waking up, were bustling about preparing breakfast. One elf, appearing to be the leader, rushed over upon noticing Tierra's arrival, bowing deeply and staring intently at Tierra's shoes as he spoke. "Oh, esteemed wizard master. What may I do for you? I merely came to see if there was anything to eat. I woke up a bit early and am feeling somewhat hungry, but, esteemed wizard master, we only have bread and milk at the moment." "A delicious breakfast is not yet prepared. Then I shall have bread and milk. Thank you." Tierra's gratitude seemed to astonish the house elf, who quickly fetched a bag of freshly baked bread and a bottle of milk. Humbly holding them aloft, "You are truly an exceptionally wonderful and capable house elf." Tierra found himself somewhat embarrassed by the attitude displayed before him. However, he quickly recalled that these house elves were utterly subservient to wizards, requiring neither wages nor bonuses, and thus he felt compelled to offer them a few words of praise. Indeed, the leading house elf appeared as if it had consumed honey, its wrinkled visage contorting into a grotesque, yet somewhat endearing smile. Tierra hastily exited the basement, munching on his food as he made his way to the library on the 5th floor. Growing up under the vibrant banner of the red flag, Tierra had never before witnessed such a scene. This unabashed, unvarnished slavery. It must be said that the Anglo-Saxons were particularly adept at the practice of slavery, with house elves in the wizarding world paralleling the plight of African individuals in the Muggle realm. At Hogwarts, aside from the restricted section, all other areas of the library were left unlocked. However, due to the early hour, Madame Pants had yet to arrive. Tierra, ever mindful, stood outside, finishing the last remnants of his milk before entering the library. The library was vast, seemingly exceeding its intended capacity, perhaps due to the application of a non-detectable extension charm. Tierra did not rush to study. Instead, he spent over an hour traversing the narrow gaps between the bookshelves. Lightly tapping the spines of the books with his fingers, the titles cascaded into his mind. The blessing of the great house of his was a boon directed towards humanity, rather than a place. Thus, even when Taila was not within the library, he could comprehend the knowledge contained within those tomes. Eventually, Taila withdrew a book titled Principles of Modern Magic, placing it on the table to peruse. It was not until 8 o'clock that Madame Pants entered the library. Only then did Taila return Principles of Modern Magic to the shelf and retrieve the long-coveted Principles of Potions and Introduction to Alchemy to present to Madame Pants for registration. It was my first time witnessing a young wizard borrowing books from the library so early on the first day of school. After completing the registration, Madame Pants returned the 2 books to Taila. I am a Muggleborn, lacking the early exposure to magic that other wizarding families possess, and I am not as clever as other Muggle children. Thus, I must strive harder, Taila remarked. Suddenly, Madame Pants's stern countenance softened considerably. Diligent and ambitious children are universally cherished. You are the one who was meant for Ravenclaw during yesterday's sorting ceremony. Why then did you choose Gryffindor? As a Ravenclaw herself, Madame Pants found Taila's choice perplexing. I wish to be with my friends. Taila provided a reasonably acceptable answer that I met the Weasley family on the train here. Madame Pants nodded in acceptance of Taila's explanation, but immediately admonished. Stay away from those Weasley twins. They are nothing but trouble and will surely face expulsion from Hogwarts sooner or later. You are quite correct, Taila thought to himself, recalling that the Weasley twins did indeed meet their demise at Hogwarts. Now, off to class you go. I believe your first lesson in Gryffindor is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. Do not be late. She detests tardiness. In her youth, she relished transforming latecomers into pocket watches, though alas. Professor Dumbledore has since prohibited the use of transfiguration as a means of punishment. Seeing Taila nod, Madame Pants continued to gossip about the professor's pasts without a care. After leaving the library, Taila made his way directly to the Transfiguration classroom situated between the 2nd and 3rd floors. It was only just past 8, and the classroom was quite empty. Apart from Taila, there was only one other young witch present. It was obvious who it was. Hi, Taila, greeted the small witch upon spotting him. It was none other than Hermione Granger. I heard from the portraits that you left around 6 this morning. I didn't see you in the dining hall. Where have you been? I took a trip to the library. Taila replied as he sat beside Hermione, retrieving 3 books from his backpack, one being the introductory Transfiguration guide for their class, while the other 2 were the potions and alchemy texts he had just borrowed. Principles of Potions, Introduction to Alchemy, Taila, those are advanced books. You shouldn't be looking at those yet, Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. Well, I'm just interested. I'm merely browsing, not studying. If they prove unsuitable, I will return them, Taila replied, somewhat perturbed by the little witch's oversight. That's fine. She seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Aiming too high in our studies is inadvisable. I understand your desire to master magic, but we should begin with the foundational texts. Look at mine, Major Discoveries in Modern Magic. It is quite suitable for our year, Hermione said earnestly, momentarily showcasing the thick book in her hands to Taila. All right, thank you for your suggestion, Taila responded with a smile, although he found Hermione somewhat bothersome. He respected all diligent students. At least he could honestly say he did not possess the ability to immerse himself in a hefty tome at her age, thus, despite his feelings of her overstepping. Taila politely acknowledged her. The 2 of them sat in silence, absorbed in their reading, Hermione delving into the introductory Transfiguration guide, while Taila immersed himself in Principles of Potions. Gradually, more young witches and wizards trickled in. However, as the start of the class approached, there remained 2 empty seats when Professor McGonagall entered the classroom. This is a castle of magic. Each class automatically adjusts, ensuring there are just enough seats for every student. It seems we have some latecomers, Professor McGonagall remarked sternly. In the meantime, please prepare. With that, she transformed into a tabby cat with distinctive stripes, leaping onto the teacher's desk. A few minutes later, Harry and Ron rushed into the classroom, barely making it in time. Thank goodness we made it. Can you imagine Professor McGonagall's expression upon seeing us late? Ron exclaimed. Just as he finished speaking, the tabby cat on the desk gracefully leaped down. Having transformed back into an elderly witch clad in a deep green robe, her expression as stern as ever. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall said with a tight-lipped smile. Perhaps I should transform you and Mr. Potter into pocket watches. At least one of you might learn to be punctual. We got lost, Harry defended himself. Perhaps you should transform into a map, McGonagall quipped. Surely you shouldn't require a map to find your seats. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, hastily finding the only two available seats in the classroom. Having just learned of Professor McGonagall's past from Madame Pants, Tierra cast a sympathetic glance at Harry and Ron. These two unfortunate souls could hardly fathom how close they had come to being transformed into pocket watches. Transfiguration is the most complex and hazardous spell you will encounter in your Hogwarts curriculum. Professor McGonagall stated, once all had settled into their seats. Any mischief in my classroom will result in immediate expulsion, with no chance of re-entry. Consider this a warning. Then, she transformed her lectern into a pig. Only to revert it back again. The students were utterly captivated, eager to commence their studies at once, yet they soon grasped that it would take a considerable amount of time to transform furniture into animals. After diligently jotting down a plethora of intricate and profound notes, she distributed a matchstick to each of them, instructing them to attempt to transmute it into a needle. The notes proved to be quite challenging for the junior wizards at this stage. However, for Tierra, it was simply material from middle school physics and chemistry. Although the descriptions differed, Tierra could still discern, through the numerical data and the so-called magical models, that these were indeed representations of the atomic structure of iron, atomic mass, and the spatial configuration of a needle. Of course, these concepts were articulated in a literary manner, designed to ignite the imaginations of the young wizards, rather than through rigorous mathematical and chemical formulations. Yet, these notions had long been etched into Tierra's mind. In fact, they resided within the minds of anyone who had attended university. Therefore, as Tierra waved her wand and recited the incantation, her thoughts brimming with this knowledge, the matchstick on the table effortlessly transformed into a slender iron needle. Remarkable, Tierra, simply remarkable, Professor McGonagall remarked, offering Tierra a rare smile. Gryffindor earns 5 points. The class that the students genuinely anticipated was Defense Against the Dark Arts. However, Professor Quirrell's lesson had devolved into a veritable farce. His classroom was permeated with the pungent aroma of garlic, which everyone claimed was to ward off a vampire he had encountered in Romania. Fearing that the creature might return to ensnare him, Quirrell explained that his large scarf was a gift from an African prince who had bestowed it upon him in gratitude for aiding him in escaping the clutches of a revenant zombie. However, no one seemed to genuinely believe his tale. Firstly, when Simon Finnegan impatiently inquired how Professor Quirrell had vanquished the revenant, the professor's face flushed crimson as he mumbled incoherently about the weather. Secondly, they discovered that his scarf emitted an odd odor, with the Weasley twins insisting that it was undoubtedly stuffed with garlic. Thus, wherever Professor Quirrell went, he was sufficiently protected. His class was filled with laughter and mirth, as nearly all the young wizards mocked the timid, stuttering Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Yet, only Tierra refrained from laughing. Tierra was not a mischievous child. His university experience had imparted a crucial lesson, regardless of a teacher's incompetence, absurdity, or unlikability. One must never publicly display discord with them. Moreover, this instructor was not without genuine skill. The back of his head belonged to the most fearsome and ruthless Dark Lord in contemporary British wizardry. Upon this realization, Tierra found that even if he wished to laugh, he could not. Classes for the lower years at Hogwarts concluded at 3:30 in the afternoon, and since their flying lesson was scheduled for Tuesday, Tierra opted not to join the rowdy children in their mischief. He had long outgrown that phase. Instead, he accompanied the little adult, Hermione, to the library for some reading, dragging along Ron and Harry as well. After a full day of classes, Harry realized that despite the presence of many children from wizarding families, they were all merely laughing at their own shortcomings, as they were equally inexperienced. While this revelation greatly relieved Harry, Tierra's demeanor piqued his curiosity. Once class began, he noticed that Tierra seemed to transform entirely. Gone was the humorous, understanding, and warm older brother persona he had initially encountered. Once faced with lessons and assignments, Tierra morphed into someone strikingly serious. His expressions during these moments mirrored those of Professor McGonagall or Madame Pants from the library. Tuesday mornings were dedicated to Charms class, taught by Professor Flitwick, a remarkably small wizard who had to stand atop a stack of books to reach the lectern. When he began the first class and called out the roll, he squealed with excitement upon reaching Harry's name, promptly toppling over and disappearing from sight. Every Wednesday evening, they were required to use telescopes to observe the night sky, learning the names of various stars and the trajectories of planets 3 times a week. They were escorted by a stout, dwarf-like, which named Professor Sprout to the greenhouses behind the castle to study herbology, where they learned to cultivate peculiar plants and fungi and understand their uses. For reasons unknown, this particular class exhilarated Tierra. Harry observed that after each lesson, Tierra would chase after Professor Sprout with a barrage of questions. Initially, Professor Sprout would respond with delight, but gradually, Harry sensed a hint of exasperation in the kindly witch's tone. The most tedious course was undoubtedly History of Magic, which was the only class taught by a ghost. Legend had it that Professor Binns had fallen asleep in front of the faculty lounge fireplace, and upon waking the next morning, had forgotten to bring along his corporeal form, a testament to his advanced age. During class, Professor Binns droned on in a monotonous voice, while students hastily scribbled down names and dates, often confusing the villainous Morlock with the eccentric Eulalie. Even Tierra, in this class, did not exhibit the same diligence as in others, sitting beside Harry while engrossed in a book titled Introduction to Alchemy, which left Harry feeling bewildered. The class proved to be exceedingly dull, and Harry had not brought any other material to read. He found himself leaning sideways, staring at Tierra. Tierra was remarkably attractive. Harry could not deny this. In an age where most children were either filthy or disheveled, Tierra's hair was always impeccably styled, and his face was as clean as a beautiful porcelain doll. When he read, this impression was only magnified, Harry thought. Tierra often wore a slight smile, yet when engrossed in reading, his expression would instantly become blank, even somewhat rigid. It was then that Harry noticed Tierra's peculiar reading habit. In addition to fixating his gaze on the text, Tierra's hand seemed to glide over each line and word on the page. Since you find this so tedious, Tierra suddenly lifted his head, extracting a neatly folded stack of parchment from his bag and spreading it out on Harry's desk. Why not memorize these potion notes? Tierra suggested. These are some fundamental concepts I compiled during my month-long summer break. We have potions class on Friday, and considering we are all new to magic, we should strive to excel. Bezoar? Cow's stomach? What are these? Although Tierra's notes were concise, with neat handwriting and each point occupying its own line, the ample spacing between lines and the use of different colored inks for various key points, Harry still found himself dizzy from the information. Nonetheless, there were intriguing facts, such as how combining daffodil root powder with mugwort could create a potent sleeping draught known as the Draught of Living Death. Harry pondered whether he should concoct a cup for his cousin Dudley and trick him into thinking it was a fizzy drink. The week swiftly approached Friday, and Harry and Ron finally found their way to the dining hall for breakfast without getting lost in the moving staircases along the way. What classes do we have today? Harry inquired as he poured sugar into his porridge. "2 potions classes with the Slytherin students," Ron replied, his mouth full of grease. Tierra and Hermione were seated nearby, engrossed in their studies. If Harry and Ron had any academic questions, they were more than willing to assist, but they were not inclined to answer such inquiries. "Snape is the head of Slytherin House. They say he favors his own students. Now we shall see if that holds true. I hope Professor McGonagall will show us some favoritism as well," Harry said. Professor McGonagall was the head of Gryffindor House, yet she had still assigned them a hefty amount of homework the previous day. Just then, the mail arrived. Harry was already accustomed to it. However, on the first day during breakfast, a flock of approximately 100 owls suddenly swooped into the dining hall, startling him considerably. These owls flitted around the dining table until they located their respective owners, delivering letters or packages onto their laps. Tierra quietly stuffed the remaining half of her fried egg into her mouth, while Hermione had already drained a glass of juice beside her at the sound of the first owl's hoot, in order to prevent an owl from crashing into them. Thus far, Hedwig had yet to bring anything to Harry. Occasionally, it would fly in to peck at Harry's ear, soliciting a small morsel of toast before returning to the Ollery to slumber alongside the other owls on campus. However, this morning, it fluttered down between the jam dish and the sugar bowl, depositing a note onto Harry's plate. Harry immediately unfolded the note, which bore a hasty scrawl that read, "Dear Harry, I know you have no classes on Friday afternoon. I wonder if you could come over for tea around 3 o'clock? I am eager to hear how your first week has been. Please have Hedwig respond. Hagrid." Harry quickly borrowed a quill from Ron and scrawled on the back of the note, "All right, I would be delighted. See you soon." He then sent Hedwig off. Fortunately, the prospect of having tea with Hagrid was a welcome distraction, for potions had become the most tedious class Harry had encountered since entering Hogwarts. During the welcome feast, Harry sensed that Professor Snape harbored a dislike for him. Thus he arrived 10 minutes early to class, particularly attentive. Potions was held in a dimly lit classroom situated in the dungeons of Hogwarts. It was cold and damp, with rows of glass jars lining the walls, each containing various preserved specimens of creatures. Just like Professor Flitwick, Snape took attendance at the start of class, and similarly paused at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," Snape said softly, "Harry Potter, our illustrious new arrival." Harry always perceived a peculiar tone in Snape's voice. "You are here to learn the intricate science and precise art of potion making." Snape's voice was barely above a whisper. Yet every word was distinctly heard by all. Much like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape possessed an effortless authority that commanded order in the classroom. Yes, there will be no foolish wand-waving here. Many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite nature of a potion simmering gently in a cauldron, releasing fragrant aromas, nor the enchanting properties of a liquid that flows through one's veins, captivating the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death, but one condition remains. You must not be the kind of fools I often encounter. After delivering this captivating opening address, the class fell silent. Harry and Ron exchanged raised eyebrows and glances. Hermione Granger nearly perched on the edge of her seat, leaning forward eagerly, seemingly desperate to demonstrate that she was not a fool. The only one in the room seemingly unaffected was Tierra, who remained as composed as a porcelain doll. "Potter," Snape suddenly exclaimed, "what do we obtain if I add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood?" "We, would get a powerful sleeping draught known as the Draught of Living Death," Harry replied, casting a grateful glance at Tierra before quickly averting his gaze. "Excellent." Snape's eyes flickered with an indefinable emotion. "And where might we find a piece of cowbane?" Snape inquired again. "I in the stomach of a cow, sir," Harry answered. "What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" There is no difference, sir," Harry replied uncertainly. He seemed to recall that both were alternative names for aconite. Snape's gaze lingered on Harry's emerald green eyes for a lengthy moment. Ultimately, his expression softened somewhat. "Gryffindor earns 5 points. With that, Snape turned back to the podium, tapping his wand on the desk to quell the chatter among the students. The potions lesson continued, yet Gryffindor's fortunes did not improve. As Snape quickly deducted the points he had just awarded to Harry, Snape paired them off into groups of 2, instructing them to concoct a simple potion for treating scabies. Snape paced the classroom, his long black cloak trailing behind him as he observed them measure dried nettles and crush snake fangs. Nearly all the students faced criticism, with only Tierra and Harry escaping unscathed. Harry felt that their reprieve was entirely due to Tierra's prowess. She deftly grasped a handful of dried nettles, gently rubbed them between her fingers, and precisely measured out 5 grams on the scale. Next, Tierra selected a few small snake fangs and placed them carefully on the scale. 3.1 grams. Harry noted, glancing at the scale. They required 3 grams of snake fangs, but Tierra did not measure to that exact amount. Instead, she took a mortar and pestle, crushed the fangs carefully into a fine powder, and then ground them clockwise, gradually increasing the speed. Before grinding, Tierra ignited the alcohol burner and retrieved a larger cauldron. Filling it halfway with water, submerging the smaller cauldron required by Hogwarts within it. After chopping the snail's tentacles and the dried nettles, she measured 5 liters of water and poured it into her small cauldron. Once the water in the larger cauldron began to boil, Tierra swiftly swept the powdered snake fangs into the cauldron with a small brush. Harry watched in awe. Tierra's movements flowed like a well-rehearsed dance. While the other young witches and wizards were still adjusting their measurements of dried nettles, the potion inside the cauldron transitioned from a mottled brown to a pale yellow as Tierra stirred it 3 times in a clockwise direction, causing the boiling to cease and transforming it into a pot of pale yellow liquid. At this moment, Tierra quickly donned heat-resistant gloves, lifted the small cauldron from the water bath, and sequentially added the pre-chopped porcupine quills and raven saliva. The pale yellow potion ultimately morphed into a light green hue, with no overly vigorous reactions occurring. Everything appeared remarkably tranquil. Thus, Tierra emerged as the fastest student to complete potion brewing in that lesson. Even those from wizarding families, such as Malfoy, were still struggling with the grinding of snake fangs. "Have you studied potions before?" Snape asked, scrutinizing Tierra after inspecting the potion. "No, sir," Tierra replied. "I previously worked in a traditional Chinese medicine shop in Chinatown. Muggles use this water bath heating method to brew their potions, as they lack the magic to control temperature. The technique of potion brewing was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in temperature control and the timing of adding porcupine quills and raven saliva. However, for Tierra, who had undergone formal training at a chemical engineering university and passed university-level chemistry experiments 3, organic chemistry experiments, biochemistry experiments, and biochemical separation experiments with an A- grade, it was merely child's play. Snape regarded her, then silently nodded. seemingly accepting this explanation. Indeed, Muggles possessed many intricately devised methods for brewing potions, a fact that Snape had witnessed numerous times. That it seemed entirely plausible that a stray orphan from the Muggle world might encounter such techniques while working. Moreover, these sophisticated methods proved highly effective among lower-level young witches and wizards, as they could not use magic to precisely control flame temperatures. Thus, this water bath heating method could significantly enhance their success in potion making. However, for Snape, such methods were unnecessary. As a master of potions, he could manipulate flames to his desired temperature with merely a thought, rendering water bath heating superfluous. Just as he was showcasing how flawlessly Tierra was brewing her potion, a sudden surge of acidic green smoke erupted in the dungeon classroom, accompanied by a loud hissing sound. Neville, somehow, had managed to turn Seamus's cauldron into a twisted mass, spilling the potion onto the stone floor and burning holes into the shoes of his classmates. In mere seconds, the entire class had ascended onto their stools. When the cauldron was overturned, Neville found himself drenched in potion, his arms and legs covered in swollen, red welts, crying out in agony. "You imbecile!" Snape bellowed, brandishing his wand to swiftly erase the potion splattered across the floor. "I presume you neglected to remove the cauldron from the fire before tossing in the porcupine quills, did you?" Neville began to sob uncontrollably, and an array of welts suddenly appeared on his nose. "Take him to the hospital wing," Snape commanded sharply to Seamus. Following this incident, Snape's mood seemed to worsen, as he deducted another 10 points from Gryffindor, conveniently forgetting that Tierra had been the first to successfully brew a potion. Yet, even amid such dismay, the spirits of the young lions remained buoyant, for Harry was the first Gryffindor to earn points from Snape since he began teaching potions. Truly, he was worthy of having defeated the Dark Lord. Nearly every Gryffindor wizard felt compelled to acknowledge Harry's achievement. After all, compared to the terrifying tales of the Dark Lord, Snape was a tangible shadow of point deductions looming over their heads. This newfound popularity only served to elevate Harry's status, as Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws alike congratulated him wherever he went. Such adulation both delighted and unnerved Harry. Almost everyone believed this commendation was solely his doing, including Ron and Hermione, who also came to offer their congratulations. Yet, only Harry was aware of the truth behind it all. If it weren't for Tierra's notes, he would have essentially stolen Tierra's accolades, which left him with a pang of guilt akin to that of a thief. Torn with conflict, Harry sought out Tierra, hoping to clarify the situation. He feared losing this friendship, for he had appropriated what rightfully belonged to Tierra. It felt like an act of theft. "What? Oh, you mean that?" Tierra remarked nonchalantly, lifting his gaze from his book to reveal a serene smile akin to a gentle breeze. "Focus on your studies, Harry," Tierra added, slightly exasperated as he rubbed his temples. He had underestimated the significance that young wizards placed on glory and recognition. He had merely assisted Harry in amplifying the aura of the savior, ensuring that no one would pay heed to Tierra's rather peculiar presence trailing behind Harry, the classic case of the unnoticed in plain sight. Yet, he had not anticipated that Harry would regard this matter with such gravity. "Compared to true knowledge, everything we possess now is but fleeting vapor," Tierra advised solemnly. After their potions class, they had no further lessons for the day. At 5 minutes to 3, the trio, Harry, Tierra, and the ever-persistent Ron, left the castle, traversing the fields to Hagrid's small hut on the edge of the forbidden forest. Upon knocking, they heard a commotion within, accompanied by low growls. Then came Hagrid's voice. "Back, Fong, back." Hagrid opened the door just a crack, revealing his bearded visage. "Wait a moment," he said. "Back, Fong." Hagrid ushered them inside while grappling with a massive black hound's collar. The hut contained a single room. Hams and wild fowl hung from the ceiling. A copper kettle simmered over a fire, and in one corner stood a large bed adorned with patchwork quilts. "Make yourselves at home," Hagrid said, releasing Fong, who immediately bounded toward Ron, licking his ears, only to pivot and slobber all over Tierra when he received a swift swipe from him. Tierra had once owned a small dog in his previous life, but it had passed away before he began his doctoral studies. Otherwise, that dog would have been heartbroken to learn that its little master would never return. Like Hagrid, Fong was evidently not as fierce as his appearance suggested. Upon receiving Tierra's adept scratching, he promptly flopped onto the ground, exposing his belly. "You seem to have won Fong's favor." Hagrid chuckled, serving each of them a steaming cup of tea and retrieving a batch of grayish rock-like scones from the oven, wafting a sweet aroma. "This one is for Ron," Harry said to Hagrid, who was transferring the scones from the baking tray to a plate. "Another little brother from the Weasley clan, right?" Hagrid remarked, glancing at Ron's tousled red hair. but I nearly spent half my life trying to keep your twin brother out of the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid then inquired about their classes, as Harry and Ron excitedly recounted amusing anecdotes from the school year. "Snape awarded you 5 points?" Hagrid exclaimed, his mouth agape, crumbs from the scone tumbling into his beard. "He has never given Gryffindor points before. He doesn't even deduct points from Gryffindor." Hagrid was astonished. "What on earth did you do to earn that?" "Harry answered 3 of Snape's questions," Ron boasted, as though he himself had been the one to respond. 3 questions that no one else could answer. Ron seemed blissfully unaware that Hermione had been frantically raising her hand the whole time. "No, it was Timmy," Harry said, casting a nervous glance at Tayla, who seemed engrossed in petting Fong, oblivious to the ongoing conversation. Just as he was about to clarify, Hagrid's gruff voice broke in. "I remember Lily. Harry's mother was quite adept at potions during her time at school. My mother was good at potions," Harry exclaimed, his excitement causing him to forget his explanations. "Indeed," Hagrid replied after a moment's thought. "I've been the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts for quite some time, and your mother, Lily, was the kindest and brightest which I've ever encountered. She excelled in many subjects at Hogwarts, making it hard to believe she hailed from a Muggle family, particularly in potions. Oh, by the way, she was quite close with Snape. Although one was Gryffindor and the other was Slytherin," Hagrid reminisced. "My mother was friends with Snape?" Harry's astonishment deepened. It was difficult for him to fathom that the acerbic, greasy-haired, ominous Snape could ever be a friend of his mother. Yes, they were very close friends. Initially, they were inseparable, sticking together through classes, meals, and even study sessions, except for sleep, Hagrid recounted. "What happened next?" Harry asked eagerly, desperate to learn everything about his mother. "Well, eventually, Professor Snape had a falling out with your mother over some matter, and they went their separate ways. Ultimately, your mother married your father, James Potter." "What kind of disagreement?" Harry pressed. "I'm not entirely sure," Hagrid replied, seemingly reluctant to delve into the subject. By the way, Ron, how is your brother Charlie doing?" Hagrid awkwardly shifted topics. "I've always liked him. He has a knack for dealing with magical creatures." As Ron recounted Charlie's dragon research to Hagrid, Harry noticed a small piece of paper hidden beneath the teapot's cozy. It was a clipping from the Daily Prophet, detailing the latest reports on the break-in at Gringotts. The investigation into the incident on July 31st was still ongoing. It was widely believed that it had been carried out by unidentified dark wizards. The goblins at Gringotts reiterated today that nothing had been stolen. In fact, the underground vaults that had been searched had been completely emptied earlier that day. A goblin spokesperson stated in the afternoon. "While fending off persistent reporters, we cannot disclose what is stored in our vaults. Please do not interfere with this matter." Hagrid. Harry suddenly recalled that Ron had mentioned this incident to him. He and Tayla had previously worried whether dark wizards would attack Hagrid. But upon seeing Hagrid safe and sound after disembarking from the train, they had dismissed the concern. However, now that the newspaper clearly stated that the vault had been emptied earlier that day, it was highly likely that the stolen item was the filthy little package Hagrid had taken them to retrieve. On the very day that Gringotts was besieged, it happened to coincide with our visit. And I cannot help but wonder if that robber was after that particular item. Oh, my goodness, Hagrid suddenly exclaimed, shaking his large head in disbelief as he glanced at the clock on the wall. "Good heavens," Hagrid continued, realizing how late it had become. In a flurry, he hastily grabbed his coat. "I truly apologize, children. I just remembered that I have an appointment with the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest at 4 o'clock to visit the unicorns. Yes, to check on those poor creatures who have been attacked. I must go see them. I am terribly sorry, children. Here, take this, take more. As he spoke, Hagrid shoved the rock cakes from the table into Ron and Harry's arms. "And Tila, yes, you should take some too. I must head to the Forbidden Forest now," Hagrid declared. "You all should return to the castle. I sincerely apologize, children. Next time, we shall have a proper discussion." Thus, Tila, Harry, and Ron found themselves inexplicably ushered out, each with their pockets laden with heavy rock cakes, to be precise. Only Ron felt the bewilderment. Harry, on the second floor, was nearly certain that the stolen item from Gringotts was indeed that filthy parcel Hagrid had taken them to retrieve from Vault 713. Tila, on the fourth floor, not only knew who sought that parcel but also where the Real Philosopher's Stone was hidden. The only mystery remaining was whether there existed a long-bearded old man on the 5th floor who had a penchant for lemon drops. Harry had always found it hard to believe that he would come to know a boy he despised even more than Dudley. This realization struck him only after encountering Draco Malfoy. However, It was fortunate that first-year Gryffindor students shared potions class only with Slytherin students, and in potions, Harry excelled, becoming the first Gryffindor in nearly a decade to earn points. Thus, enduring Malfoy's presence was not overly burdensome, at least. That was their initial belief, until one day, they discovered a notice posted in the Gryffindor common room, which left them all sighing in dismay. Flying lessons were to commence this Thursday, and Gryffindor students would be attending classes alongside Slytherin. What terrible luck, Harry lamented, just as I suspected. To be making a fool of myself on a broomstick in front of Malfoy. He had longed to learn flying, a desire stronger than anything else. Whether he would indeed make a spectacle of himself remained uncertain. Ron, ever the voice of reason, remarked, I know Malfoy always boasts about being exceptional at Quidditch, but I would wager he is merely talking nonsense. Malfoy constantly prattled on about flying. He vociferously complained that first-year students were unqualified to join the college Quidditch team, regaling everyone with a plethora of long-winded, self-aggrandizing tales that invariably culminated in his harrowing escape from a Muggle helicopter. However, this narrative was ruthlessly dismantled by Tierra, who happened to pass by. Tierra first pointed out, referencing the International Confederation of Wizards secrecy laws, that Malfoy could not possibly practice on a broom in the vicinity of a Muggle helicopter, thereby suggesting that Malfoy was either breaking the law or boasting. She then highlighted several inaccuracies in Malfoy's description of the helicopter. This was met with a chorus of agreement from many Muggle students present in the hall. Ultimately, Tierra enumerated a series of terms that he and the attending wizards could not comprehend, such as aerodynamics, asserting that if Malfoy had indeed ventured within 5 meters of the helicopter, the powerful airflow produced by its rotor blades would have immediately sucked him in, reducing him to a mere heap of flesh, leaving him far less time to react than he claimed in his story. This merciless exposure fostered a deep-seated resentment in Malfoy towards Tierra, who vowed to make him pay during flying lessons. Thus, although Tierra had already become a clever and formidable older brother in Harry's eyes, Harry still felt a sense of trepidation regarding broom riding. After all, there was a significant disparity between children from wizarding families and those from Muggle backgrounds. Every child he knew from wizarding families had at least seen a flying broom, even the clumsy Neville, who had once witnessed his cousin riding one before him. However, when he had attempted to mount it himself, he was promptly scolded by his grandmother. Furthermore, even Ron had boasted to Harry and Tierra about an incident where he nearly collided with a hang glider while riding his brother Charlie's old broom. While other young wizards bragged about their broom-riding escapades, Tierra remained either quietly listening or rolling his eyes before retreating into his book, only to speak up and puncture Malfoy's boasting on that occasion. It was the first time Harry observed a look of derision on Tierra's face, leading him to almost believe that there was animosity between Tierra and Malfoy. Time swiftly passed to Thursday morning, with nearly everyone feeling anxious about the impending flying lesson, including both wizarding and Muggle children. Hermione was animatedly recounting her recent reading of a book titled Quidditch Through the Ages, while Neville hung on her every word. Even those who claimed to have ridden brooms before were too nervous to eat. Almost everyone, except for Tierra. Harry noticed that Tierra maintained his porcelain doll-like expression, engrossed in a hefty tome on alchemical theory. This book was replete with complex geometric patterns and a plethora of letters and formulas that could bewilder even the brightest minds. Nevertheless, Hermione was undeterred. In addition to Quidditch Through the Ages, she had borrowed an even larger and thicker book titled A History of Alchemy. Ultimately, Hermione's theoretical discussions were interrupted by the arrival of an owl, eliciting sighs of relief from everyone except Neville and the Muggle students. Since Hagrid's last letter, Harry had not received any correspondence, let alone Tierra, who had never received a single package. Yet, Tierra remained unfazed, perpetually absorbed in his reading, even when Malfoy ostentatiously displayed various sweets, toys, and magical items sent by his mother in front of Harry and Tierra. Tierra remained composed. Harry was somewhat similar. While he couldn't maintain the same impassive demeanor as Tierra, he managed to ignore Malfoy, especially when Tierra provided him with a dense set of worksheets filled with fill-in-the-blank questions. These were Tierra's handwritten exercises from the past 5 years, designed to aid his memory of potion and spell knowledge, which he had magically erased before handing them to Harry. Tierra found nurturing the chosen one to be rather amusing. To some extent, Harry's strength ensured his safety. After all, Harry was the primary force against Voldemort, and the more powerful he became, the more attention Voldemort would draw towards him, thus rendering his own situation safer. All the questions were derived from the printed materials of Merlin's era, and there was little difference from the textbooks currently used at Hogwarts. For centuries, This curriculum had not only remained unchanged, but had also omitted parts regarding animagi from transfiguration and reduced the study of alchemy. Having tasted the sweetness of glory, Harry grew ever more eager for knowledge of the magical world. Yet, Harry was merely an 11-year-old wizard, naturally playful and restless. After completing a few questions, he could hardly sit still, either gazing around or playing wizard cards with Ron. Tierra was neither Harry's father nor mother, so he couldn't overly constrain him. Harry was free to study or not. Only when Malfoy came to flaunt his gifts did Harry diligently focus on the exercises before him. This was why Tierra chose to let Malfoy save face, hoping he would frequently linger around. After all, why should an adult be at odds with a child? By around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tierra, Harry, and Ron arrived at the lush green grass in front of the school, where over 20 brooms were neatly arranged on the ground. They were the last to arrive, as Tierra adhered to his habit of taking a 2-hour nap daily between 12:30 and 2:30 or 1 and 3. This was not merely for rest. Tierra's mental fortitude could sustain him for days without sleep. That it was simply a long-standing routine. Despite the busyness of his previous life as a researcher, he had found the need for a midday rest. Harry and Ron waited for Tierra, which accounted for their tardiness. However, it seemed they had quietly blended into the throng of young wizards before their instructor's arrival. This time, Ron had learned from his previous mistakes and refrained from boasting, instead urging Harry and Tierra to gravitate towards Hermione. A minute after Harry, Ron, and Tierra arrived, Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, strode into the green field. With her short gray hair and eagle-like yellow eyes, she commanded attention. "What are you all waiting for?" Madame Hooch barked. "Stand next to a broomstick. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Time is of the essence." Tierra glanced down at his worn and tattered broom, with branches protruding awkwardly from it, mirroring the state of the others. First years were not permitted to bring their own brooms. Tierra was certain that Malfoy would have brought his supposedly Nimbus 2000 to show off in front of Tierra and Harry. "Extend your right hand over the broomstick," Madame Hooch instructed, then called out, "Up, up." Everyone chimed in, "Up." Harry's broom immediately leapt into his hand, but such obedient brooms were few and far between. Tierra's broom jumped on the ground but did not reach his hand, while Hermione's merely rolled over to Neville's broom remained utterly motionless. Next, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount a broom without slipping off. She walked along the line, correcting their grip. To Tierra's surprise, mounting the broom was not uncomfortable. Rather, it felt as though a gentle force was supporting him, significantly diminishing his previous aversion to broom riding. After all, discussions about whether brooms were uncomfortable had been rampant on certain forums whenever Quidditch was mentioned. "When I whistle, you will kick off the ground with your legs, and you must kick hard," Madame Hooch instructed. "Hold the broom steady, rise a few feet, and then lean slightly forward to descend vertically. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. However, Neville, too anxious to be left behind, kicked off the ground before the whistle even reached Madame Hooch's lips, soaring into the air. "Come back. Hurry back," Madame Hooch exclaimed, yet Neville ascended straight upwards, akin to a cork erupting from a bottle, soaring 12 feet, then 20 feet. Alas, the pallid-faced Neville slipped from his broomstick, plummeting to the ground with a resounding thud, curling up in a ball. Fortunately, the freshly turned earth of the grass was exceedingly soft. Although Neville was injured and groaned on the ground, he was still alive. Madame Hooch bent down to lift Neville, her face mirroring his ashen hue. Her wrist was fractured. Harry heard her murmur, "It's all right. Children, no need to worry. Let's head to the hospital together." She turned to the rest of the class, declaring, "I shall take this child to the hospital. None of you are to move. Return the brooms to their rightful places. Otherwise, before you have the chance to utter the word Quidditch, you will find yourselves expelled from Hogwarts. Come along, poor dear," she added, addressing Neville, before vanishing through the castle doors. No sooner had they departed than Malfoy burst into raucous laughter. "Did you see his pitiful state? That great oaf." Other Slytherin students chimed in, echoing his derision. "Be quiet, Malfoy," Parvati Patil snapped. "Oh, are you defending Longbottom, Pansy Parkinson, an unattractive Slytherin girl? Mock. I can't believe you actually like the chubby little crybaby." "Patil, look," Malfoy exclaimed, rushing to seize something from the grass. It was the memory ball sent by Longbottom's grandmother. He held it aloft, its surface glinting in the sunlight. However, at that moment, Tara approached, broom in hand. The broom was longer and thinner than a book. Yet, having already suffered a setback once, Malfoy would not fall for the same trick again. Before Tara's broom could reach him, he mounted his own and soared into the air, prompting a gasp from the young wizards below. Thus, aside from the helicopter aspect, It seemed Malfoy could indeed ride a broomstick. "Come catch me, you bookish muggle," Malfoy shouted from the air, glaring menacingly at Tierra. "Get it back, Malfoy." Harry yelled at him. Malfoy grinned maliciously, tossing Neville's memory ball into the air. "If you want it, come and take it." Upon seeing Tierra draw her wand, Malfoy ascended even higher. Harry grasped his broom. "No," Hermione cried. "Madam Hooch told us not to move. You'll get us all in trouble." Ignoring her, Harry mounted his broom and propelled himself upward, the wind whipping through his hair, his robes billowing behind him, soon reaching the same altitude as Malfoy. The inherited prowess from James was unmistakable, startling Malfoy considerably. "Hand it over," Harry shouted. "Or I will knock you off that broom." "Oh, really?" Malfoy retorted. He attempted to mock, but his throat felt as if obstructed by a frog. Harry seemed instinctively aware of what to do. He leaned forward, gripping the broom tightly, and launched himself at Malfoy like a javelin. Malfoy barely managed to evade him. Harry swiftly spun around, regaining his balance on the broom, while a few onlookers applauded below. He relished the sensation of being in the spotlight once more, but this time it was entirely due to his own efforts. Harry glanced down at Tierra, who wore her usual faint smile, blending into the crowd as she gently applauded him. For reasons unknown, Harry felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to see surprise or delight etched on Tierra's face, rather than her perpetually serene smile. "Here, see if you can catch this," Malfoy yelled, tossing the glass ball high into the air before hastily descending. Having lost his nerve, Malfoy sensed the impending danger posed by Harry's sudden display of flying talent. Yet, just as he began to descend a meter, a voice called out, "Wingardium Leviosa." The broom continued its descent, while Malfoy remained suspended in midair, frozen in place. "Help! Help!" Malfoy cried in terror, flailing his arms and legs. At that moment, Harry was already pursuing the memory ball Malfoy had thrown, having soared up to the castle tower, thus oblivious to Malfoy's frantic calls for assistance. Otherwise, he would have surely turned back to glance. Crabbe and Goyle, along with other Slytherin students, were in a chaotic tangle on the ground, yet none dared to mount their brooms to rescue Malfoy. "You must lower Malfoy," the plump Goyle shouted at Tierra, though he dared not approach, for Tierra held both her wand and a broom. Having witnessed Tierra's prowess during their last encounter on the train, Crabbe and Goyle wisely refrained from advancing, merely exchanging insults from a distance. "Let him down." Pansy, the unattractive young witch, echoed, "or when Madam Hooch returns, you'll be in trouble." Madam Hooch's command forbade the young wizards from touching the brooms before her return. Tierra smiled lightly, her expression resolutely righteous as she declared, "Mr. Malfoy has violated Madam Hooch's orders by ascending on a broom without supervision that I witnessed him about to fall when I used the levitation charm to prevent him from injury. Madam Hooch should commend me." Upon her pronouncement, a profound silence enveloped the area. It was indeed a fact that Madam Hooch had strictly prohibited the young wizards from flying. No, Malfoy was just about to come down when you suddenly immobilized him in midair. Pansy suddenly realized. Is that so? I only saw Malfoy on the verge of falling from his broom. With that, Tierra turned to the Gryffindor students, saying, "Madam Hooch ought to award Gryffindor some points, don't you think?" "Yes." Upon hearing the suggestion of points, nearly all the Gryffindor students eagerly chimed in agreement. As an adult, Tierra had an effortless ability to rally the young wizard's enthusiasm, while the two groups faced off. Harry gradually returned, clutching the memory ball in his hand. "Hooray!" The Gryffindor crowd cheered. Harry Potter, however, their cheers were soon interrupted by Professor McGonagall, who was approaching them. "And Malfoy, what on earth is happening here?" McGonagall quickly spotted Draco Malfoy suspended in midair. "Professor McGonagall." Tierra stepped forward, hastily spilling the details before McGonagall could unleash her fury. "Malfoy has disobeyed Madam Hooch's orders by flying without permission and snatched the memory ball from injured Neville." Harry attempted to intervene, but Malfoy, unrepentant, threw the memory ball away, causing him to lose his balance and fall from his broom. "I used the levitation charm to temporarily hold him in place, Professor McGonagall. Please let him down." Tierra recounted breathlessly, her face displaying an appropriate urgency. Tierra's interruption diminished some of McGonagall's ire, leaving her somewhat astonished as she glanced between Tierra and Harry. Tierra found this bewildering. What was her involvement in this matter? "Mr. Tierra, how long have you suspended Malfoy in midair?" McGonagall inquired. Perhaps a few minutes," Tierra replied, uncertainly. At this moment, Harry had dismounted from his broom, dutifully standing behind Tierra with his head bowed. Tierra, lacking formal wizarding education, remained unaware of the immense magical power required for a first-year wizard to levitate a living being. "Harry, come with me," McGonagall commanded, waving her wand. The levitating Malfoy descended gently to the ground like a feather. As soon as Malfoy touched down, he erupted into loud sobs, prompting Tierra to feel a twinge of guilt, making her question whether she had gone too far in dealing with Malfoy. "Harry, come with me." After Professor McGonagall finished speaking, she strode purposefully towards the castle, while Harry mechanically followed in her wake, with Malfoy, the linchpin of Slytherin, thoroughly frightened. The house offered no effective resistance and remained as quiet as the grave until Madame Hooch's return. Of course, even after Madame Hooch arrived, there was little commotion, save for Malfoy, who, having regained his composure, glared resentfully at Tierra. Having achieved her objective, Tierra decided not to provoke Malfoy any further for a while. At dinner, Harry returned, his face alight with excitement. Despite being rather dirty, he radiated exuberance. He recounted to Ron and Tierra the events that transpired after he and Professor McGonagall departed from the grounds. As Ron was about to take a bite of his steak and kidney pie, he halted midway, forgetting entirely. "Seekers?" he exclaimed, incredulous. "But first years never. You must be the youngest player on the house team in many years." "In a century," Harry replied, scooping up some pie and stuffing it into his mouth, feeling particularly ravenous after the thrilling encounter of the afternoon. "Would told me," he added, glancing at Tierra, who was smiling at him with that subtle smile. It was Ron, however, who reacted most dramatically, utterly astonished, sitting there wide-eyed, staring at Harry. "I start training next week," Harry said, "but you mustn't tell anyone. Would wants it to be a secret. At that moment, Fred and George Weasley entered the dining hall. Spotting Harry, they hurried over. "Good job," George whispered. "Would told us that we're on the house team too." As beaters, Fred chimed in. "Let me tell you, we're definitely going to win the Quidditch Cup this year, since Charlie left. We haven't won a thing, but this year our team will shine. That you're going to be brilliant." Harry, what was practically incoherent when he told us, Fred continued. "However, we must be off. Lee Jordan thinks he's discovered a new secret passage that leads outside the school. I suspect it's the same passage we found behind that statue of Gregory the Smarmy during our first week. Goodbye." Amidst Harry's animated narration, Draco Malfoy quietly approached Tierra, flanked by the stout crab and the diminutive Goyle. The three of them glared menacingly at Tierra, for during the afternoon's flying lesson, she had not only dealt Malfoy a severe blow but had also humiliated the entire Slytherin house. This infuriated Slytherin, a house that traditionally prized its reputation. Tierra, however, was unfazed by Malfoy and his two lackeys' approach. After all, they were certainly not there to brawl with the teachers seated nearby. Though Malfoy was frightened, he was determined to swallow his pride. Thus, he devised a devious plan. "Tierra," he sneered, "midnight tonight, trophy room, we duel one-on-one. Are you brave enough?" he added, "Once only." Clearly, Malfoy was more incensed at Tierra's Muggle heritage than at Harry, especially after the levitation charm that had embarrassed him. Tierra regarded Malfoy with a quizzical expression, the corners of her mouth curving into a wider smile that Harry recognized as derision. Hey, Tierra suddenly exclaimed. "Everyone, quiet down. Malfoy here has issued me a challenge for a wizard duel." Standing atop the bench, she declared, "Tonight at midnight. Trophy room. Malfoy wants to take me on one-on-one." Her proclamation drew nearly everyone's attention, particularly the sharp gazes of Professors McGonagall and Snape. "Nonsense." Professor McGonagall barked. Snape, however, appraised Tierra with an inscrutable expression. McGonagall, a traditionalist of strict demeanor, had partaken in her share of folly in her youth, yet had grown increasingly regimented with age. "You haven't even learned a proper spell. What if one of you gets hurt? Do you understand?" She began to lecture. "Wait a moment, Professor McGonagall," Snape interjected. "Perhaps it is not as dire as it seems." "What do you mean, Professor Snape?" McGonagall responded with a formal address. "Perhaps we should allow Mr. Malfoy and Ms. Tierra to duel now, rather than wait until midnight. After all, wizard dueling is an experience they will eventually encounter. It is better they engage with it now than in a book, or unprepared later. But what if they get hurt? What if their magic goes awry?" McGonagall fretted. "We are here," Snape remarked, "and with Professor Flitwick, the dueling champion, I believe we can ensure their safety. But Tierra is a Muggle-born child," McGonagall said, casting a worried glance at Tierra, who had hardly learned many spells, while Malfoy, "Professor McGonagall, you stated before," Snape responded nonchalantly, "that Tierra is a remarkably gifted young witch. I believe her talent should sufficiently compensate for her lack of spell knowledge." With that, Snape waved his wand, causing the tables in the hall to shift aside, revealing a vast expanse of open space. Since there were not many diners remaining, the repositioned tables did not disrupt the meal for the young witches and wizards present. Yet who could possibly focus on dinner at such a moment? A wizard duel, such a grand affair. They had only read about it in books, or perhaps had never even heard of it. Due to Tierra's remarkable display during the flying lesson, her name began to circulate among the young sorcerers, though it could not quite rival the famed Harry Potter. Nevertheless, she was becoming a notable figure among the first-year students. Tierra felt this was sufficient. She desired to remain inconspicuous, yet could not afford to be entirely overlooked, lest others perceive her solely as Harry Potter's appendage rather than an independent entity. Thus, she needed to periodically assert her presence, at least to establish a certain status among the Gryffindor students, which would facilitate her efforts to resist Voldemort in the future, whether organizing the young witches and wizards or evading him alone. However, the recognition she sought was not of the kind that attracted the masses' attention. It was not the spotlight she craved. Tierra now found herself in a quandary. Malfoy, in a slightly more advantageous position, stood at the center of the makeshift arena, a cold smile plastered on his face as he regarded Tierra. Having been raised in a wizarding family, he had practiced magic on house elves from a young age and had never considered the possibility of losing. "What's the matter, Tierra?" Not planning to step up, Malfoy taunted. "Are you afraid?" With a sigh of resignation, Tierra walked to the center. She felt compelled to accept this duel, unlike the children at home. Children abroad admired the strong as much as they scorned the weak and the timid, especially within a radical group like Gryffindor. She was almost certain that if she declined the duel, the Gryffindor students would mock and ostracize her the following day. After all, in the fourth book, Harry became the target of ridicule over a mere goblet of fire, let alone her, a coward who would not accept a duel challenge. Over time, even the conformist Harry might drift away from her, and all her previous efforts, along with her research funding, would vanish into thin air. Don't do it, Tierra. As Tila prepared to step forward, the only relatively rational one, Hermione, grasped his sleeve. "You don't know any spells. Malfoy comes from a wizarding family and undoubtedly possesses far more spells than you. You'll be at a disadvantage. You haven't accepted Malfoy's invitation yet, have you?" Amidst the cheers of a group of Gryffindor young wizards, Hermione continued, "You haven't responded affirmatively. You are entirely free to decline. What's the matter, Tila? Are you hoping to bid a final farewell to your little girlfriend?" Malfoy mocked from the center of the arena, inciting a wave of laughter from the Slytherin table. Ultimately, Tila accepted the challenge to duel, which left Hermione feeling somewhat discontented yet compelled to watch Tila with a face full of concern. "All right, now you two." Flitwick stands in the open space, ready to instruct the two young wizards on the intricacies of dueling. However, before he could finish his sentence, Tila, having just emerged from the crowd, raised his wand. Petrificus Totalis. A beam of white light struck Malfoy, who immediately fell to the ground, rigid and unresponsive. "Hey, the duel hasn't even started yet," Flitwick called out with a shrill voice. Tom. Such a breach of wizarding etiquette rendered the duel informal. Petrificus Totalis was a spell that Tila had mastered since arriving at Hogwarts. This incantation was typically part of the third-year curriculum for basic spells. After 5 years of absorbing magical theory, Tila had accumulated sufficient knowledge. Though he lacked in technique and foundational skills, this deficiency was swiftly addressed upon his arrival at Hogwarts. After every charms lesson, he was always the last to leave, clutching a borrowed copy of Basic Spells Tutorial 3 from the library, eagerly posing questions to Professor Flitwick in a fervent attempt to rectify his shortcomings in casting techniques and fundamental knowledge. All the teachers appreciated diligent students, and even when a child's inquiries surpassed the limits of what they should encounter, Professor Flitwick still responded with enthusiasm. However, Flitwick would not condone the actions of one who disrupted the rules of wizard dueling, regardless of whether they were merely a novice. "What are you doing, Tila? You must know that wizard duels can only commence after the referee, which is me, counts down 3 times, Flitwick exclaimed, visibly irked as he promptly lifted the petrification from Draco. Draco, clearly displeased at being unexpectedly incapacitated, scrambled to his feet, disregarding the pain in his backside. With a flourish of his wand, he aimed to cast Expelliarmus at Tila. Yet, Tila, ever vigilant, reacted swiftly, casting Petrificus Totalis once more, causing Draco to stiffen and crash back to the ground like a lifeless body. A double victory. Flitwick found himself at a loss. Not only Flitwick, but even McGonagall and Snape looked on in astonishment. The duel concluded in a rather anticlimactic manner. Although Flitwick did not officially declare Tila the victor, in the hearts of the Gryffindor young wizards, Tila had indeed triumphed. Almost every young wizard surrounded Tila, showering him with enthusiastic congratulations. Only Hermione appeared slightly displeased, standing on the periphery of the crowd, somewhat distracted. She felt as though she had been left behind, yet simultaneously, a fierce competitive spirit ignited within her. "Well done, Tila," Ron exclaimed in congratulation. "Incredible." Harry took the opportunity to ruffle Tila's soft hair, something he had longed to do. Tila, who seemed to have a penchant for cleanliness, bathed daily, leaving him with a subtle scent of fresh soap. His hair, soft and long, shimmered like silk due to the lack of a recent trim. Tila was not quite accustomed to such exuberant crowding, especially the unabashed praise from his fellow young wizards, which made him feel somewhat awkward. In contrast to his earlier poise during the flying lesson, he now felt a bit flustered. Amidst the throng of fuzzy-haired young wizards, Tila sensed Snape casting a penetrating glance his way before sweeping away with a flourish of his robe. Withdrawing from the gathering, instead of returning to his office in the basement, Snape made his way to the third floor, standing before a gigantic, grotesque gargoyle. "Honey grapefruit tea," Snape uttered a word devoid of any magical potency. The imposing gargoyle, remarkably anthropomorphic, nodded in acknowledgement before turning to reveal a spiral staircase nestled behind it. After finally extricating herself from the exuberant little wizard, Tierra managed to reach the library on the 5th floor. There, the young witch Hermione had already arrived, engrossed in the careful study of a thick, open tome. Her fluffy, broomstick-like hair stood out conspicuously among a group of older students. Tierra refrained from disturbing her, quietly circumventing Hermione to settle into her habitual seat by the window. Unfurling the volume on the Introduction to Alchemy that she had borrowed over a month ago, she had returned the Principles of Potions the previous week, exchanging it for a tome on the Principles of Magic, a text so advanced that even graduates seldom borrowed it. When Tierra had checked out this book, Madame Pants had cast her several puzzled glances. It was unclear what had possessed Snape today, insisting that she duel with Malfoy, which had squandered a good 15 minutes of her study time. Over a month had passed since the start of term, and the more she studied, the more Tierra felt the vastness and chaotic intricacy of magical knowledge that in the library of her home planet. Whether it was the Book of the Dead, the Lolly text, or other ancient tomes now accessible to her, all forms of magic, despite varying descriptions, were founded upon the theory of the 3 dimensions of magic. However, none of the books she had encountered in the Hogwarts library contained any knowledge pertaining to the theory of the 3 dimensions of magic. The Book of the Dead and Merlin's notes attributed the source of magical power to the spiritual dimension, while the Hogwarts texts like the Principles of Magic assigned it to the potency of bloodlines. These texts posited that magic was a force of thought, and that wizards could harness it due to their unique physical constitution, allowing them to influence the material world with this cognitive power. In other words, the power of magic stemmed from the soul, and only wizards possessed such souls, a concept Tierra referred to as the theory of magical souls. Hogwarts's magical curriculum attributed all magical force to the soul, regarding it as a tangible substance akin to the physical body. Tierra first discerned the divergence between her studies and what Hogwarts taught in the Introduction to Alchemy, according to the accounts in the Book of the Dead and Merlin's notes. Alchemy was the art of perfectly merging the spiritual, material, and mental dimensions to achieve the 3-dimensional singularity known as the Philosopher's Stone. Any slight overlap among the 3 dimensions could be deemed an alchemical item. While perfect integration constituted the Philosopher's Stone, this was in stark contrast to Hogwarts's Introduction to Alchemy. The latter described that to concoct an alchemical item, one needed to infuse a magically potent soul into a special magical material, often derived from a magical creature, whereas early explorations of alchemy employed the souls of wizards. Thus, the early stages of alchemy were often accompanied by bloodshed and brutality. However, it was evident that merely extracting a soul was no simple feat. The Introduction to Alchemy detailed methods for the separate, complete extraction of the soul, naturally. The entire process was fraught with bloodshed and cruelty. It was not until a brilliant wizard and a seasoned alchemical master jointly discovered 12 uses for dragon's blood that the doors to modern alchemy were unlocked. It was no surprise, then, that Hogwarts's subsequent textbooks excluded the subject of alchemy, as its primal practices were far too savage and gruesome for underage wizards to study. Such brutal methods mirrored those described in the Book of the Dead, if not surpassing them. According to the theory of the 3 dimensions of magic, the soul is the finest material in the mental dimension. Yet, the Book of the Dead's method for extracting pure spiritual entities did not involve purifying and isolating magical beings. Rather, it entailed directly capturing pure entities of the spiritual dimension, or employing a more audacious method of beseeching higher-dimensional outer gods for their bestowal. Merlin's successful creation of the Philosopher's Stone was a result of receiving such a boon from an outer god. Despite Merlin's understanding of the principles and correct methods for crafting the stone, he was constrained by the limitations of his time and the medieval mindset, rendering him incapable of achieving the perfect fusion of the spiritual, material, and mental dimensions through intricate experimentation and flawless design. Thus, as his life approached its twilight, he was compelled to seek assistance from the outer god, resulting in the sacrifice of a finger. Fortunately, Tierra need not dwell on such troubling matters. She had already acquired a Philosopher's Stone. While delving into the introduction to alchemy, Tierra sought not only to master the alchemical techniques for crafting magical items, but also to uncover the recipe for the elixir of immortality. Yet, during her reading, she began to perceive discrepancies. According to the Book of the Dead and Merlin's notes, alchemy was an art that relied heavily on the theory of the three dimensions of magic. An alchemist aspiring to create the perfect three-dimensional singularity, the Philosopher's Stone, must tailor their spells and reactions to correspond with their own magical characteristics in the materials at hand. This was in stark contrast to the introduction to alchemy's assertion that one could simply rely on extensive experimentation to discover the optimal formula. For that immutable three-dimensional singularity, we, as three-dimensional beings, are in a constant state of flux and motion. Consequently, to locate that singularity, we must depend on meticulous design and precise calculations, rather than relying on sheer luck. Akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, during the process of crafting, it is all too easy to inadvertently create exceedingly dangerous dark magical items or creatures. The preliminary amalgamation of the material, spiritual, and mental dimensions suffices to classify as an alchemical item, with the correct sequence dictating that pure spirit should first coalesce with pure matter, followed finally by the introduction of the pure spiritual dimension. Yet, there will always be those who misorder the sequence or introduce impure spiritual dimensions, resulting in the creation of dark magical items. According to Merlin's notes and the Book of the Dead section on dark magic, dark magic is a special force arising from the combination of the spiritual and mental dimensions. The specific nature of this combination is elaborated upon in the Book of the Dead, which dedicates substantial discourse to detailing the principles and mechanisms of dark magic. It even includes descriptions of several dark spells, with Voldemort's Horcruxes prominently featured. However, the Book of the Dead refers to them as anchors of dark magic. As noted in the Book of the Dead, the potency of dark magic primarily originates from two aspects: the inherent strength of the spiritual dimension and the emotional output from the mental dimension. In simpler terms, this equates to the intensity of magical power combined with emotional expression. To put it even more plainly, it is akin to a surge of power. This explains why many spells, such as the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse, necessitate extreme negative emotions to achieve their effect. Although the power of dark magic is formidable, it is equally harmful to both the caster and the target. No wizard, not even the most malevolent among them, can sustain their magic in a permanent state of dark magic. Otherwise, they risk emotional instability, or worse, allowing the power of dark magic to permeate the material dimension, leading to the collapse of the three dimensions and reducing them to a mere existence of oblivion. Thus, battles among dark wizards often devolve into a series of trivial skirmishes interspersed with explosive bursts of genuine power. According to the principles of dark magic outlined in the Book of the Dead, any magical force born from the fusion of emotion and magical power is classified as dark magic, characterized by its enduring nature and difficulty to eradicate. This means that both Voldemort's Horcruxes and Lily Potter's blood protection spell could be categorized as dark magic from a magical principle standpoint. This also elucidates why Lily's blood protection spell continues to shield Harry even after her death, while the enchanted goldfish she gifted to Professor Slughorn reverted to petals on the very afternoon of her demise. It further explains why Voldemort's Horcruxes are so challenging to destroy, requiring either a more potent dark magical force like Fiendfire or a special item capable of slaying spiritual beings, such as a basilisk's fang, to obliterate them. The distinction between the two lies in one being a force of love and the other a pure spirit of slaughter. The principles behind the Patronus charm are similarly aligned. The Patronus manifests as a wizard's representation in the spiritual dimension, also referred to as a spiritual entity. Our physical bodies exist in the material dimension, while our souls inhabit the mental dimension. Thus, the Patronus is a representation of our spiritual existence. The Patronus charm harnesses the power of positive emotions to empower the spiritual entity, allowing it to take on a semi-materialized or tangible form. thereby repelling the spectral beings known as Dementors from the spiritual and mental dimensions. This charm can only be considered a rudimentary application of dark magical theory, as it does not involve the fusion of the spiritual and mental entities, and thus does not lead to alterations in either dimension. Consequently, wizards who frequently employ dark magic do not see their patron uses vanish, but rather transform into vague forms, the anchor of dark magic. As recorded in the Book of the Dead section on dark magical principles, is a sorcery that enables a wizard to maintain their magical power in a dark magical state over an extended period. This is achieved by utilizing the force of slaughter to sever their mental entity, subsequently employing alchemical principles to infuse this mental entity into a magical item in which the spiritual and material entities have been perfectly combined, thus creating an anchor of dark magic. A wizard possessing an anchor of dark magic not only retains their own spiritual entity, but can also draw upon the spiritual entity of the dark magical item, effectively providing them with a high-capacity external magical battery. This dark magical battery not only delivers a continuous supply of dark magical power to the wizard, but can also serve as a psychological anchor in the event of a fatal injury. While the soul of the original entity remains severed from the soul within the dark magic anchor, a unique connection is established through the dark magic curse. As long as the anchor of dark magic exists, the original entity will not truly perish. As long as the spiritual entity remains unharmed, the original will remain in a state of perpetual near-death, rather than experiencing genuine death. These dark magic anchors resemble a lifeline for a person dangling from a cliff. Even if they fall, as long as the lifeline remains intact, there exists a chance for resurrection. There is no limit to the number of dark magic anchors one can possess, as it is entirely dependent on the individual's boldness. However, it is quite rare to find someone like Voldemort, who created 7 in one go. A small number of soul splits do not cause significant harm, as at that point, the original soul remains robust and relatively whole, and thus less susceptible to the influence of the dark magic anchor. However, as the soul continues to fragment, the original will's strength diminishes, gradually succumbing to the dark magic anchor's influence, leading to increasingly extreme and brutal personality traits. Due to Tierra's intervention, Harry refrained from entering the room guarded by the three-headed dog late at night, opting instead to go to bed and sleep soundly. Yet, he still underestimated Harry's knack for mischief or Ron's navigational challenges. 2 weeks later, Harry and Ron had a rare opportunity to join Tierra and Hermione for a study session at the library. Tierra continued her examination of the Introduction to Alchemy, while Hermione borrowed a book on a renowned transfiguration master from history. Harry and Ron, however, quickly succumbed to the allure of wizarding card games mere minutes into their study. Ever since Harry had correctly answered 3 of Snape's questions during their first lesson, he had garnered Snape's special attention. Each class, Snape posed questions far beyond the knowledge base of a first-year wizard, yet Tierra's presence as an external brain enabled Harry to answer most of them. Naturally, he could not vocalize the answers outright, as Snape was hardly deaf. With an extraordinary grasp of the essence of magic, Tierra far surpassed the average young wizard in her command of practical magic. Furthermore, having grasped the principles of alchemy, Tierra began crafting simple, temporary magical items. For instance, before each class, she would hand Harry a piece of parchment. This parchment was, in fact, Tierra's potions notebook, transfigured into a thin sheet of parchment. This parchment could not endure for an extended duration, lasting at most an hour. However, it sufficed to address Snape's inquiries. When Snape posed a question, as long as the answer was present in Tierra's notes, Harry merely needed to tap the parchment, and the answer would materialize. Of course, Tierra was not a potions master, and her knowledge paled in comparison to Snape's decades of immersion in potion making. Thus, even with Tierra's notes, Harry occasionally faltered in his responses to Snape's questions, resulting in Snape seizing the opportunity to ridicule him. Each time, Tierra could discern a mixture of love and frustration in Snape's gaze, as if he were grappling with the reality of a promising student not reaching their potential. This dynamic shifted to one of anger when Snape discovered Tierra's assistance to Harry, transforming his ire into a sense of betrayal. It was the first time Tierra witnessed Snape's anger. He did not roar or hurl insults, but wore a stony expression, his sharp eyes fixed intently on both her and Harry, reminiscent of a cold serpent poised to freeze Tierra's very soul. In that moment, Tierra finally understood Neville's plight. That class, both Tierra and Harry were deducted 30 points by Snape and had Tierra's potions notes confiscated. Nonetheless, Tierra remained unperturbed at dinner that evening. The notes she had provided to Harry were hardly significant. They contained only fundamental knowledge of potion making and some chemical procedures Tierra had deemed applicable based on her past experiments. Even in Snape's eyes, they would appear as the typical study notes of a diligent, precocious student. Tierra's genuine calculations regarding alchemy and analyses of dark magic were safely stored in a library light years away. At this age, young wizards often found themselves in precarious situations, and Tierra wished to avoid any melodramatic scenarios where Harry, Hermione, Ron, or other young wizards might stumble upon her research into dark magic. Fortunately, she was able to retrieve her confiscated notes swiftly. During dinner, she approached Professor McGonagall and explained the situation. Professor McGonagall held a great fondness for Tierra, the obedient and considerate young wizard, especially in this matter. Tila exhibited an extraordinary talent for transfiguration and magic, which naturally prompted Professor McGonagall to extend her assistance. The following day, during breakfast, when Tila encountered Professor McGonagall once more, he noticed that his potions notebook was placed at his usual dining spot. Due to the effects of transfiguration, it had transformed back into a thick notebook from mere parchment, an exquisite display of magic. When Tila approached to express his gratitude, McGonagall affectionately remarked, "In my recollection, few young wizards at your age have demonstrated such finesse in transfiguration. Moreover, your notes are meticulously organized and well-structured." With a smile, McGonagall added, "For your notebook, Gryffindor earns 5 points." As soon as she finished speaking, the Gryffindor scoreboard automatically registered an increase of 5 points. While this matter was resolved splendidly during the subsequent potions class, Snape forbade Harry and Tila from sitting together, instead pairing Tila with Ron. Thus, Harry teamed up with Ron, and Tila found herself partnered with Hermione. This arrangement exposed Harry's vulnerabilities, previously preoccupied with Quidditch training. Harry had relied on Tila as an external source of intellect, leading him to neglect his studies and even avoid Tila to escape the burden of assignments. Consequently, Harry, who had not diligently studied potions, and Ron, who had become enamored with wizarding card games, formed a duo that was second only to Neville in wreaking havoc during potions class. But on one occasion, after Harry and Ron caused their cauldrons to erupt for the second time that lesson, Tila swore he saw Snape point his wand at Harry, his lips moving slightly, yet he ultimately directed his attention to the remnants of the spilled potion. Snape's demeanor caused Harry's fondness for him to plummet. Simultaneously, Harry was compelled to sacrifice Quidditch practice to accompany Tila and Hermione to the library for studying. As Harry and Ron fervently debated wizarding cards and Quidditch while ascending the stairs, Hermione chattered incessantly to Tila about her academic achievements, while Tila silently pondered a technique in alchemy. When he regained his focus, he realized they had been led by Harry and Ron into a dim, murky corridor on the 4th floor. The corridor's walls were devoid of any adornment, consisting solely of drab stone and dust-laden cobwebs, an evident testament to its desolation, as if even spiders were reluctant to linger there. As the 4 young wizards stepped into the corridor, flames erupted from the stone pedestals flanking them, illuminating an aged wooden door at the corridor's end. "Oh no. We must hurry." Tila immediately recognized their location as the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor, urging them to flee before Mr. Filch discovered them. He grasped Harry's arm and turned to retreat, only to be confronted by a semi-transparent, squat, and grotesque ghost. "Come here, Mr. Filch. Hurry. Another young wizard has trespassed into the forbidden corridor." As Peeves the poltergeist shouted, he casually shut the door behind them. "Alohomora." Hermione promptly drew her wand towards the door. However, it remained unyielding, seemingly enchanted by Peeves. Confringo. Tila simultaneously wielded his wand, opting for a more powerful spell than Hermione's. Yet the wooden door merely trembled, revealing a slight crack. Just as Tila prepared to exert more effort, the door unexpectedly swung open, revealing a large, red-eyed, mottled cat elegantly poised at the threshold. The appearance of Mrs. Norris, the cat, indicated that the caretaker, Filch, was drawing near. Tila resolved to make a final dash, planning to bolt down the corridor. If he could reach the staircase without being caught by Filch, even if Filch learned they had entered the forbidden area, he could do nothing to them. However, it was evident that the other young wizards had different intentions. Ron was the first to bolt, not towards the staircase, but toward the door at the end of the corridor. Hermione, having never before violated school rules, panicked and followed closely behind Ron. Harry, too, instinctively yanked Tila along as he sprinted in the opposite direction, causing Tila to stumble. "Thank you for that," Tila muttered. They dashed through the corridor, heads lowered to evade the debris and dust hurled by Peeves. Clearly, Peeves was not inclined to let them escape easily, shouting and obstructing their path to bang. Ron was the first to collide with the door at the corridor's end. Reaching out to pull the handle, "Oh no, it's locked," he exclaimed. "Alohomora," Hermione shouted, waving her wand at the door. The massive wooden door creaked open, allowing the four young wizards to file in. Tila was struck by the enchantment of the scene. "You claim to safeguard the only existing Philosopher's Stone in the world, yet you cannot place an additional enchantment on the door? With your brilliance, Dumbledore, could you not create a spell that requires 4 wizards to simultaneously cast specific incantations to unlock it?" Tila pondered this for what felt like ages, unable to comprehend how the safeguarding of such a powerful artifact could be so trivial. It seemed almost designed for training purposes. Wait a moment. Could this truly be Dumbledore's way of testing Harry? Previously, Tila had considered the obstacles guarding the Philosopher's Stone overly simplistic, viewing them merely as elements of children's literature. However, now, reflecting on them from his own experience, he recognized them as akin to levels in a game. With this realization, the timing of Peeves' appearance seemed suspicious. How fortuitous for him to obstruct their exit. Yet, since the event had transpired, Tila chose not to dwell excessively on the motives behind it, but rather to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Scenario 1. This was indeed Dumbledore's challenge for the Savior, Harry, and Tila was an innocent bystander, needing to calculate what benefits he could derive from the situation. Scenario 2. Dumbledore had detected his peculiarity, and Tila needed to ascertain how to act to earn Dumbledore's trust. Perhaps, Tila mused, he could gain both trust and benefit simultaneously. At that moment, the 4 of them pressed against the wooden door, listening to the sounds receding from the corridor, while only Tila noticed the 6 eyes of the 3-headed dog behind him slowly opening. Tila pinched the stink bomb in his pocket, a purchase made during his summer visit to the Leaky Cauldron. From a whimsical joke shop in Diagon Alley, capable of emitting any desired scent, he had acquired a substantial quantity of realgar from a Chinese medicine shop on London's Chinatown, originally intended as an antidote for the basilisk. Yet it proved equally effective against the keenly sensitive noses of the 3-headed dog. While the 3-headed dog had a fearsome reputation in Muggle history and mythology, depicted as the guardian of the underworld capable of breathing fire, in the wizarding world, it was merely a robust creature with high magical resistance, immense strength, keen senses, and a loyal disposition, a 3x magical beast, though not particularly dangerous. Facing such a massive creature posed risks for young wizards. Tila certainly did not wish to spend the time until Christmas in the hospital. Hermione was the first to cry out, having spotted the 3 heads, 6 eyes, and 3 large mouths moving toward them, dripping foul-smelling saliva. They were as swift as they had been upon arrival. The door swung open with a bang, and they bolted down the corridor, racing directly to the moving staircase, where they finally caught their breath. What on earth were they thinking, keeping such a thing locked inside the school? Ron panted. Once Hermione regained her composure, her penchant for lecturing resurfaced as she placed her hands on her hips. Pointing at Harry and Ron, "You too, what were your eyes for?" she exclaimed. "Did you not see what it was standing on the floor?" Harry guessed. "I didn't look at its feet. I was too busy staring at its heads." "No, not on the floor. It was standing on a trapdoor. It is evident that something is being guarded there. The prohibition against students entering the 4th floor corridor must certainly be due to the presence of something exceptionally significant." She rose, glaring furiously at Harry and Ron. "I hope you both pay more attention to where you're walking next time, lest you lead us into places we ought not to enter," Hermione remarked. "We could have easily been bitten to death or, worse, expelled from the school." Now it was dinner time. The 4 of them had just returned from the library, mentally exhausted, having endured such a heart-pounding chase, and were now ravenously hungry. Harry ordered a glass of orange juice, a bowl of cherries, and a black pepper steak, while Ron opted for half a honey-roasted chicken and a cup of lemonade. Even Hermione, who typically ate sparingly, ordered an extra portion of fries. Only Tierra's portion remained unchanged as she quietly consumed a serving of salt and pepper poached chicken breast, a plate of English fried rice with only cucumber and egg, a salad without dressing, and a glass of milk. The edible fare in England was woefully scarce, and most dishes were laden with oil and salt. After more than a month of running the kitchen, Tierra had finally taught the house elf how to use less salt when preparing meat, how to poach chicken breast, and how to limit the butter and salt in fried rice, only adding cucumber and egg. Of course, not every meal consisted solely of chicken breast. Even Tierra would find that intolerable, hence she occasionally ordered grilled fish, pan-fried steak, or lamb and pea soup. As they filled their bellies, Harry suddenly inquired, What do you think the professors are guarding with that three-headed dog? Do you suppose it could be the item Hagrid took from Vault 713? Harry glanced at Tierra, intrigued. After all, Hagrid had told them that the safest place in the world, apart from Gringotts, was Hogwarts. Noticing Tierra, who had rolled her eyes ever so slightly before lifting her gaze from her book, Harry continued his line of questioning. The following morning, Tierra yawned as she rose promptly at 6. Typically an early sleeper, she had been kept awake the previous night by Harry and Ron's half-hearted discussions about the three-headed dog, which had also involved her. Ron, with his notoriously poor memory, had recalled that the hefty book Tierra had used to hit Malfoy on the Hogwarts Express was titled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The two boys had pursued Tierra throughout the night, inquiring about the three-headed dog and other magical creatures. Their insatiable curiosity only seemed to manifest in mischief and Quidditch. Last night, Harry had exhibited the formidable genes of James Potter. Despite being thoroughly frightened that afternoon, once they were in bed, he and Ron unanimously deemed their encounter with the three-headed dog an exhilarating adventure, eagerly wishing to experience it again. Yet, Tierra, like a concerned father, raged internally. We were so close to losing our lives yesterday. Having read Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them thoroughly, Tierra was acutely aware of how ferocious a three-headed dog could be. They might behave like obedient puppies under their master's command, but once provoked, with their tough skin and robust build, they could challenge even a dragon, were it not for the fact that taming them did not require particularly advanced magical skills. Such creatures would surely be classified as XXX level. Thus, Hermione's outrage over this matter was entirely justified. The reality diverged from the films. In the cinematic portrayal, the three-headed dog merely seemed like an easy obstacle. But when faced with the creature's three gaping maws last night, Tierra felt a tremor in his calves. To make matters worse, Harry recounted to Ron the details about the package that seemed to have been transferred from Gringotts to Hogwarts, leading them to speculate even more about what could necessitate such vigilant guarding. Had Neville and Seamus not already been asleep in their dormitory, Tierra suspected these young wizards would have convened a discussion on the Philosopher's Stone that night. It must be either extraordinarily valuable or exceedingly dangerous, Ron conjectured. Or perhaps it possesses both qualities, Harry added. Or I suggest you all get some rest, Tierra interjected softly. Don't forget we have potions class tomorrow. Do you truly believe that what the three-headed dog is guarding is more perilous than Snape? Harry and Ron merely contemplated Snape's expression, which resembled that of a man who had just lost his beloved. The world fell silent as Tierra, still somewhat groggy, entered the dining hall. She found Hermione already seated, engrossed in a book on transfiguration. It appeared that Hermione had learned of Tierra's transformation of a notebook into parchment. Being of similar Muggle origin, she was determined not to be outdone by Tierra, who had already mastered such intricate transfiguration. Hermione had borrowed the book on transfiguration from the library the previous day. However, it was evident that the book was still too advanced for her, as she had yet to truly engage with it. Otherwise, she would not have greeted Tierra upon his arrival and then resumed her pretense of reading. Good morning, Tierra greeted with a gentle smile, ordering a glass of hot milk, a boiled egg, a small piece of rye bread, and an apple, before leisurely beginning his meal. Today's lessons promised to be quite relaxed, at least for Tierra and Hermione, who, after finishing breakfast, were free to peruse books unrelated to their coursework. Ever since Snape had separated Tierra from Harry and assigned him to work with another know-it-all student, he had not once approached Tierra and Hermione's group during his inspections. There was even an instance when Hermione accidentally omitted the absent-minded flower seeds from their potion, resulting in a noxious odor. Yet Snape had turned a blind eye. For Tierra, the only difficulty in potions class stemmed from Hermione's insistence on strictly adhering to the book's procedures and methods, despite Tierra possessing more efficient, streamlined, and modern techniques. This often led to disputes during their potions lessons. Naturally, neither the stubborn Hermione nor the resolute Tierra could persuade the other, resulting in their group producing 2 cauldrons of potion, each holding 1 potion made by Tierra and 1 by Hermione. Tierra invariably completed his potion first, both swiftly and effectively, which left Hermione feeling disgruntled, convinced Tierra had taken shortcuts, prompting her to strive to outdo him in other subjects. Yet, the other young wizards, particularly those from Gryffindor, could only laboriously prepare for the afternoon's potions class. This was especially true for Harry and Ron, who were the primary targets of Snape's scrutiny. After all, they had spent the previous day in the library playing wizard cards for 2 to 3 hours, leaving them with only a brief time before class to catch up. Hey, Tierra, why does snake root alleviate abdominal pain? Harry inquired, Page 27 of the book, Tierra replied without raising his gaze. Wizards typically do not suffer from abdominal pain due to indigestion, but rather due to stress-induced coughing, which manifests externally due to curses or ailments. These curses or ailments are the root causes of abdominal pain. They tend to prefer to parasitize snake root, thus making it effective for alleviating most wizards' abdominal discomfort. However, it must be expelled from the body in a timely manner. Hence, the potion brewed with snake root for treating abdominal pain has a side effect of causing significant diarrhea after consumption. Tierra explained. "Oh, I see," came Harry's response. Harry once again immersed himself in his studies. Tila had previously conducted an experiment using snakeweed, cursing worms, and herself, discovering that snakeweed indeed possessed a limited capacity to absorb curses and diseases. While it could attract cursed worms, it merely drew them in without compelling them to rush towards it. Cursed worms could be considered semi-living entities, even the most rudimentary types, such as those Tila had conjured through cuts. Common influenza and tobacco mosaic virus exhibited the fundamental instincts of multicellular organisms, those of a slightly higher order, such as HIV worms, cancer worms, and those conjured by Tila using petrification spells, displayed more advanced neurobehavioral responses. One could only wonder if more potent curses in the future, such as the killing curse, the soul-sucking curse, or the heart-piercing curse, would yield cursed worms of an even higher biological form. Suddenly, Tila recalled Professor Quirrell, who was timidly seated at the teacher's table, munching on breakfast. Speaking of higher-level curses, he remembered that Voldemort, parasitically attached to Quirrell, had been drinking unicorn blood to sustain his life. Was the parasitism on Quirrell an embodiment of a curse? Could the curses brought about by unicorn blood and Voldemort be extracted by cursed worms? Tila felt a thrill at this audacious idea, although he currently lacked the capability to conduct such a bold experiment. He increasingly believed that the sacrifice of his left pinky finger had been worthwhile. Tila's wizarding robe was a size larger, allowing the ample sleeves to perfectly conceal his left hand. Consequently, aside from Harry, no one had noticed that Tila had been wearing a flesh-colored glove on that hand. When Harry inquired about it, Tila explained, "I have a rather unsightly burn on this hand, so I wear the glove. I hope you won't tell anyone." Although Tila's pinky had lost its flesh, it somehow moved freely, relying solely on bone, so Harry did not doubt his explanation and comforted him. "Your potion-making skills are remarkable. You'll surely find a potion to heal your scar one day." Harry's diligent revision, however, could not free him from Snape's clutches. Upon realizing that all of Harry's previous answers had stemmed from Tila's assistance rather than his genuine interest in potions, Snape ceased the question-and-answer format of the class, instead focusing on mocking Harry and Ron while they brewed potions. "It seems our Mr. Potter cannot even slice potions without his little sidekick. Even if we toss snakeweed to a group of crabs, they would chop it better than you." Snape barked. "Mr. Potter, this is potions class, not the kitchen. Please cease your pumpkin juice antics. Mr. Potter, do you wish to blow up your classmates? Preheat the Ron juice before adding it, please." Although Snape frequently targeted him, today he appeared especially irritable, deducting over 20 points from Gryffindor, nearly nullifying the points Hermione had earned in other classes. This infuriated Hermione, who was partnered with Tila, leading her to grind her teeth in frustration. As a result, after class, Hermione barely acknowledged Ron and Harry. Following a reprimanding session from Snape, Harry couldn't help but argue with the little witch when she began lecturing him, prompting her to storm off in anger. "Let us go, Tila, to the library," Hermione huffed, attempting to drag Tila along. "No, I'd rather not," Tila replied. "Harry is practicing Quidditch today, and I wish to watch." Quidditch. Hermione nearly shrieked. "Aren't you the one who dislikes Quidditch?" "Well, yes, I don't enjoy riding a broom myself, but watching Harry ride is quite pleasurable," Tila admitted, feeling somewhat guilty. He simply wished to avoid Hermione's company. Hermione, while undoubtedly clever, could be rather bothersome at this age, often adopting a patronizing tone towards Harry and Ron. Additionally, she had a penchant for chattering endlessly about trivial matters in Tila's presence, which he found irritating. All right. Hermione glared at Tila. "Go watch your Quidditch." With that, she turned on her heel and stomped toward the stairs. Tila, along with Harry and Ron, sighed in relief. "Phew, I tell you, Hermione has definitely read herself silly," Ron remarked. Harry nodded silently in agreement. Tila, however, countered, "Your potion brewing techniques do have some flaws. You cannot place all the blame on Snape for the point deductions." Hermione was still young, her passion understandable. It was only reasonable for a proud little witch to feel pressured, and her irritability was somewhat justifiable. During dinner that evening, Hermione did not sit with them, but instead dined alone at the far end of the long table, engrossed in a thick book. Tila noticed her agitation. Her movements while cutting steak with a knife and fork were notably more forceful than usual. As dinner neared its conclusion, a flock of owls flew into the great hall, dropping letters and parcels in a flurry. Among them, Malfoy seemed to receive the most. Tila observed Malfoy casting a smug glance in his direction as he opened one of the parcels. Yet he quickly repackaged its contents without revealing them. It appeared that Malfoy was concocting some nefarious scheme. Tila mused that after he had decisively defeated Malfoy in an unofficial duel, the latter had kept his distance. Much like a mouse avoiding a cat, however, it seemed that life was a ceaseless cycle of foolishness, as Malfoy likely had summoned some external aid or acquired magical items from home, given the close ties his family had with Borgin and Burks. Tila also received a package, delivered by his pet raven, Raven. After 2 months of careful nurturing, Raven now resembled a fully grown raven, landing gently on Tila's long table with a parcel in its claws. Raven called out to Tila, marking its first long-distance flight while transporting goods. All right. I know you've worked hard, Tila said, gently scratching Raven's small head while retrieving a small bowl and pouring a bit of warm milk from a cup. Little elf, could you please bring me some slices of lamb? My little Raven is famished, Tila addressed the empty hall. Minutes later, a small plate of diced lamb appeared before Raven. Raven chirped happily, lowering its head to feast on the lamb. Meanwhile, Tila unwrapped his parcel. Inside was a box measuring 20 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide, and 10 centimeters high. Upon opening the box, he found bundles of herbs meticulously wrapped in pale yellow oil paper. Tila had established a connection with Slag and Giggs Potions through George and Fred Weasley, allowing him to send a letter to Diagon Alley with a deposit carried by Raven. The Weasley twins required a substantial amount of magical materials for their prank products, most of which could be found in potion shops. The shopkeepers had grown quite familiar with them. Therefore, when Tila, identifying himself as a Weasley Twins Jr., requested some rare but not overly precious herbs, Slag and Giggs Potions readily sent them to him. It was quite common for Hogwarts students to experiment with potions or practice brewing before their final potion exams. Tila had purchased 180 grams of desert thorn flower, a plant extensively cultivated by the Ministry of Magic, 200 grams of pixie wings, and 2 ounces each of scorpion tail venom and feathered serpent silver shell, which lay at the bottom of the package. Aside from these, the rest comprised materials needed for brewing the Hyris potion. Now, Tila was merely missing the 2 regulated ingredients, the Grimace moth pupa and African tree snake skin, to begin learning Parseltongue. As Tila meticulously organized and inspected the herbs, he wondered, what are these? Harry's fluffy little head curiously leaned at its potion ingredients, Tila remarked, and after a moment's contemplation, added, you can't always provoke Hermione like this. I'm preparing a restorative potion. It should help you concentrate while studying. Really, is it true? Harry inquired. It wasn't that he disliked studying, but like any child, he would lose interest in a subject if he felt he was making no progress after prolonged effort. Don't bother, Ron rolled his eyes, saying, with Snape around, we can never avoid losing points. Instead of trying to win over your little girlfriend with this, you might as well pay attention in class and abandon your peculiar methods of potion making. Ron added, since Tila was the only one in their year at Gryffindor who could endure Hermione's incessant chatter, everyone speculated whether Tila was pursuing Hermione. Even Hermione believed so, having once firmly told Tila that her heart was solely devoted to her studies. Are these ingredients expensive? Harry asked. Not at all, Tila replied. Only about 30 or 40 galleons. In reality, it was 20 galleons and 10 sickles. That's quite expensive, Harry exclaimed. Then awkwardly pulled out a handful of galleons from his pocket and placed 30 galleons in front of Tila, saying, This potion making shouldn't only cost you. No need, Harry, Tila thought with elation, yet maintained an expression of feigned difficulty. There will surely be excess ingredients. We can sell any surplus. Take it, Tila, Harry said, summoning his courage to push the galleons toward her. You've already helped us so much, aiding me in my studies, assisting me against Snape's questioning, and now helping me brew potions. I cannot keep taking your things for free. You keep it. It's not enough. I have plenty more, Tila replied. The innocence and simplicity of childhood friendship shone through. We're friends, Harry. You needn't worry about that, she said, deftly sliding the pile of galleons into her pocket. A week later, at breakfast, just before potions class, Tila entered the dining hall carrying 2 jars of potion. Good morning, the little witch Hermione, now no longer angry, had reattached herself to Tila, though she still ignored Harry and Ron. "Is this what you brewed for them?" Hermione asked curiously, eyeing the glass jars in Tila's hands. "Yes," Tila replied, placing the jars on the table. Point one contained a calming draft from intermediate potions, while the other was an enhanced version of the same, to which Tila had added ingredients based on her understanding and experience, including Barnia mushrooms, dried lightning beetle shells, and fire serpent scales, significantly increasing the amount of calming flower pollen. The original calming draft was a pale purple, exuding a faint lavender-like fragrance, while Tila's improved version boasted a deep crimson hue, rich with a spicy aroma. "What is this red one?" Hermione inquired. "It's also a calming draft," Tila explained, an older recipe from the potion theory. "I tried both as practice." Tila refrained from mentioning her modifications, knowing it would only invite an endless barrage of questions from Hermione. Regardless, Tila was aware that Hermione would not revisit the potion theory book. The day after Tila returned it, Hermione borrowed it, but by the third day, it was back on the library shelf. The potion theory was somewhat challenging even for Tila, who had studied chemical engineering, instrumental analysis, biochemical reaction engineering, and physical chemistry in college, let alone for Hermione, who had not even completed high school. Is it effective? Hermione asked. "I gave a bit to Scabbers. It seemed to work. At least Scabbers didn't die," Tila replied, unsure of Peter Pettigrew's condition. After observing no unusual reactions from Scabbers, Tila took a sip herself. However, nothing happened. She felt no increase in concentration, just as when she had consumed the original calming draft. Harry and Ron had claimed it was quite effective after taking it. Tila speculated that perhaps her prior experience with the Harris draft had rendered her resistant to the calming potion. Yet, there was no way to confirm this, so Tila set it aside. The original calming draft had been brewed 3 days prior, while the improved version was only completed the night before. For this, she had to spend 5 galleons to purchase additional ingredients and materials like sulfur, iron powder, and aluminum powder for making explosives. Considering Harry's upcoming colorful school life, Tila decided to broaden her focus beyond just the calming draft and began preparing several magical bombs. "Perhaps I could exchange ideas with the Weasley twins in the future. Give me some," Hermione said after finishing the last of her orange juice, pushing her cup toward Tila. "Actually, I intended to have Professor Snape assess it this afternoon," Tila said, opening the jar of purple potion and pouring some for Hermione. Very effective. After downing it in one go, Hermione felt a refreshing coolness in her mind, as if awakening from a long winter slumber. The world around her became vibrant and bright. As long as it's effective, Tila smiled, echoing Harry and Ron's sentiments. "Can you teach me how to brew it?" Hermione asked. "Of course," Tila responded dismissively, "but I'm out of ingredients." "Let's wait until next time." As Tila and Hermione conversed, more students filled the dining hall, with many 5th and 6th years rising early to prepare for their OWLS exams. "Hello, Hermione." "Hello, Tila." A curly-haired Percy greeted the 2 first-year witches with a smile. "Good morning, Percy." "Good morning, Prefect," Tila added. Percy beamed at Tila's respectful address. He appreciated these diligent first years who followed rules and, most importantly, respected him, unlike his mischievous twin brothers and their dim-witted younger brother. "Prefect, I have a question about transfiguration. Could you explain it to me?" Tila took out her prepared transfiguration notes and spread them out on the table. The film depicted Percy as an oddity within the Weasley family, lacking a sense of humor. Being a study and workaholic, yet possessing a strong desire for power and a keen sense of pride. Thus, Tila's respectful address and occasional admiration drew him in, allowing the studious individual to spare some of his limited free time to answer her queries. Tila's knowledge was indeed substantial, albeit somewhat eclectic. It encompassed the materialistic scientific perspective from her past life, the magical dimensional theory she first encountered in this life, and finally, what she currently referred to as classic magical theory at Hogwarts. Tila faced challenges in the virtual spiritual dimension aspect of transfiguration, particularly in transforming inanimate objects into living creatures or plants, rather than merely organic matter. According to magical dimensional theory, constructing a virtual spiritual dimension, akin to a computer program's virtual soul, was necessary. Tila encountered a bottleneck in this construction, thus seeking guidance from upperclassmen using Hogwarts textbooks. "Is this the principle of transfiguration for upperclassmen?" Percy exclaimed in surprise after examining her notes. "Transfiguration theory?" Hermione chimed in. But Tila's notes appeared to her as a bewildering array of symbols, formulas, and geometric figures. "This isn't something you should be studying at your age. Are you preparing for the O.W.L.S?" Posy questioned sternly. suspecting that Tila had conspired with his two brothers to deliberately challenge him with exceedingly difficult principles of transfiguration, having grown up alongside his two mischievous siblings, and even being only a few years apart in schooling. Posy had been driven to the brink of PTSD by their antics. No, head boy, I merely wish to create magical items, Tila replied. Tila understood that his learning process had always begun with theory before moving on to experimentation, which is a standard practice in Chinese education. Books such as Principles of Potions and an Introduction to Transfiguration are typically pursued only by upper-year students who have passed their OWS and desire to advance further along the magical path. Aside from a select few wizards, including the likes of the young Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Voldemort, and Snape, only Tila and Hermione would be reading such texts at their age. However, the approach at Hogwarts was to practice extensively, mastering techniques through hands-on experience, leading to a natural proficiency. Consequently, Hogwarts young witches and wizards, including some graduates, may never read these texts yet can still wield transfiguration with remarkable skill. You should focus on mastering the knowledge appropriate for your age and not aim too high, Posy admonished, evidently struck by the mention of magical items. With that, he stormed off in a huff. Tila and Hermione exchanged glances, Hermione puzzled as to why an otherwise academic discussion had ended in such a manner. Tila, however, speculated that the Weasley twins, known for their pranks, were likely beginning to experiment with their own joke products. Tila imagined their initial endeavors would not be smooth, recalling the expression of deep disdain he had just observed on Posy's face. Moments after Posy's departure, Harry and Ron entered the dining hall. Tila, your expertise will be crucial for our upcoming potions class, Ron stated. Even if you take the calming potion, Hermione interjected, raising her voice slightly. Having Tila's potion won't spare you from Snape's deductions if your execution is lacking. I suggest you review Tila's potion notes immediately. Review Tila's potion notes, Ron exaggeratedly echoed, sounding as though he were infatuated with Tila himself. You. Hermione's face flushed slightly, and she shot Ron a fierce glare. You're insufferable. With that, she slammed her book shut and moved to a different seat. She is insufferable, Ron remarked to Harry and Tila once Hermione had distanced herself. Harry nodded silently. Tila countered, you shouldn't always speak of her that way. While she may indeed be a bit preachy and annoying, her intentions are genuinely for your benefit. Besides, she will be your future wife, Tila silently mused. Ultimately, Hermione's words rang true. After consuming the calming potion, Harry and Ron indeed became far more focused, at least in Snape's potions class. They did not spill anything. However, this did not alter their predicament, for in the eyes of the potions master, Snape, their technique was riddled with flaws. Harry and Ron endured a full class of ridicule. Fortunately, Gryffindor was docked only 15 points. Thanks to the potion's effects, Harry and Ron managed to filter out Snape's taunts and genuinely learned something from the lesson, which somewhat eased Hermione's previously dark demeanor. Now that your classmates have departed, what is it that keeps you here, our prodigious wizard? After everyone else had left, only Tila remained, cradling a glass vial containing a red potion. Following the revelation of his previous assistance in Harry's cheating, Snape's opinion of Tila had plummeted. Tila suspected that Snape now viewed him as part of a new fourth group of marauders. This likely dredged up unpleasant memories for him. Professor Snape, Tila feigned the demeanor of an eager, inquisitive young wizard. This is a calming potion I brewed, but for some reason, instead of the pale lavender described in the book, it has turned a deep crimson. Might I trouble you to take a look? Tila extended the vial, clasped in both hands, towards Snape. Humph, Snape scoffed. It seems our prodigious young wizard wishes to modify his potion himself, despite his derisive tone. Snape gestured for him to place the potion on the front desk and then waved his wand, casting an unknown spell. Potion assessment spell, Snape stated, found on page 89 of Advanced Potion Making, in the future. You may. Before he could finish, Snape's eyes widened in disbelief, as if encountering something extraordinary. Though the potion assessment spell acted on potions, only the caster could know the specific results. To reveal them, an additional spell would need to be cast after the initial incantation. After a moment of stunned silence, Snape cast the potion assessment spell again. Without revealing the results, he turned and retreated to his private potion chamber, leaving Tila abandoned, uncertain whether to stay or leave. Standing there in anxious anticipation, Tila had brought the potion to Snape for evaluation to validate his learning in potion making. Only in this way could he confidently consume the hydra venom he planned to brew. That was a derivative poison of the blood curse beast, and given Tila's current abilities, it was uncertain whether even a curse worm could expel such a high-level curse, should anything go awry. He would have no time to regret it. Yet, unexpectedly, Snape's reaction to this vial of potion was so extreme. Based on Tila's calculations, the modified potion, while indeed stronger than the standard calming potion, should not have elicited such an extreme response from Snape. Hadn't Snape himself often experimented with potion modifications in his youth? Did you brew this potion? 10 minutes later, Snape reappeared before Tila, holding the vial that now contained less potion than before. Yes, Tila replied. Watching Snape's expression closely, that if you wish to observe, then look directly. Snape's cold voice cut through the air. Do not sneak glances. All right, Professor Snape. Tila acquiesced. That moment, Snape's demeanor, while not overtly positive, was not overtly negative either. There was a hint of, Tila couldn't quite articulate it. Perhaps a complex expression? Where did you obtain the potion's formula? Snape inquired. I devised it myself, Tila explained. While purchasing ingredients for the calming potion, I discovered that dried lightning beetle shells and barnia mushrooms were cheaper than the original ingredients required, mandrake roots and the eyes of the golden snidget. Additionally, according to the descriptions in Principles of Potions, these two ingredients are essential for a potent analgesic, which can assist wizards in maintaining focus in extreme environments, hence my decision. So, you sought to investigate whether these 4 ingredients possess any mystical or material connection, and thus substituted the original ingredients with these 2, Snape interjected, but the outcome was not significant. Therefore, you increased the quantity of the original calming herb while adding 23 grams and 30 grams of the 2 new ingredients, resulting in this red calming potion, correct? Yes, Tila replied quietly, noting that while Snape's explanation lacked the detail of his calculations, it was close enough. After scrutinizing Tila for a moment, Snape asked, Are you interested in potion making? Yes, Tila replied sincerely. Have you studied potion making before? Snape probed further. No, but my parents are from a family of Muggle herbalists, and during my time wandering, I worked briefly in a herbal shop, Tila recounted, adding, I find that Muggle herbalism bears some resemblance to the potion making taught at Hogwarts. Snape nodded, seemingly accepting Tila's explanation. Muggle herbalism is akin to the potion making of Eastern wizards. Do you wish to continue your studies in potion making? Snape inquired. Think. Tierra nearly shouted. Very well. Come to my office every Sunday evening from 6:30 to 7:30. Snape replied. I have but 1 hour to spare. Do not be late, prepare your questions, and do not squander my time. If he were to rank his emotions, Tierra's current exhilaration was second only to the thrill of stepping into Hogwarts. Tierra had merely sought Snape's assistance in identifying a potion, mentally bracing himself for rejection, yet to his astonishment, Snape had directly proposed a one-on-one tutoring session on potion making. I still need to study this potion, Snape declared, and upon Tierra's agreement, he unceremoniously issued a dismissal. As Tierra exited the potions classroom, he was left with an almost surreal sensation. He cast a quick glance at Snape's office before hastily ascending the staircase. Little did Tierra know, shortly after he departed, Snape emerged from his office, clutching Tierra's deep red potion, and made his way directly to the entrance of the headmaster's office on the 3rd floor. After correctly answering the password, he traversed the gargoyle and ascended the spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office. During dinner, George and Fred Weasley approached Tierra. Hey, Tierra. We heard you're also venturing into the creation of magical items? George perhaps inquired, while Fred added, This morning, Percy stormed over and gave us quite the scolding. He assumed we had led you astray. Honestly, if you have any questions about transfiguration, feel free to ask us. One of the twins remarked. Indeed. We are quite the experts in transfiguration. We also heard from Ron that you brewed a calming potion for him, and Harry, that's something many 6th-year students struggle with. Even Percy can't manage it. He chuckled. By the way, would you like to partner with us? Fred and I are currently developing prank products. Tierra found himself slightly bewildered by the twins' rapid-fire dialogue, yet he managed to grasp this particular inquiry. How is your research progressing? Tierra admitted he felt a spark of interest. After all, the Weasley twins' joke shop had established dominance in Diagon Alley, affirming their claim of expertise in transfiguration. Tierra, being a theoretical giant, yet a practical dwarf, relied upon decades of accumulated knowledge and experience from his past life to sustain him through the complexities of transfiguration, alchemy, and magical item creation, including potion brewing. We've already made some progress, Fred, or perhaps George, mysteriously declared, producing a pale yellow, excised object from his pocket. This is a modified dung bomb. Once it hits someone, it releases an unbearable stench. All right, I'm in. Tierra suddenly recalled that the twins possessed the Marauder's Map, a magical artifact crafted by the 4 Marauders, which they had acquired back in their first year. Thus, Tierra's earlier casual inquiries were merely superficial. He had no intention of delving into their significant news. The twins were enthusiastic about Tierra's inclusion, sandwiching him between them as they dined, regaling him with tales of the amusing mishaps of faculty members, mainly Argus Filch and Madame Pants, along with their own glorious exploits. Meanwhile, their younger brother Ron was left to sit aside. Tierra was astounded by the twins' remarkable stories. It was a miracle these two had survived to this age without facing dire consequences. They certainly owed their safety to Dumbledore's reforms, which abolished many corporal punishment rules. When do we meet for our activities? Tierra inquired, finding their stories entertaining yet prioritizing the enhancement of his practical magical skills. Anytime, one of them, perhaps George, responded, typically on weekends. The other added, but we also gather whenever we have no classes. Inspiration often strikes unexpectedly, and we cannot control that. Tierra keenly detected the implication of skipping classes in their words, just as he was about to respond. A flurry of owls entered, accompanied by a multitude of packages. Tierra retrieved a cardboard box containing the potion ingredients he had ordered from Slughorn and the Gig's apothecary that week, thanks to Harry's investment and his own currency exchange at Gringotts. Tierra's finances were quite ample, with most of the contents being magical materials sourced from fantastic beasts. This time, he had specifically purchased some herb seeds from the apothecary. After all, he possessed an entire planet's worth of land, and it would be a shame not to cultivate something. Although Tierra's previous academic focus was on molecular crop breeding, primarily conducted in a laboratory, the severe youth exodus in their testing village meant that the youngest temporary workers his research group could hire were already 72 years old. Consequently, he often found himself toiling alongside his senior colleagues in the fields. Thus, Tierra had acquired a reasonable grasp of basic agricultural techniques. In fact, even before receiving his acceptance letter, Tierra had envisioned planting something in the herb garden enclosed by Merlin's wards. However, he initially lacked access to herb seeds and felt overwhelmed by the task alone. Hence, his eagerness to master transfiguration was not only for the purpose of crafting magical items, but also to create an automatic sewing device. This time, the Weasley twins had not received any mail, evidently because their pocket money had been nearly depleted, necessitating frugality. However, among all the owl deliveries, the one that stood out was a slender package carried by 6 long-eared owls. A mere glance was enough for Tierra to recognize its significance. The Firebolt 2000 that Professor McGonagall bought for Harry. The 6 owls released their grip above Harry, and the hefty package landed with a thud on the table before him, attracting the attention of everyone in the dining hall. As the owls flapped away, Hedwig, the pure white owl, swooped down, clutching a letter in her beak, and landed in Harry's lap. Harry tore open the letter, revealing the message. Do not open the package on the table. It contains your new broomstick. The Firebolt 2000. I do not wish for everyone to know you have a new broom, lest they all desire it. Oliver would await you at the Quidditch pitch at 7 o'clock tonight for your first training session. Sincerely, Professor McGonagall. Harry passed the note to Ron, unable to conceal his delight. The Firebolt 2000, Ron exclaimed enviously. I've never even touched one. Harry quickly urged Tierra and Ron to leave the hall, eager to find a secluded spot to unveil his new broomstick before their first class. However, fate had other plans. As they passed through the entrance hall, they stumbled upon Draco Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle entering. Look, someone's sending gifts to the poor Potter, Malfoy bellowed, attempting to snatch the package from Harry's grasp. Yet, he was taken aback by Tierra, lurking ominously behind Harry. His outstretched hand faltered. Tierra promptly pushed Harry and Ron past Malfoy. This must be a broomstick, Malfoy exclaimed, deducing from the package's shape. You'd better prepare for detention, Potter. First years aren't allowed to bring brooms to school. ILL informed Professor McGonagall. Potter, you're violating school rules. Upon hearing Malfoy's shouts from behind, Tierra, Harry, and Ron exchanged glances, each of their faces betraying an urge to laugh. This isn't just any old broomstick. Ron could no longer contain his excitement. But just as he began to speak, Tierra swiftly covered his mouth, wrapping an arm around Ron while holding on to Harry with the other, and quickly ascended the staircase. Honestly, I should really thank Malfoy. As they reached the summit of the marble staircase and the figures of Malfoy and his 2 minions faded from view, Harry chuckled and remarked, had he not pilfered Neville's glass ball, I would never have been compelled to mount my broom to retrieve it. If I had not taken to the skies, I would not have been caught by Professor McGonagall, and had I not crossed paths with her, I would have never secured a place on the team. So, do you think this is a reward for your transgression against school rules? An irate voice echoed from behind the trio. Hermione ascended the stairs with purpose, Casting a disapproving glance at the package in Harry's hands, "That I thought you had ceased speaking to us," Harry replied. "Indeed, it's better that way," Ron interjected. "It brings us a certain comfort." "Humph." Hermione shot a frosty look at the three, particularly fixing her gaze on Taylor, before striding away with her nose held high. "Honestly, mate," Ron nudged Taylor with his elbow, "I find it hard to believe that Hermione has no interest in you." Harry, nearby, perked up at this. "My focus is solely on my studies," Taylor declared, rolling her eyes, inwardly musing that he could disparage her all he wanted now, but he would have his comeuppance once they were wed. Although Snape had separated Taylor and Harry in potions class, they still habitually sat together in their other lessons. Taylor noticed that Harry struggled to concentrate, frequently glancing at the clock on the wall and shifting restlessly in his seat. His thoughts were likely wandering to the dormitory, where his new nimbus lay tucked beneath his bed. Last. The hour of 7 approached. More precisely, it was 6:40, after merely a couple of bites of food. Harry promptly vacated the castle and made his way to the Quidditch pitch. Taylor followed suit. After all, Harry was her little goldmine, and this was an excellent opportunity to bolster her rapport. Moreover, she wished to test the effects of the calming draft during a Quidditch match. According to George and Fred, although the use of such potions was prohibited in Quidditch, the intensity of the game meant that if consumed in moderation, these potions would quickly dissipate within a wizard's system. Even post-match, a detection charm would yield no results. Thus, the discreet consumption of these attention-enhancing potions had become an unspoken norm on the Quidditch field. Not to mention, even the official teams had a so-called medical assistant, a potion maker dedicated to concocting brews. The Gryffindor potioneer had originally been a 7th-year student, a rather diminutive wizard named Poppy Pomfrey, with a voluminous head of hair. However, since he had graduated and was now interning at Slughorn and Giggs Apothecary, the role was temporarily filled by the team captain, Oliver Wood. Through the Weasley twins, Oliver learned of the extraordinary first-year wizard Harry Potter, as well as the remarkable potioneer Taylor Wu, who had managed to brew the calming draft with only a single failure in her first year. Consequently, Oliver would welcome Taylor into the Gryffindor Quidditch team. "This year, we shall undoubtedly claim the House Cup." Oliver Wood, a tall and slender lad with soft, light brown hair, patted Tierra on the shoulder as he spoke. Unbeknownst to her, Tierra had been at Hogwarts for 2 months, and time had swiftly advanced to the eve of Halloween. Now, aside from her weekly assignments and self-study, Tierra dedicated a portion of her time to assist the Gryffindor Quidditch team in brewing potions. With all expenses for potion ingredients generously covered by the school, many graduates, including Professor McGonagall, were willing to shoulder this cost, especially since McGonagall was already aware of Tierra's proficiency in potion making. Given that each potion brewed by different apothecaries exhibited significant variations in efficacy, it was essential for them to consume a few doses during training sessions. This practice not only enhanced the quality of their training but also helped them acclimate to the mild discomfort that followed the potion's effects subsiding. After confirming with the potion identification spell documented in her potion studies textbook that her newly concocted calming draft was flawless, all the trainers at Hogwarts began to drink this more potent crimson potion. Additionally, Tierra was required to attend a weekly hour-long potion lesson with Snape on Sunday evenings, facing a plethora of thought-provoking questions left by him after class, along with the occasional flashes of inspiration from the Weasley twins. This made Tierra's campus life remarkably fulfilling, and she sensed a remarkable advancement in her skills in potions, transfiguration, and alchemy. Unlike Harry, who felt overwhelmed juggling Quidditch and his studies, Tierra felt invigorated. This was not solely due to the acquisition of new knowledge, but largely attributed to the effects of the Rise Potion. The Rise Potion enhanced Tierra's spirit, or mental essence, and over these months of consumption, she could distinctly feel her mental acuity heightened, her reaction times quickened, and her memory sharpened. Nevertheless, Tierra maintained a disciplined routine of retiring to bed by 9:30 in the evening and rising at 6 in the morning, allowing herself a 1-hour midday nap, even on nights when sleep eluded her due to her heightened vitality. Tierra would lie in bed with her eyes closed, attempting to fully relax her body, where she would consume the raw egg whites of the mist serpent's eggs, a small magical creature that resided in coastal caves. Primarily fed on small shrimp or fish, these creatures were harmless, social, and their brain was a key ingredient for brewing a hypnotic mist, hence the name. Their eggs, rich in protein and imbued with mild sleep-inducing properties, were utilized to pacify young wizards with uncontrolled magic, facilitating a swift transition to sleep without adverse effects, often even serving to rejuvenate the body. For merely 7 silver sickles, Tierra could procure 16 from a grocery store in Diagon Alley. A bargain indeed. Furthermore, Tierra arranged for Hogwarts house elves to provide her an extra cup of milk, a slice of rye bread for breakfast, an additional small serving of tuna salad for lunch, and a bowl of fruit for dinner. This was to safeguard her physical well-being, ensuring adequate sleep and nutrition for her still-developing adolescent body. Given that Tierra's mental strength far exceeded that of her peers, it inadvertently placed some strain on her physical form. Committed to a balanced lifestyle, Tierra decided to grant herself a moment of relaxation on Halloween. Thanks to the rich tapestry of Chinese traditional culture and Western festive customs, Tierra consistently found reasons to take breaks each month. For instance, on the 22nd of last month, which was the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, coincidentally a Sunday, Tierra abstained from visiting the library, instead opting to stay in her dormitory chatting and joking with Harry and Ron. Treating herself to 4 pieces of tooth-achingly sweet chocolate cake at dinner. That was the first time Tierra employed transfiguration outside of class, transforming those 4 pieces of cake into 4 beautifully twisted mooncakes. Adorned with symbols of reunion for the Mid-Autumn Festival, which she shared with Harry, Ron, and Hermione on the 1st of October, Tierra similarly refrained from library visits, choosing instead to celebrate her motherland's 42nd birthday with a small 5-starred red flag conjured onto the flesh-colored glove on her left hand through transfiguration. In this manner, Tierra commemorated her irrevocably lost homeland and her parents, whom she would never see again. Given that today was Halloween, Tierra resolved to indulge herself once more. After rising early this morning, she unusually refrained from taking a book to the dining hall, instead continuing to lie idly in bed, gazing at the ceiling. With the Halloween ball set for tonight, Tierra thought to herself that she had been exceedingly busy over the past few weeks and indeed needed a proper rest. Last night, she had already tucked away 5 firebombs she had crafted over the past fortnight, utilizing her knowledge of transfiguration and rudimentary alchemy, safely within the pockets of her wizarding robes. After all, an arduous challenge awaited her shortly. If all went as anticipated, Professor Quirrell would release the troll guarding the Philosopher's Stone during the Halloween festivities. Over the past 2 weeks, since Harry had received the Firebolt 2000, the rift between him and Hermione had grown increasingly unbridgeable. Hermione was now nearly silent towards Harry and Ron, engaging in only the briefest of exchanges when they crossed paths in classrooms or common rooms. This behavior extended to Tierra as well. Whenever they encountered one another in the library, Hermione either buried herself in a book she could not fully comprehend or pretended not to see Tierra. Even when Tierra politely greeted her, Hermione would feign urgency and scurry away. This situation, while disheartening for Harry, was welcomed by Tierra and Ron, who were eager to distance themselves from Hermione. Although Tierra was an adult, she found Hermione's tendency to act like a self-proclaimed mature, which rather off-putting that as for Ron, he would be delighted never to see her again. Yet, fate had other plans. During today's charms class, Harry and Ron arrived late, caught up in their excitement for their first Halloween celebration here, and continued discussing until Tierra had dozed off. Consequently, when Harry and Ron entered the charms classroom, aside from Tierra saving a seat for Harry, Ron had no choice but to share a table with Hermione. Both Ron and Hermione displayed unmistakable annoyance. Harry felt immensely grateful to have Tierra as a friend, someone who not only tutored him but also reserved a seat for him. Especially when Professor Flitwick announced that they would be learning the levitation charm today, Harry felt a surge of exhilaration, since Tierra had used this charm during their first flying lesson weeks ago. Harry had been pestering her to teach him. Just 5 days prior, Harry had successfully managed to levitate a piece of parchment momentarily. All right, don't forget the subtle wrist motion we've been practicing. Professor Flitwick, as usual, stood atop his pile of books, his voice sharp, a flick and a swish. Remember, enunciating the spell accurately is crucial. Never forget Baruffio the wizard, who mispronounced the F-azes and found himself sprawled on the floor with a bull standing on his chest. Tierra deduced that this must have been a case of erroneous magical configuration influenced by the wizard's spiritual dimension, resulting in a significant deviation that it was certainly not as simple as a mere mispronunciation. Each individual's spiritual dimension is unique and singular, hence different wizards casting the same spell, even with identical pronunciations, can yield vastly different outcomes. Just like the explosive genius, Seamus Finnegan, who could turn any spell into an explosive effect. After outlining the key points, Flitwick waved his wand, signaling the young witches and wizards to practice independently. However, it was apparent that while Flitwick found the charm easy to demonstrate, very few of the young wizards managed to execute it correctly. Of course, Hermione was the first to succeed. She had mastered the charm weeks after their first flying lesson. "Well done, Miss Granger," Flitwick exclaimed. 5 points to Gryffindor. This caused Hermione's little face, which had been tense all morning, to soften slightly. Then there were Taylor and Harry, who with a wave and a shake, sent the feathers on their table drifting gently into the air. However, the other young wizards were not so fortunate. Seamus Finnegan once again set his props ablaze. With a loud pop, the feather in front of him erupted into a cloud of black smoke. His desk mate Neville swiftly slammed his thick spell book onto Seamus's table with a practiced ease that was almost painful to witness. Meanwhile, at another table, Ron's luck seemed no better. "Wingardium Leviosa!" he shouted with all his might, flailing his long arms like a windmill. Yet the feather on his table remained utterly unmoved. "You pronounced it wrong," Hermione said bluntly. Having just received praise from Professor Flitwick, Hermione appeared to be in much higher spirits. "It's Wingardium Leviosa, and that gar should be drawn out and pronounced clearly. Got it," Ron muttered under his breath, as the class neared its end. Ron's mood plummeted to a new low. No wonder everyone can't stand her. Taylor overheard Ron say to Harry as they struggled through the crowded corridor. "Honestly, she's like a nightmare." Someone bumped into Taylor roughly and hurried past them. It was Hermione, and Taylor had noticed her shedding tears as she passed by. "I think she heard you," Taylor remarked coolly. "So what?" Ron replied, though a hint of unease crept into his voice. "She must have noticed. She doesn't have a single friend left. Look, even you haven't been playing with her lately." Taylor sighed softly, unsure of what to say to express her helplessness at being drawn into this petty conflict among school children. In the next class, Hermione did not show up, and she remained absent throughout the afternoon. During dinner, Taylor, Harry, and Ron descended the stairs towards the dining hall, inadvertently overhearing Parvati telling her friend Lavender that Hermione was crying sadly in the girls' bathroom and refusing to let anyone comfort her. Upon hearing this, Ron appeared even more uncomfortable, contemplating whether he should seek Hermione out to apologize. However, moments later, as they entered the dining hall and beheld the vibrant Halloween decorations, Ron and Harry immediately forgot about Hermione. 1,000 bats flitted across the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like low-hanging storm clouds above the dining tables, causing the candle flames inside the pumpkins to flicker wildly. Delicious dishes suddenly appeared on golden plates. Reminiscent of the banquet at the start of term, once the feast began, Ron clutched a chicken leg in one hand while spearing a piece of beef with the other. Harry was spooning a piece of incredibly fluffy mashed potatoes. Taylor quickly finished his main course of pan-seared cod, roasted lamb chops, and a bit of bacon. He was now leisurely scooping the caramel fruit pudding placed before him. Yet Taylor seemed somewhat restless, occasionally glancing towards the entrance of the dining hall. "Stop looking, Taylor," Ron said with his mouth full of meat. "I'm sure Hermione, having cried out of hunger, will come over. No. Well, okay. I am a bit worried about Hermione," Taylor replied. Just then, Taylor's eyes lit up as he saw the disheveled Professor Quirrell stumbling in, his loose robe and ragged turban askew. "Troll," he shouted hoarsely as he entered the hall, his face a mask of terror. Collapsing in front of Dumbledore's podium, unconscious, she fell as gracefully as a tragic actress in a play, deliberately ensuring her face met the ground. "Ah!" someone screamed, and chaos erupted in the dining hall, with some young wizards dropping their food in fright. Indeed, it was Ron who tossed aside his steak and chicken leg, toppling Taylor's caramel pudding in the process, before joining the others in screaming. Professor Dumbledore had to produce a series of sharp explosive sounds from the tip of his wand before the hall fell silent. "Heads of houses," Dumbledore said quietly, "please escort your students back to their dormitories immediately. All teachers, follow me." Percy was naturally in his element. "Follow me, stay together, first years. As long as you heed my instructions, you have nothing to fear from the troll. Now, stay closely behind me. Make way, first years. Coming through. I'm the head boy." "Don T shoved me. How could a troll get in here?" As they ascended the stairs, Harry turned to ask Taylor, only to find himself surrounded by Ron and other first-year wizards. "Where's Taylor?" Harry almost cried out, raising his head and tiptoeing to look around. In the chaotic throng, there was no sign of Taylor. "Where's Taylor? Have you seen Taylor?" Harry suddenly grasped Ron's arm. "Taylor is missing." At that moment, Taylor was moving against the current of the crowd, checking his gear as he went .5 firebombs, a dung bomb produced by the Weasleys, a piece of bloody raw lamb he had just acquired from the kitchen elf, and a dozen cursed worms fully under his control. Affixed to the inner side of the meat, Taylor was uncertain whether the cursed worms could penetrate the troll's thick, coarse skin to cause any harm, so he concealed them within the lamb, hoping to entice the troll to consume them due to its fondness for raw meat. The raw meat was wrapped in oil paper and stuffed into his robe. Thanks to the ample wizard's robe, it was impossible to discern from the outside that Tayla was hiding these items. In truth, Tayla had no need to wade into this murky water, even if he didn't seek out Hermione. Harry and Ron would undoubtedly discover her absence. However, he needed the troll's blood to create his first truly magical item, the Titan Amulet. An amulet made from the fresh blood of a troll, giant, or ogre grants magical resistance akin to that of the creature for 1 minute after activation. It is a semi-permanent talisman, and Tayla had already completed the basic structure of it, thanks to the wonders of magic. It required no high temperatures, just a normal flame and a few incantations. Tayla had managed to craft a smooth, coin-like amulet in just 3 days. However, the amulet was currently ineffective and would only be completed once it was infused with troll blood. The amulet could be used a maximum of 3 times, after which new blood from a troll, giant, or ogre would be necessary to continue its use. Tayla had considered using Hagrid's blood, especially since in the 5th book of the original series, Hagrid withstood several curses from the Ministry's Aurors without a scratch. However, the principle of this amulet was to use blood as a medium to siphon the troll's vitality. In simple terms, it involved harming the troll to gain its magical resistance. Thus, he ultimately took the risk of choosing the troll guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor, accompanied by an overwhelmingly foul and nauseating odor. Tayla slowed his pace, waving his wand to cast an air-freshening charm, pressing himself against the wall as he stealthily approached the enormous shadow. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, realizing Tayla was missing, ducked down and blended into the Hufflepuff crowd. Heading in another direction, they stealthily slipped through the empty side corridor, hurrying back to the hall where they had just dined. However, just as they turned the corner, they heard hurried footsteps behind them. "Percy," Ron whispered urgently, pulling Harry behind a large statue of a griffin. Peeking from behind the statue, they discovered it was not Percy, but Snape, who crossed the corridor and vanished from their sight. "What is he doing?" Harry whispered. "Why, isn't he with the other teachers in the underground classroom? How would I know?" They quietly followed the gradually receding footsteps of Snape, stealthily advancing down another corridor, making every effort to remain silent. He was heading towards the 3rd floor. "But can you smell something?" Ron raised his hand. Harry inhaled deeply, a foul stench invading his nostrils, a nauseating blend reminiscent of soiled socks and an eternally unclean public restroom. Suddenly, they were met with a deep, thunderous roar of anguish. The sound reverberated painfully against Harry and Ron's eardrums, and they swore they had never encountered a sound so terrifying. Then came the resounding thud of a massive object crashing to the ground. Harry and Ron exchanged glances before simultaneously breaking into a run towards the source of the noise. It was the girls' restroom. Following the repugnant odor and the cacophony, they swiftly located the origin of the commotion. Hermione is still in the girls' restroom," Harry exclaimed, as if only then recalling the presence of the young witch, Hermione. However, upon entering the restroom, they were confronted with an unforgettable sight. The tear-streaked face of the young witch Hermione was curled up in the tight space beneath the sink. Most of the stalls and toilets in the restroom lay in ruins. In the center, a colossal creature, at least 12 feet tall, with dull, granite-like skin, lay sprawled on the floor, seemingly unconscious. Its head bore the scars of burns, and a small, fresh wound oozed green blood just below its grotesque head, which was connected to its neck by a thin strip of flesh. Meanwhile, Tayla, covered in dust, sat beside it, her face alight with uncontainable joy. Upon noticing their arrival, a flicker of panic crossed Tayla's face. After recognizing Harry and Ron, she shook her robe, and Harry noticed her discreetly slipping something into her pocket. "Harry, Ron." Tayla's tone was noticeably more cheerful. "I found Hermione." She gestured wildly at Harry and Ron. "I was fortunate to find her just in time. Otherwise, the giant would have nearly harmed her." Are you here to find me?" Hermione, finally regaining her composure, spoke, her reddened eyes threatening to well up once more. "Yes, indeed," Harry and Ron chorused almost in unison. Tayla had already risen to her feet and swiftly embraced them, her back to Hermione, her hands tightly gripping Harry and Ron's thumbs. "Oh, right, about this afternoon," Harry and Ron suddenly recalled, speaking in quick succession. "We are truly sorry for speaking ill of you." Yet Tayla continued to clasp their fingers. "Your admonitions are occasionally quite beneficial," Harry added with a hint of sincerity. Taila then gradually released her grip. No. 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 You are right, Hermione replied with a sheepish smile. I can indeed be rather bothersome. The four young wizards exchanged glances, and then, as if on cue, erupted into laughter. After a brief moment, they quieted down. So, are we still friends? Hermione asked cautiously. Of course. Ron was the first to respond, with Harry and Taila nodding in agreement. What on earth just happened? Ron inquired. How did Taila end up here? We split up to search for Hermione. Taila explained that I came to the third floor to confirm a suspicion of mine. And indeed Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Taila. Professor McGonagall burst through the shattered restroom door, her eyes widening in horror at the sight of the fallen giant and the four Gryffindor young wizards. Her voice rising in alarm. What are you doing here? Following her were Snape and Flitwick, with Quirrell timidly trailing behind. Quirrell cast a fleeting glance at the giant before dissolving into helpless sobs. Collapsing onto a toilet while clutching his chest, Snape bent down to examine the giant, immediately noting the burns on its head and the abnormal, healing gash on its neck. McGonagall fixed her gaze upon the four young wizards. Taila observed McGonagall's lips pale and her body tremble, her feline-like eyes brimming with fury. What kind of foolish prank are you playing? McGonagall demanded again, her voice laced with icy anger. You four are fortunate not to have been killed by it. Why were you not behaving yourselves in the dormitory? Professor McGonagall, it's like this. Taila began to recount the events, mindful to conceal certain details, as he deemed the squabbles between children to be entirely normal. After all, with Harry as an accomplice, the school would never expel them. However, Hermione stepped forward from the corner, eagerly interjecting, Professor McGonagall, it was I sought out the giant because I thought I could handle it alone. You see, I read about them in books and believed I understood them well. Taila couldn't help but regard Hermione with newfound respect. There was a significant difference between reading about something in books or films and encountering it in real life. Hermione's bravery in risking expulsion to shield Taila was commendable, considering that for her, expulsion was a fate worse than death. Did Hermione Granger just concoct an audacious lie to a teacher? Ron gaped at Hermione in astonishment. If it weren't for me, I would surely be dead by now, Taila continued. Harry and Ron threw the new flash bombs that I developed, alongside those created by George Weasley. At the giant that we didn't have time to find help because the danger was imminent. The giant was about to swallow me. So, Taila threw a few flash bombs at the giant's head first before rescuing me. Harry and Ron feigned familiarity with the storied doe. If that's the case, McGonagall contemplated, fixing her gaze upon them. Miss Granger, you foolish girl, while curiosity is commendable, how could you possibly believe you could confront a giant like a mountain all on your own? Hermione hung her head in shame. Harry was at a loss for words. Hermione was the least likely to break school rules, yet now she had lied to help them evade trouble. It was as incredulous as Snape distributing Halloween sweets to everyone. Miss Granger, as a consequence of this incident, Gryffindor will lose 5 points, McGonagall stated, disappointment evident in her voice. If you are uninjured, you should return to Gryffindor Tower immediately. The students are enjoying the Halloween feast in their respective houses. Hermione hurriedly exited the restroom. McGonagall then turned to Taila, Harry, and Ron. Well, I must still say you are fortunate. Very few first-year students can confront an adult giant. Each of you has earned Gryffindor 5 points. I will inform Professor Dumbledore of this matter. You may leave. They hastily exited the room, but as Taila passed by Snape, he suddenly reached out and grasped him. This is no ordinary injury caused by a flash bomb, Snape remarked. Taila felt a tightening in his chest. Just as he was about to explain himself, Snape slowly released his grip. Taila quickly made his way out. However, Snape's eagle-like gaze remained fixed on him until Taila disappeared at the staircase. We should have earned more than just 15 points, Taila muttered to Harry and Ron as they ascended the stairs, only to hear Ron grumble, but Taila actually killed a giant. Noticing Taila catching up to them, Ron quickly amended, only 10 points, considering the points McGonagall deducted from Hermione. And that giant isn't dead, Harry added. Taila added, he was acutely aware of the potency of the firebombs, although the giant's physical defenses were surprisingly fragile. Taila had refrained from using the cursed worm's flesh and had only employed 3 firebombs. Those 3 firebombs would at most leave the giant severely injured or incapacitated, but certainly not dead. This was because Taila had deliberately observed the wound on the giant's head when he had drawn blood. Even the skull had not been fully scorched. Furthermore, the giant's belly was still faintly rising and falling. How wonderful Hermione is. She stepped forward and helped us out of trouble, Ron admitted. But do not forget, it was indeed Taila who saved her. Had you not uttered that hurtful remark, perhaps she would not have needed rescuing at all. Harry reminded Ron, referring to that rather painful comment. As they walked, they arrived at the portrait of the fat lady. Pig Snout. Having uttered the password, they each slipped through into the dormitory. The Gryffindor common room was teeming with students. A cacophony of laughter and conversation as groups huddled together. Every face was adorned with cheerful smiles, indulging in the food provided by the house elves. Only Hermione stood apart, waiting for them by the entrance. "Thank you," she said, stepping forward to embrace Tayla, followed by a quick hug for Harry and Ron. After the embrace, she dashed away. For a moment, the three of them exchanged glances, bewildered. Yet they understood that from that moment onward, Hermione Granger had truly become their friend. After sharing an experience, especially one as extraordinary as subduing a 12-foot giant, though much of the credit belonged to Tayla, a bond inevitably formed. The revelry of that evening persisted until midnight. And when all the young wizards finally retired to their beds, Tayla found himself alone in the common room, littered with scraps and remnants of food. Esoteric incantations slipped from Tayla's lips, drifting through the empty space of the common room. He retrieved a coin and a vial of green blood, and under the flickering flames of the fireplace, the emerald fire gradually melded into the coin. The once smooth surface of the coin began to be etched with a crudely drawn sketch of a giant. As if crafted by a child's hand, as November approached, the weather in England turned frigid. The mountains surrounding the school were blanketed with a shroud of gray snow, and the lake's surface was as cold and hard as tempered steel. Each morning, frost coated the ground. From the window above, one could see Hagrid, bundled in a long coat of mole fur, donned in rabbit fur gloves and massive beaver fur boots, clearing frost from the Quidditch pitch. November marked the onset of the Quidditch season. Almost all the young wizards buzzed with excitement over the impending Hogwarts Quidditch matches. Even Hermione would occasionally interject into Ron and Harry's discussions. However, Tayla found it difficult to muster any enthusiasm. In his previous life, he had been nurtured into a robust and sturdy figure by his comparatively affluent parents, and he had never known winter to be so arduous. The damp, cold winds of Hogwarts in November felt like a myriad of tiny insects, capable of penetrating skin and reaching the bones, aside from the warmth of the Gryffindor common room with its fireplace and the dormitory with its heater. Tayla longed to curl himself into a ball. It seemed even his thoughts were dulled by the biting cold. Thus, since the arrival of November, Tayla had rarely visited the library aside from borrowing and returning books. Although the library and various classrooms were enchanted with warmth charms, it appeared the professors had forgotten the corridors, and Tayla still had to endure a 10-minute trek through the frigid hallways to reach the library. Sighing on the couch in the common room while reading, Tayla lamented, "If only I could have hot pot." Hot pot? Hermione, seated beside him, asked with a puzzled expression, repeating the two Chinese syllables awkwardly. "It is an ancient delicacy from the East." Tayla gently closed his book and rubbed his somewhat sore eyes as he explained to Hermione at his previous age. Tayla was preparing for the entrance exams to a prestigious middle school. As his parents aspired for him to attend Beijing University Affiliated High School or Tsinghua University Affiliated High School. During that time, whenever he grew weary from studying, his mother would tenderly administer eye drops or prepare a nourishing soup for him. Ultimately, however, he did not gain admission, settling for a middling school that was neither exceptional nor terrible, much to his parents' dismay. They had invested a considerable amount in tutoring to ensure his acceptance, now, in this foreign land. He found himself yearning for the warmth of his parents' nurturing. Indeed, there is no love like a mother's. A child with a mother is like a treasure, while one without is akin to a weed. After Tayla began studying in the common room, the young witch Hermione also ceased her visits to the library, choosing instead to sit beside Tayla as she studied. Since the giant incident, the little witch had grown considerably more endearing, shedding her haughty demeanor and beginning to humbly seek Tayla's guidance on various matters. Facing Hermione's eagerness to learn, Tayla relished teaching her. Who does not enjoy the company of an obedient, sensible, and intelligent child? Moreover, while answering Hermione's questions, Tayla deepened his own understanding of the knowledge. Although he still enjoyed imparting lessons, this newfound humility made the exchanges comfortable for both Tayla and his friends, Ron and Harry. The two boys began to heed some of Hermione's advice, joining Tayla in his studies. However, the arrival of the Quidditch season soon proved too enticing for Harry and Ron to resist. Consequently, Tayla found himself busy, as he not only had to brew a copious amount of calming potions for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, but also a simple potion to combat the cold. Hermione assisted Tayla with his preparations. Otherwise, his study time would have been further curtailed. Since the giant incident, Hermione seemed less concerned with school rules, resembling someone who had taken their first exhilarating leap and could not stop. She frequently led Harry and Ron in minor transgressions of the school's regulations. For instance, Hermione often brought a cluster of magical flames, sneaking Tierra, Ron, and Harry to the grounds of Hogwarts to unleash her newly learned spells into the night sky. Tierra only attended once, as the cold was unbearable. And even the magical flames could not provide him with sufficient warmth. After their nocturnal escapade preceding the Quidditch match, Harry realized he had lost the Quidditch book he always carried, the little which Hermione and Ron were equally disheartened. "What is wrong with you?" Tierra inquired from beside the fireplace in the common room. "Did you run into Snape? How did you know?" Ron asked, astonished. "Tomorrow's the Quidditch match. What else could possibly bring such glum expressions to your faces aside from encountering Snape?" Tierra replied. The three young wizards then excitedly recounted their recent encounter with Snape. "Quarrel? Snape? Is his leg injured?" Tierra feigned deep contemplation. "Snape? He must be attempting to steal Dumbledore's collection," Harry exclaimed. "Impossible," Hermione retorted, her eyes wide in protest. "Although Snape is somewhat despicable, he would never steal from Dumbledore. Then how do you explain the scar on his leg? It must have been from the three-headed dog." The three young wizards nearly began to argue. I concur with Hermione's perspective. Ultimately, Tierra made a decisive statement. Over the course of these months, he had gradually established a sense of authority among the three young wizards. "To be honest, Tierra, you always seem to think all teachers are saints." Ron interjected bluntly. "I agree with Harry. A teacher as cruel as Snape is capable of anything. But what is he searching for? What is that large dog guarding?" As Tierra lay in bed, she could hear Harry tossing and turning throughout the night. Even as she succumbed to sleep, there lingered the faint sound of his restlessness. It was likely that he was contemplating the intricate relationship between Professor Snape and Dumbledore's collection. Tierra, however, felt no inclination to correct Harry's misguided perceptions. For tomorrow, on the Quidditch pitch, Voldemort's lethal intent would surely send Harry's broom spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, Snape, who would be reciting counter-curses, would inevitably be misjudged by Harry, Ron, and Hermione. These three young wizards were notoriously obstinate. Once ensnared in a misunderstanding, they could not easily be swayed. Tierra realized there was no point in attempting to intervene, and thus chose to remain indifferent. Moreover, she noted that within this web of misapprehensions, if events unfolded as scripted, she might indeed reap some benefits. The following morning dawned bright yet chilly. The aroma of sizzling sausages wafted through the dining hall as everyone eagerly anticipated an exhilarating Quidditch match. Their conversations bubbling with excitement. "You must eat something for breakfast," Hermione urged. "I have no appetite," Harry replied, distractedly fiddling with the ham and eggs on his plate. "Just have a bit of toast," Hermione continued to coax. "I'm not hungry," Harry insisted, feeling utterly dreadful. In just an hour, he would be heading to the pitch. "Harry, you need to conserve your energy," said Seamus Finnegan. "The Seekers are always the primary targets for the opposing team." "Thanks, Seamus," Harry responded, watching as Seamus slathered a thick layer of ketchup onto his sausage. That moment, Tierra, perched nearby with a book, produced a piece of chocolate from her pocket and requested a cup of hot milk from the house elf. Sliding it across to Harry. "If you truly can't eat, at least drink some warm milk and have this piece of chocolate," Tierra suggested. In his previous life, during his final year of high school, he too had struggled with breakfast, prompting his father to prepare a cup of hot milk accompanied by a piece of slightly bitter dark chocolate, which had sustained him through the most arduous months. However, after the exams, he had never touched dark chocolate again. Even the scent would make him nauseous. Harry accepted the chocolate and milk, finishing the chocolate in just a few bites, and downed the sweetened warm milk, enhanced with a touch of sugar by Tierra, in one go. With a sigh of relief, he felt a wave of calm wash over him. The pallor of his lips faded, replaced by a hint of color. "Thank you, Tierra." Harry noticed that Tierra looked less pristine than usual, with streaks of pale yellow and red painted across her face. The colors of Gryffindor. A massive lion plush hat adorned her head, solidifying Harry's sense of Tierra's allegiance to Gryffindor. Before long, the clock struck 11, and it seemed as though the entire school had congregated around the Quidditch stadium. Many students had brought binoculars. The seating was elevated yet still made it difficult to discern the action on the field. Tierra, Ron, and Hermione made their way to the top row, joining Neville, Seamus, and Dean, the fervent supporter of their team. To surprise Harry, they had crafted a grand banner from a stained bedsheet, emblazoned with Potter for the win. Dean, skilled in art, had even depicted a large Gryffindor lion beneath the text. Then, with a flick of her wand, Tierra enlarged the banner, the paint shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling like neon lights. "Make way, make way," boomed a robust voice from behind them. Hagrid, Tierra, Ron, and Hermione nudged each other, creating ample space for Hagrid to sit. "I was just watching from my hut," Hagrid said, patting the enormous telescope hanging around his neck. "But it's not the same as being in the crowd." Feeling the atmosphere, no sooner had Hagrid settled than Madame Hooch appeared in the center of the pitch with a box in hand. "I hope for a clean and fair match," she declared, blowing her whistle before opening the box. The bludgers and golden snitch soared into the sky as she tossed the quaffle high into the air. Thus began an exhilarating and intense game of Quidditch. From her elevated vantage point, Tierra had a comprehensive view, an ideal position for spectating. Yet her focus was not on the game nor on Harry. Instead, she frequently glanced towards the teacher's box. The manipulation of the spiritual dimension to influence the material realm, especially in the context of dark magic, was traceable. Such magical signatures could not be sensed through specific incantations or methods. Relying solely on a wizard's innate talent and experience, the detection of these signatures could not only aid in concealing one's tracks, but could also unravel the disguises of others. For instance, the disillusionment charm from advanced spell textbooks, or transfiguration beyond animagi. Tierra had attempted to sense these signatures based on Merlin's notes, but unfortunately, she had failed. She felt nothing at all. It remained uncertain whether it was her own inadequacy or the feebleness of the other young wizard's magic. However, a man must not admit defeat. That if all went as anticipated, Voldemort would soon make his move against Harry in this Quidditch match. This was the sustained magical output of an adult dark wizard. The game pressed on. Gryffindor started strong, but soon Slytherin leveled the scores. The match grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, Tierra noticed Harry's broom behaving erratically. "Here it comes," she thought. As the others turned their attention to Harry, Tierra's gaze fixed intently on Quirrell in the teacher's box. Nothing. There was nothing at all. Tierra felt a pang of disappointment. She still sensed nothing. The cacophony of gasps surrounded her, and the crowd was a whirlwind of chaos. There was none of the sensation described in Merlin's notes, no feeling akin to the brush of a mosquito's wings against the soul. Meanwhile, on the Quidditch pitch, Harry's broom began to tumble uncontrollably, and he could barely cling on. Suddenly, the broom twisted violently again, flinging Harry off. He was left grasping the handle with just one hand, suspended in midair. Was the broom damaged when Flint collided with him? Seamus speculated quietly. "Impossible," Hagrid replied, his voice trembling slightly. "Nothing but powerful dark magic can interfere with a broomstick. A child could not cast such a spell on a firebolt 2000. Upon hearing this, Hermione seized Hagrid's telescope, not bothering to look at Harry, but frantically scanning the crowd. "What are you doing?" Ron asked. "I figured it out long ago," Hermione panted. "It's Snape." "Look." Ron grabbed the telescope. Snape stood in the middle of the opposite stands. His eyes locked onto Harry, muttering incantations under his breath. "He is up to no good." "Snape is casting a jinx on Harry's broom," Hermione exclaimed. "What do we do?" Ron's face turned ashen. "Watch me," Hermione said decisively, turning to push her way through the crowd. "Wait, Hermione." Tierra grasped her arm firmly. "Be careful." With that, Tierra released her hold on Hermione's arm. Thank you," with a flush upon her cheeks, Hermione remarked, utterly oblivious to the worm of a hue akin to her robes that had latched onto her garment. Struggling through the throng, Hermione made her way to the stands where Snape was situated. Hastily traversing the row of seats behind him, the biting cold and the chaotic crowd left her gasping for breath, her movement somewhat ungraceful. As she brushed past Professor Quirrell, she inadvertently collided with him, causing him to tumble forward into the seats ahead. In that moment of confusion, the worm, which had stubbornly clung to her robe, detached itself and vanished into Quirrell's body amidst the chaos. After much effort, Hermione finally squeezed herself beside Snape. She crouched down, drew her wand, contemplated for a few moments, and then murmured a few carefully selected words. That a vibrant blue flame erupted from the tip of her wand, darting towards the hem of Snape's robe. Approximately 30 seconds later, Snape became aware that he was on fire, only realizing it when the teacher behind him began to pat his shoulder and shout in his ear. Startled, Snape sprang to his feet. Upon hearing a shriek, Hermione understood that her task was complete and quickly drew the flames back into her pocket before hastily returning along the row of seats. Colliding with someone once more. "Neville, look," Ron exclaimed, pointing excitedly towards the sky. Harry's broom ceased its trembling, and he was able to regain his balance. For the past 5 minutes, Neville had buried his face in Hagrid's jacket. Weeping, Tierra had been gently patting his back, offering soft comfort. Despite having read the story before, Tierra could hardly believe there existed a child so timid as the one who was not even flying himself. Had it not been for her familiarity with the original text, she could not have imagined that this little weeper would bravely stand against Voldemort during the Battle of Hogwarts in the 7th book. It seemed that Neville's journey as a Gryffindor sword hero was still a long one. After regaining control of his broom, Harry swiftly spotted the golden snitch and dashed towards it with remarkable speed. One must admit, Harry's talent for Quidditch was exceptional. With a mere lunge, the golden snitch vanished. Then, onlookers witnessed Harry diving towards the ground, covering his mouth as though he might be sick. He landed on all fours, coughing violently, before expelling a golden object from his mouth into his palm. "That I've caught the snitch," Harry exclaimed with exuberance. "That I've caught the golden snitch." He raised the ball triumphantly above his head. "He has caught the golden snitch." Hermione, just returning to the Gryffindor stands, shrieked in excitement, embracing Tierra who stood beside her. Ron was in a tight embrace with Neville. "He has caught the golden snitch," Lee Jordan, the commentator, immediately announced. The match concluded in a flurry of chaos. No one, aside from Tierra, had anticipated that Harry would seize the golden snitch in such a manner. He merely caught it. He nearly swallowed it whole. 20 minutes later, Slytherin's Flint was still bellowing in indignation. But to no avail, as Harry had violated no rules. Lee Jordan continued to jubilantly declare the results. Gryffindor won with a score of 170-60. However, Harry did not hear any of this. After the match, he, Tierra, Ron, and Hermione returned to Hagrid's hut, where Hagrid brewed them each a strong cup of tea and pulled freshly baked rock cakes from the oven. "It was Snape," Ron explained to Hagrid. "We all saw it. He was muttering spells at your broom. His eyes fixated on you." "Nonsense," Hagrid retorted. "He knows nothing of what occurs around him in the stands. Why would Snape do such a thing?" The three young wizards exchanged glances, as Harry and Hermione cast a meaningful look at Tierra, seemingly seeking his opinion. Yet Tierra remained silent, wholly absorbed in her tea and methodically breaking off pieces of rock cake. Unsure how to convey their concerns to Hagrid, Harry and Hermione resolved to speak candidly. "We discovered something about him," Harry said to Hagrid on Halloween. "He attempted to get past that three-headed dog, but it bit him. We believe he intends to steal whatever the dog is guarding." Hagrid's expression turned grave as he set down the teapot, casting a wary glance at the four young wizards. "How do you know about Fluffy?" he inquired. "Fluffy?" Hermione, Harry, and Ron echoed in confusion. "Yes, he's mine. I acquired him from a Greek fellow I met last year at a pub. I lent him to Dumbledore for safekeeping." "What?" Harry asked urgently. "Enough questions," Hagrid replied roughly. "That's a matter of utmost secrecy, understand? But Snape wants to steal it," Hermione interjected loudly. The events of that afternoon seemed to have significantly altered her perception of Snape. "If I saw a malevolent curse, I would recognize it immediately," Hermione declared, tilting her head defiantly. "I've read everything about them. You must establish eye contact, and Snape's eyes never blinked. I saw it." "Nonsense. I'm telling you, you're mistaken," Hagrid said angrily. "I don't know why Harry's broom behaved that way. But Snape would never, ever wish harm upon any student." Hagrid emphasized the word ever 3 times. "Now, you four listen to me. You are meddling in matters that do not concern you. It is perilous. Forget about that dog. Forget what it is guarding, and forget Snape. This is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Oh, Merlin's beard," Hagrid suddenly exclaimed. "Aha," Harry interjected excitedly. "So it involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it?" Hagrid shot him a glare. But it was clear he was more angry with himself. Tight-lipped Rubius Hagrid. Tierra thought. As Tierra sipped her tea, she lightly raised her cup in a toast. "Congratulations, keeper of keys and grounds Rubius Hagrid, on your main quest to find Nicholas Flamel, 01. Christmas was fast approaching. On a morning in mid-December, Hogwarts awakened from its slumber to find itself blanketed in several feet of snow, the lake frozen solid. George and Fred Weasley were punished for enchanting several snowballs to chase Quirrell, pelting him on the back of his turban. Tierra captured this moment with her magical camera since the end of October. With Christmas drawing near, Tierra had managed to save enough from her potion-making budget to purchase a magical camera alongside her essential potions. Over the past 2 months, Tierra's knowledge of potions, alchemy, and transfiguration had also significantly advanced, and she was eager to attempt brewing the polyjuice potion after the end-of-term exams. With the advent of winter, Tierra spent most of her time indoors, specifically in the warmth of her dormitory. Only when the snow fell heavily and the Weasley twins were outside did she venture out. Bundled up like a thick dumpling, Capturing this momentous scene as the end-of-term exams concluded and Christmas approached, Tierra was the only one able to focus on her studies. Even Hermione had become somewhat distracted these past few days, eagerly anticipating the holiday. Though the Gryffindor common room and the Great Hall were ablaze with warm fires, enchanted to maintain a cozy temperature, the corridors, chilled by drafts, became bitterly cold, and the windows of the classrooms rattled in the biting wind. "I truly pity those poor souls," Draco Malfoy remarked during the final exam in potions. "They have to remain at Hogwarts for Christmas because their families don't want them. As he spoke, his gaze was fixed upon Harry, while Crabbe and Goyle snickered nearby. Harry was meticulously measuring out the powdered spine of a lionfish, paying them no mind. Tayla had long since completed the examination and had exited early. Otherwise, Malfoy would not have been so audaciously insolent. Hagrid, as the keeper of keys and grounds, was naturally responsible for the Christmas decorations in the Great Hall. After finishing their exams, Harry and Ron happened upon Hagrid, who was dragging a fir tree towards the hall. Thus, the three of them entered the Great Hall together, where Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were busy adorning the space with festive decorations. Hermione and Tayla, having also finished their exams early, were unusually not buried in their books but engaged in a game of wizard's chess. "Your playing is rather poor," Ron remarked as he glanced over. "Tayla, you should—" "Hey, no talking, little one," exclaimed one of the knight pieces standing on the chessboard. Ron shrugged and seated himself next to Harry, quietly observing their game. Ever since Harry, Ron, and Hermione had learned the name Nicholas Flamel from Hagrid, they had been diligently searching their books for any mention of Flamel. However, the challenge lay in knowing where to begin, as they were unaware of Flamel's notable achievements that warranted inclusion in their texts. He was absent from the compendium of great wizards of the 20th century and did not appear in the directory of contemporary renowned magical figures. Moreover, his name was not found in any significant discoveries of modern magic or studies of contemporary witchcraft. Additionally, the sheer volume of the library's collection was daunting, with thousands of books, hundreds of narrow aisles, and countless shelves. Tayla, too, pretended to search behind the trio. Unlike Hermione, whose reading was vast yet superficial, Tayla had read only a few select texts during the semester. Aside from his textbooks, he had delved into principles of potions, introduction to alchemy, fantastic beasts and where to find them, modern magical theory, a brief introduction to transfiguration, and the potions textbook recommended by Snape. Though this was considered a rich reading list by other young wizards, it paled in comparison to Hermione's 50-plus books read in the same time frame. Consequently, Tayla had retained every knowledge point from each book he had read. Even if he could not recite them verbatim, he remembered when Hermione, in a fit of pique, had borrowed a book on the history of alchemy's development. Although Tayla had not read it, he was certain that Flamel was mentioned therein, as two figures were inescapable in any text related to alchemy: Merlin and Nicholas Flamel, the only two alchemists in the world known to have successfully created the Philosopher's Stone. This highlighted the pitfalls of superficial reading. Nevertheless, Tayla refrained from mentioning Flamel or the subject of reading to Hermione. It was beneficial for children of their age to read more, as their limited experience and understanding hindered them from exploring any single topic in depth. Thus, it was more advantageous to absorb a wide range of knowledge while young, so that by the time one graduated, they would have a clearer idea of the path to take. For Nicholas Flamel, Tayla thought it best to keep that knowledge concealed for a while. These three young wizards had a knack for stirring up trouble. Moreover, Tayla was awaiting Harry's invisibility cloak, for after Christmas, he could borrow it to roam the campus under the cover of night. He needed a quiet place to brew the Hydrargyrum potion. With the holidays approaching, the eager little witch Hermione had lost all interest in searching for Flamel, and instead, she had drawn Tayla into a game of wizard's chess. Tayla was content to enjoy the leisure. After finishing a match with Hermione, Ron elbowed Tayla aside to challenge Hermione himself. Unlike Tayla's somewhat unfamiliar skills, Ron's wizard's chess was ruthless, defeating Hermione in 3 consecutive games without a hint of mercy. Tayla noticed Hermione's expression shifting. By the second game, she was biting her lip, and by the end of the third, her lips were chapped and raw. "I'm done. This is pointless," Hermione declared, pushing the chessboard away. At that moment, the Christmas Eve feast commenced. The Great Hall was resplendently decorated by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, with the walls adorned with garlands of holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees standing proud throughout the room, some glistening with icicles while others flickered with hundreds of candles. The Christmas feast was even more lavish than the combined celebrations of the start of term and Halloween. Gooseliver PT. Smoked salmon, crab cakes, ham and melon rolls, herring salad, and tripe soup filled the table. Ron relished the fare, and even Tayla indulged a bit more than usual. Afterward, Ron even carried a large turkey leg back to the Gryffindor common room. The following day after the feast, Tayla, Harry, and Ron saw Hermione off on the train. "While I'm away, you must continue your search, all right?" Hermione said, pulling a book list from her pocket and directly handing it to Tayla. Bypassing Harry and Ron. "If you find anything, send an owl to inform me. You might also ask your parents if they know anything about Flammel," Ron suggested. "It's quite safe to ask them." "Very safe." Considering they are both dentists, Hermione rolled her eyes. After Hermione's departure, Harry and Ron reveled in their freedom. With everyone gone home, the entire Gryffindor boys' dormitory and common room were theirs to command, leaving little room for thoughts of Nicholas Flamel. On Christmas morning, Harry awoke early. "Tayla, Merry Christmas," he exclaimed, shaking Tayla awake with excitement. "Merry Christmas, Harry," Tayla replied, glancing at the clock. It was only 6. In the dormitory, it was just he and Harry. Ron's bed was in disarray, clearly indicating he had already risen. Since the holiday began, Harry and Ron had cast aside their usual habit of sleeping in, eager to embrace each day. "Harry, Tayla, come quick," Ron shouted excitedly from the common room. A multitude of gifts lay piled beneath the Christmas tree. When Tayla and Harry arrived, they found Ron grappling with a complex expression as he pulled out a purple sweater emblazoned with a large R from a box. "Oh right, Harry, you have gifts too," Ron remarked, a tinge of envy in his voice as he gestured toward the considerably larger pile of gifts on the other side of the tree. Harry picked up the topmost parcel, which was wrapped in thick brown paper, upon which was scrawled in a flamboyant script, "To Harry, from Hagrid." Inside was a rather crudely crafted flute, evidently made by Hagrid himself. Harry tried to blow into it, producing a sound reminiscent of an owl's hoot. The second, smaller parcel contained a note that "We received your letter. Enclosed is your Christmas gift from Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia." A 50-pence coin was taped to the note. "That's rather friendly," Harry commented. Ron, however, was captivated by the coin. "How peculiar. Is this what muggles use for money?" "You can keep it," Harry said, chuckling at Ron's exuberance to Hagrid's gift, and now Aunt and Uncle's. "What about these?" Harry selected a flat, rectangular box wrapped in pale green paper and handed it to Tayla. "Tayla, there's one for you." Harry had noticed this particular gift due to its oddity. It was simply wrapped in green paper, lacking a bow or card, save for a note affixed to it that read, "To Tayla, Wizard, Merry Christmas," with no signature. "Another gift for me." Tayla was taken aback, having anticipated only Harry's invisibility cloak. Not expecting a present for himself, Tayla took the gift from Harry. It slipped from his grasp with a thud that a shiver ran down his spine. "What's wrong?" Harry inquired though. "No, nothing." Tierra suddenly came to her senses, cautiously picking up the pale green package from the ground. The moment she accepted the parcel from Harry, she felt it, a sensation akin to the delicate brush of a mosquito's wing against the sole. "As described in Merlin's notes that I slipped," Tierra remarked, silently placing the gift on the coffee table beside the fireplace. "That aren't you going to open it?" Ron inquired with curiosity that it's not customary for Chinese people to open gifts in public. Tierra casually deflected. "Allow me to help you with that," Ron exclaimed, reaching for Tierra's present. "No." Tierra swiftly interjected, snatching the small package back and concealing it behind her. "This is a tradition among Chinese people," she explained, "a custom for muggles celebrating Christmas. You must respect our ways, though." "Very well," Ron replied with a hint of resignation, shrugging his shoulders. Although Harry found it somewhat peculiar, he relented upon seeing Tierra's resolute expression. He continued to unwrap the paper, revealing a thick, vibrant green hand-knitted sweater, along with a large box of homemade fudge. "She knits us a sweater every year," Ron commented, unwrapping his own parcel. "Mine is always a dark maroon." "She's truly wonderful," Harry said, sampling a piece of fudge and savoring its delightful sweetness. The next gift, or rather 3 gifts, comprised a large box of horseshoe-shaped chocolates from Hermione for Harry, Ron, and Tierra. There remained one final package. Harry picked it up, noting its light weight. Gently, he unwrapped the paper. The silvery, liquid-like substance cascaded onto the floor, forming a shimmering pile. Ron gasped in astonishment. "I've heard of this," he whispered, casting aside the box of chocolates Hermione had given them. "If I'm not mistaken, this is exceedingly rare and valuable." "What is it?" Harry asked, retrieving the glimmering fabric from the floor. That it felt peculiar to the touch, as if woven from water. It's an invisibility cloak. Tierra exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the garment. Put it on and try it out. Harry draped the cloak over his shoulders, prompting Ron to shout in surprise. Harry looked down at his feet. How strange. They had vanished. He rushed to the mirror. Indeed, in the reflection, only his head hovered in midair, while the rest of his body remained entirely invisible. When he pulled the cloak over his head, he completely disappeared from the mirror's view. And there's a note, Ron suddenly exclaimed, as a piece of paper fell from within. Harry, shedding his robe, snatched up the letter. It was inscribed in an unfamiliar, elongated script, with swirling loops, conveying the following lines. Your father left this for me before he died. It now rightfully belongs to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas. There was no signature. Harry stared at the note in a daze, while Ron marveled at the invisibility cloak. Harry, Ron, and the Weasley twins, who remained at school, spent the day playing with Harry's cloak. Naturally, Tierra also tried it on. However, she seemed somewhat distracted throughout. Whenever Harry inquired about her well-being, Tierra would revert to her usual faint smile. That evening, the Christmas feast was lavish. Yet, Tierra uncharacteristically arrived late. Once all the young witches and wizards had gathered for the celebration, Tierra quietly retrieved the pale green package. She gently squeezed it. The exterior was merely a layer of bubbly green wrapping paper. And inside, it was soft and pliable. It's a book, Tierra deduced immediately. Having felt the spine and the hard cover, she had no intention of unwrapping this gift, for regardless of its contents, it was undoubtedly a powerful and sinister dark magic artifact. Otherwise, she would not have sensed its magical aura the moment she came into contact with it. Tierra tossed the book directly into the Gryffindor common room's fireplace, allowing the roaring flames to consume the gift. After discarding the package into the fire, Tierra intended to join the festivities. However, as she turned, she caught a glimpse of the gift. Only the green wrapping had burned away, revealing a black-bound notebook within. On the cover of the notebook, a single line of text was inscribed, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Tierra halted in his tracks, his expression fluctuating as he gazed at the diary in the flames. Ultimately, he sighed, drew his wand, and waved it. The diary soared from the fire, gently landing on the coffee table. Tierra cautiously approached the diary. It felt icy to the touch. That was Tierra's first impression upon making contact with the diary. Suddenly, an image flashed in her mind, of a tall, thin boy with black hair, around 15 or 16 years old, curled up in a void of bright light. Tierra felt an unusual disturbance within her very essence. As a faint, almost imperceptible stream of magic flowed into the diary. Fortunately, her control exceeded that of an ordinary child. She promptly severed the flow of her magic. But it was too late. Just before Tierra withdrew her finger, she saw the image of the gaunt boy opening his eyes. The diary, which had been resting on the coffee table, began to turn its pages on its own, revealing a line of text. Hello. My name is Tom Riddle. What is your name? Tierra had retreated behind the sofa, and upon seeing the words appear on the page, he raised his wand in alarm. Nevertheless, he ultimately lowered it slowly. For he realized that unless he wished to lose a finger, his current magic could not harm the diary in the slightest. He picked up a quill, previously left on the table, dipped it in ink, and wrote in the diary, Hello, Tom. My name is Tierra. Hello, Tierra. Are you a Hogwarts wizard? Another line of text emerged in the diary. Yes, Tierra wrote. What year are you in? First year, Tierra replied seemingly honestly, while his fingers subtly brushed against the notebook. Wonderful, a little first year. Welcome to the Hogwarts family. Tierra's touch conveyed an entirely different sensation than the written words. He subtly furrowed his brow and continued to write. Are you also a student at Hogwarts? What was this little imp? Why could he not read his thoughts at all? Yes, if you count it, I am your senior, having attended Hogwarts a few years before you. Tierra understood. He realized that his mental barriers were at play. This spell, developed by Merlin to guard against external mental contamination, while only a basic level of defense, could still fend off a weakened Horcrux. After all, what stood before him was merely a fragment of Voldemort's soul, not the fully realized Dark Lord. Who sent you to me? Tierra wrote. Our meeting is a gift of fate. The diary replied with those words. Simultaneously, through his fingers, Tierra grasped Voldemort's true thoughts. Malfoy was indeed untrustworthy. So casually handing over my Horcrux to a little wizard. Yet, perhaps I can resurrect myself through him. I must first earn his trust. No, that's not enough. I need to control him, make him my slave. Tierra thought to himself. Realizing Voldemort's manipulative nature, He wondered if Bellatrix Lestrange had been driven mad in a similar fashion that a gift of fate. Tierra wrote again, punctuating it with a large question mark. I am the Book of Wisdom, the Book of Power. I can grant your wishes, whether you wish to win the heart of the girl you desire or to defeat a loathed classmate. I can help you achieve it. Indeed, this is the truth. Yet Tila simultaneously sensed an inexplicable force attempting to penetrate his mental barriers. Damn it, why am I unable to draw upon his magical energy? To avoid arousing Voldemort's suspicions, Tila slightly relaxed his mental dimensions, allowing a faint trickle of magic to seep through, a mere whisper of power insufficient to sustain even the simplest levitation charm. Satisfied with the acquired magic, Voldemort retained his emaciated appearance, yet a faint, malevolent smile began to settle on his face as he contemplated how to extract every ounce of Tila's power. Since Tila only allowed a glimpse of his magic without fully opening his mental dimensions, Voldemort could only glean a limited amount of information about him, or rather, only what Tila wished him to know. Voldemort discerned that Tila was also an orphan, equally gifted and ambitious, yet unlike himself. Tila lacked noble lineage and the artful ability to manipulate and enchant others, instead suffering the scorn of the Gryffindor young wizards due to his timid and awkward demeanor, much like Peter. The rat, Voldemort thought grimly. Tila, mirroring the strategy he employed at the start of the school year with the Sorting Hat, transmitted half-truths to the diary. However, in comparison to a few months prior, Tila, having made significant strides in both magic and mental acuity, found this task effortless. Suddenly, a spark of clarity illuminated Tila's understanding of how to construct magical artifacts within his virtual mental dimensions. Do you know how to create magical objects? Can you brew potions? Do you know how to help me curse my classmates? They constantly discriminate against me and bully me. I want to show them a lesson. Tila quickly scribbled several questions. What a foolish mudblood. Voldemort sneered. Tila heard him say this. Yet the more foolish, the better. Perhaps once I am resurrected, I can transform you into a zombie. Yet the notebook inscribed, of course, our encounter is a gift of destiny. At long last, I have met a delightful little wizard during my lengthy and tedious existence. Your wishes are my mission. Tila nearly rolled his eyes, for indeed, the most detestable are those who are double-faced. Are you not just a puppet yourself? Is this what it means to be a zealot? Meanwhile, at the Christmas feast, Harry anxiously scanned the room before nudging Ron. Hey, Ron, have you seen Tila? No. Ron mumbled through a mouthful of buttery potatoes. Ron, I want to go check the dormitory for Tila, Harry said with concern. He acted strangely when he received that gift today, and I'm worried. Hey, don't fret. He is Tila. After all, Ron interrupted, somewhat puzzled by Harry's anxiety. He is Tila. He can handle it. Hey, look, Harry, ISNT that Tila coming in. Following Ron's pointing finger, Harry turned towards the entrance and saw Tila walking in with a faint smile. Tila appeared somewhat weary. Yet for reasons unknown, Harry felt that Tila was more captivating than ever, exuding an aura that beckoned intimacy. Like a gentle spring breeze, Tila settled beside Harry, causing even Ron to pause in his meal. Staring at Tila with a dazed expression, Ron sensed that Tila seemed different, more authoritative, more commanding of submission than before. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? Tila inquired after taking his seat. Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Uncertain whether it was the fervent Christmas atmosphere within the hall, Harry's small face was tinged with a delicate blush, resembling a perfectly ripe apple. Tila smiled at him once more. Picking up a fork to serve herself a piece of roasted meat from the platter at the center of the table, she was aware of the underlying reason for this. To gain his trust. Voldemort, lurking within the pages of the notebook, had employed his dwindling magical power to cast a charm of infatuation on Tila. Now, he had fallen back into a deep slumber, although the charm was a sophisticated form of magic. Its effects were rather minimal, significantly weaker than that of a potion of infatuation, merely making Tila more popular among her peers. Any alert adult wizard could effortlessly shake off its influence, yet among young witches and wizards, it proved to be remarkably effective. Tila noticed that, apart from Harry and Ron, she had attracted the gaze of several young wizards upon entering, including quite a few young witches. There was also a particularly chilling stare. However, this gaze quickly averted after sweeping over Tila. She recognized that it emanated from the staff table, specifically from the ever-obsequious Professor Quirrell. Voldemort's schemes crackled with excitement. He believed that regardless of how intelligent or diligent these young ones might be, their fundamental desire ultimately hinged on gaining the recognition and admiration of their peers. Thus, he had simply ensnared Tayla with the charm of infatuation, anticipating that she would become enraptured by the adoration of others. Making her increasingly dependent on the notebook, gradually, he would begin to siphon off her magical essence, life force, and soul. This was an exceedingly nefarious form of magic, and Tayla pondered whether Voldemort had gleaned it from the secrets of advanced dark magic. In the moment she felt her power being drained, a sudden familiarity washed over her regarding this magic. Perhaps the author of the secrets of advanced dark magic had also perused the Book of the Dead. For within the section on dark magic, she had encountered a nearly identical spell known as the evolution of dark magic. If one wished to maintain a vigorous state of dark magic without fragmenting their soul, they could amalgamate another's spiritual and mental dimensions with their own soul dimension, thereby achieving an evolution of their spiritual dimension into dark magical power. The advantage of this method was that the resulting dark magic would have no adverse effects on one's soul dimension. In essence, one would not face the degradation of mind or personality due to the practice of dark magic. Furthermore, one could maintain the integrity of their spiritual dimension through special rituals, allowing the simultaneous use of protective spells. However, the alteration of spiritual dimensions might lead to a mutation of one's guardian spirit, potentially transforming it into a fantastical creature or a hybrid form of two animals. There was no necessity to endure the torment of soul consumption or engage in cruel rituals. Nonetheless, the drawbacks of the evolution of dark magic were equally apparent. First, the act of consuming or merging another's spiritual and mental dimensions, if done according to protocol, would indeed spare one's mental dimension from impact, confining all reactions and alterations to their spiritual dimension. However, this also implied that one could only merge with a single person's spiritual and mental dimensions. Merging with another's mental dimension could easily induce conflict between the two distinct mental presences, leading to a collapse of the dark magical power or the spiritual dimension. Thus, such a fusion could generally be employed only once. Secondly, if the individual being merged possessed insufficient mental strength, they would fail to effectuate a qualitative transformation of their spiritual dimension into dark magical power. This mental strength referred not merely to the intensity of the mental dimension but also to the extreme emotions accompanying the merging process, typically profound hatred or murderous intent, though in rare instances. It could be extreme love. This love could not be the kind induced by a potion of infatuation, which merely engendered a strong sense of infatuation rather than true love, realizing that Voldemort might be utilizing the evolution of dark magic. Tayla speculated that the original narrative, wherein Malfoy inserted the diary into Ginny Weasley's cauldron, was indeed a stroke of luck. In the original story, the resurrection of the diary through Ginny Weasley could not have relied on sheer hatred or murderous intent. It could only have stemmed from an overwhelming love. It was likely that the young Voldemort, in his student days, had captivated Ginny Weasley with his silver tongue, convincing her that the final resurrection ritual was a noble act of love. Perhaps from the very beginning, from unleashing the basilisk to conducting Voldemort's resurrection, everything had been entirely voluntary on Ginny Weasley's part. Contemplating this, Tayla shivered involuntarily, resolving to exercise utmost caution in her subsequent interactions with the diary. This diary represented an opportunity for her, yet it also lurked as a ticking time bomb in her vicinity. To preserve the purity of the love involved, Voldemort must have refrained from employing any magic while ensnaring Ginny Weasley, relying solely on the diary to entice a young witch into willingly sacrificing herself. Truly, Voldemort was a master manipulator. Tayla adjusted the diary nestled within her wizarding robe, discovering that Voldemort still slumbered. Thanks to the presence of her mental barriers, she felt no fear of Voldemort's soul-sucking abilities. In essence, what Voldemort could see, hear, and feel was confined to what Tayla chose to reveal. Additionally, coupled with Tayla's extraordinary control as a young witch, she could determine the magnitude of magical energy she fed into Voldemort. This, in turn, somewhat constrained the restoration of Voldemort's powers. These two factors constituted her advantages, and Tayla intended to leverage them well. At least for the time being, the diary did not seem overly threatening. Furthermore, for Voldemort to achieve resurrection, he would likely have to adhere to the original narrative. After all, a young wizard, regardless of their unpopularity or exclusion, could not conjure the emotional power necessary for the evolution of dark magic. Thus, Voldemort would inevitably resort to the power of love. This might also represent one of Voldemort's attempts or experiments. After all, considering that in the fourth book, he sought Harry's blood for his resurrection, he had long been eager to comprehend and seize the nature of the power that enabled Lily Potter to rebound his killing curse. The Christmas feast concluded amidst laughter and revelry. Voldemort's charm of infatuation had brought Tierra considerable trouble. As the festivities drew to a close, many young wizards had indulged in a bit of fruit punch. Most of the young witches, particularly those slightly older than Tierra, approached the Gryffindor table with rosy cheeks, eager to pinch the cheeks of the adorable, porcelain-like Eastern child. Yet Tierra could not simply allow Voldemort to bestow the charm upon her without taking some action to deplete his magical energy. The banquet ended in a cacophony of laughter and merriment. After exiting the dining hall, Harry and the Weasley brothers engaged in a snowball fight on the grounds until they could no longer bear the cold. Their clothes soaked, and they breathlessly returned to the warmth of the common room's fireplace. Upon returning, Harry observed Tierra writing in a notebook. When he leaned in to see what she was writing, Tierra, like a vigilant little mouse, quickly tucked the notebook into her wizarding robe. Harry, feeling a bit foolish, decided to try out the new chess pieces he had received as a birthday gift, only to suffer a dismal defeat at the hands of Ron. After losing, Harry grumbled inwardly that if Percy hadn't been incessantly offering unsolicited advice, he might not have fared so poorly. "Good night, Tierra," Harry said to her as he prepared for bed in the adjacent bunk. "Good night, Harry." Tierra lay sprawled upon her bed, scribbling in her notebook, not lifting her gaze as she spoke to Harry. This left Harry feeling somewhat disheartened, as if the perfect Christmas had suddenly developed a minor flaw. After the conclusion of the Christmas feast, the notebook, or rather, Tom Riddle, awoke and casually engaged in conversation with Tierra, resembling an older brother. Even though Tierra, having taken several psychology courses in her previous life, possessed a certain awareness of counterintuitive behaviors, she could not deny that conversing with Voldemort was indeed a pleasurable experience, especially when Tierra could perceive Voldemort's innermost thoughts. The absurdity was heightened as Tom Riddle maintained a congenial demeanor while secretly contemplating how to completely consume Tierra. Naturally, Tierra would not let such an academic prodigy slip by unnoticed, and at the appropriate moment, she inquired about her uncertainties regarding transfiguration and the crafting of magical items. Tom Riddle patiently answered all her questions. This was also the reason why Tierra was reluctant to pay attention to Harry, with an intellectual giant like Riddle around, who would wish to engage with a mere child like Harry. "Oh, right, Harry." Tierra suddenly recalled something and spoke to him. "What is it, Tierra?" Harry turned to her. "Could I borrow your invisibility cloak?" Tierra asked. "You know, Hermione has asked us to thoroughly search for Nicodemus in the library during the holidays. I believe we have nearly scoured the entire library, aside from the restricted section. Since you have the invisibility cloak now, why don't we venture into the restricted section?" "Brilliant, Tierra, absolutely brilliant," Harry exclaimed as he jumped off the bed and retrieved the invisibility cloak from a large box beneath it. "Why didn't I think of that? Shall we set off now?" he inquired. "No, Harry," Tierra hesitated. "What I mean is that we should go one at a time. For instance, I can go today, you tomorrow, and Ron the day after. So we take turns. Oh, all right then. Here you go," Harry said as he handed the invisibility cloak to Tierra. "Thank you, Harry. I'll go today, and you can go tomorrow." With that, Tierra donned the invisibility cloak and vanished from sight. Harry gazed vacantly at the spot where Tierra had disappeared until the door to their dormitory creaked, prompting him to return his focus and lie back down in his bed, before stepping out of the Gryffindor common room. Tierra sought out George and Fred Weasley to borrow the Marauders map. Ever since Tierra had joined the Weasley twins' mischief-making duo, they had openly shared this secret with her. The twins readily agreed to her request. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good," George Weasley proclaimed. While Tierra primarily relied on the position of their acne to distinguish between the twins, George placed his wand upon a blank piece of parchment. The incantation caused ink lines to extend and reveal a map of Hogwarts, detailing the locations of everyone within the castle as well as the entrances to secret passages, and if you wish to conceal it. Fred Weasley added, gesturing with his wand. "The mischief will vanish." It would then transform into an ordinary piece of parchment Tierra had already discovered through the Marauders map in the twins' possession prior to Christmas. That Dumbledore had left Hogwarts and was still absent today. Thus, this venture had been meticulously planned by Tierra, waiting solely for Harry's invisibility cloak. Tierra approached the tapestry depicting the giant beating the troll. Calming herself as she intently recited thrice, "I need a place to hide something. I need a place to hide something. I need a hidden place." Yet, nothing happened. Tierra tilted her head in confusion and waited another minute. But still, nothing transpired. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she hurried back to the Gryffindor common room, retrieved her diary from her pocket, and concealed it within the flames of the burning hearth. She then turned and returned to the tapestry once more. Tierra steadied her mind and recited the phrase again, this time fully opening her mental barriers. Before her, the wall opposite the giant beating the troll began to reveal magical lines and patterns, gradually forming a grand bronze door. Placing her hand upon the brass handle, Tierra pulled the door open, revealing a rather chaotic room. This chamber was as large as a cathedral, with beams of light streaming through tall windows, illuminating what resembled a city of towering walls, constructed from items hidden away by generations of Hogwarts students. Streets were lined with precariously stacked broken furniture, likely tucked away to conceal evidence of mishandled spells or hidden by the house elves who maintained the castle's dignity. Thousands of books were strewn about, undoubtedly forbidden tomes, along with scribbled-over texts or stolen volumes. There were slingshots with wings and wolf-tooth frisbees, some still weakly hovering over the mountain of forbidden items. Broken vials contained solidified potions, and there were hats, jewelry, cloaks, and items resembling dragon eggshells that a few corked bottles still emitted an ominous glow, while several rusted swords and a blood-stained axe lay scattered about. As Tierra walked, she drew her wand and began rummaging through the chaotic pile of books strewn across the floor. Potent potions, the dark history, alchemy of life and death, plagues, and mental cloaking, how to conceal your mind. With a flick of her wand, she gathered these tomes into a canvas bag that hung at her waist. This bag had been borrowed from Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and had been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. Typically, every team as potioneer would possess such a bag, most made by themselves, but Tierra had yet to master the charm, so she had to rely on Wood's. It must be said, Wood excelled not only in Quidditch but also in crafting magical items. Tierra had already filled the extension bag with 3 or 4 dozen books, yet there remained ample space within. Like a greedy scavenger, Tierra stuffed any book that appeared to be forbidden into her bag. However, the sheer volume of books was overwhelming, and ultimately, she had to pour out all the books she had collected into a specific corner where 2 enormous bronze pig statues stood. Sifting through the pile of forbidden texts she had gathered, Tierra selected only a dozen books that would undoubtedly be of use to her: ancient dark magic rituals, alchemy of life and death, plagues, and a detailed guide to crafting dark magical items. Naturally, mental cloaking, how to conceal your mind, was among them. This was the most crucial book Tierra needed, as facing Voldemort, a master of soul manipulation. Even if it were just one of his Horcruxes, made her feel as if she were walking on thin ice. After securing the books, Tierra proceeded further, maneuvering around a tall cabinet, and discovered a corridor behind it lined with 4 rows of wooden bookshelves, each towering over 2 meters high. The first shelf was cluttered with wands, books, and an assortment of peculiar items of unknown purpose. Tierra glanced over the books and chose only one titled Rituals of Life, placing it into her extension bag before making her way to the 3 shelves at the back. The 3 rows of wooden shelves were brimming with rows of glass jars. Hellebore, Tierra noted, opening one jar to pinch a bit and smelling it before quietly returning it. Wings of the Cragglehorn Wasp. Just a glance at the next jar revealed the contents to her, and she collected it. The wings were a primary ingredient for a flying potion or, according to the Book of the Dead in the potion section, could be brewed into a potion that rendered the body semi-ethereal. Snape's first lesson with her had been to identify ingredients and potions in his personal apothecary. After all, for a potioneer, while one's technique may lack professionalism and potion results may be subpar, one must certainly recognize their ingredients. African tree snake skin. Tierra's eyes sparkled with delight as she spotted a canister of silvery, scale-like herb on the 4th shelf of the 3rd rack. She unscrewed the lid and examined the contents closely. Judging by its size and color, it appeared to be the skin of an African tree snake aged between 50 to 100 years. The African tree snake in the wizarding world differs significantly from its Muggle counterpart. The Muggle variant is a fierce, venomous serpent, measuring between 1.5 to 2 meters in length, adorned in vibrant green, brown, or black hues. Conversely, the wizarding African tree snake can reach lengths of up to 10 meters, glimmering silver, and can live for approximately 120 years, residing at the roots of trees that produce wands, subsisting on their roots. After being introduced to Britain by a wizard in 1860, it wreaked havoc on the local wand trees due to the absence of natural predators. Becoming the archenemy of the tree guardian, Tierra retrieved a pair of tweezers she had fashioned using transfiguration, delicately pinching a few scales to sniff them and examine their texture. They seemed satisfactory. She carefully stored the entire canister of African tree snake skin into her undetectable extension charm bag. knowing that if air-dried, it could be preserved for an extended period. Typically, potion shops sell only the molted skins of the African tree snake. But this glass jar contained freshly removed skin, complete with a layer of fat. Utilizing this particular skin in the concoction of a compound potion could lead to irreversible transformations in certain bodily areas. However, the presence of the fatty layer would enhance the efficacy of the Hydra potion. The canister from the House of Requirement should suffice for Tierra to brew the Hydra potion 7 times, if not more. Regrettably, she had only gathered 3 other ingredients, and the ghost moth pupa remained elusive. After securing the canister of African tree snake skin, Tierra swiftly collected several more jars of herbs before turning to leave. Abandoning her search for the ghost moth pupa or any other bizarre magical artifacts, Tierra had never truly expected to find the ghost moth pupa here, as it must be used alive for the Hydra potion. And she doubted that the long-neglected House of Requirement would yield such a specimen. Nevertheless, her discovery of the African tree snake skin had filled her with immense satisfaction. Today, she had ventured into the House of Requirement cloaked in invisibility, merely gambling on luck, uncertain if the cluttered space would harbor the potion ingredients she sought. Fortunately, not only had she found the African tree snake skin, but she also stumbled upon other potion materials, such as the wings of a Krogia wasp, the shell of a frog crab, the dried eggs of a pearl bug, and various common herbs suitable for concocting the misting agent from the Book of the Undead. Additionally, she gathered the claws of a deathbird, the leaves of a Highland tower tree, and the petals of a stone demon flower. These were the primary ingredients for brewing the Deep Diver transformation potion as specified in the Book of the Undead. Upon exiting the House of Requirement, Tierra, still cloaked in invisibility, stealthily returned to the Gryffindor common room. Thankfully, it was still intact. Tierra refrained from hastily retrieving her journal from the fire, but instead pulled out the book on brain closure techniques, how to conceal your mind, from her undetectable extension charm bag. Given her prior studies on the virtual mental dimensions involved in magical artifact creation, Tierra found the reading of the brain closure techniques relatively manageable. After completing the first chapter, which focused on controlling one's emotions, Tierra, while not yet mastering the skill, was capable of constructing a unique emotional faade beyond her mental barriers. Only then did she wave her wand to extract Tom Riddle's diary from the hearth. What transpired? Just as Tierra grasped the diary, she noticed the words materializing on their own. Yet, Voldemort's true thoughts were, "Damn, this little brat can't possibly be doubting me, can he?" Although Voldemort could only perceive the surrounding world through Tierra, it didn't imply he was oblivious to his current predicament after being thrown into the fire. Tierra swiftly recalled fragments of her life in the orphanage, growing increasingly enraged and aggrieved as she reminisced about the torment inflicted by those rascally children. She channeled these emotions into her mental barriers, feeling utterly wronged as she pinned down her grievances in the diary. "My classmates, my roommates, they bully me. They pour dirt on my head, call me a mudblood, and lock me in the cold storage room. That upperclassman was displeased with his girlfriend being too close to me. He burned all my books and notes. You are all I have left. You are all I have left." Sob, sob, sob. After engaging in conversation with Voldemort for a while, Tierra quietly returned to her dormitory, with the sadness and indignation she had feigned through the brain closure techniques. Voldemort was quickly convinced. Not only was he convinced, but he also believed that his cunning scheme had yielded unexpected results. Surely, his love charm had entangled Tierra in unwanted romantic entanglements. This realization, after allowing Tierra a taste of the adoration akin to a celebrity, deepened her reliance on the diary. Voldemort's egotism had always been his Achilles heel. Despite being a genius, he could not fathom the extent of the power held by a mere first-year witch like Tierra. Nor could he comprehend that within her 11-year-old frame resided the soul of someone in their 30s, complete with access to a library of dark magic. After exchanging banter with Voldemort for a spell, Tierra successfully coaxed him into casting a warming charm on her, effectively draining the last vestiges of his strength. Content: Tierra discreetly placed her invisibility cloak on Harry's bedside before climbing into bed to sleep. Tierra, just as she settled into bed, she noticed Harry sitting up, softly calling her name. "Harry, are you still awake?" Tierra replied, turning over to face him in the darkness after pulling the covers over herself. "Yes, I'm a bit worried about you," Harry said. "So, did you find it? Did you locate Nicodemus?" "No." Tierra feigned a slight sigh of disappointment. "Don't be disheartened. I'll check tomorrow," Harry reassured her. "All right, good night, Harry, good night." Tierra, though Harry said this, around midnight, Tierra, who had been reading the brain closure techniques, how to conceal your mind under the covers, could distinctly hear Harry getting out of bed. Due to the effects of the Harris potion, Tierra found it increasingly difficult to fall asleep. To stave off boredom while relaxing her body, she decided to read with her hands blessed by knowledge. Hearing Harry rustling as he donned his invisibility cloak, Tierra sighed inwardly, hastily setting her book aside and relaxing her body to lower her breathing rate. Feigning deep slumber, Tierra sensed Harry quietly approaching her bedside. In the darkness, it seemed he scrutinized her for a moment before stealthily slipping out of the dormitory. Once she was assured that Harry had indeed departed, Tierra finally exhaled the tension she had been holding. She knew Harry would never remain still. If he obtained an invisibility cloak, he simply could not resist the urge to venture out that very night. Otherwise, he would not be the son of James Potter. However, it mattered little. Tierra had amassed sufficient potion ingredients and even acquired several tomes on dark magic. These potions and books would keep her busy with research for quite some time, at least until she commenced brewing the Harris potion without requiring Harry's invisibility cloak. Yet, shortly thereafter, Tierra heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps ascending the stairs, followed by the sensation of someone tumbling onto her bed. Tierra, Tierra, wake up! Tierra, wake up! Harry's hushed voice echoed in her ear. What is it? Harry, Tierra feigned a sleepy stupor as she rose from her bed, discreetly tucking the brain closure techniques. How to conceal your mind into the disheveled covers. Tierra, I saw a mirror, Harry exclaimed excitedly. In the mirror, I saw my parents. It is the mirror of Erist. Tierra, well versed in the storyline, immediately thought of it. Come on, Tierra, let us hurry. I shall take you to meet my parents, Harry exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice as he grasped Tierra's hand. Harry, you must understand, Tierra began, only to be interrupted mid-sentence. All right, let me get dressed first. Should we wake Ron and invite him to join us? Tierra suddenly recalled that Harry had learned the Patronus charm in his third year by conjuring the memory of a family portrait within the mirror of Erist. Perhaps it would be best not to shatter this illusion just yet. After all, there is a distinction between dousing Harry with cold water in the moment and doing so after he has come to his senses. While Tierra donned her clothing, Harry roused Ron from his slumber. The three young wizards, clad in their pajamas and simple robes, stealthily navigated the dimly lit halls of Hogwarts under the cover of an invisibility cloak. This is the place. Yes, indeed. After wandering the cold corridors for nearly half an hour, Harry finally pushed open a door. Beyond it lay an abandoned classroom, thick with dust. Numerous desks and chairs were heaped against the walls, casting large, dark shadows alongside an overturned wastebasket. Yet, on the wall directly facing him rested an object that seemed out of place, as if someone had temporarily set it down due to a lack of space. It was an imposing mirror, soaring to the ceiling, adorned with an ornate golden frame, supported by two claw-like feet. At its top was inscribed a line of text, Eristra Aeroidube Cafruoid Woser. Harry was elated to have found this place. Fearing that it might vanish upon his return, he removed the invisibility cloak from his shoulders and glided towards the mirror, with Ron trailing closely behind. While Tierra, feeling the chill, approached the mirror at a slower pace. Although Tierra possessed warmth and chill-repelling spells, and could even mimic Hermione by capturing a flame in a bottle for later use. They had rushed too hastily. Just as Tierra managed to don her outer garment, Harry seized her and pulled her out of the Gryffindor common room, without even a moment to retrieve her wand. Due to her consumption of the elixir of Erist, Tierra's mental prowess far exceeded that of her peers, even surpassing some adult wizards. This led to her spiritual development outpacing that of an ordinary witch. While she managed well with standard spells, she often felt an impending surge of magical energy whenever she attempted wandless temperature-related spells, such as the fire-making charm or the warming charm. Do you see it? Harry pointed at the mirror, inquiring of Ron. I see nothing, Ron replied. Look, there are so many people. Harry insisted. I can only see you, Ron remarked. Take a good look, come over here and stand where I am. Harry urged, stepping aside. However, the moment Ron stood before the mirror, Harry could no longer see his family. Only Ron in his tartan pajamas standing there, staring in astonishment at his own reflection. Look at me, Ron shouted. Can you see your family surrounding you? Harry asked eagerly. No, it's just me. But I seem to be older. I'm still the male student council president. What? Harry questioned, puzzled. I'm wearing Bill's old badge. And I'm holding the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup. I'm the Quidditch team captain. It took great effort for Ron to tear his gaze away from this splendid vision and excitedly look at Harry. Do you think this mirror foretells the future? No, that's impossible. My parents. Hey, Tierra, come here to the mirror. What do you see? My parents are there. Right. Harry pulled a still-dazed Tierra to the front of the mirror. Harry, with considerable strength, firmly grasped Tierra and pushed him against the mirror. Reflected in the glass was a bewildered Tierra. As Tierra gazed into the mirror, he felt his heart flutter, as if some buried emotional bomb within him had detonated. Sending a wave of warmth coursing through his chest, something was on the verge of revealing itself. In Tierra's vision, the mirror rippled like water. Gradually, he beheld the university housing area where he often played as a child. It was an old-fashioned neighborhood, with buildings only 6 stories high, near the university where his mother worked. Within the university was a shallow artificial lake, where he and his friends spent their summer holidays catching tadpoles. However, as his father's business flourished, they gradually moved away to a more upscale neighborhood a few streets over, complete with exquisite European-style gardens, neatly trimmed lawns, and flower beds. The security and cleaning staff, always impeccably dressed, greeted them with smiles, yet there was a lack of warmth. While neighbors coexisted harmoniously, they remained distant. Even his parents would say that once they retired, they would return to their old neighborhood, leaving the new one for the younger generation. The mirror scene shifted, revealing the artificial lake of his childhood, where an elderly couple with slightly graying hair sat on a bench by the water's edge. They seemed to notice Tierra, approaching him with a mix of surprise and unsteadiness. It was as if they were separated by a layer of glass, gently tapping on the mirror's surface. Just like that day when Tierra's parents unexpectedly appeared outside his study room on his first birthday at university. A small black dog came running from behind them, excitedly pawing at the mirror upon seeing Tierra. It was his parents, from whom he never had the chance to say goodbye, and that little black dog, who waited for him to return home until the end. That was the hometown he could never return to. 2 lines of warm tears slowly traced down Taila's cheeks. That evening, Harry, Ron, and Tayla returned to their dormitory with a lack of enthusiasm. Tayla was unable to calm her emotions after glimpsing her hometown. While Harry and Ron had engaged in a minor quarrel over conflicting perceptions of the mirror, Harry insisted that the mirror allowed him to see his lost parents, whereas Ron was convinced it could predict the future. Nevertheless, neither of them disturbed Tayla, as her expression was too sorrowful and unsettling. After Harry and Ron succumbed to slumber, Tayla quietly vanished from her bed and reappeared in a library light years away. This marked her first return to the library since entering Hogwarts. The recent feelings of confusion, shock, and sadness were merely transient. Hogwarts was splendid, and this magical world was enchanting, yet it would never truly be her home. Tayla yearned for her family. 5 years had passed since she traversed to this realm, and despite her prior commitments to graduate studies and research, she had never been away from home for such an extended period. She missed her parents, the old neighborhood, her laboratory, her classmates, her seniors, and the doctoral thesis that was on the verge of completion, merely requiring final revisions before submission. Her parents had not passed away when Tayla died in her previous life. Her parents were only in their 50s, nearing 60. Her mother had a slight case of rheumatism, and her father suffered from mild fatty liver, but even after losing their child in their twilight years, they would not be easily devastated. Both had lived comfortably and remained relatively healthy. While they might not reach 90, living until 70 was certainly feasible. Tayla still had time, still had chances. She had merely ventured far from home. But she could return. Tayla longed to see them again, to stroll hand in hand with her parents in the sunset-lit neighborhood, to savor her mother's dumplings once more, and to endure the spicy braised eel her father cooked that made her sweat profusely. She wished to complete that unfinished thesis and send it off. For that thesis, she had spent 5 months planting seedlings with her seniors in the fields. She pondered whether the explosion had affected her laptop. All her data resided within it, and if it were destroyed, the years of toil her seniors and she had invested in selecting target genes would be in vain. Tayla retrieved the thick tome of the Book of the Dead and turned to the chapter on the cosmic deities, a section she had never dared to explore before. This was a world of magic, home to the old ones and outer gods, where nothing was impossible and all could be achieved, provided one possessed sufficient strength. A bold and audacious plan began to take shape in Tayla's mind. The following morning, having stayed awake all night, Tayla calculated the time carefully to return to her bed just before Harry and Ron woke up, allowing herself a brief rest while waiting to be called by them. Harry, yawning extensively, rose with a distracted demeanor compared to the previous day. Beyond his thoughts of the mirror, he harbored concerns for Tayla. She had consistently refused to discuss what she saw in the mirror, which only heightened Harry's anxiety. The sorrowful expression on Tayla's face yesterday was unmistakably genuine. The sadness radiating from her was so intense that it left Harry feeling somewhat frightened. Perhaps Taila had seen her parents? While contemplating this, he called out to her, "Good morning, Taila." Harry attempted to wear a cheerful smile. "Good morning, Harry." Taila returned a faint smile, leaving Harry unable to discern her true feelings. "Are you all right, Taila?" Harry inquired. "I'm fine." Taila replied coolly. "I just missed my parents. I saw them too," Harry exclaimed, sitting excitedly on Taila's bed. "I saw my parents. They were smiling and had their hands on my shoulders," Harry said, brimming with enthusiasm. "I saw them too," Taila said. "I saw my parents walking slowly towards me." So, tonight Harry leaned closer to Taila, leaving the latter part of his sentence unspoken, yet the implication was clear. "Oh, no," Taila replied. "The mirror of Eris ultimately reveals only illusions." By the way, Harry, I have a Christmas gift for you, though it's a bit late. Raven has been rather lazy, which is why my gift only arrived today. With that, Taila produced a small box and handed it to Harry. Raven, standing nearby, let out a disgruntled squawk. Harry eagerly opened the box to find a moving photograph of Taila, Harry, Ron, and Hermione together. "I'm sorry. I had to send the film to the Owl Post in Diagon Alley to get it developed, and because of Raven's laziness, this gift was a day late," Taila explained. "This is amazing." "Taila, absolutely fantastic," Harry exclaimed, then found a thumbtack to pin the photo above his bed. After breakfast, Taila carried her books to the library, seemingly regaining her diligence from before winter. "A young wizard of your age should enjoy the Christmas holiday," Madam Pants, the librarian, remarked, somewhat irked that Taila was adding to her workload during the festive season. "I know you've been spending time with those Weasley brothers. There's nothing wrong with having fun with them over the break. It won't turn you into a troublemaker." However, Madam Pants handed Taila a cup of hot milk before she entered the library, instructing her to drink it first. "Thank you, Madam Pants." After finishing the warm milk, Taila's face, which had grown slightly pale from the cold corridor, regained a hint of color. After returning the cup to Madam Pants, Taila retrieved a small box from her wizarding robe and presented it to her. "Merry Christmas, Madam Pants," Taila said with a smile. Madam Pants opened the small box, her expression one of disbelief. This was the first Christmas gift she had ever received from a student. Inside the box lay a wooden bookmark, featuring a childlike drawing of an adorably quirky little figure. When Madam Pants grasped the bookmark, the figure's sorrowful face transformed into a radiant smile. "Oh my goodness, child, this is wonderful. Thank you so much, dear." Tierra offered a polite smile as a gesture of gratitude in response to Mrs. Pants's thanks. He gifted several of his acquaintances, including Harry, Ron, Neville, Seamus, the Weasley twins, Percy, and all the teachers at Hogwarts, including the caretaker Mr. Filch and Dumbledore, with Christmas presents. Most of these were hastily crafted the previous night, utilizing magical items he had previously deemed failures. For instance, Mrs. Pants's wooden bookmark was originally intended to be transformed into a sharp wooden sword, but he ultimately succeeded only in enchanting it with a color-changing spell. The photograph he gifted to Harry was simply a magical picture hastily selected from a pile of previously taken snapshots. Ron received a few Muggle coins, while the Weasley twins were given a Muggle novel each, and Percy received a blank Muggle notebook. Tierra's gift for Professor McGonagall was a magical scarf that automatically provided shade. And for Hagrid, he presented an encyclopedia of Muggle animals. Mr. Filch received a broom capable of sweeping ceilings, a result of Tierra's attempts to repair several damaged brooms belonging to the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Initially, Tierra had contemplated gifting a bottle of shampoo produced by the Potter family to Snape, but fearing for his life, he instead stayed up all night concocting a dose of the cheering charm potion for Snape. Regardless of its utility, simply to seek a stroke of good fortune, Professor Sprout received a self-moving artificial flower, Professor Flitwick a small hat that assuredly illuminated, Madame Hooch a helmet that played music automatically, Professor Burbage a unicorn model that only performed piercing actions, Madame Sinistra a star-like lamp, Professor Trelawney a vial of calming potion, and Professor Quirrell a new turban AS for Dumbledore. Tierra merely wrapped a pair of light blue cashmere gloves adorned with yellow stars, a matching pair of wool socks, and a pair of cashmere long johns in a gift box, placing it at the entrance of the headmaster's office, in stark contrast to Tierra's diligent study and absorption of knowledge during the Christmas holiday. Harry appeared somewhat aimless. He not only refrained from participating in the twin snowball fight, but also seemed distracted when Ron invited him to play wizard chess. Each day, Harry eagerly awaited the arrival of nightfall. During the evenings, while Tierra rested, he would spend half his time engrossed in reading or secretly documenting and analyzing the magic contained within his journal. Thus, Tierra was acutely aware that each night, Harry would quietly rise from his bed, don his invisibility cloak, pause briefly at Tierra's bedside, and then stealthily descend the stairs. On this particular day, Harry navigated his way to the abandoned classroom with familiarity. Gazing into the mirror, he once again beheld the smiles of his parents alongside a long-bearded old man. So, you've returned, Harry, the old man remarked, perched on a dilapidated desk, swinging his legs. Harry felt as though his insides had turned to ice. He immediately turned to look behind him, realizing that the long-bearded old man seated at a table against the wall was none other than Albus Dumbledore. Harry must have passed right by him in his haste to gaze into the mirror. Entirely oblivious to Dumbledore's presence. I didn't see you, sir, Harry managed to whisper, anxiety lacing his voice. How peculiar, considering that you are the one cloaked in invisibility. Not I, Dumbledore chuckled. Harry noted the smile on Dumbledore's face bore a striking resemblance to Tierra's, which eased his tension. So, Dumbledore continued, sliding off the desk to join Harry on the floor. Like countless others before you, you have discovered the allure of the Mirror of Erist. I didn't know it was called that, sir, but I suppose you are now aware of its magic, Dumbledore inquired, smiling. Oh, yes, I saw my family, Harry replied, and it made Ron see himself as the president of the Boy Student Council. Dumbledore paused, a joyful glimmer in his eyes. And our porcelain doll-like little genius, Tierra, he too beheld his parents, the places he once lived, and his pet dog. How do you know? I need to don an invisibility cloak to be unseen, Dumbledore gently stated. Now, can you ponder what the Mirror of Erist reveals to us all? Harry shook his head, harboring a suspicion he was reluctant to acknowledge. Let me elucidate. The happiest individuals in the world can use the Mirror of Erist as a common mirror, meaning they see their own reflection within it. Do you grasp anything? Harry contemplated this, then slowly articulated, the mirror shows us what we desire, regardless of what it is. Indeed and not indeed, Dumbledore softly replied. It reveals only our innermost, most fervent longings. You have never seen your family, hence you see them surrounding you. Ron Weasley has always felt overshadowed by his brothers, thus he sees himself standing alone, the most distinguished among them. As for Tierra, he reminisces about the past, yearning to return to the places where he once played, for his parents met untimely fates. Dumbledore continued, pausing thoughtfully. Perhaps he longs for his parents to have lived to old age. However, this mirror neither imparts knowledge nor reveals truths. People squander their time before it, becoming obsessed with what they see, even driven to madness, for they do not discern whether what lies within the mirror is real or attainable. The mirror will be moved to a new location tomorrow, Harry. I implore you not to seek it out again. Should you happen upon it one day, be prepared. Indulging in illusory dreams while neglecting the reality of life serves no purpose. Remember this well. Now, why not don that marvelous invisibility cloak and return to sleep? Harry rose to his feet. Professor Dumbledore, may I ask you a question? Of course, you just did, Dumbledore chuckled, but you may inquire further. When you look into the mirror, what do you see? Me. Dumbledore laughed heartily, rising and adjusting his bright purple robe slightly. Harry then noticed that Dumbledore, who appeared to be over a century old, wore a whimsical outfit today, a loose purple robe over pale blue starry cashmere trousers. The bottoms tucked into thick woolen socks of the same hue. What I once desired, I have received this year. Now, I wish for you young wizards to have a bright future. Harry tilted his head in confusion. Ha ha! Dumbledore laughed joyfully, tousling Harry's hair, leaving it in disarray. Hurry back to sleep, young wizard, for if you stay up too late, you shan't grow tall. Although potions can remedy this, they taste as dreadful as spoiled milkshakes. All right, sir, Harry nodded. Oh, by the way, Harry, Dumbledore called after him. What is it, sir? Harry inquired. As a friend, you should take the opportunity to remind our little Tierra that having goals is commendable, but he must not push himself too hard. He should take appropriate breaks. Some things simply cannot be achieved through sheer effort. Dumbledore seemed to hesitate as he considered whether to voice the following words. After all, the deceased cannot be resurrected. Harry, remember this. Understood, sir. Harry appeared somewhat dejected, nodding briefly before swiftly vanishing through the classroom door. Once Harry had disappeared, the abandoned classroom was soon left with only Dumbledore. Dumbledore stood in front of the Mirror of Erist, his shadow resembling a desolate, lonely river. The undeniable loneliness and solitude were etched upon Dumbledore's bark-like face. The indistinct words of Taylor Galet Grindelwald echoed within the dim confines of the classroom, uttered from Dumbledore's lips. Dumbledore, momentarily lost in thought, gazed at the Mirror of Erist. During the remainder of the Christmas holiday, Taylor continued his studies with diligent resolve, perhaps due to the effects of the elixir of Hrist and his exceptionally potent mental presence. Taylor made rapid progress in the art of memory concealment. By the day before the holiday's conclusion, he was already able to edit and modify certain memories within his mind and project them beyond the confines of his mental barriers to Voldemort. This development further reassured Voldemort, who attributed his initial inability to grasp Taylor's thoughts to Taylor's innate talent for memory concealment, which inadvertently formed a protective mental shell against external intrusion. This formula, Taylor scribbled in his notebook, is still somewhat unclear to me. In the short span of the Christmas holiday, Taylor found himself captivated by Tom Riddle's exceptional eloquence and intelligence. He had not only opened all dimensions of his mental being to Tom Riddle, but had also increased the magical energy he fed to him. Naturally, this magical output was negligible in terms of Taylor's overall spiritual existence, and Tom Riddle would certainly not drain him all at once. Even without Taylor's deliberate control, Tom Riddle gradually slowed the rate of magical absorption once he extricated himself from his previously lethargic state. After all, finding a suitable long-term source of sustenance was no easy feat. Tom Riddle's ultimate goal was complete resurrection, and retaining Taylor in a robust and whole state was essential for facilitating that revival. Presently, Taylor was calculating a formula for a magical enhancement potion. This potion was commonly administered by many affluent pureblood families to their children once they began their studies in magic. The potion was notably effective only during a wizard's adolescence, with its efficacy diminishing annually until it was entirely depleted by the age of 20. Taylor understood that Tom Riddle was preparing sustenance for his resurrection ritual. After all, it was a rare occurrence for Tom Riddle to encounter a budding potion maker like Taylor. In order to return in the strongest form possible, Tom Riddle would endeavor to nourish his lamb. Evidently, Tom Riddle no longer regarded him as a mere human, with the frequent use of memory concealment over the past few days. Taylor felt his mental presence expanding significantly, most notably in the speed of constructing his mental barriers. The second layer of Taylor's mental barrier had been established a few days prior, which in turn facilitated his mastery of memory concealment. It seemed as though these mental barriers served as an enhanced version of the memory concealment technique. Taylor had now embarked on the construction of the third layer of his mental barrier. He could now ascertain that the majority of the foundational strength of the first three layers relied heavily on the residual potency of the elixir of Hrist. He continued to utilize memory concealment frequently. This residual potency would gradually be absorbed, becoming further integrated into his mental existence. Since that fateful night, Harry no longer donned the invisibility cloak to seek the mirror of Hrist. Instead, Harry began to approach him intentionally, engaging him in conversation. Their discussions revolved around themes of loss, the necessity of moving forward, and the notion of letting the past remain in the past, all articulated in phrases that seemed lifted straight from poetry. This left Taylor somewhat bewildered. Hermione returned the day before the new term commenced, immediately immersing herself in the library, as diligent as ever. "What, you found Nicholas Flamel?" Hermione exclaimed upon hearing the momentous news. Her surprise evident. However, she quickly recognized the inappropriateness of her reaction and covered her mouth just before Professor Pants could arrive. Equally astonished were Ron and Harry, who had been forcibly brought along by Hermione. Taylor opened Introduction to Alchemy, flipping to the chapter on the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel, the only confirmed wizard to have successfully created the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione read as she took the book from Taylor. Ancient alchemy involved the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, a substance of astonishing power. The Philosopher's Stone could transform any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consumed it. For centuries, there had been numerous reports concerning the Philosopher's Stone, but the only remaining stone belonged to the renowned alchemist and opera enthusiast Nicholas Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and now resides in Devonshire with his wife. Perenelle, aged 650-8, it must be. Hermione whispered excitedly. This is undoubtedly what the three-headed dog is guarding, a stone that can turn things to gold and grant eternal life. Harry exclaimed, "No wonder Snape wants it. Everyone desires it. Indeed, everyone longs for it," Taylor remarked with a smile, silently reflecting, "Fortunately, I have already obtained it. No wonder we couldn't find Flamel in contemporary wizarding studies," Ron chimed in, "since he's already 665 years old. He can't be considered contemporary, right?" Thanks to Taylor, Hermione shot Ron a look. "If it weren't for Taylor, we would still be in the dark." "You should have remained in the dark," Taylor mused. considering that even a group of first-year wizards was already aware of this so-called secret. "What do we do now?" Harry inquired. "Now that we know what the three-headed dog is guarding, what should we do?" "I suggest we do nothing," Taylor replied. "This is a matter for the professors, not for us." "But what if Snape manages to steal it? Then let him take it," Taylor asserted decisively. "Surely none of you believe that Dumbledore is a fool, do you? He wouldn't be, would he? Remember, the headmaster of this school is the most powerful wizard of all time. Dumbledore, what could possibly escape his notice? No matter how formidable Snape is, he could never surpass Dumbledore." Taylor's confidence began to wane. Good heavens, how is Dumbledore so powerful? As the Christmas holiday came to an end, it seemed that everyone's studies and lives had returned to a semblance of normalcy. With the identity of Nicolaim already known, the notorious trio ceased their mischief and instead immersed themselves in the exhilarating rigors of the new semester. Tiara managed to persuade them, instilling a belief in Dumbledore's formidable powers, while also convincing herself. With the advent of the new term, Tiara, Harry, and Hermione found themselves busier than ever. Harry, of course, was swept up in the fervor of the new Quidditch season. Under the watchful eye of the zealous Gryffindor captain, Wood, who intensified the training regimen for the entire team, leaving even first-year Harry no exception, several players, including Harry, often returned from practice covered in bruises, which inadvertently increased Tiara's workload, as she was tasked with concocting potions for their ailments in addition to the calming drafts. Hermione, the quintessential overachiever, had already pre-studied the majority of the semester's curriculum and was now borrowing textbooks for the following term from the library. Yet, the busiest of them all was Tiara, who, aside from preparing potions for the Quidditch team, faced a significant increase in the difficulty of her private tutoring sessions with Snape following the holiday break. Were it not for Tiara's extensive experience in the laboratory, gleaned over years of dedication, she might have struggled to keep pace with the advanced material, just as she once fed the Polyjuice potion to Peter Pettigrew. The more sophisticated the potion, the more incantations and curses were required to be woven into the brewing process alongside the ingredients. Thus, Tiara found herself borrowing a tome on advanced potion spell analysis from the library. After tending to her own assignments, Quidditch responsibilities, and Snape's additional homework, Tiara also had to contend with the diligent Tom Riddle as her tutor. Riddle, astonished by Tiara's innate talent in potion making, alchemy, and transfiguration, generously imparted a wealth of practical magical knowledge, which he believed was essential. Unbeknownst to him, these practical techniques were precisely what Tiara lacked. While he possessed Merlin's research notes and the Book of the Dead, he had thoroughly grasped the theoretical aspects of magic. However, translating magical theory into practice required not only skill, but also a plethora of experimentation. Hogwarts primarily taught this type of knowledge, although much of the casting techniques it offered were tailored to the individual's unique style rather than being refined and generalized methods. Of course, Riddle's instruction also fell into this category, with certain non-essential techniques being deliberately withheld. Nevertheless, Tiara, blessed with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, intuitively grasped Riddle's thoughts as he shared them. This included the practical casting techniques he had painstakingly distilled through experimentation and observation during his own studies. At present, Tiara resembled a parched sponge, absorbing every drop of knowledge Riddle dispensed. Tiara was busy, yet content that in this scenario, it seemed that Ron was somewhat at a loose end, occasionally trailing after Harry to observe their Quidditch practice, only to later follow Tiara to watch her brew potions, though he would inevitably doze off in less than 5 minutes. Days passed at a leisurely pace. Tiara's relentless busyness, compounded by her lack of trust in the trio's ability to maintain confidentiality regarding her studies, meant that she could not read Riddle's notes or the books she had borrowed from her secretive room in public. Thus, she either read surreptitiously under the covers at night or concealed herself among a throng of older students in the library. Yet, she often found herself discovered by Hermione, prompting Tiara to seek out alternative reading spots, such as the observatory, the lawn, or the deserted corridor benches. She even almost ventured into the restroom frequented by Myrtle. Time flew by, and it was not until Hagrid mysteriously summoned them to his hut one evening that Tiara realized nearly 2 months had elapsed, with less than 10 weeks remaining in her first year of magical studies at Hogwarts. What was she concealing? After Hagrid departed, Hermione pondered aloud, "Do you think it could be related to the Philosopher's Stone?" Today, once again, Hermione found Tiara in the library, and Tiara reluctantly scribbled on note paper regarding the magical configuration of the enhancing potion. She had completed the potion's magical structure over 2 weeks ago, yet was still lacking a few essential ingredients. hindering her from brewing it. I'll go see what book he was looking for. Ron muttered, clearly bored with his reading, and slipped away. A minute later, he returned, clutching a hefty pile of books, which he unceremoniously dropped onto the table. Dragons. He whispered excitedly, Hagrid is researching dragons. Look at these. Types of dragons in Britain and Ireland. From Egg to Phoenix, a guide to raising dragons. That Hagrid's wanted a dragon for ages. He told me, so the first time I met him, Harry remarked. But that's illegal, Ron countered. The Dragon Breeding Prohibition Act was formally passed at the Wizarding Conference of 1709. That's common knowledge. If we were to raise a dragon in the backyard, it would be hard not to attract Muggle attention, and taming them is exceedingly perilous. You should see the burn marks on Charlie. They read from wild dragons in Romania, but aren't there wild dragons in Britain? Harry inquired. Of course there are, Ron replied. There are the common Welsh green and the Hebridean black. I can tell you that one of the ministry's jobs is to conceal the existence of these wild dragons. Our wizards often have to cast spells on Muggles who have seen dragons to make them forget entirely. So what is Hagrid planning to do? Hermione asked. An hour later, they knocked on the door of the keeper's hut in the Forbidden Forest. The four of them, including Tierra, had come because the enhancing potion she was brewing required powdered dragon eggshell. They found all the curtains drawn tightly shut. Hagrid first called out, "Who's there?" before allowing them inside. Quickly closing the door behind him, the room was oppressively warm, with a roaring fire crackling in the hearth. Hagrid brewed tea for them and served white ferret sandwiches. Friends who enjoy this book can join group chat 514-105437 to exchange writing ideas or vent about real life and relieve stress. In the stifling room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione recounted their concerns about Snape to Hagrid. However, it was clear that Hagrid was already prepared for this discussion. No matter how the trio argued, Hagrid remained unconvinced. Suddenly, they heard a scraping sound emanating from the iron pot. Norbert, Hagrid exclaimed, excitedly setting down the plate and donning a pair of thick gloves, carefully placing a pale yellow egg the size of a football onto the table. Just as the dragon egg touched the wooden surface, it cracked open, and a tiny, gooey dragon hatched, struggling to stand. This little dragon was not particularly attractive, resembling a crumpled black umbrella, with disproportionately large spiky wings compared to its slender, dark body. It had a long snout with white nostrils and bumpy horns on its head, while its orange eyes bulged out. It was hard to imagine that this little creature would one day grow into a formidable fire-breathing dragon. The little dragon sneezed, sending a few sparks flying from its nostrils. "Isn't it beautiful?" Hagrid murmured, reaching out to stroke the dragon's head. The little dragon clamped its jaws around his finger, revealing sharp, elongated teeth. "Goodness, look, it recognizes its mother," Hagrid exclaimed. "Hagrid," Hermione interjected, "how fast do Norwegian ridgebacks grow?" Hagrid was about to respond when his face suddenly paled. He leaped up and rushed to the window. "What is happening?" Harry inquired. "Someone was peering through the curtain just now. A boy running towards the school," Hagrid replied uncertainly. In an instant, Harry darted to the door and looked outside. Even from a distance, he could never be mistaken. It was Malfoy, Harry was certain. Malfoy had seen the little dragon, and them. They had arrived at Hagrid's shortly after finishing dinner, unwittingly exceeding curfew. Oh no, Hermione suddenly realized. The four young wizards hurriedly rushed back from Hagrid's hut to the castle. Before leaving, Tierra had asked Hagrid for the dragon eggshell and a vial of dragon egg liquid. Despite dragon meat having become as commonplace as steak in the wizarding world, this was due to the size of adult dragons. The meat from a single dragon could easily feed hundreds of wizards, considering there were only about 8,000 to 9,000 witches and wizards in total, due to their hasty arrival that afternoon. Harry had not brought his invisibility cloak. Thus, the four young wizards had to hasten back to the Gryffindor common room. However, oh look, just as they stepped through the grand doors of Hogwarts, they spotted the caretaker Filch silently emerging from the shadows. Malfoy stood behind Filch with a smug expression. Filch led them to Professor McGonagall's office on the second floor, where they sat in silence. Hermione trembled all over. Harry's mind raced with numerous excuses and justifications, even fabricating lies to wriggle out of the situation, but found them increasingly untenable. He was uncertain how they would escape this predicament, and Harry helplessly glanced at Tierra. He noticed that Tierra still bore that faint smile, which calmed him somewhat. Surely, Tierra must have a plan. He thought. I can hardly believe it is you lot, especially you, Tierra and Hermione, who have always been model students. How could you be wandering near the Forbidden Forest at such a late hour? Filch claims you just returned from there. Do not forget that it is far past curfew. Explain yourselves. This was Hermione's first instance of being unable to respond to a teacher's inquiry. She stared at her slippers. Motionless like a statue, we were in the wrong, Professor McGonagall. Tiara sincerely apologized that we should not have been out so late, especially after curfew. Lingering near the Forbidden Forest, we merely wished to see our good friend Hagrid. But we realized that even with Hagrid present, the Forbidden Forest is a perilous place for us, one that could very well cost us our lives. I assure you, Professor McGonagall, this will be our last transgression. We have come to deeply understand our mistake. We are truly sorry. With that, Tiara bowed deeply. Children often concoct various excuses for their misdeeds, showcasing how unfortunate their errors were or how justified they believe their actions to be. However, adults are generally uninterested in the reasons behind a child's wrongdoing. They merely wish to know whether the child recognizes their fault. Thus, Tiara's direct apology, at the very least, demonstrated her acknowledgement of her wrongdoing. As for guarantees, she had no unbreakable vow binding her to McGonagall, so what had she to fear? Indeed, after Tiara's words, McGonagall's expression softened considerably. Yet, she still admonished them sternly. I am very displeased. Therefore, each of you will lose 40 points. 40 points. Hermione's face turned ashen. Had she not been gripping Tiara out of anxiety, she might have collapsed. Suddenly losing 160 points meant that Gryffindor would fall to the bottom of the standings. In just one evening, they had obliterated Gryffindor's hopes of winning the House Cup. Harry felt an emptiness within, and even the usually carefree Ron appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Only Tiara maintained her composure, while Malfoy beamed with self-satisfaction. You five will also face detention, Professor McGonagall continued. Wait a moment, Professor, Malfoy interjected, slightly confused as he stepped forward. Did I just hear you say 5? Yes, Mr. Malfoy, McGonagall replied coldly. After all, you two violated school rules, did you not? You were out during curfew. Upon hearing that Malfoy would also be punished, Harry, Ron, and Hermione felt little joy. They returned to the Gryffindor common room in a daze. Harry could not sleep the entire night, hiding beneath the covers and reading the book on the plague, while Tiara could hear him tossing and turning in the darkness. Hermione was likely the same. The following morning was their most arduous. As most Gryffindor students rose for breakfast and passed the massive hourglass that recorded the House Cup scores, they were bewildered to discover that their house had suddenly lost 160 points since the previous day. Word gradually spread that Harry Potter, the illustrious Harry Potter, the hero of 2 Quidditch matches, had caused them to lose so many points, along with 3 other foolish first-year students. Harry, once one of the most popular and respected figures in the school, had suddenly become the target of scorn. Even the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students did not spare him a disparaging glance, as they had long hoped to see Slytherin lose the House Cup. Everywhere he went, Harry felt the weight of stares and overheard insults, spoken without a hint of discretion. Conversely, whenever he passed by the Slytherins, they would cheer, whistle, and applaud. Thank you, Potter, you've done us a great favor. Hermione and Ron were equally struggling. While they did not endure the same level of torment as Harry, their lesser fame rendered them similarly isolated, with no one willing to engage them in conversation. Save for Ron's brothers, primarily George and Fred Weasley. This mischievous duo celebrated Ron's newfound audacity to defy school regulations. However, their other brother, Percy Weasley, sternly chastised the trio of troublemakers and threatened to inform Mrs. Weasley, causing Ron's head to droop in dismay. Hermione, too, ceased to draw attention in class and occasionally seemed distracted even during her studies. The only one seemingly unaffected by these events was Tierra. Tierra continued her usual bustling routine, moving between the dormitory, classroom, and study room. The notion of collective honor had long been discarded by Tierra after encountering a high school teacher who, for the sake of personal gain, forced their entire class to remain at school practicing calisthenics the night before exams. Even when overhearing disparaging remarks from Gryffindor classmates or facing direct ridicule from Malfoy, Tierra remained unfazed. More accurately, it was not complete indifference. In such moments, he meticulously retained memories of mockery, discrimination, and isolation, later refining these experiences artistically to share with Tom Riddle at opportune moments, leading Riddle to mistakenly believe that Tierra lived in a state of profound distress. Consequently, when Tierra consulted Tom Riddle about certain dark magic queries, he readily provided answers, such as the spells for the Black Death and the Plague, the Decay Curse, the incantations for summoning the Grim Reaper from the Book of the Dead, or the conjuration of fire demons, alongside blood magic documented in the unnamed ritual tome. while these spells were relatively basic applications. They remained unsuitable for a wizard of Tierra's age. Therefore, Tierra deliberately recounted a narrative to Voldemort about inadvertently stumbling upon a wish-granting room and discovering an ancient tome. A tale adapted from the treasure hunt that took place in the wish-granting room on Christmas Day. The moment Tierra obtained that book, he was akin to a child with a new toy, eagerly sharing its knowledge with Tom Riddle. While relishing Riddle's tutelage, he continued to feign the persona of a pitiful child drawn to dark magic due to bullying. With Tom Riddle's guidance, combined with Tierra's already formidable foundation, he made rapid progress in his studies of dark magic. Tierra embarked on the creation of his first dark magical artifact. He perused the Lille handbook and discovered an item known as the heirloom. A profoundly malevolent dark magical artifact that could take any form, though it often manifested as a book. Tierra began crafting this magical item approximately 2 weeks after learning to brew the white elixir. As one of the materials required was his own skin, he removed nearly a third of the skin from his back, resulting in a creation measuring 60 centimeters in length and 30 centimeters in width. Comprised of merely a few pages and lacking a cover. At this stage, the heirloom could scarcely be deemed a book, as it contained a mere 12 pages, all derived from Tierra's continuous shedding of skin after healing with the white elixir. Despite being an incomplete work, it exhibited its brutal nature. The scant few soft, white leaves constantly yearned to strip the skin and flesh from all life surrounding Tierra, save for him. This compelled Tierra to carry it with him at all times. It resembled a frenzied wolf dog, obedient before its master yet eager to pounce and tear apart any potential target. With Tom Riddle's mentorship and the agony from repeated skinning, Tierra had now begun to integrate pain and other emotions with his spiritual dimension, enabling him to wield some rudimentary dark magic, perhaps due to Tierra's prior knowledge from biology in a past life, or perhaps because of his frequent skinning. He first mastered the flesh growth spell recorded in the unnamed ritual tome. A fundamental expression of advanced blood magic, Tierra could now accelerate his healing with the aid of the white elixir or by consuming large quantities of meat to hasten his recovery. He could also consciously control certain plants, albeit limited to ordinary flowers and grasses, manipulating their blooming, growth, or form. The creation of the heirloom was of paramount importance to Tierra, not merely for the opportunity to explore pain and dark magic during its crafting, but because he required a tome to house forbidden knowledge. Those spells capable of transcending the cosmos are exceedingly rare, even within the Cthulhu mythos, with nearly all such magic directly associated with the great key of all doors. Yet, in the presence of that key, mere mortals risk losing their sanity with a single glance. Even Tierra's other blessing of time proved ineffective when confronted by the 3 pillars of deity. The heirloom represented a means of preserving one's sanity in the face of unforeseen calamity. Its principle was akin to that of a Horcrux, yet it did not necessitate the splitting of a soul. Rather, it backed up one's personality, memories, and worldview within a special dark magical vessel. When the original self succumbed to some indescribable madness or mutation, the heirloom would automatically initiate emergency measures, allowing for the exchange of all memories and cognition from the original spiritual dimension with the backed-up personality, memories, and worldview within the heirloom. Due to the law of spiritual indestructibility, when confronted with the truths of the universe, a person's spiritual dimension would fragment rather than annihilate. Thus, after inputting a complete and normal understanding and memory, these shattered fragments would gradually coalesce. Meanwhile, the heirloom would take on the burden of absorbing these forbidden knowledge and ultimate truths, transforming into a genuine tome of taboo. Regardless of a wizard's power, one can possess only one heirloom throughout their lifetime. Most of the tomes in this library, including the unnamed ritual tome, the Book of the Dead, and the original text of the Xianyan 7 chapters, from which Tierra suffered the loss of a finger, are indeed the heirlooms of several great wizards. This includes the tome, long neglected by Merlin, known as the Camelot Manuscript, which is the sole original heirloom containing forbidden knowledge authored by Merlin himself. Due to the rigorous attitude of the great race of his towards knowledge, these replicated tomes were crafted to mimic the original style and script perfectly. While this ensured the preservation of the original knowledge to the greatest extent, it also rendered it easier for readers to form direct connections with the unknown entities behind the knowledge, for words are also imbued with magical power, with ancient scripts like cuneiform possessing formidable potency. The older the script, the closer it approaches pictographic writing, and the greater the magical capacity it can carry. Therefore, in terms of magical potential alone, among all human scripts known to Tierra, ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, cuneiform, and water scripts rank as the most powerful, followed closely by Chinese oracle bone script and Mayan script. Seal script slightly surpasses Latin, while ancient scripts such as Coptic, Tibetan, and Sanskrit follow. Lastly, there are the almost powerless English, Old English, and other modern scripts. This is the protective benefit that knowledge, as a blessing, can afford to the reader, allowing them to circumvent dangers and confront knowledge directly. However, when such text is derived from one's mother tongue, it may inadvertently construct a spiritual conduit to the outer gods. This risk is particularly pronounced when knowledge is acquired from a high-fidelity heirloom. This elucidates why Tierra could read the Book of the Dead, the Lillet texts, and the unnamed ritual tome without issue, yet upon merely brushing his fingers against the Xianyan 7 chapters, he immediately established a connection with the Lord of the Deep Space Sea and met a swift demise. Fortunately, Tierra's encounter was merely a chance linkage to the King in Yellow, rather than being directly scrutinized by him. Otherwise, even the blessing of time would have been insufficient to save him. Anything Tierra knew would prove powerless against direct interference and observation from the outer gods. Soon, the time came for Tierra, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Malfoy to face confinement. That morning, a small note appeared at each of their bedside tables, inscribed with the words. He presented a celestial chart of Jupiter before him and began reviewing the names of Jupiter's moons. On the following morning, Tila, Harry, Hermione, and Malfoy each received identical notes at the breakfast table. Your detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Find Mr. Filch in the foyer. That night at 11. They departed from the Gryffindor common room, making their way downstairs to the foyer where Filch awaited them. Of course, Malfoy was there as well, wearing a smug expression as he regarded the four of them. However, when his gaze swept over Tila, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. Why was he still unscathed? Father had assured me he would be humiliated. Tila could hear Malfoy's thoughts. This was the magic of legilimency from the relay text, a form of mental probing. It was akin to the more complex occlumency, yet far simpler. One could only hear the immediate thoughts of another without delving into deeper memories. Even skilled practitioners of occlumency, such as Dumbledore, Snape, and himself, could easily resist or deceive Tila. Indeed, the premature appearance of the diary was linked to Draco. Tila smiled kindly at Malfoy, which startled him in return, leaving him gazing at her in confusion. Tila genuinely appreciated Malfoy. Although the diary posed a danger, it lay within his control. Contrary to its threat, the diary had provided him with immense assistance. Whether through the significant aid of Tom Riddle or due to Tila's accelerated mental growth under the influence of Voldemort's probing and the increasing familiarity with mental magic, Tila squeezed the diary nestled in his arms. The greatest peril of their venture into the Forbidden Forest tonight stemmed from Voldemort's essence residing within Professor Quirrell. Thus Tila had not concealed anything from Tom Riddle. At the very least, even if Tila were to encounter Voldemort's true form, being merely a first-year mudblood under the control of a Horcrux, Voldemort would likely refrain from lethal action, at worst subjecting him to a memory-erasing curse. Besides the diary, another pocket of Tila's wizarding robe contained a stack of soft pages, his legacy. Tonight, if circumstances permitted, he had another task to accomplish. Follow me, Filch instructed, illuminating a lamp and leading them outside. I believe, henceforth, you shall think twice before contravening school rules, will you not? He cast a sidelong glance at them, continuing, Oh, indeed, if you were to inquire my opinion, I would assert that hard work and hardship are the finest teachers. It is a pity that they abolished the old-fashioned punitive measures of binding your wrists and suspending you from the ceiling for days on end that I still have those chains in my office, often lubricating them. One never knows when they might come in handy. With that, he added ominously, Now, do not even entertain thoughts of escape. Should you dare to flee, Professor McGonagall might transform you into a book, a chair, or perhaps a fish. Filch chuckled sinisterly, though he lamented that they would soon revert back, and the prohibition against using transfiguration as a punishment was enshrined in the school rules. At that moment, Harry and Ron finally grasped how close they were to becoming a pocket watch. They strode across the darkened grounds. The moonlight was bright, yet clouds frequently drifted past, casting them into shadows. Suddenly, they heard a distant call. Is that you? Filch? Hurry. I'm ready to set off. Tila heard Harry's thoughts beside him. If we could labor alongside Hagrid, it wouldn't be too bad. The magic of legilimency was a continuous skill. Tila needed to be in close proximity, concentrating intently and gazing directly into the eyes of another to hear their thoughts. Alternatively, as was the case now, with Harry gripping his hand tightly, their physical contact allowed Tila to hear his inner voice. Observing the delight on Harry's face, Filch doused the excitement by saying, You don't actually think you'll enjoy yourself with that dolt, do you? Think again. Kiddo, you are heading into the Forbidden Forest. If you manage to return unscathed, I'll concede I was mistaken. Ron, Hermione, and Malfoy's faces turned ashen. Harry seemed to grip Tila's hand even tighter. I must protect Tila. Tila heard Harry's thoughts again. It was uncertain who was protecting whom. Yet, should they truly encounter Voldemort, Tila would undoubtedly push Harry out of harm's way first. After all, if Voldemort inadvertently brushed against Harry, the semester might end prematurely for him. As Filch continued to speak, Hagrid strode towards them from the darkness, Fong trailing behind. Hagrid bore his enormous crossbow, a quiver brimming with arrows slung over his shoulder. It's about time, Hagrid said. I've been waiting for half an hour. So, how are you, Harry, Hermione, and Tila? You shouldn't be so courteous to them, Hagrid. Filch retorted coldly. After all, they've come here to serve their punishment. So that's why you're late, is it? Hagrid frowned at Filch. Always lecturing them. This isn't your place to teach. Filch, your task is complete. I'm in charge now. I'll return by dawn. Filch snarled, clear up their remains. With that, he turned and walked back toward the castle. The light bobbing and disappearing into the darkness. At this moment, Malfoy turned to Hagrid, saying, I'm not going into that forbidden forest. Haha, Malfoy is scared, coward. Tila heard Harry think as he held Tila's hand. Tila felt somewhat speechless, tugging at her hand, but unable to pull free. She resigned to let Harry continue holding it. He had not learned legilimency merely to hear the thoughts of adolescent boys. If you wish to remain at Hogwarts, you must go, Hagrid replied mercilessly to Malfoy. You've done wrong and must now face the consequences. Doing this work is the duty of a servant, not that of a student. I thought we would at most write lines or something. Malfoy protested. If my father knew I was doing this, he would tell you that Hogwarts operates this way. Hagrid interrupted gruffly. Writing lines. What good will that do you? You must engage in something useful, or you might as well leave. If you think your father would prefer you to be expelled, then go back to the castle and pack your things. Go on. Malfoy remained rooted to the spot, glaring angrily at Hagrid before lowering his gaze. Very well, Hagrid said. Now listen closely. What we are about to undertake tonight is exceedingly dangerous, and I do not wish for anyone to be harmed. Come this way. He led them to the edge of the forbidden forest, raising his lamp high and pointing to a narrow path that gradually disappeared into the dark thicket. They gazed into the forest as a gentle breeze tousled their hair. Look over there, Hagrid said. Do you see that glimmering thing on the ground? The silvery one? That is unicorn blood. A unicorn in the forest has been gravely injured. This is the second time this week. Last Wednesday, I discovered one dead. We must strive to find that poor unicorn and alleviate its suffering. What if the creature that harmed it finds us first? Malfoy inquired, his voice laced with uncontainable fear. Meanwhile, Tila thoughtfully observed the scattered silvery blood, her other hand subtly slipping into her wizarding robe, gently clutching the 12 soft, pristine pages. As long as you are with me or Fong, no creature in the forbidden forest will harm you. Hagrid reassured them. Stay on the path. Now, we will split into 2 groups and follow the trail of blood. There are traces everywhere. Evidently, it has been wandering in distress since last night. I want Fong. Malfoy exclaimed, staring at Fong's large teeth. Very well, but I must warn you, he is a coward, Hagrid replied. So, Hermione, Ron, and I will take one path, while Malfoy, Harry, Tila, and Fong will take another. If anyone finds the unicorn, shoot off green sparks. Understood? Get your wands out and practice. And if anyone encounters trouble, shoot off red sparks, and we will come to your aid. Now, everyone, be cautious. Let us move. Hagrid, bearing a crossbow, ventured into the forbidden forest alongside a cadre of young wizards. As they entered the shadowy depths, Tila discreetly extracted from his pocket the 12 soft pages he had concealed, casting them to the ground when they were momentarily distracted, the instant the pages touched the earth. They unfurled gracefully, soaring into the dense heart of the forbidden forest like a great bird. What sound was that? Malfoy exclaimed, startled. The forest was shrouded in darkness, suddenly pierced by the flapping of wings. Hagrid raised his oil lamp to illuminate the area, yet saw nothing. Perhaps it was just a bat, he remarked nonchalantly, urging them to proceed. They continued deeper until they reached a fork in the path. Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid took the left route, while Malfoy, Tila, Harry, and Yaya veered to the right. They walked in silence, eyes fixed on the ground. Occasionally, a beam of moonlight filtered through the branches above, illuminating a patch of silver-blue blood upon the fallen leaves. As they followed the trail of blood, Tila's inheritor had already arrived beside the dying unicorn. Through the connection with the inheritor, Tila beheld an amorphous, towering shadow hunched over the silvery unicorn, incessantly draining its lifeblood. The unicorn's abdomen rose and fell imperceptibly, its breath growing shallow. The imposing shadow seemed oblivious to the Inheritor's approach, engrossed in its sanguine feast. The Inheritor slowly turned to the fourth page, where a permanent illusion spell had been inscribed. Due to the heightened spiritual affinity of magical items compared to wizards, even spells not yet mastered by their creators could be directly imprinted upon the spiritual dimension of a magical object. Given an understanding of magical principles and configurations, this phenomenon is known as the permanent effect of magical items, the illusion spell currently employed by the Inheritor, along with the earlier flying spell, were both etched into the Inheritor's spiritual dimension by Tayela through this permanent effect. Both spells resided within the advanced spellcasting curriculum. Though Tayela comprehended the principles of these spells, he had yet to master them due to time constraints. A flash of green fire ignited approximately 20 meters into the forest, and from the flames emerged an elderly man clad in a light gray wizard's robe, his beard flecked with gray. "It was foolish for you to come here tonight, Tom," he said, his voice warm and gentle, reminiscent of Santa Claus as he peered through crescent-shaped spectacles at the grotesque shadow feasting on the unicorn's blood. The moment the green flames blazed to life, Voldemort, or rather Quirrell, alertly rose to his feet. Before Dumbledore could finish his sentence upon appearing, Quirrell transformed into a cloud of black mist, vanishing into the depths of the forbidden forest. It was remarkable how Quirrell and Voldemort were so fearful of Dumbledore. Yet, it was fortunate that their dread kept Tayela's Inheritor safe. Otherwise, it would have been he who fled deeper into the woods. Fortunately, his Inheritor, akin to a Horcrux, was a special dark magical item, impervious to typical spells, even the killing curse, which could not breach the Inheritor's spiritual defenses. This was why Tayela, bold and audacious, dared to deceive the weakened Voldemort. After all, first-year Voldemort had become so feeble that he required both hands to strangle Harry, particularly after recently battling a 4X level magical creature, the unicorn, making it improbable for him to cast powerful dark magic like Fiendfire. The illusion conjured by the Inheritor gradually faded after Voldemort's retreat, morphing instead into a golden pyramid adorned with a massive single eye at its center. Beneath the eye, a black bow tie rested. And atop the pyramid sat a small top hat, with simplistic stick-like arms and legs extending from its base and sides. Ah ha 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 ha. The golden pyramid emitted a cacophony of laughter, jarring and mechanical. "Greetings, little unicorn. You may refer to me as Bill Cipher." Bill Cipher was a character Tayela had encountered in a previous life, a two-dimensional demon fond of trading. His image was that of a triangle with a single eye in the center. This was not merely a reflection of Tayela's peculiar tastes. Like words, images also possessed magical properties. Among all shapes, triangles and circles are the most primal and capable of harboring magic. Whether it was the symbols of the Freemasons from his previous life or the Deathly Hallows in this life, both contained a triangle and a circle. Naturally, Tayela employed these two designs to establish the foundational principles of the Inheritor's spiritual dimension. Thus, he unabashedly adopted Bill Cipher's likeness. "Or you may call me your savior." Bill continued, "You appear to be gravely injured. Do you require my assistance?" As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and a worm, as thick as a finger, began to emerge from the unicorn's body, though at least 3/4 of it remained buried within. The unicorn, a 4X level magical creature, could only be harmed by exceedingly wicked dark magic or curses. Tayela, through the connection with the Inheritor, invoked a curse worm upon the injured unicorn, but making these dark magic curses surface was the extent of Tayela's capabilities. "Like this," Bill instructed, "please, save me." A faint plea resonated as a mental wave transmitted to the Inheritor. The gravely wounded unicorn showed slight improvement after the curse worm surfaced, calling out for Tayela's help. "I will save you. No problem," Tayela conveyed through Bill, "but I hope you will willingly offer me something in return." He emphasized the word willingly. What do you want?" The unicorn stammered, "Just a little of your blood. Fur, bones, and such." Tayela responded vaguely through Bill. "Triangles are the most robust two-dimensional structures and are often employed as the basis for contract-based magic, such as the unbreakable charm. The arrangement of carving a circle into the centroid of an equilateral triangle represents another entirely different foundational cosmic principle. With the shape as the core of the spiritual dimension, the Inheritor inherently possessed the ability to form contracts and exploit loopholes. "All right, I agree. Can I take it myself?" Tayela inquired once more. Yes, whatever it takes to save me." The laughter of Bill echoed as he vanished into thin air, transforming back into the 12 soft pages. The pages expanded in midair, enveloping the unicorn like a blanket, forming a colossal cocoon. The unicorn struggled and cried within the immense cocoon. But as a series of unsettling chewing and writhing sounds echoed, its resistance waned. The cocoon formed by the inheritor gradually shrank, ultimately reverting to the original 12 soft pages. However, unlike before, each page was now adorned with silver patterns. With a rustling sound, each page multiplied, as if sprouting like a plant, until there were a total of 666 pages, including a pale silver cover, each corner embellished with silver-white designs. The second step taken by the inheritor involved a three-dimensional creature willingly offering itself as a sacrifice. The original 12 soft pages were merely Taila's means of fixing the inheritor's virtual spiritual dimensions using his own skin and some precious materials. Only by consuming a complete three-dimensional creature could the inheritor obtain true biological vitality. This three-dimensional creature could be a wizard, a magical beast, or even a Horcrux. As the heir had just completed his growth, a cold arrow shot forth. Immediately following was the sound of galloping hoofs. Simultaneously, Tierra, who was advancing deeper into the forbidden forest alongside Harry and Malfoy, suddenly froze, her expression stiffening. "What's wrong?" Harry inquired curiously to know. "It's nothing," Tierra replied, momentarily suppressing her emotions. Malfoy opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Saying nothing at all, even without the aid of magical perception, Tierra was acutely aware of what he wished to express. It was not merely because the other side had discovered that his heir had just completed the second step of the process, but rather that Tierra could distinctly sense an extremely malevolent force rapidly approaching them. "Damn, it's Voldemort. Voldemort is fleeing this way." Indeed, a tall, grotesque figure burst forth from the thicket of trees in the forbidden forest. The shadow hesitated momentarily upon spotting Harry and then lunged aggressively towards him. Malfoy screamed and attempted to retreat, but Tierra grasped him firmly, in the ensuing chaos among the three young wizards. Harry felt a shove from behind, propelling him directly towards the towering dark figure. He fell to the ground, still clutching Tierra's hand tightly. A searing pain pierced Harry's head, a sensation he had never experienced before. As if a hot iron had suddenly plunged through his scar, Tierra, still holding Harry's hand, involuntarily shared in this agony. Yet, her mental fortitude and composure far surpassed Harry's, even as he writhed in pain. Tierra remained lucid and was determined to thrust Harry's hand towards Voldemort's face. Just as Harry's hand was about to make contact with Voldemort, a hoof entered Tierra's line of sight. With a resounding thud, it pressed Voldemort's face into the fragrant earth of the forbidden forest, narrowly missing Harry's hand. "Oh dear," Tierra silently lamented. It was another centaur, Firenze, an oracle who had come in accordance with the stars. After driving Voldemort away, Firenze sought to assist Harry and Tierra in rising. However, when his gaze fell upon Tierra, a clear expression of confusion crossed his face. Then, Tierra discerned a palpable fear etched upon his features, like a meteor igniting in the night sky. "Are you all right?" Firenze seemed to overlook Tierra, his unwavering gaze fixed intently on Harry. "Are you all right?" the centaur inquired as he helped Harry to his feet. "I'm fine, thank you." "What was that creature?" Harry asked. The centaur did not respond. His eyes were strikingly blue, like pale sapphires. Firenze scrutinized Harry closely, his gaze lingering on the prominent scar on Harry's forehead. "You are the boy from the Potter family," he stated. "It would be wise for you to return to Hagrid's side. The forest is not safe at this moment, especially for you. Come, I shall escort you both to Hagrid," Firenze added. Yet, as he spoke, he remained steadfastly focused on Harry, not sparing Tierra a glance, and after giving Harry a gentle nudge with the bow, he strode forward. Harry followed closely behind Firenze, once again grasping Tierra's hand. Tierra, however, was lost in thought as she observed Firenze. Legends spoke of centaurs possessing wisdom on par with wizards, with a complete system of magic, excelling in healing spells, archery, divination, and astrology. It was said they could perceive the trajectories of the stars. The trajectories of the stars, connecting this with Firenze's fearful expression and her own spiritual origins, an ominous speculation arose in Tierra's mind. Could it be that he had glimpsed the Lord of the Deep Space Star Sea within her? Firenze slowed his pace, urging Harry to lower his head to avoid the low-hanging branches, while Tierra quietly followed behind him, preoccupied with her own thoughts. If Firenze's fear indeed stemmed from the centaur's ability to see the trajectories of the stars, linked to the Lord of the Deep Space Star Sea, did that imply a tenuous connection still existed between them, despite the magical isolation of time and the black stone that constituted the library? If the Lord of the Deep Space Star Sea could directly intervene in his affairs, Firenze would have immediately exhibited signs of mutation and madness upon their first encounter. A unicorn has perished. After a prolonged silence, Firenze shattered the uncomfortable quietude. Who killed the unicorn? Harry asked. Harry Potter. Do you know what unicorn blood is used for? Firenze did not directly answer Harry's inquiry, and I don't know, Harry replied. Astonished by the peculiar question, we only used its horn and tail hair in potions class. That is because to slay a unicorn is an act of utmost cruelty, Firenze remarked. Only one who possesses nothing yet desires everything would commit such a heinous crime. Unicorn blood can prolong your life, even if you are on the verge of death, but it comes at a terrible price. To save your own life, you have slaughtered a pure, innocent being. Thus, from the moment its blood touches your lips, what you possess will be a half-lived, cursed existence. But who is this wretched soul? Harry exclaimed, voicing his confusion. If one is to be cursed for a lifetime, wouldn't it be better to die? Indeed, Firenze concurred, unless you merely use it to prolong your life, allowing you to drink of another substance, a substance that restores your vigor and magic entirely, a substance that grants you immortality. Mr. Potter, do you know what lies hidden within the school at this very moment? The Philosopher's Stone, Harry exclaimed. Of course, the elixir of life, but I don't understand who it is. Can you not fathom it? Who has quietly awaited for so many years, yearning for a comeback? Who clings to life? Biding their time, Firenze countered. Voldemort. Tierra once again heard the echo of Harry's thoughts, accompanied by a wave of his immense fear. Are you saying that? Harry began in a low, hoarse voice. It's Voldemort, Harry. Tierra, thank heavens. Are you both unharmed? Hermione came running along the path, with Hagrid panting heavily behind her. Malfoy had returned, claiming that they had encountered the creature responsible for the unicorn's death. Behind Hermione and Hagrid was a visibly anxious Malfoy, tightly gripping Yaya. This was the fastest Malfoy had ever run in his life. Amidst the chaos, he had seized the opportunity to flee, since they had not been separated from Hagrid's group for long. And with Malfoy shooting off red fireworks into the sky as he ran, Hagrid, well acquainted with the Forbidden Forest, quickly located him and Yaya and led them towards Harry. They soon encountered Harry and Tierra, who were being escorted by Firenze. A unicorn has been killed? Hagrid asked upon seeing Firenze. Malfoy, out of breath, spoke incoherently, alternating between claiming a monster had slain the unicorn and suggesting a large bat had devoured Harry and Tierra. The stars tonight tell us that a unicorn has perished, Firenze stated calmly. Suddenly, the sound of urgent hooves echoed from behind Firenze, revealing a centaur with a mane of golden hair. The unicorn is dead, the centaur said gravely, anxiously pawing at the ground with his hooves. Tierra recognized him as the centaur who had aimed an arrow at her heir. By this time, her heir had already soared out of the Forbidden Forest, using a disillusionment charm to disguise himself as a bush growing beside the castle gates. Tierra dared not allow him to enter the castle directly. Having devoured a unicorn that night, her heir's bloodthirsty nature seemed undiminished. The unicorn is dead. The centaur repeated his words, engulfed by a form of dark magic we had never encountered before. Hagrid escorted Harry, Ron, Hermione, Malfoy, and Tierra out of the Forbidden Forest, and then hurriedly followed the centaur Firenze and Ronan, the golden-haired centaur who had shot an arrow at the air, to investigate the scene where the unicorn had met with misfortune. However, the true instigator had already followed Tierra into the castle. After a night of tension and excitement in the Forbidden Forest, even Malfoy had lost interest in mocking others, appearing listless and droopy, like a cucumber ravaged by frost, upon returning to the Gryffindor common room. Tierra had initially intended to head straight for a shower and bed, but was instead drawn to the sofa by the fireplace, squeezed between Harry and Hermione. He held Tom Riddle's diary close to his chest, while the newly returned and dramatically altered heir was placed beneath him. These were 2 volumes he could not afford to be separated from. The discovery of either by someone else would unleash countless troubles upon him. Snape intended to procure the Philosopher's Stone for Voldemort. Snape was not planning to use it himself. He aimed to acquire it for Voldemort. Voldemort was waiting in the forest. We had thought Snape merely sought to profit from the stone. Harry exclaimed excitedly as he sat down. Stop. Do not utter that name again, Ron whispered in a panic, as if fearing Voldemort might overhear. Yet Harry paid him no heed. Firenze saved me. It was Firenze who said it. He mentioned that the stars indicate Voldemort's return. Tierra nodded helplessly. Could you please refrain from mentioning that name? Ron lowered his voice. So now, I can only wait for Snape to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry continued, brimming with excitement. And then Voldemort will come here and finish me off. Hermione appeared exceedingly frightened, yet still attempted to comfort Harry. Harry, Everyone says that the only person Voldemort has ever feared is Dumbledore. Dumbledore is the most powerful white wizard in history. With him here, Voldemort will not harm you in the slightest. Moreover, who says the centaurs are always right? That sounds like divination, and Professor McGonagall has remarked that it is a rather imprecise form of magic. Hermione spoke at length in one breath. Taila opened his mouth, wishing to say something in defense of Snape, but ultimately fell silent. He was somewhat fatigued, eager for this conversation to conclude so he could return to rest. Or perhaps consume a vial of Felix Felicis. Despite his abundant magical and physical energy, his mental fortitude had been severely drained. Taila had to continuously maintain a mental barrier while simultaneously constructing a fade to guard against Tom Riddle. He also had to control the air to complete today's growth ritual. Although it seemed like the air could devour a unicorn and transform from a 12-page human-skin book into a complete 666-page volume in less than 5 minutes. This process required Taila's remote manipulation, constantly outputting magical configurations of mental and spiritual dimensions, integrating them into the spiritual and mental realms formed around the unicorn. Thus, he felt little inclination to correct the misconceptions of these obstinate children. Amidst the bickering and discussions between Harry, Hermione, and Ron, Taila gradually closed his eyes, preparing to take a brief rest. It was not until dawn that their quarrel ceased, and Ron and Hermione prepared to return to their dormitories for a nap. While Harry chose to linger in the common room for a while longer. As Taila dozed lightly, his head began to nod lower and lower, eventually resting on Harry's shoulder. After their confinement, they soon faced their final examinations. Taila and Hermione naturally passed without a hitch. However, Harry and Ron fared less well. The typically carefree Ron and the Quidditch-obsessed Harry had to seek Taila's help for a last-minute cram session before they nervously exited the examination hall. "It was much easier than I initially thought," Hermione remarked as they emerged from the final exam in History of Magic, stepping into the sunlit grounds. "I really didn't need to memorize the werewolf regulations from 1637, or the details of the House Elf Rebellion." Hermione always liked to revisit the exam content after finishing, but Ron claimed it made him feel nauseous. Thus, they leisurely descended the slope to the lakeside. Plopping down under a tree, there, a giant squid basked in the warm shallows, while the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan gently played with its tentacles. "How wonderful it is to no longer have to study," Ron sighed contentedly, stretching out on the grass. "Harry, cheer up. We'll only find out how poorly we did a week from now. There's no need to worry about it now." Harry rubbed his forehead. "Is it hurting again?" Taila reached out to help Harry massage his forehead. Taila inadvertently discovered that when he touched Harry's lightning-shaped scar, he could sense an even stronger trace of dark magic, far more potent than that of the Horcrux. This was only to be expected, as Harry's scar was the result of a clash between two extremely powerful dark magical forces, Lily's protective bloodline charm born of maternal love and Voldemort's deadly killing curse. Thus, when Harry's scar began to throb, Taila willingly took on the task of massaging it. Having spent considerable time conducting late-night experiments, Taila had taught himself some massage techniques, using a blend of essential oil to ease the pressure at the temples. Although Taila understood that this would be of little real help, he could explore and practice sensing dark magical traces through Harry's scar. "Thank you, Taila. I feel much better," Harry said somewhat bashfully, however, through his magical probing. Taila knew that Harry was not truly better. Harry's forehead still burned with pain. The probing magic functioned as a passive, simplified version of legilimency. Whenever Taila made physical contact with someone, he would automatically hear their thoughts. Yet this magic did not delve deep into buried memories as legilimency did, but rather skimmed the surface of the subconscious. This could lead to misinterpretations, as human consciousness is rarely singular. It is often a blend of numerous thoughts. The probing magic could only perceive the most dominant thought. Just like now, while Harry was tormented by his scar, Taila could only empathize with the burning pain, unable to perceive Harry's other thoughts. "Perhaps you should consult Madame Pomfrey," Hermione suggested, the astute young witch having also noticed Harry's frequently painful scar. "Harry, try to relax. Hermione is right. As long as Dumbledore is here, the Philosopher's Stone will not be in danger. In any case, we have found no evidence to confirm that Snape has learned how to subdue Fluffy. That he nearly had his leg bitten off last time. He wouldn't rush back to take that risk again. If even Hagrid betrayed Dumbledore, then Neville could make the England Quidditch team," Ron said lazily, lying on the grass, the heat of the day sapping his energy. Harry nodded, yet he could not shake the nagging feeling that he had forgotten something. Something exceedingly important. When he expressed this sensation, Hermione replied, "It's just the exams playing tricks on you. I woke up last night, busy reviewing my notes for Transfiguration, and then suddenly remembered that we had already taken that exam. Suddenly, Harry jumped to his feet, pulling Tierra along as he sprinted toward Hagrid's hut. "Where are you going?" Ron asked sleepily. "I've just remembered something," Harry explained as he ran, his face paling. "We must find Hagrid at once." "Why?" Hermione panted, struggling to keep up with him. "Don't you find it strange?" Harry said as he hurried down the slope. "Hagrid's greatest desire is to have a dragon, and coincidentally, a stranger has a dragon egg in his pocket. How many people wander around carrying dragon eggs? You know that's against wizarding law. Don't you think it's rather fortunate that they found Hagrid? How had I not thought of this before?" "What do you actually intend to do?" Ron inquired, but Harry was too preoccupied with sprinting across the field towards the forest to respond to his question. Hagrid was seated outside his hut in a chair, with his pant legs rolled up high, busily shelling peas into a large bowl. "Hello," he said with a smile. "Exams are over? Do you have time for a cup of tea?" "All right, thank you," Ron replied, but Harry interrupted him. "No, we have urgent matters to attend to. Hagrid, I need to ask you something. Do you remember the night you won the card game against Norbert? What did the stranger who played with you look like?" "I don't know," Hagrid said absent-mindedly. He wouldn't take off his cloak. He noticed the immediate look of astonishment on the faces of the three children and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "What's so strange about that?" "The Hog's Head, the pub in the village, always has some peculiar characters visiting. That fellow was probably a dragon dealer. I never really got a good look at his face. He was wearing a hood." "What did you say to him, Hagrid? Did you mention Hogwarts?" Harry plopped down beside Hagrid. "I might have mentioned it," Hagrid said, furrowing his brow in concentration. "Right, he asked what I did, and I told him I was the gamekeeper here. He asked me about the animals I looked after, and I shared that information. Then I mentioned how I had always wanted a dragon, but after that, I can't quite remember. He kept buying me drinks, urging me to think it over. Oh yes. Then he said he had a dragon egg, and if I was interested, we could gamble for it, but he needed to ascertain whether I could handle the dragon. As he didn't want it causing any trouble. So I told him, I can manage Fluffy just fine. A dragon would be no trouble at all." "Did he seem particularly interested in Fluffy?" Harry asked, striving to keep his tone calm. Indeed, he was particularly intrigued. After all, how often does one encounter a three-headed dog, even near Hogwarts? So I explained that Fluffy is quite easy to handle. You just need to know how to calm him down. Play a bit of music, and he falls right asleep. Hagrid's expression suddenly turned to one of alarm. "Oh dear," Tierra thought to herself. "Hagrid, keep your lips sealed. Oh no, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have told you. What are you planning to do?" As Hagrid revealed Fluffy's taming method, Hermione was the first to react, and even the slowest Ron realized that things were turning dire. The four young wizards, with Tierra reluctantly being pulled along by Harry, hurried towards the castle. Tierra knew that tonight Harry would venture into the chamber of the Philosopher's Stone. She was acutely aware that her opportunity had arisen. Harry was preparing to inform Professor Dumbledore. However, he encountered Professor McGonagall midway. "What are you four doing here?" Professor McGonagall approached, cradling a large stack of books. "We wish to see Professor Dumbledore," Hermione stated. "You wish to see Professor Dumbledore?" McGonagall repeated, as if their desire was highly suspicious. "Why?" "It's a secret," Harry swallowed nervously. The moment the words left his mouth, he immediately regretted it, for he could see McGonagall's nostrils flaring with irritation. "Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago," she replied coldly. "He received an urgent message via owl from the Ministry of Magic and flew off to London." "He left at this time?" Harry exclaimed anxiously. Professor Dumbledore was a remarkable wizard, perpetually busy, and time was of the essence. "But this matter is extremely important. Is what you have to say more significant than the Ministry of Magic?" "Harry, indeed," Harry asserted, casting caution to the winds. "Professor, it concerns the Philosopher's Stone." Clearly, Professor McGonagall had not anticipated this revelation. The books in her arms tumbled to the floor, and she did not bend to retrieve them. "How do you?" she stammered. "Professor, I am certain that someone is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I must speak with Professor Dumbledore." McGonagall gazed at him with a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. "Professor Dumbledore will return tomorrow," she finally said. "I don't know how you learned about the Philosopher's Stone, but rest assured, it is under tight protection, and it is utterly secure. But Professor Potter, I know what I am saying," she said impatiently, waving her hand, causing the fallen books to return to her grasp. "I suggest you all go outside and get some fresh air." After being reprimanded by Professor McGonagall, the three young wizards did not remain docile. "I am going down to the trapdoor tonight," Harry declared loudly upon their return to the common room. "We must get to the Philosopher's Stone before Snape does." "Are you mad?" Hermione nearly shouted. You'll be expelled. And what of it? Harry retorted vehemently. Don't you understand? If Snape gets the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort will return. Haven't you heard what it was like here when he sought to conquer the world? If he succeeds, Hogwarts won't exist, and expulsion won't matter. He'll raze the school to the ground, or turn it into a haven for dark magic. Can't you see that losing points is the least of our concerns? Do you think that if Gryffindor wins the House Cup, he will spare you and your family? If I am caught before I can secure the Philosopher's Stone, I will have to return to the Dursleys and wait for Voldemort to come find me. That would only mean dying a little later than now, for I will never ally myself with dark forces. I must get through that trapdoor tonight. Nothing you say can stop me. Voldemort killed my parents. Remember? Harry glared at them furiously. I stand with Harry, Tierra stated calmly. After the exhilarating events of that night in the Forbidden Forest, she had noted that Professor Quirrell still occupied the position of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. Evidently, the Dumbledore she had conjured with the disillusionment charm had given Quirrell ample time to complete the ritual, yet it had failed to intimidate Voldemort. After failing to drive Voldemort away, Tierra had decided to alter her plans and allow events to unfold as originally written. You are right, Harry, Hermione said softly. I will use my invisibility cloak, Harry announced. But will it cover all four of us? Hermione queried. We four? Oh, don't be daft. Do you think we would allow you to go alone? Ron chimed in. Of course not, Hermione retorted sharply. How could you think to abandon us and seek the Philosopher's Stone alone? I should probably go through my books. Perhaps I can find something useful. Hermione suggested. Wait a moment, Hermione, Tierra interjected. I believe we should not all go in. At least one of us should remain behind in case we encounter danger and cannot call for help. You should stay here. And if we do not return within half an hour or an hour, you must immediately seek Professor McGonagall to rescue us. Why? Hermione protested, while she agreed with the backup plan of seeking help. She was displeased about being the one left behind. You are a girl, Tierra said with a slightly teasing tone. Such risky endeavors are better suited for us boys. You should refrain from meddling. Tierra noticed Hermione's expression darkening and added fuel to the fire. Girls should stick to watching the house. I will not. The young witch's face flushed. Why must I stay behind just because I'm a girl? Why don't you stay here? I know more than you. Hermione countered, her frustration evident. Hey, I'm a boy. Stronger than you, Tierra continued to provoke. I will not. Hermione insisted. I will be going tonight. You stay here. That is final. However, Tierra still wished to retort. No. You stay here, Hermione declared. Otherwise, I shall inform Professor McGonagall. Very well, Tierra conceded with a sense of disappointment. I shall remain. Meanwhile, Tierra muttered. I still believe this task should be entrusted to a girl. He had only uttered half of his thought when he wisely fell silent. For Hermione was glaring at him fiercely. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, though they found Tierra's point somewhat valid. None dared to provoke Hermione's ire at that moment. After dinner, the four of them evaded the other little wizards and settled in the common room, where no one paid them any mind. In fact, the Gryffindor students had nothing to say to Harry. For the first time in many days, Harry did not feel sorrow over this matter. Tierra sat leisurely by the fireplace, reviewing the second-year textbooks borrowed from the library. After all, he could not very well study dark arts in plain sight. Hermione was busily rifling through all her notes, hoping to stumble upon a spell they were set to counter shortly. Harry and Ron spoke little, their minds consumed by the impending task. As classmates gradually retired to bed, the number of occupants in the common room dwindled. We can go get the invisibility cloak now, Ron suggested. Just then, Lee Jordan finally stretched and yawned before leaving, prompting Harry to rush upstairs into their dark dormitory to fetch the invisibility cloak. What are you doing? A voice emerged from a corner of the room. Neville popped out from behind an armchair, clutching his toad. Trevor. It seemed Trevor had just put up quite a struggle for his freedom. Nothing, Neville, nothing, Harry replied hastily, concealing the invisibility cloak behind him. Neville scrutinized their guilty expressions. You were planning to sneak out again, he said. No, Hermione protested. We have no intention of going out. Neville, why don't you go to bed? Harry glanced at the old clock by the door. They could not afford to waste any more time. Snape was likely already playing music to lull Quirrell to sleep. You cannot go out, Neville insisted. You'll get caught. Gryffindor will be in even more trouble. You don't understand, Harry replied. This is of utmost importance. Yet Neville seemed resolute this time, determined to obstruct them at all costs. I won't let you do this, he said, stepping in front of the portrait hole. Tierra drew his wand and intoned a spell aimed at Neville. The latter, seemingly drained of strength, sank slowly onto the sofa behind him, and Trevor slipped from his grasp. That should keep him out for an hour or two, Tierra remarked. You must hurry. I will keep watch over him. If you do not return within an hour, regardless of success or failure, I shall immediately inform Professor McGonagall. All right. Harry, Ron, and Hermione huddled together, donning the invisibility cloak. Tierra watched as they vanished into thin air, then sat silently on the sofa in the Gryffindor common room for 5 minutes. Afterward, he gathered his wand, diary, heirloom, and the Marauder's map he had borrowed from the Weasley twins before dinner and exited the Gryffindor lounge. Tierra oriented himself and headed towards the third-floor office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, aimed to steal the Philosopher's Stone to swiftly extricate himself from danger. Voldemort must have already obtained the recipe for the Elixir of Life. Perhaps even some of its ingredients. Tierra sought a moment when he could be certain that Quirrell and Voldemort were absent to ransack his office. Upon reaching the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Tierra found it locked and did not rush in. Instead, he politely knocked. Professor Quirrell, good day. Are you there? Tierra pressed his ear to the door, listening for a response, but none came. Professor Quirrell, please come out. There has been a grave matter. Harry Potter has obtained the Philosopher's Stone. Tierra intensified his knocking, yet still, there was no answer. Quirrell, come out. You're capable of stealing men. Surely you can open the door. Tierra pounded on the door with all his might. However, there was still no response. Only then did Tierra feel assured enough to draw his wand and point it at the keyhole. Alohomora. The wooden door remained unmoved. TSK. Look at that. Even Quirrell has placed a locking charm on his office door. Can you imagine? A place safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone could be so easily breached by Hermione's unlocking spell. One might think Dumbledore is fishing for trouble. Tierra was not surprised that the unlocking charm failed to open Quirrell's office door. It was precisely what he had anticipated, hence he had come prepared. Tierra pulled 2 matches from his pocket and transfigured them into 2 slender iron pins that he inserted and prodded the pins into the keyhole. With a creak, the heavy door swung open. Tierra had learned a number of practical tricks while wandering the streets, and this physical unlocking method was one of them. Otherwise, he might never have encountered that kind-hearted Chinese couple and could have starved on the streets. Tierra first pushed the wooden door ajar, peering through the crack to survey the office beyond. Confirming that no one was present, he pushed the heavy door open and stepped into the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher's office. The office was small yet surprisingly tidy. Books and various tools were neatly arranged in 2 cabinets on the left side of the room, that on the desk sat 2 stacks of documents, ordered from smallest to largest. On one side of the desk, on the other side, was a small pot of pale yellow flowers. The fireplace behind the desk was immaculate. Tierra waved his wand, causing the potted plant to float into the air. Soil and all, he rummaged through the dirt and found the empty pot devoid of anything, disregarding the neatly organized books on the shelf. Tierra circled around Quirrell's desk and approached the fireplace. He squeezed his small frame inside to take a look, emerging with a faint smile. Then, tapping the fireplace with his wand, he released a simple spell. Stupefied, a faded black, tattered suitcase tumbled down from the chimney. Just as he suspected, Tierra, exercising caution, refrained from directly touching the suitcase, instead instructing the heir to open it. Peering inside, she observed that the interior's capacity far exceeded its external dimensions. It appeared to have been subjected to an exceptionally sophisticated, undetectable extension charm. Tierra guided the heir to fly into the suitcase, which had been transformed by Voldemort into a diminutive potion-making chamber. Within, there stood an experimental table laden with an array of glass apparatuses, cauldrons, beakers, flasks, and condensers, alongside a tattered notebook. The heir hovered above the notebook, which opened its pages and drew itself closer, merging with the air as if it were an ice block succumbing to flames. Gradually, lines of text began to materialize on the previously blank pages of the air, revealing contents from the notebook, including not only the Elixir of Life as formula, but also various other potion recipes, such as Felix Felici's restorative potions and some of Voldemort's original concoctions, among which was unmistakably the potion used for his resurrection in the 4th book. To the left of the experimental table stood a shelf brimming with jars containing an assortment of peculiar ingredients. Tierra discerned, through the air, that all the necessary components for the Elixir of Life were present on the shelf, and there was enough to brew at least 5 doses. Additionally, she noted other rare ingredients: mandrake roots, The tongues of bicorns, the tail hairs of ocelots, honey from giant hornets, formic acid from African fire ants, the flower pistils of bloodsucking vines, and, most coveted of all, the cocoon of the dim guy's moth, content. The heir emerged and secured the suitcase. Tierra had not laid a finger on anything. After all, this was the private laboratory of the second Dark Lord, and she could not guarantee that Voldemort had not placed some dark curses upon it. Thus, she entrusted everything to the heir, who was immune to all poisons. After locking the suitcase, Tierra instructed the heir to grasp it and fly out through the window of the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher's office. She intended to have the heir bury the suitcase beneath the Whomping Willow, ensuring it was sufficiently concealed to avoid accidental discovery. This way, should Voldemort still possess any strength, or if someone were to follow a trail with magic unknown to Tierra, they would not draw attention to themselves. After dispatching the suitcase, Tierra moved the office chair aside and tapped the tiles of the floor. Prior to the raid, she had consulted Tom Riddle in her notebook about how to hide things, explaining that her books and assignments were often burned or maliciously defaced by bullying classmates, and she needed a place to conceal them. Tom Riddle had provided her with several strategies. Indeed, following his suggestions led to the discovery of the potions and the elixir of life recipe hidden in Quirrell's office. The stone tiles beneath the office chair appeared normal, and Tierra pushed the chair back into place. Next, she inspected each shelf of books in the cabinet for hidden compartments, as well as behind the blackboard in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, but found nothing. Consequently, she resigned herself to the situation, using a tidying charm to restore the disarrayed chair and books before locking the door behind her as she left the classroom. Tierra had spent less than half an hour on this endeavor. With a light step, she prepared to return to the Gryffindor common room. She had ample time and could afford to wait in her dormitory for half an hour before meeting Professor McGonagall as scheduled. However, as she passed a grotesque gargoyle, it suddenly began to rotate, revealing a spiral staircase hidden behind it. A kind-looking elderly man, dressed in a light purple wizard's robe and sporting crescent-shaped spectacles, descended the stairs. "Oh, Tierra, what are you doing here? Shouldn't it be time for you to be asleep?" Dumbledore called out to her as she made to hasten down. Tierra slowly turned, wearing a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Good evening, Professor," she said respectfully, contemplating her next words. She approached Dumbledore like a child caught in mischief, lowering her head in earnest. "Professor, I was wrong that I should not have ventured out during curfew, if I recall correctly. You, along with Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Malfoy, have already been punished for this very reason, and you swore to Professor McGonagall that you would not repeat such an offense." Dumbledore replied gently, "Oh, what urgent matter compelled you to break your vow?" "It concerns the Philosopher's Stone, sir," Tierra confessed candidly, divulging Harry and the others' findings, their speculations, and their actions that night in detail. "But you do not truly believe that, do you?" Dumbledore inquired after listening intently. "You don't suspect Professor Snape, do you?" "Indeed, sir," Tierra replied. "Professor Snape tutors me in potions every Sunday, and I do not believe he is the kind of person to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Is that merely based on your interactions with him?" Dumbledore asked. "Not entirely. His treatment of Harry, although harsh, certainly lacks malice. It seems to be tinged with a sort of disappointment. And, well, I can hardly articulate it." Tierra pondered her words carefully. "Very good. Anything else?" Dumbledore prompted. "However, it is true that someone is after the Philosopher's Stone, which is why I began to observe teachers who have animosity towards Snape. Go on." "Initially, I did not pay much attention to Professor Quirrell until Harry inadvertently overheard a conversation between Snape and Quirrell. That was when I became convinced that Professor Quirrell might be involved," Tierra explained. "Thus, I intended to visit Professor Quirrell's office tonight. If he were present, my suspicions would be dispelled. If he were absent, it would provide me the opportunity to search for evidence to substantiate my theory." Tierra had exerted considerable effort to weave her tale convincingly. "Did you find any evidence?" Dumbledore asked. "None." Tierra feigned shame. "It seems I was mistaken. No, you were not mistaken," Dumbledore replied. "Professor Quirrell indeed poses a problem." "Really?" Tierra feigned surprise. "Indeed," Dumbledore smiled. "Although I lack definitive proof, I have something now." Extending his arm, he instructed, "Hold onto my arm." Tierra complied, and in an instant, she found herself in a room resembling a basement. Tall torches surrounded the chamber, and at its center stood a massive, gold-trimmed mirror. "It's the Mirror of East," Tierra exclaimed. But instead of revealing her hometown or her parents, it reflected the image of a middle-aged man, his head wrapped in tattered cloth, his expression shifting from a grimace to anger and then to fear. Professor Quirrell. This is the realm within the Mirror of Erist. Dumbledore's voice echoed beside her. Only those who can see through the mirror's illusions can use apparition to reach this place. Dumbledore smiled at Tierra, adding, I believe that one day you will find your way here on your own. However, I must say, it's rare to see a young wizard adapt to apparition so swiftly. Many adult wizards find themselves quite ill during their first experience. Perhaps it is because my stomach is empty, Tierra offered dismissively. Having traversed vast distances with ease, the mere meters within the castle seemed trivial. Dumbledore nodded, accepting Tierra's explanation. Professor, does this mean that Quirrell truly has issues? Tierra inquired. It is far more than mere issues, Dumbledore asserted. Your deductions are remarkably astute. Just watch. Dumbledore, with a gentle wave of his hand, conjured a tea table and 2 chairs within the realm of the Mirror of Erist. Upon the table lay 2 exquisitely crafted porcelain cups, a steaming pot of tea, and a 3-tiered dessert stand adorned with 5 slices of strawberry cheesecake, 2 pieces of cream bread, and 3 rose-flavored crisp biscuits. Do indulge, Dumbledore beckoned as he pulled out a chair and took a seat. Though the hour for afternoon tea is past, it hardly precludes us from savoring a few sweet delights, does it? Thank you, Headmaster, Tierra replied, gracefully seating herself in the other chair. However, I still recommend that you procure a bite to eat from a house elf once we step outside. Dumbledore poured himself a cup of red tea and, taking a bite of a rose crisp, remarked, while the sustenance produced by the Mirror of Erist may tantalize the palate and provide a semblance of satiety, it is, after all, an illusion. The moment you exit this space, all will vanish, leaving your body feeling even hungrier than before. We are merely passing the time, lest you find the company of this old man too tedious. That will not be the case. Headmaster, you are the most magnificent white wizard. It is an honor to share this space with you. Tierra took a sip of the red tea, relishing its sweet flavor, and bit into a rose crisp. Enjoying its soft, flaky texture, naturally, Tierra seized this splendid opportunity to pose some academic inquiries, particularly regarding transfiguration and alchemy. She had previously consulted Tom Riddle about these matters, yet she believed that a diversity of perspectives would illuminate her understanding, especially concerning the creation of the elixir of life and the final steps of its transmutation. Tierra was confident that her extensive knowledge surpassed that of her peers, and she saw no reason to withhold her inquiries. Dumbledore patiently answered each question, even expanding upon them with insightful examples that greatly enriched Tierra's understanding. Your knowledge, Dumbledore remarked, is remarkably rare among young witches and wizards of your age. Might I inquire as to the motivation behind your diligent pursuit of knowledge? He asked kindly. Because I have come to feel my insignificance against the vastness of the universe, Tierra replied, instantly entering into a reflective mode reminiscent of her graduate school interviews. She gazed up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle and continued. The cosmos is so immense, and I yearn to explore it. Time flew by as Tierra and Dumbledore engaged in their discussion. Approximately 40 minutes later, the teapot was nearly empty, and only half a slice of strawberry cake remained on the dessert stand. Within the confines of the Mirror of Erist's realm, unburdened by the fear of gaining weight, Tierra indulged heartily at a tea last. Tierra caught sight of a disheveled Harry emerging at the entrance of the basement. Just beyond the mirror. Itsu. Harry gasped, astonished at the sight of Quirrell standing before the Mirror of Erist. No, this cannot be. How can it be you? Surprised, are you? Quirrell replied, his expression darkening, with Snape present. Who would suspect poor Professor Quirrell? Tierra could see the disbelief etched across Harry's face. But Snape wants to kill me. No, it is I who wishes you dead. During that Quidditch match, your friend, Miss Granger, rushed over and inadvertently knocked me down while casting a spell on Snape. She disrupted my gaze upon you. Had I only held firm for a few more seconds, I would have sent you plummeting from your broom. If not for Snape's incantations to protect your life, I would have already ended you. Snape wanted to save me. Harry could hardly fathom it. How terrifying preconceived notions can be, Dumbledore remarked, chuckling softly to Tierra from across the mirror. Tierra found herself at a loss for words and merely shrugged. Yes, just like James, Dumbledore added in a hushed tone. Indeed, Quirrell said coldly from across the mirror. Why do you think he volunteered to officiate your second match? He aimed to ensure that I would not harm you. How absurd. He needn't have gone to such lengths. With Dumbledore present, I could accomplish nothing. Other professors believe Snape wishes to thwart Gryffindor's victory. He has certainly made himself unpopular. However, all of this is a waste of time. Tonight, I must eliminate you. Quirrell snapped his fingers, and suddenly, several ropes sprang forth, binding Harry tightly. You meddle too much. You cannot be allowed to live. Potter. On Halloween Eve, you were wandering the school, and I knew you had seen me inspecting the traps for the Philosopher's Stone. You were the one who let the troll in. Harry demanded. Of course. I have a particular method for dealing with trolls, which you surely witnessed when I handled that creature in the other room. Unfortunately for me, while everyone was frantically searching for the troll, a suspicious Snape made his way to the 4th floor, attempting to thwart me. Not only did my troll fail to kill you, but even that 3-headed dog did not manage to sever Snape's leg. Now, wait quietly, Potter. I need to examine this intriguing mirror closely. It was then that Harry noticed the object standing behind Quirrell, the Mirror of Erist. This mirror is the key to finding the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell murmured, running his fingers along the frame. Only Dumbledore could procure such an artifact, but he is currently in London. By the time he returns, I will have long since vanished. Harry's only strategy was to keep Quirrell talking. Diverting his attention from the mirror. I saw you and Snape in the Forbidden Forest, Harry blurted out. Indeed, Quirrell replied lazily, turning to inspect the back of the mirror. That time, he had already set his sights on me. Curious to ascertain my progress. He has always been suspicious of me, attempting to intimidate me, but he could never frighten me, not with Voldemort as my ally. Quirrell turned back, greedily fixating on the mirror. I see the Philosopher's Stone. I am about to present it to my master, but where is it hidden? Harry struggled against his bindings, which only tightened around him. He had to prevent Quirrell from focusing entirely on the mirror. But Snape always seems to despise me. He certainly does, Quirrell replied nonchalantly. He absolutely loathes you. Did you not know? He and your father were once students at Hogwarts. They were sworn enemies. However, he never wished for your demise. But just days ago, I heard you weeping. I thought Snape was threatening you. Harry interjected. A flicker of fear crossed Quirrell's face for the first time. Sometimes, he admitted, I find it difficult to obey my master's commands. He is a great wizard, and my power is so feeble. Are you saying that he was in the classroom with you at that time? Harry exclaimed in surprise. Wherever I go, he is with me. Quirrell replied calmly. I encountered him while traveling the world. I was but a naive young man, with a misguided sense of morality. It was Voldemort who showed me the truth. There is no good or evil, only power, and those two inept to wield it. Since then, I have served him faithfully, though I have often disappointed him. He has been exceedingly harsh with me. Quirrell suddenly trembled and said, he never easily forgives my mistakes. When I failed to steal the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts, he was furious. He punished me and decided to keep a closer watch on me. Damn it, could the Philosopher's Stone be hidden within the mirror? Should I break it? Quirrell muttered under his breath, his voice falling to a whisper. What is this mirror? What is its purpose? Help me, master. Quirrell appeared to be losing his sanity. That moment, another voice echoed through the cramped basement, seemingly emanating from Quirrell himself. Use the boy, it urged. Harry looked around in terror. Potter, step forward. Quirrell waved his hand, binding Harry with ropes and pushing him toward the mirror. At that moment, Dumbledore, who had been seated in a chair, rose and produced an irregular red gem from within his wizard's robes. He bent down and gently tapped the spot in the mirror where Harry stood. The red gem vanished, reappearing in Harry's pocket. Tierra furrowed his brow, realizing that the gem was not the one he had placed in Hagrid's pocket. Harry, seeing his own pale and fearful reflection in the mirror, suddenly broke into a smile. The Harry in the mirror reached into his pocket, pulled out a vibrant red stone, blinked, and then returned the stone to his pocket. At that moment, Harry felt something heavy truly drop into his own pocket. What did you see? Quirrell asked impatiently. Gathering his courage, Harry lied. I saw myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. I saw myself winning the House Cup for Gryffindor. Quirrell began to curse angrily. Get away from me. He roughly shoved Harry aside. He lying. He lying. A shrill voice cried. Potter, come back here. Tell me the truth. What did you just see? The piercing voice continued. Let me speak with him, face to face. My master, you have not yet regained your strength. I still possess enough power, Quirrell retorted. Harry felt as though he were ensnared by a devil's web, utterly unable to move. He stood there, dazed, watching as Quirrell raised his hand to untie the scarf that bound his head. Quirrell's face was revealed where the back of his head should have been, a hideous and terrifying visage that even the most frightful films Tierra had seen in his past life could scarcely depict. The color of that face was deathly pale, like chalk, with red eyes that glowed fiercely and snake-like nostrils beneath the, oh, you see it. Tara? Dumbledore, who had taken his seat again, spoke softly. This is the consequence of a person who cannot discern right from wrong, who forsakes good and evil and becomes consumed by power. Both Quirrell and Voldemort had once been exceptionally gifted wizards during their time at school. Dumbledore sighed sadly. But look at them now, with a heart of a fierce tiger. Sniffing roses? Tiara did not fully grasp the meaning behind Dumbledore's words, so he recited a line of poetry instead that in truth. Tiara harbored a foreboding suspicion, though he was reluctant to acknowledge it, since Dumbledore had not pierced through this veil of ambiguity. He was content to play the fool. As for what he would do if Dumbledore did uncover the truth, he could only apologize profusely, for the greatest white wizard of all time could not truly harm a minor wizard like him with a wand. Could he? Ah, Siegfried Sassoon, Dumbledore exclaimed, his eyes sparkling, a talented poet. With such serene poetry that I never expected you to have an interest in literature. Dumbledore chuckled, resembling a child over a century old, while Tiara conversed with Dumbledore. Voldemort, fed up with Harry's lies, seized Harry by the throat. Yet, the moment Voldemort's hand made contact with Harry's neck, it crumbled away like coal. What kind of magic is this? Quirrell screamed. This is the power of love. Tiara, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. With the heart of a fierce tiger, sniffing roses, he mused. Well said. It is not wrong to be ambitious, nor to pursue power, authority, and knowledge, but one must not surrender their entire heart to such pursuits. Magic is a complex, dangerous, and mysterious path. If we completely yield our hearts to desire and brutality, we become like Quirrell and Voldemort. Tiara, no matter what you encounter in your quest for knowledge or exploration of the world, I hope you remember this. I wish for there to always be a place in your heart where all your tenderness and love reside. Dumbledore, gazing through his crescent-shaped glasses, continued, Oh dear, it seems that event has concluded. Dumbledore glanced toward the mirror, astonished on the other side. The shared body of Quirrell and Voldemort had turned to ashes. Quirrell had perished, yet Voldemort, due to the existence of a Horcrux, or, as one might say, a dark magical anchor, had not died but transformed into a swirling mass of black smoke that drifted through Harry's body and fled toward the castle's exterior. Witnessing Voldemort's disappearance, Tiara felt a slight relaxation of his taut nerves. He had not anticipated encountering Dumbledore that night, nor had he planned to encounter Quirrell. So the moment he entered the mirror's realm, he had immediately erected mental barriers and a brain-closing spell, fabricating a scene in his diary that suggested he had been studying in the Gryffindor common room all along. Professor, has Voldemort become a ghost? Tiara asked, feigning ignorance. No, my child, Voldemort is far from death. Dumbledore replied, leading Tiara outside the mirror, gently lifting Harry and checking for his breath. He then placed Harry into Tiara's arms. Tiara instinctively reached out to catch Harry, who was unconscious and heavy. Even though Tiara had a bit more strength than an average child, he found it somewhat strenuous to hold him. Dumbledore then picked up the Philosopher's Stone from the ground, cradling it in his palm before crushing it with a single hand. The stone disintegrated into countless fine particles that flowed from Dumbledore's fingertips. Dumbledore clapped his hands and smiled at Tiara. Let us go. I have destroyed the Philosopher's Stone to prevent any unwarranted disputes in the future. Now, let us take Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, and Mr. Weasley to the hospital wing. Dumbledore turned and walked outside, picking up Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, one under each arm, as he made his way out. Do all wizards possess such strength? You are over 100 years old, Tiara mused, one-handedly shattering a stone. Are you Dumbledore or Gandalf? Tiara could only follow Dumbledore, cradling Harry, as they made their way back to the hospital wing. Upon arriving at the hospital, Tiara placed Harry on a bed and shook his sore arms. Madame Pomfrey, the matron of Hogwarts Hospital, had not taken a break, seated at her desk, fully dressed. Upon seeing Dumbledore and Tiara, she hurried out of her office. Out, she exclaimed, shooing Dumbledore and Tiara away after they had laid the trio on the hospital beds. Sighing, Dumbledore remarked, Let us retreat for now. I suspect Madame Pomfrey will not allow us back into the hospital wing until dawn. Seeing you with Harry reminds me of my youth. You were young? Don't be absurd. Don't think I'm unaware of what you did in your youth. I am not like you. Tiara silently disagreed, but dared only to grumble inwardly. Yet, Tiara was indeed exhausted. After an hour of intense mental fortification and brain-closing spells to conceal himself from Tom Riddle in the diary, he fell into a deep sleep upon returning to the dormitory, only awakening close to 9 the next morning. Fortunately, exams were over, and there were no classes, or else Tiara's first tardiness at Hogwarts might have led to dire consequences. However, just as Tiara was regaining his senses, he was abruptly pulled back to reality by Tom Riddle's incessant calls from the diary. Tiara, What happened last night? How did your plan unfold? Did Snape steal the Philosopher's Stone? It was not Professor Snape, but rather Professor Quirrell. Tila sighed in resignation and took up her quill to write. She began to recount the events of the previous night, starting from her departure from the Gryffindor common room, and did so in a manner reminiscent of "I heard that, it seems, they say, and a friend of a friend mentioned," carefully selecting and embellishing the details of what transpired, weaving a tapestry of half-truths and artful misrepresentations into her diary. Upon learning that Quirrell had not succeeded in stealing the Philosopher's Stone, Tom Riddle exhibited no outward reaction. Instead, he expressed gentle concern for Tila's safety, to which she feigned a look of flattered surprise. In reality, Tom Riddle was seething with anger beneath the surface, yet he continued to grow increasingly affectionate and attentive towards Tila. She understood that Voldemort had initiated the second phase of his resurrection plan. Tom Riddle was cultivating feelings of affection within Tila, intending to consume her spiritual and mental dimensions through a dark magic ritual to achieve his resurrection. Tila sighed inwardly, and after managing her encounter with Tom Riddle, she rose to freshen up before visiting Harry in the hospital wing. Ron and Hermione were not severely injured. They were merely exhausted and momentarily unconscious from shock. Madame Pomfrey administered a restorative potion to each of them, and gradually they began to awaken. However, Madame Pomfrey insisted they remain in the hospital for one more night before departing. Thus, when Tila arrived at the hospital wing, Hermione and Ron were already awake, gazing with concern at the still unconscious Harry. "Tila!" Hermione exclaimed, spotting her as she entered. The young witch rushed over and threw herself into Tila's embrace. "Last night was just terrifying." I know, Tila interjected, gently releasing Hermione after a brief hug. "I was there too," Tila continued. "As you are aware, Snape has been giving me extra potions tutoring, so unlike your suspicions of him, I actually trust Snape quite a bit. I am certain that although he despises Harry and Gryffindor, he has no intention of harming Harry. Consequently, I began to shift my focus to other professors, specifically Professor Quirrell, after you all left. I departed from the Gryffindor common room and headed towards the third floor to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, hoping to gather evidence. However, I found nothing. On my way back to the dormitory, I fortuitously encountered Dumbledore returning, and I disclosed everything to him. Dumbledore then took me into the corridor where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden. We both witnessed your valiant actions," Tila remarked. "Professor Dumbledore saw it too," Hermione and Ron asked in astonishment. "Indeed, the headmaster observed everything. We were right there beside you during your challenges. I truly should have joined you," Tila admitted. "Really? Is that true?" Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. "It is indeed true," Tila assured her. "Moreover, the obstacles guarding the Philosopher's Stone were originally set by Dumbledore to test the students. The real Philosopher's Stone has always been in Dumbledore's pocket. Just think, where could be safer than in the possession of the greatest white wizard in history? So, where's the Philosopher's Stone now? Is it still with Dumbledore?" Hermione inquired. "No, it has already been destroyed by Dumbledore," Tila said, lowering her voice suddenly. "Furthermore, Dumbledore told me that because of your brave actions, he would award you points at the end of your feast, at least more than the points we lost last time." "Really? That's fantastic," Hermione exclaimed, jumping for joy. "However, you must absolutely not tell anyone else," Tila cautioned. "After all, Headmaster Dumbledore does not wish to be perceived as unfair by the other professors." All right. Hermione and Ron nodded eagerly. After Tila checked on Harry and confirmed he had not yet awakened, she, Ron, and Hermione were promptly ushered out by Madame Pomfrey as the end of term exams had concluded and there was still over a week until the holidays. Tila invited Ron, Hermione, and Neville, the Gryffindor swordmaster who had been momentarily knocked out by Tila, to enjoy a leisurely day in the green spaces surrounding Hogwarts, particularly near the Whomping Willow. Tila noticed that the portable potion room belonging to Voldemort remained, specifically the mound of earth near the roots of the Whomping Willow that had been prodded with a dead branch. Tila let out a quiet sigh of relief. However, she did not immediately retrieve it. Instead, she waited 3 more days before discreetly having the heir excavate the suitcase under the cover of night. This summer, Tila had already applied to Professor McGonagall to remain at school, considering Tila's status as an orphan. Professor McGonagall readily approved. Thanks to the Room of Requirement and Voldemort's collection, Tila had gathered all the materials needed for the Hydra Potion, eliminating the need to take chances in Diagon Alley. Therefore, remaining at Hogwarts, despite being away from Dumbledore yet prohibited from using magic, was evidently the optimal solution. After all, Tom Riddle had begun to emanate malice towards him, and Tila needed to master Parseltongue over the summer to control the basilisk, which was Voldemort's greatest asset currently available at Hogwarts. Although, according to Voldemort's words in the second book, the basilisk was primarily submissive to those of Slytherin blood. Nevertheless, Tila's Parseltongue stemmed from the Hydra potion, which could be considered the origin of all Parseltongue. Tila was confident that the infamous Dark Wizard, he who must not be named, must have left a contingency within such a perilous dark magical creature of his creation. This contingency might be found within the He Who Must Not Be Named pill or the Hydra potion itself. Tila had previously researched and discovered that since 1447, nearly all Parseltongue speakers either inherited it or learned it through rigorous practice. Indeed, as Tila had anticipated, on the final day of the end-of-year feast, Dumbledore waved his hand grandly, awarding Ron Weasley 50 points for his outstanding performance in a thrilling game of wizard's chess. One of the most captivating in Hogwarts history, the cheers from the Gryffindor students nearly lifted the enchanted ceiling off its hinges. The stars above seemed to tremble in response. Tila could hear Percy loudly proclaiming to the other prefects, "That's my brother. You know, my youngest brother." He successfully navigated Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard. In the days following Harry, Ron, and Hermione's daring escapades in the Forbidden Forest and their confrontation with Professor Quirrell, the news had spread among all the young witches and wizards. Moreover, the rumor that Dumbledore might award points to Gryffindor at the end-of-year feast had circulated in whispers. Tila was 99.9% certain that Ron had initially informed his twin brother, who then relayed the information to others, leading to its widespread dissemination. Once the students had finally settled down, Dumbledore continued, "Secondly, I would like to reward Miss Hermione Granger for her calm, logical reasoning in the face of danger with 50 points for Gryffindor." "That's wonderful," Tila exclaimed as Hermione hugged her once more, burying her face in Tila's arm. Tila thought, "It's great, but why are you hugging me?" Suddenly, Tila felt a voice within Hermione's thoughts and quickly pushed her away in alarm. "Thirdly, I wish to reward Harry Potter," Dumbledore announced, and the hall fell into an expectant silence. He displayed remarkable courage and audacity. "Therefore, I shall award Gryffindor 60 points. Oh, yay." Just as Tila extricated herself from Hermione's embrace, she was suddenly grabbed from behind by Harry. "Tila, this is incredible. Now we're only a little behind Slytherin." "Tila." The commotion at the Gryffindor table was deafening. The young witches and wizards shouted themselves hoarse while simultaneously calculating their scores. Knowing that Gryffindor now stood at 472 points, just 12 points shy of Slytherin's total, Dumbledore raised a hand, and the hall gradually quieted down once more. Courage comes in many forms. Dumbledore smiled. To confront an enemy requires extraordinary bravery, but to stand firm in one's beliefs before friends requires a different kind of courage. Therefore, I wish to bestow upon Mr. Neville Longbottom a score of 10. Of course, we must not forget our beloved Mr. Tiala. Dumbledore winked at Tiala and declared, "I am prepared to award Tiala an impressive 70 points, not merely for his remarkable achievement as the top scorer among the first years, but also for his keen observational skills. He was the very first in the entire school to notice something amiss with Professor Quirrell. Moreover, he risked his life to venture into Quirrell's office for an investigation. If anyone were to stand outside the hall at this moment, they might assume an explosion had occurred, as the cheers from the Gryffindor table surged to a deafening crescendo. Harry and Ron even stood upon their chairs. And even the usually rule-abiding Hermione joined the crowd in tossing her witch's hat. Harry cheered. He nudged Ron with his elbow and pointed at Malfoy. Given Malfoy's expression, one could hardly imagine him appearing more astonished or panicked. Even if he had just been subjected to the full body-bind curse, this necessitated Dumbledore raising his voice to be heard over the thunderous applause, for even the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were celebrating Slytherin's unexpected defeat. "We need to make a few small alterations to our decorations." He clapped his hands, and immediately, the green streamers transformed into a vibrant red, while the silver ones morphed into gold. The enormous Slytherin serpent vanished, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. All the students, except for Slytherin and Tiala, tossed their hats in jubilant celebration of this splendid moment. In a previous life, while watching films, Tiala had sensed something amiss with Hogwarts' educational methods. It was only amidst this throng of exuberance that he began to perceive it, whether intentional or not. The creators of the house system or the house cup system seemed to have unwittingly fostered a sense of class division and antagonism. Most of the Slytherin wizards hailed from wizarding families, and regardless of their number, they possessed a certain accumulation of influence within the magical community. Even the impoverished Eileen Prince, Snape's mother, had bequeathed a room full of books to Snape. endowing him with a wealth of knowledge that far surpassed that of many upper-year wizards by his first year. Furthermore, the blood purity ideology espoused by Slytherin, the founder, during his era tightly bound all Slytherin wizards together. Coupled with Slytherin's ambition, cunning, and pursuit of power, this phenomenon persisted beyond the school and into wizarding society. Slytherin wizards, emerging from the same institution, formed tight-knit alliances in political and commercial realms, excluding all non-Slytherin wizards. Thus, Slytherin constituted the bourgeoisie of the wizarding world. Gryffindor, too, was a favored house for many long-established wizarding families, such as the current Weasley clan, renowned for their loyalty, as well as the illustrious Dumbledore, Potter, and Longbottom families, most of whom had attended Gryffindor House. These Gryffindor wizards, characterized by their open-mindedness, courage, and generosity, exhibited a greater propensity to embrace novel ideas and were generally more amicable towards wizards of Muggle descent and those living on the fringes, as well as magical creatures. However, this friendliness often bore a condescending air and a patronizing attitude. Yet, even so, the majority of Gryffindor wizards enjoyed a commendable reputation. Consequently, wizards of Gryffindor lineage held a certain sway within the Ministry of Magic. Nevertheless, their lack of cohesion did not imply discord. Rather, it suggested that upon graduating, they were less likely to band together as tightly as Slytherins. Gryffindor and Slytherin resembled the Democratic and Republican parties in the United States. Gryffindor garnered the support of numerous Muggle-born wizards, wise magical creatures, and the goblins of Gringotts. In contrast, Slytherin was merely a coalition of a few major tycoons and their minor affiliates seeking mutual benefit. The remaining two houses, Hufflepuff, characterized by honesty, resilience, and loyalty, represented the middle class and petite bourgeoisie of the wizarding society, while Ravenclaw, with its wisdom, erudition, and insatiable thirst for knowledge, epitomized the intellectual elite. Wizards from these two houses displayed little desire for power and thus rarely engaged in political campaigns within the wizarding government. Although one might argue that intellectuals should be valued most highly, the tradition of disparaging intellectuals in the West persists. Moreover, considering the inherent dangers of magic and the fact that Hogwarts' curriculum had remained unchanged for decades, it becomes evident that the intellectuals of the wizarding world receive scant recognition, relegated to mere pawns for Gryffindor and Sly T. Heron. As for the true proletariat of the wizarding society, it is the house elves. Tiala sighed, casting a sorrowful glance at the bustling house elves weaving through the banquet hall. Due to the existence of wondrous magic, most tasks in the wizarding world can be accomplished with spells. Even the most destitute wizard could stake a claim to a plot of land in the wilderness, living the life of a leisurely smallholder. Consequently, the genuine proletariat in the wizarding society consists solely of house elves. The establishment of the four houses has, to a significant extent, severely fragmented the entire wizarding world. The children of capitalists and tycoons enter Slytherin, while the offspring of the opposing faction enroll in Gryffindor, ultimately becoming politicians or administrators within the wizarding society. The remaining wizards are relegated to being mere electoral fodder for politicians or fodder for the tycoons. The House Cup system further exacerbates the animosity between Slytherin and the other houses. It is little wonder that even the likes of Voldemort, with his deranged proclamations, can rally a considerable number of dark wizards to his side. The day after the banquet, Tiala stood with his camera, watching as Harry, Hermione, and Ron boarded the train to leave Hogwarts. Hagrid stood beside him, weeping like a 300-pound child. "Do not cry." Tiala comforted Hagrid, glancing at the film he had captured. "Harry will return in a few months." Just before the train departed, Tiala had gathered Harry, Ron, and Hermione for a few photographs. Since acquiring the camera, Tiala had taken countless candid shots of Harry's daily life, images of him studying in the library, dining in the Great Hall, attending classes, and exiting examination rooms. Tiala intended to compile these photographs into a book, certain that they would fetch a handsome price from Sirius Black, wishing a happy birthday to the passing Husky. I present this bonus chapter. In this absurd narrative that has spanned over 70 years of experimentation, both in theory and practice, the historical and factual evidence has irrefutably demonstrated that it is a complete scourge upon humanity. Stalin, in his quest to dominate Russia and the world, unleashed civil war, famine, and terror upon the populace. In light of this, we sincerely apologize to all the persecuted peoples and nations across the globe from the Kremlin. We hereby solemnly announce that all organizations of the former Soviet Union are to be completely dissolved. From this day forth, any activities associated with the former Soviet Union shall be deemed illegal and subject to legal penalties. On December 25, 1991, As Mikhail Gorbachev delivered his resignation speech as the last president, broadcasted on television, this once mighty and illustrious Red Empire collapsed with a resounding crash. Like flies, mosquitoes, and maggots, the capitalists and white guards cheered. Proudly dancing upon the corpses of heroes, a gentleman named Scotleck, impeccably dressed, with graying hair, a resolute countenance, and a physique as lean and unyielding as an immovable mountain, swiftly navigated through the numbed crowd of anguished veterans. Making his way to a library situated on the outskirts of Moscow, inside the library, the cacophony of a drunken man's shouts mingled with the desperate quarrels of women, each fireplace blazed with invaluable research materials. Sacrificed merely to endure the biting cold of winter, Scotleck ascended to the third floor, and as he approached the end of the corridor, he waved his wand, causing a rudimentary door to materialize upon the wall. This was a room sealed with bricks and mortar. Scotleck hastily entered the room, and the door behind him vanished, reverting to a solid brick wall. The sealed chamber was modest in size, devoid of windows. With a solitary, grand wooden door standing in the center, Scotleck approached the wooden door and tapped it with his wand in a rhythm of 3 long and 2 short knocks. The door creaked open, revealing not the emptiness one might expect, but a magnificent, expansive conference room. Upon entering, Scotleck removed his hat and offered a slight bow to the vacant head seat of the conference room, his deep azure eyes sweeping across the entirety of the space. There were few individuals present in the conference room. Counting Scotleck, there were 5 that a witch with straight black hair and deep blue eyes, appearing to be in her 20s or 30s, occupied the seat on the right. A tall, slender wizard, with short white hair and a chin adorned with a curled goatee, stood nearby. An elderly matron, her silver hair meticulously styled, or skin resembling parched bark, yet held herself upright with unwavering posture. Lastly, there was a short, stout, bald man. The entire conference room seemed to be situated on the edge of a cliff overlooking the sea, as one could gaze through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows to behold an endless expanse of cerulean ocean. However, through another set of windows, a lush forest and a bustling commercial street came into view.